25-52 lost again, won. In fact, Nito's move was not considered overconfident. After all, the second half of the game had just begun. Valencia's tactic was to carry out a strangulation in the midfield, forcing the Espanyol to continuously pass the ball back. He did not expect the Espanyol's second pass to accurately find Xia Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei easily dodged the interception that Valencia's players were determined to get. Also, Xia Ruofei's decisiveness was beyond Nito's expectations. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not even look in the direction of the goal. It was not until he lifted his foot that Neto realized that it was a hanging shot. Nito's eyes narrowed. He stared at the football as he quickly retreated. At this time, Neto was not very flustered, because the position of Xia Ruofei's kick was too far from the goal. According to his judgment, even if the ball was shot within the goal range, he would have enough time to react. However, Nito's expression quickly changed. He found that the speed of Xia Ruofei's hanging goal was beyond his expectations. It was much faster than he had predicted. In the blink of an eye, the football had already flown into the penalty area. Neto hurriedly accelerated his retreat, but it was too late. The ball was already over his head, and he was still a few meters away from the goal. Neto gritted his teeth and stomped his feet in the process of retreating. He pulled up in place, hoping to intercept the ball in the air. However, Xia Ruofei's leg shot was executed perfectly. Even if Neto jumped with all his might, he still could not touch the ball, not to mention that he jumped in the process of retreating, which made the height even less. Neto could only watch the football fly past at least 20 to 30 centimeters from the highest point of his fingertips. When he fell heavily to the ground, he could still see the football whizzing into the net from the corner of his eye. It bounced around inside the goal and finally stopped. Even the referee was stunned for a moment. Then he whistled and pointed to the serve point in the center circle. A lightning, fast goal. Less than a minute into the second half, or 13 seconds to be precise, the Spanish team was equalized by number 25. Xia Ruofei, with a shocking drop shot near the center circle. The Valencia manager did not even have time to sit down in the technical area. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the football that was still spinning inside the goal. He could not believe his eyes. On the other hand, the Spanish substitutes bench was in an uproar. The substitutes and coaching staff all jumped out of their seats and hugged the people around them to celebrate the goal. Even Puado jumped out of his seat reflexively, but he immediately realized that the one in the limelight was the Chinese player he hated the most, so the smile on his face was retracted before it could bloom. However, the substitute player beside him held him and shouted in his ear, "This goal was too cowardly. It's so fucking awesome. Isn't it?" Puader forced out a smile and said, "Yes, yes." The substitute did not notice Puado's perfunctory reply. In fact, he was already in an extremely excited state. After hugging Puado, he immediately turned around to hug another teammate. Espanyol's head coach, Rubi, widened his eyes in disbelief. At the same time, he waved his hands as if to confirm that he was not dreaming. Rubi's action was also faithfully recorded by the camera and became a very interesting behind the scenes footage of this round of La Liga. The Chinese sports media, in particular, repeatedly played this scene in the next few days. From the perspective of the Chinese media and Chinese fans, it was indeed a very satisfying thing for a Chinese player to successfully stun their own head coach with his amazing performance. In the away team stands, the fans had long gone crazy. From falling behind 0-2 not long after the Start of the first half to the equalizer at the start of the second half, the feeling of the roller coaster, like ups and downs, was too exciting. Moreover, Xia Ruofei's hanging shot was so wonderful that it could be said to be one of the top 10 goals in this round. Even in the long season, such a goal would be often mentioned. Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, had it tough. Every time the goal was replayed in the future, he would become the backdrop, showing his most embarrassing scene in front of everyone. Xue Jinshan and the others were jumping and shouting in the stands, completely free. Some of the employees of Paradise Corporation did not watch football much before this. In the first half, they were still a little embarrassed, but now it seemed that they had already become one with the pure Spanish fans. There was no difference at all. Xue Jinshan jumped as he shouted, "What did I say?" As long as the chairman wanted to score, no one could stop him. What was awesome? This is called awesome. After half of the match, Xue Jinshan's voice had become hoarse. His voice sounded somewhat comical, but no one laughed at him because they were all in the same mood. PP Sports Studio. The moment Xia Ruofei kicked, Shen Fangjian said subconsciously, Xia Ruofei was a little too hasty with this shot. He had already dodged the other side's rush, and his own players had not yet cut in. Such a big shot. Wait. This was a hanging door. Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, was running back with all his might. He jumped up, but did not touch the ball. The ball went in. The ball is in. 25-53 lost again, too. After Shen Fangjian spoke a long paragraph in one breath, he quickly took a breath and immediately said excitedly, "This ball was so beautiful. It was really too beautiful. It was like a piece of art. I really can't believe that this was kicked out by us Chinese players. Please forgive my words, but this is indeed how I feel at this moment." Xia Ruofei was very calm with that shot, Jia Tianing said from the side, and after he deftly dodged the other side's rush, he didn't even look at the goal and directly shot a high-quality drop shot. This meant that he had been observing the situation throughout the game and had a very good field of vision. He immediately noticed that the goalkeeper was standing closer to the front, so he did not hesitate to shoot. There was no doubt that Xia Ruofei's vision and awareness were much better than the domestic players. Just this goal alone was something that many big-name European star players might not be able to achieve. This goal is destined to be remembered for a long time. Shen Fangjian's emotions had calmed down a little. He smiled and teased, "Tianing, the netizens are saying that you're the vice-leader of Wuchui Hall. I think you should be promoted and directly become the leader of Shachui Hall." Upon hearing Shen Fangjian's words, many fans who stayed up late to watch the game almost spat on the computer monitor. No one had expected Shen Fangjian, who was from the national television station, to have such a mischievous side. I dare say that if Xia Ruofei continues to play professional football, his achievements will definitely be beyond our imagination. Jia Tianing didn't mind Shen Fangjian's teasing. He said, "But considering Xia Ruofei's identity, I don't think he'll really become a professional player." Perhaps Shen Fangjian thought of the current situation of the national football team and felt a little heavy, so he directly changed the topic and said, "Let's just enjoy happy football. I believe that a month ago, we wouldn't have dared to imagine that two Chinese players would score in the top league. Tonight's game is simply a Chinese-only game. I've even thought of the headlines for tomorrow's press." Jia Tianing laughed. China's twin stars, dazzling West A. It was indeed a familiar smell. Whether it was Wu Chui Tang or Sha Chui Tang, Jia Tianing, was indeed a very competent hall master. Back on the field, the Spanish players were celebrating wildly at Valencia's home ground. The home fans in the stands were unusually quiet. They were shocked by Xia Ruofei's brilliant shot. Some fans even applauded the beautiful goal. Football was never just about confrontation. When pure fans saw such a goal, even if it was scored by an opposing player, they would also express appreciation from the bottom of their hearts. It had only been a minute since they had watched the game, and the players from both sides had returned to their own half to prepare for the kick-off. The difference was that this time it was the Valencian team who kicked off, and the score on the field had already been rewritten to 2:2. The referee blew the whistle and the game resumed. The Valencian team did not press on and attack wantonly just because they were equalized by their opponents at home. After they kicked off, they kept passing the ball in the middle and backfield, sending safe passes. They would rather return the ball if they did not have a good opportunity to attack. Before they knew it, they had already passed the ball more than 20 times and had always firmly controlled the ball under the feet of their own players. It was not that Valencia's players did not want to win on their home ground against the Spanish team, who were obviously not as good as them. And on their home ground, Valencia would definitely want to score all 3 points. However, these players were very experienced. They knew that after Xia Ruofei's wonderful long shot, the Spaniards' morale must have been greatly improved. In contrast, the mentality of their own players would be more or less affected. In addition, they still had a lot of game time, so they decided to stabilize their position first. As a result, after a lightning-fast goal in the first 10 seconds, the game gradually entered a calm period. The players on both sides were mainly focused on the midfield. Once they lost the possession of the ball, both sides would launch a counter, grab on the spot, which naturally led to more fouls. The referee's whistle rang continuously, and the game was cut into pieces. The fans at the venue were a little drowsy, not to mention the Chinese fans who were watching the live broadcast on TV or in front of the computer. It was now past 4 o'clock in China time. Fans who had the experience of staying up late to watch the game knew that if the pace of the game was fast and smooth, it was fine. But once the game reached a deadlock and became dull, the sleepiness could not be suppressed even by a few cans of Red Bull. Just as many Chinese fans were yawning, the situation on the field suddenly changed and another goal was scored. However, the goal was scored by the Valencia team. The loss of the ball this time was due to the opponent's high post rush. After successfully intercepting the ball in the Spanish backfield, they counterattacked on the spot. With a simple inverted triangle pass, Valencia's number 9 forward, Gamero, faced most of the empty goal and easily pushed the ball into the net. Rubi's lungs were about to explode on the sidelines. It was not easy to equalize the score, and the team saw the hope of taking away a point in the away game. They did not expect that after holding on for more than 20 minutes, the goal was lost again. And the reason for conceding the goal was, to be honest, an old habit of Spain. Espanyol was a team that paid attention to pass control and did not easily use long balls or long passes. 25-54 lost again. 3. The fans who often paid attention to Espanyol's games knew that the scene looked a little thrilling when the team passed the ball back and forth in the backfield. Sometimes, when he passed the ball back to the goalkeeper, the other side had already rushed up at high speed, and there were opposing players near several points of the ball. In this case, most goalkeepers would choose to send the ball out with a big kick. or even directly destroy the sidelines. However, in such a dangerous situation, Spain would still choose a short pass or even a cross pass in the penalty area, which was frightening. It was the same with the goal conceded just now. The old goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, still chose to pass the ball over when there were already opposing players behind his teammates in front of the penalty area. As a result, the opposing player accelerated forward and directly intercepted the ball. At this time, the RCD Español's players in the middle and front field had spread out and launched an offensive formation. As a result, they lost the ball all of a sudden. The result was obvious. The other party directly took 2 steps into the penalty area and made a shot. Just as Diego Lopez was about to get down and save, he turned his ankle and made a pass. The defense in the middle had completely lost its position. Without anyone marking him, Gamero pushed the ball at close range, while the goalkeeper, Diego Lopez, had lost his center of gravity and could only watch as the ball entered the net. 3-2, the home team once again exceeded the score. At this time, the game time was close to 70 minutes, and many players were almost at their physical limits. Many Spain players had a feeling that they had lost the game after conceding another goal at this time. In the remaining 20 minutes of the game, Valencia would definitely strengthen their defense in the hope of holding on to their 1-point lead. It would not be easy for Spain to equalize the score again. Wu Lei was helpless. Xia Ruofei's stunning shot had leveled the score. However, due to a mistake in their backfield, the point that was almost in their hands had flown away. He was a newcomer and couldn't blame his teammates in the backfield. He could only walk to the center circle with his head down. Xia Ruofei walked to Wu Lei and patted his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Lazy, the match is not over yet, don't be discouraged. It's such a shame to concede so many goals," Wu Lei said helplessly. "It doesn't matter. The game is not about who concedes fewer goals, but who scores more." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Since we're behind again, we'll just try to score more goals." "It's easier said than done," Wu Lei said with a bitter smile. "That's why we have to work hard. I can't be discouraged at this time," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he clapped his hands and shouted in Spanish, "Guys, all of you raise your heads. The match was not over yet. We're only 1 goal behind. There's still a lot of time for us to equalize and even overtake the score." Although Xia Ruofei was not the captain, he was one of the bosses of the club. This special identity, coupled with his amazing free kick technique, made him very prestigious among his team members. Xia Ruofei also saw that everyone was a little discouraged and confused, so he stood up in time to boost the morale of the team. At this time, the captain, Victor Sanchez, was immersed in deep regret and annoyance. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, the players' spirits were lifted. Xia Ruofei said to Wu Lei, "Lazy, pass the ball to me after the start of the game. After that, just focus on charging towards the other half of the field. Run as fast as you can. I'll pass the ball to the most comfortable position for you." Wu Lei nodded heavily. He was not sure if he could turn the score around, but he had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. At the 73rd minute, Español kicked off again and the game resumed. After Iglesias passed the ball to Wu Lei passed the ball back to Xia Ruofei, who was behind him on his right. Then, he rushed to the front field without hesitation. He really used all his strength and quickly overtook the team's main center, Iglesias. However, Wu Lei did not stop. Even though Valencia's defensive line was right in front of him, he did not slow down. Wu Lei believed that Xia Ruofei would definitely pass the ball and would not let him be offside. Sure enough, after Xia Ruofei and his teammates' backcourt passed the ball twice, he quickly raised his hand for the ball. Without any hesitation, Mark Roca passed the ball to Xia Ruofei again. At this moment, Xia Ruofei turned his body to face the goal. He did not stop the ball. Instead, he made a half turn and the ball suddenly changed direction and flew towards the front field at high speed. Just as Xia Ruofei made his move, Wu Lei had already crossed the opponent's defensive line. It was a wonderful anti-offside cooperation. As Valencia's defender chased after Wu Lei, he raised his hand at the assistant referee to signal for Wu Lei to be offside. However, the assistant referee had clearly seen that when Xia Ruofei had passed the ball, Wu Lei had not been in an offside position at all, so naturally, he had not been moved. Wu Lei quickly turned his head to take a look and saw the ball fly past him and land not far in front of him. On the right. The ball did not accelerate after it landed, so Wu Lei caught it very comfortably. He took the opportunity to lead the ball forward and saw that the front was a wide expanse of flat land. However, Valencia's defender was also very fast. As soon as Wu Lei started to speed up, the defender, Boss, was already behind him. Wu's pulled Wu Lei's jersey very discreetly. Wu Lei was in the stage of accelerating forward. Although he did not use much strength, it destroyed Wu Lei's center of gravity. Wu Lei suddenly fell on the grass and angrily spread his hands at the referee. The main judge's angle was very good. Although Wu's movements were very hidden, he could see them from his angle. Therefore, the main judge didn't hesitate to blow his whistle and quickly ran to the scene of the incident. 25-55 Super Elevator Ball. 1. Wu's couldn't help but loudly defend himself, while at the same time he kept making diving movements, indicating that Wu Lei was diving, which meant a dive. However, the main judge was unmoved. He walked straight to Worthy, reached into his pocket, and took out a card, flashing it at him. It was only then that everyone saw that the hand of the referee was actually red. The home fans in the stadium immediately booed loudly, and all of Valencia's players on the field surrounded them. Voss was even more agitated, blocking in front of the referee and trying to explain himself. His saliva was almost on the referee's face. "Mister, how could this be? A red card?" Weiss had an innocent expression on his face. "I didn't even touch him. This Chinese man is a shameless liar." The referee shook his head and then pointed to the outside of the field with a firm look, indicating that Wu should stop pestering him and leave the field as soon as possible. In fact, everyone knew that when the main referee made a decision, it was extremely unlikely for him to overturn his decision and change the judgment, unless it was a major misjudgment related to a goal, penalty kick, or red card. According to the rules, the assistant referee could remind the main referee through the walkie-talkie, but the final decision was still in the hands of the main referee. Like this ball, if there was a problem with the referee's decision, the video assistant referee would remind him over the walkie-talkie. After all, it involved a red card. No matter what the result was, every time there was a penalty that was not conducive to their side, the players would certainly rush forward to appeal. At this time, everyone was as innocent as a little white rabbit. In China's capital, PP Sports Studio, Shen Fangjian said, "I don't know what's there to argue about. The action of pulling him up was so Obvious that Wu Lei's jersey was deformed. Also, Wu Lei has a chance for a 1-on-1 shot, and Wu's is the last defender, besides the goalkeeper. According to the rules, this is definitely a red card. Xia Tianing said with some regret. Xia Ruofei's pass just now could be said to be wonderful. It's a pity that such a good one-on-one opportunity was wasted. Even though Valencia paid the price of a red card, she managed to secure the lead in the score. In the next 20 minutes, they will definitely be more determined to defend. After all, it's 10 against 11. Shen Fangjian said, the most infuriating thing is this place. If Wu Lei advanced another 10 meters, he would at least get a good free kick. Of course, it would be even better if he could break into the penalty area. But now, the goal is nearly 35 meters away from the goal. This excellent chance to score can be said to be far away from the RCD Español. On the internet, the Chinese fans' imaginations were running wild. The most liked comment was as follows: Wu's didn't do enough homework before the game. He definitely didn't know Wu Lei's characteristics. Otherwise, he would have just let the ball go. Now, he was sent off with a red card. He was ridiculing Wu Lei's impenetrable defense. On the court, Valencia's players gradually accepted the result. Wu's, under the persuasion of his teammates, slowly walked off the court with a wronged expression. Since it was already an irreversible fact that he had been sent off, he could only make one last contribution to the team, which was to leave the court as slowly as possible. It was good to buy some time. Instead of going straight back to the locker room after leaving the field, Boss stood at the players' passageway and looked around. On the other side, the Spaniards were ready to take the free kick. In the PP Sports Studio, Shen Fangjian said in surprise, Xia Ruofei is the main penalty? It looks like it. Xia Ruofei is standing in front of the ball alone. There's no one to cover him. Xia Tianing said. I didn't expect Xia Ruofei to become the first free kick player the moment he joined the team. Shen Fangjian said with a smile. Xia Tianing said, the distance of the ball is too far. The possibility of a direct shot is very low. From today's game, Xia Ruofei's footwork is still very outstanding. I think he will be the one to hang the ball into the penalty area. As for whether to snatch the nodding ball to attack the goal or to do it back and then shoot, it will depend on the tactical arrangement of the Spanish team. In fact, Xia Tianing was not the only one who made such a judgment. The Valencia players on the field thought so too. Yu only sent 2 players to form a symbolic human wall. Most of their forces were concentrated in the penalty area, ready to grab the first drop point. The Spaniards also sent a considerable number of players to wander back and forth in the penalty area, making it look like they were fighting for the drop point. The referee showed the whistle in his hand to Xia Ruofei, indicating that he wanted to hear the whistle for the penalty shot. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The main judge then ran to the side and blew the whistle. Let's take a look at this. Free kick. Shen Fangjian said, Xia Ruofei's run-up distance is not far. It seems that Coach Jia's judgment is right. This ball will not be shot directly. For such a long-ranged free kick, if he were to shoot directly, he must retreat a sufficient distance. Only through a sufficient distance of run-up could he ensure that the kick had enough initial speed. Now, Xia Ruofei had only taken 3 or 4 steps back. He had no intention of directly opening the door. Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, was also focused on the penalty area. His biggest advantage in the penalty area was that he could use his hands. After the ball was hung into the penalty area, he would rush up immediately. It would be best if he could pick it up directly. If it was not easy to get, he would at least drive the ball out of the penalty area and keep it away from the danger zone. 2556 Super Elevator Ball. 2. Neto had this thought in mind to defend against this free kick. After the referee blew the whistle, Xia Ruofei started to run. His run-up speed was not fast, but it had a unique rhythm, as if every step was stepping on people's heartbeats. The distance of 3 to 4 steps was covered in the blink of an eye. Xia Ruofei started to swing his legs. His thighs moved his calves, and he kicked the ball out with a bang. The players from both teams in the penalty area started to move. Wu Lei, who was not particularly tall, was near the penalty area. After Xia Ruofei sent out the free kick, Wu Lei immediately rushed towards the goal at high speed. As soon as the ball was kicked, Valencia goalkeeper Neto had a preliminary judgment. It was too high. According to the normal trajectory, the ball was too high and no one in the penalty area could reach it. The ball had a high probability of flying directly into the stands. Just as Neto heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, he was shocked to find that the football had actually begun to fall rapidly. If the ball were to follow a normal parabola, it would fly directly out of the end line as it fell. But now, the trajectory seemed to have changed. The upward curve was relatively flat, but when the football reached the highest point and fell, the curve suddenly became steep. The height of the football dropped rapidly. This was not a pass. This thought came to Neto's mind. His body reacted quickly, and he moved to the other side of the goal without hesitation. In the process of moving, Neto leaped up. His body was extremely stretched, and his arms were stretched to the straightest. However, Xia Ruofei's kick had hit a theoretical dead corner. Neto's position had been slightly to the left. It was too late for him to react. With a whoosh, the ball flew directly into the goal from the corner, between the crossbar and the pillar. The ball is in. Shen Fengjian roared with passion, this ball is like a fairy from beyond the heavens. The elevator ball, 35 meters away. It was really unimaginable. I don't know what words to use to describe such a beautiful goal. This night belongs to Huaxia, Xia Ruofei, and Wu Lei. Even the newly appointed hall master Jia Tianing didn't know how to brag at this moment. For the first time, he suddenly felt his vocabulary was lacking. On the major TV stations and broadcasting platforms, commentators in various languages also went crazy. They were all searching for words of praise, but they found that no matter what kind of language they used, in the face of such a beautiful goal, they seemed so pale and powerless. Most of the commentators just kept shouting "goal," using their hoarse voices to release their passion to their hearts' content, and also infected the fans who were watching the game. Valencia covered her head in disbelief on behalf of the rest of the substitute players. In sharp contrast, in the substitutes bench of Spain, all the players, coaches, and staff members were huddled together and celebrating the goal. One of them was Espanyol's manager, Ruby. Ruby had seen Xia Ruofei's free kick skills and had made targeted arrangements in tactics. However, when Xia Ruofei really used this weapon to score a goal, he could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. This was a goal worth a fortune. Because of this goal, Espanyol tenaciously equalized the score again. 3-3. It was supposed to be Valencia's match. But because of the two Chinese players, Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei, it had turned into a game of goals. Also, when Wu Lei made this free kick, he successfully caused the opponent's main defender to be sent off with a red card. It could be said that the situation on the field had been completely reversed. When Xia Ruofei was standing in front of the ball, Ruby was worried. The ball was further away and the position was slightly off. Although Xia Ruofei had a high hit rate at a distance of 30 meters, the difference between 35 meters and 30 meters was not just a small difference in numbers. Ruby was not confident. However, it was soon proven that Xia Ruofei's shooting range could go even further. His free kicks were like precision, guided missiles. The moment Xia Ruofei scored, Ruby felt a sense of pride. He had never had much hope for Xia Ruofei's goal to enter the European tournament. However, when he realized that he had Xia Ruofei as his trump card, this goal did not seem so far away. However, Ruby quickly returned to reality and forced Xia Ruofei to fight with the team for the next season. This was basically unrealistic. After returning to reality, Ruby quickly became excited again. No matter what the next match was, it was fine as long as he felt good. What's more, the Spaniards were not weaklings. They had a chance against the league's visiting teams. Even without Xia Ruofei, they had a high chance of staying in the league this season. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had promised to play for the team in some crucial games, which was enough. The players were still celebrating wildly on the field. Ruby's imagination was already running wild. If Xia Ruofei could play in the team's game against Barcelona, would there be a miracle? What could be more exciting than cutting off a piece of meat from a mortal enemy in the same city? Even if this mortal enemy from the same city did not even look him in the eye. 2557 Super Elevator Ball 3. The RCD Espanyol players ran towards Xia Ruofei, high-fived him, and hugged him. Xia Ruofei, who was surrounded by the crowd, had become the spiritual leader of the team. As for Wu Lei, he did not hesitate to move forward when Xia Ruofei took the free kick. He did not slow down after the ball went into the net. He rushed into the goal and before the Valencia players could react, he picked up the ball and ran towards Xia Ruofei. Many people thought that it was a great achievement to be able to force Valencia to a 3-3 draw in the away game, but Wu Lei felt that it was not enough. There are still more than 10 minutes left, and the morale of the other side has been greatly reduced. Moreover, they are now one person short, so why can't we reverse the score? Xia Ruofei also noticed Wu Lei's actions. He was also a supporter of Wu Lei's brothers, and he did not want to play with them just for a draw. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly asked everyone to speed up and return to their own half of the field. When they arrived at the center circle, Wu Lei placed the ball in his hand heavily on the starting point. He then looked at the Valencia fans with a burning gaze, showing his endless fighting spirit. Valencia's players were a little dumbfounded. They had not recovered from the shock of losing the goal, and Wu Lei's move had more or less angered them. They really think we're their bellies. Since when did Espanyol dare to be so arrogant? At our home ground? The point was that even though the score was 3-3, the strength of the Spanish team was still there. Even if Valencia was down one player, it was not difficult for them to maintain the score. If the opponent was Barcelona, Real Madrid, or Atletico Madrid, and the opposing players were eager to kick off, the morale of Valencia's players might be affected even more. However, the effect was the opposite since the opponent was Espanyol. After Valencia kicked off, the players gathered their energy and ran and rushed to make up for the disadvantage of having one less player. Even though they were almost exhausted, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Moreover, because of the grievances in his heart, his defensive actions inevitably became bigger. The referee repeatedly whistled to stop the game, and even showed a yellow card, which barely suppressed the smell of gunpowder on the field. Of course, Xia Ruofei's free kick had made Valencia's players very alert, so they controlled their actions and did not easily foul near their own goal area. This so-called area close to the goal had been expanded to more than 35 meters. It was already the 85th minute, and the score was still 3-3. The Spanish team tried to attack a few times, but they were all defended by Valencia tenaciously. They were almost counterattacked. If it were not for the fact that Valencia was short of one player and everyone was exhausted, the score might have been rewritten. As time passed, the morale of the Spanish players, which had been boosted after Xia Ruofei's goal, gradually fell. Especially when they saw that the game was about to end, everyone gradually had the idea of playing it safe. After all, if the opponent scored a goal at this time, the 1 point they had won would be gone. In the case of a draw, the closer the end of the game was, the more cautious both sides would be. However, Wu Lei was still very active in the front field. As long as his side was attacking, he would spare no effort to run for the gaps. Even if 8 out of 10 times the ball was not passed in his direction, he was not discouraged at all. There was also Xia Ruofei. Although he did not seem to have much presence in the game and did not touch the ball many times, he was like a lurking sniper, patiently waiting for the opportunity to pull the trigger. Xia Ruofei felt that this moment would not be too far away. 25:58 Heavenly Fairy. Fatal blow, _1 spurt of energy, then waning, and finally exhausted. This principle was not only effective on the offensive side but also on the defensive side. With the score equalized and one player down, the Valencia team was so tense that many people forgot about their fatigue and spared no effort in running. And when the Spanish team's offensive gradually weakened, the Valencian players' energy also began to involuntarily leak. At this time, the regular game time was about to end. Including the injury time, there were only 6 or 7 minutes left in the game. Valencia's players thought that they could hold on to the draw. The players of the two teams were exhausted and they were short of one player, so they did not have the confidence to get all 3 points. They just thought that a draw would be good enough. However, this was actually the most dangerous time. The Valencian players were not aware that a crisis was quietly approaching. It was still the Spanish team that organized the offense. It was almost the norm in the last 10 minutes of the game, but because of the Valencia team's strong defense, this kind of attack was basically ended in the midfield. Spain's young midfield core, Marc Roca, took the ball. Xia Ruofei pulled it to the right flank and raised his hand to request. Xia Ruofei's action was rare in this game. Marc Roca was already a fan of Xia Ruofei. At the moment, Xia Ruofei did not have any Valencia players defending him, so he naturally would not turn a blind eye to it and passed the ball directly. After Xia Ruofei took the ball, a Valencia player immediately came forward to defend, and another player not far away also moved closer to form a defensive position. However, Xia Ruofei did not move the ball away in time like before. He controlled the football to move forward at a moderate pace. Although he did not look around, his mental power had long been released, and he knew the situation of the entire game like the back of his hand. Valencia's player, was already in front of Xia Ruofei. He followed Xia Ruofei's rhythm and slowly retreated while staring at the ball, waiting for an opportunity to intercept. At this moment, Xia Ruofei turned his head to the left, as if he was looking for a point to pass the ball. The rhythm of his dribbling seemed to have become a little chaotic. A chance. When the Valencia players saw the situation, they did not hesitate to snatch the ball. At that moment, Xia Ruofei's head was still looking to the left, but he seemed to have predicted the players' actions in advance. He did not look back at all. Instead, he used his right foot to pull the ball back lightly. While he dodged the fierce interception, he used his left foot to pull the ball forward. His body used the defender as the axis, and he turned around nimbly, going past the defender completely. Marseille turn. The commentators all exclaimed. Xia Ruofei's performance was very eye-catching, but it was mainly in terms of passing and free kicks. Of course, there was also that shocking hanging shot, which showed that his footwork was superb. However, Xia Ruofei did not perform well when it came to breaking past players. Basically, he would pass the ball out immediately when the opposing players went up to defend. Although Xia Ruofei's passing was very reasonable, and a simple pass could make the complicated situation clear, he had almost never broken through anyone, which gave everyone the illusion that he was not good at one-on-one breakthroughs. They did not expect Xia Ruofei to be able to do this so easily, even though the competition was coming to an end and everyone was exhausted. The Marseille turn was very light and agile, without the slightest smoke or fire, and easily passed the defensive player. Generally speaking, by this time, the player's physical energy would have been almost exhausted. Many people would even have technical movements deformed because of the overexertion. However, Xia Ruofei did not seem to be affected. After he used a Marseille turn to bypass a defender, another defensive player was already in place. It was the experienced captain, Parejo. As soon as Xia Ruofei passed a defender, Parejo was already in front of him. Xia Ruofei's body leaned slightly to the right. The outer instep of his right foot swept along the bottom of the football from inside to outside. Parejo subconsciously shifted his center of gravity to Xia Ruofei's right side, but he did not rush to kick out because of his rich experience. However, Xia Ruofei quickly used the inner instep of his right foot to hook the ball in the opposite direction. The football obediently took a turn and bounced to the left. At this moment, Parejo's center of gravity had shifted to the right. Although he realized that Xia Ruofei was going to break through from the left, he realized that his body could not keep up. It was impossible for him to change his center of gravity continuously so quickly, so his body was stiff. Xia Ruofei nimbly brushed past Parejo. Parejo could only watch as Xia Ruofei successfully broke through, as if he was frozen. Deep-fried meatballs. Shen Fengjian couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Ruofei used a deft Marseille turn and connected it with a deep-fried meatball. He passed two opposing players in a row, including the experienced captain, Parejo. Right now, there's nothing but flat land in front of him. Seeing our Chinese players make such a gorgeous move in the European top league, I feel like I'm dreaming. Jia Tianing couldn't help but sigh. 2559 Heavenly Fairy. Fatal blow, _2 After passing Parejo, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to dribble the ball forward at high speed. No one, including the players of Espanyol, realized how fast Xia Ruofei's speed would be if he were to charge. This was under the condition that he did not use his true energy. He was much faster than these. active professional players by relying on his body alone. Parejo quickly turned around and gave chase. However, he realized in despair that his sprinting speed could not match Xia Ruofei's dribbling speed. The distance between the two was getting wider and wider. The Spaniards also realized that this was a great opportunity. After the Valencian team was bypassed by 2 players in a row, a huge gap appeared on the right side. Both Wu Lei and Iglesias immediately ran forward at high speed. Iglesias went straight into the penalty area, while Wu Lei ran on his most familiar right side. Xia Ruofei was not greedy for the possession of the ball. Before the opponent's defenders were in position, he calmly raised his leg and passed the ball. Similarly, he passed the ball without any observation. Although Xia Ruofei did not even look at it, the accuracy of the kick was outrageously high. It went straight to Iglesias in the penalty area. In fact, Xia Ruofei had also noticed Wu Lei, but compared to him, Iglesias' position was obviously better too. See that the opponent's defensive formation was not tight in a hurry, and they had changed positions. Now, the one defending against Iglesias was a small man, and Iglesias had an absolute advantage in fighting for the header. The ball was almost sent to Iglesias' head. All he needed to do was to pull it up on the spot and then swing his head to attack the goal. Everyone's hearts were in their throats the moment Iglesias headed the goal. The ball was too fast and too close. In addition, Xia Ruofei's pass had an obvious forward charge, which made the ball even faster. It could be said that as long as Iglesias was within the range of the goal was almost certain to go in. Valencia's goalkeeper was also in despair. He could only watch as Iglesias headed the reverse corner and the football flew toward the left corner of the goal. Even if his arm was 10 centimeters longer, he would not have been able to reach it. As soon as the ball was headed out, he felt like it was there. He even wanted to start celebrating. However, with a loud bang, Iglesias' heart sank to the bottom. The ball was almost in his mouth. He actually headed it a little higher, and the football hit the crossbar and then bounced out of the penalty area. The football bounced in the direction of Wu Lei's forward plug, but the height was a little high. Wu Lei jumped with all his might, but the football still fell behind him through his hair. This was the best chance, and the game was quickly entering injury time. Perhaps this was the last chance. He did not expect Iglesias' header to miss by a hair's breadth, and he was unable to grab the second drop point in time. He had missed it just like that. Just as Valencia's players heaved a sigh of relief, a blue figure rushed toward the ball from the right flank at high speed. It was Xia Ruofei. He did not slow down after passing the ball, but continued to rush in the direction of the penalty area. Then, the football bounced back just like that. No matter how strong Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was, it was impossible for him to predict this kind of ball. He did not know at all that Iglesias would head sideways, let alone where the football would bounce to. It was purely his attacking instinct. In fact, Xia Ruofei had overdone it. However, his strong body coordination allowed him to adjust his center of gravity in time and stop. At this time, the football had already flown to his side and behind him. He quickly turned his body and did not wait for the football to land. He directly did a half-turn and fiercely kicked the football. The football suddenly crossed a beautiful arc and whizzed back to the goal. The ball was so fast that Valencia's goalkeeper, Neto, could only turn his head in time and watch the ball enter the net. The stadium was silent. The Valencia players held their heads in their hands and looked at the ball that was still spinning in the net in disbelief. We're falling behind just like that? The game is about to end, so are we going to lose? To lose to a weak team like RCD Espanyol on our home ground? These players were all filled with confusion. The opponent's number 25 player was simply on steroids today. A Chinese player who had never appeared in front of the media, who seemed to have descended from the sky. In today's game, there was a super long distance drop shot, a super elevator ball from 35 meters away, and a high shot from the corner of the penalty area. There were a total of 3 shots, and 3 goals were scored. It was a hat magic. This was simply a bug that had no solution. Valencia's players and the coaching staff on the sidelines felt a sense of helplessness. The home fans quieted down the moment Xia Ruofei scored the goal. Then, sparse applause rang out from the stands. Soon, the applause grew louder and louder, and finally resounded throughout the entire stadium. The home fans stood up and applauded their opponent's beautiful goal. The away team's stands became a boiling ocean. The Spanish fans were singing and dancing. Xue Jinshan and the others became the most popular people in the stands, because they were Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei's compatriots. Everyone enthusiastically came over to chat with them. Despite the language barrier, football was the best language. Beijing, PP Sports Studio. After Xia Ruofei broke through 2 of the opposing players, he quickly dribbled the ball through the center line. There is a wide open space in front of him and he has many choices. Wu Lei and Iglesias are both quickly cutting forward. This is an opportunity for the Spanish team. Shen Fengjian said excitedly. Xia Ruofei has chosen a 45-degree angle. The ball could actually go further down the end line. The drop point was not bad. Iglesias' header. This ball is Sigh. It actually hit the crossbar. Wu Lei didn't get the ball either, it's too. Wait. Xia Ruofei grabbed the second drop point. He did not wait for the ball to land and directly shot it with all his might. Whoa. The ball went in. The ball went in. The ball is in. Shen Fengjian shouted with passion, this is a beautiful high-air shot. The football drew a charming arc and went straight to the dead end of the goal. Neto did not even make a move to save it. Xia Ruofei performed a hat trick. This is a great competition. Jia Tianning was also very excited, he said, the fans who stayed up all night to watch the game tonight were worth it. I even feel like I'm dreaming. Our Chinese players scored 4 goals in one game of the top league. And Xia Ruofei even scored a hat trick. This is simply unbelievable. I really regret using the term fairy. From beyond the heavens when Xia Ruofei scored the second goal. Shen Fengjian said, this is clearly the perfect replica of the transcendent flying immortal. And Xia Ruofei's ball was even further away from the goal. The arc is more beautiful. Fairy from beyond the heavens was used to describe Zidane's winning goal in the 2002 UEFA Champions League final game against Reynolds, where he used his amazing left foot to do a half turn in the air and score an angry goal. Indeed, Xia Ruofei's shot was very similar to Zidane's famous fairy from beyond the heavens. Moreover, Xia Ruofei's shooting position was in the corner of the penalty area, much further than Zidane's shot. Through the slow motion replay, everyone was more aware of the difficulty and excitement of the goal. At that time, Xia Ruofei continued to plug in after passing the ball. In fact, When the ball bounced back from the crossbar, he had already run 2 body lengths away. However, he forcefully braked to a stop and turned around. The ball was at the height of Xia Ruofei's chest. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei would have run towards the ball and stopped it. But in this way, the opposing defenders would definitely come up and they could only play the position attack again. Xia Ruofei had chosen the extremely difficult half, turn to shoot in the air. At this time, he could not see the goal at all. Moreover, the football was so high that his body was almost horizontal when he shot. Even so, the football still drew a beautiful arc and hit the absolute dead end. 2560 President Xia _stop using your magical power. When Xia Ruofei scored, the game had officially entered injury time. There were more goals in the second half and the game was very fragmented at one point, so the referee gave them 4 minutes of injury time. Now that the Spanish players were not in a hurry and they were already in the lead, Wu Lei naturally would not run into the goal to pick up the ball. Everyone was surrounding Xia Ruofei and celebrating wildly. Markelka even knelt down on one knee in front of Xia Ruofei. It was a gesture of worshipping the king. He even motioned for Xia Ruofei to put his foot on it, and then made a shoe wiping gesture. Then, the Spanish players surrounded Xia Ruofei and jogged all the way to the away team's stands to greet the Spanish fans who had come from afar. Xue Jinshan and the others in the stands were cheering at the top of their lungs and waving wildly at Xia Ruofei. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was no longer just the chairman of Paradise Corporation. Xue Jinshan and the others were completely infected by the fanatical football atmosphere, and were now acting no different from real Spanish fans. Valencia's players were dumbfounded and their faces were ashen. The Spanish team's celebration was a little long, but none of them stood up to protest. They had no intention of resuming the game at all. Faced with such a Spanish team, Valencia's players had the thought that they would be unrivaled. No matter how hard they tried, the opponent had a bug like Xia Ruofei and could always score more goals than them. In the end, it was only under the intervention of the referee that the Spanish players slowly walked to their own half. After the Valencian team kicked off again, they did not organize any effective attacks. Their morale had been hit to the freezing point by Xia Ruofei's last goal. The 4 minutes of injury time quickly passed. The referee could also see that the Valencian team had lost their fighting spirit, so when it was the 94th minute, he decisively blew the whistle and ended the game. 4-3, Espanyol had the last laugh at Valencia's home ground and successfully took away 3 league points. The moment the whistle was blown, Valencia's players felt a sense of relief. They did not have to suffer on the field anymore. As for Ruby and the coaches, players, and staff on the substitutes bench, no one could sit still after the Valencian team resumed their kick off. They all stood on the sidelines and rushed into the field frantically as soon as the whistle was blown. Although it was just an ordinary game in the long season, it did not prevent the Spanish team from feeling the sense of winning the final. Because there was a big gap in strength between the two sides, the Spanish team did not expect to get points in this game. Getting a draw was already an unexpected surprise, let alone getting all 3 points. In addition, the game was full of twists and turns. First, they were 2 goals behind. And after a hard-won equalizer, Valencia scored again. At this time, the whole Spanish team was in despair. They did not expect Xia Ruofei to use a free kick and a half, turn to shoot in the air, directly snatching the 3 points from the Valencia team. This feeling of getting something back and getting it back was naturally more exciting than winning the game smoothly. The Spanish team celebrated wildly at Valencia's home ground, while the players of Valencia looked dejected. Some of them were so exhausted that they fell to the ground as soon as the game was over. The goalkeeper, Neto, sat on the goal line and lifted his jersey to cover his face. The impact of the game on him was too great. While his teammates were celebrating, Wu Lei ran straight to the side of the field to get a ball for the game. Then, he ran to Xia Ruofei and stuffed the ball into his hands. He smiled and said, "Brother Xia, after the hat trick, you must collect a game ball." "Yes, yes, yes," Xia Ruofei said, "I almost forgot about it if you didn't mention it. I still don't have any experience." "You're a hat trick without any experience. This is a bit of a blow," Wu Lei said, with a smile. Xia Ruofei rubbed Wu Lei's hair and said, "You're already on the right path. Keep going and you can also perform a hat trick." "No. We have to set a higher goal and have 4 great blessings." Yes. Wu Lei nodded firmly, his eyes shining with determination. Ruby walked over and gave Xia Ruofei a big hug. Ruby said, "Mr. Xia, your performance was really amazing. I really wish you weren't our boss. That way, I can have a phenomenal star player in every game." Xia Ruofei laughed. "It's just a competition. It's far from being a phenomenal event. This is too much. No, no, no. When I was shaking hands with Valencia's manager just now, that guy was full of jealousy and told me to set the penalty for your breach of contract a little higher. Or else there will be big teams waving checkbooks to poach you," Ruby said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Although the game had ended, the major sports channels and live broadcast platforms around the world were repeatedly broadcasting the highlights of the game, especially Xia Ruofei's 3 goals, which were constantly replayed from multiple angles. 2561 President Xia stop using your magical power. PP Sports' commentator, Shenfang Jian, couldn't help but say, "These 3 goals, no matter which one of them is singled out, could be the best goal of the season. And with 3 such wonderful goals in the same game, it's simply a visual feast." Let's not forget Wu Lei's goal. It was his goal that blew the horn of the Spanish team's counterattack. Jia Tianning said, "And I noticed that in this game, Wu Lei has made great progress in terms of self-confidence, physical confrontation, ball protection, and even the grasp of opportunities in front of the goal. We are very happy to see that Wu Lei is adapting to the pace of La Liga at a very fast speed. I believe that this goal is just the beginning. We have reason to be full of expectations for his next performance." Jia Tianning was indeed worthy of the title of the Vice Master of Wu Chui Hall. Even when all the attention was focused on Xia Ruofei, he still didn't forget Wu Lei and was still praising him. Espanyol did not celebrate for a long time. After all, this was Valencia's home ground. They had already conceded a goal, and if they continued to celebrate on their field, it would be like rubbing salt on their wounds. So, after they thanked the visiting fans, they quickly returned to the locker room. That night, Espanyol took a flight back to Barcelona. When the competition ended, it was not even 5 in the morning in China. At this time, most people were still in their dreams, but the internet platform was unprecedentedly lively. Some fans went to bed early, set an alarm at 3 o'clock, and specifically got up to watch the game. Some people just wanted to watch Wu Lei at the beginning. If Wu Lei did not play for a long time or was replaced after he played, these fans would definitely not watch the entire game. No one had expected this match. to be so exciting. The process was full of twists and turns, and the result was even more exciting. It was already big news that Xia Ruofei had suddenly become a player of Espanyol. His performance in this game had made many people who had doubted him at the beginning even more embarrassed. The Chinese players took all 4 goals from the Spanish team. Xia Ruofei scored a hat trick, and almost all the threatening shots were related to Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei. Also, don't forget that Wu Lei's goal was an assist from Xia Ruofei. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's long-ranged shot came from Wu Lei's pass. The free kick that Xia Ruofei scored was also created by Wu Lei. The only thing that Xia Ruofei did was to feed him a biscuit, but he spat it out. This also resulted in Xia Ruofei's half, turn and mid-air shot, which was a replica of the fairy from beyond the heavens, allowing him to perform a hat trick. After watching the game, how could the Chinese fans go back to sleep? Their minds were in a state of excitement, and the sky was about to brighten, so almost no one went to sleep. These people were naturally browsing Weibo, forums, Tiba, and so on. Xia Ruofei's hat trick in La Liga. This topic was number 1 on Weibo's hot search list without any suspense. The team of a certain popular young hunk had just started to hype up a piece of news and spent a lot of money to buy the hot search. In the end, when he woke up in the morning, he almost cried and fainted in the toilet. If it was said that the main people who were browsing Weibo and forums in the early hours of the morning were the fans who stayed up late to watch the game, then after dawn, this group was not limited to fans, or rather, it was not limited to hardcore fans. Some people also liked football, but they would not stay up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to watch it. Generally speaking, if there was a game they were concerned about, they would read the news after waking up to see the results or find a game compilation to watch. After watching the highlights of the match between Espanyol and Valencia, the fans could not help but beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. If he had known that there would be such an exciting show, even if he went to the office to doze off during the day, he would have stayed up all night to watch it. There were also some people who did not usually watch football, but when they saw the top trending search on Weibo, they could not help but click on it to take a look. Anyone who saw the video or GIF of Xia Ruofei's 3 goals could not help but be amazed. When Xia Ruofei saw the most searched topic, he was already on the bus to the airport. Xia Ruofei was naturally in a good mood after his hat trick and the team's victory. He casually took a close-up shot of the ball used in the game. The ball had the signatures of the Spanish team as well as Xia Ruofei's own notes on the game time and goal time. He planned to keep it at home as a memento. Xia Ruofei posted the picture of the ball on Weibo. The content was one word: cool. Then, he naughtily brought up the topic Xia Ruofei's hat trick in La Liga. Xia Ruofei's Weibo post increased the popularity of the top trending topic by a lot. Now, the number 1 spot was even more stable. The young man who had paid a lot of money to buy the top trending topic was firmly pressed at the 2nd place. If he wanted to get the number 1 spot, he would have to wait until Xia Ruofei's popularity faded. With Xia Ruofei's current momentum on the internet, it would be hard to get rid of him on the hot search list, no matter how much money he spent. As soon as Xia Ruofei's Weibo post was posted, a large number of fans and netizens flooded in. Everyone left comments, reposted, and liked excitedly. As time went by, the major online platforms also welcomed the peak of users. At this time, many people were on the subway or bus to work. During this time, the majority of people used Weibo and forums. Xia Ruofei's Weibo post and the video of Xia Ruofei's goal were reposted by a large number of netizens. Everyone soon realized that the Weibo platform seemed to have become a little sluggish. They could not even download all the pictures they opened. And the videos they watched were also lagging. It was as if they had returned to the 2G era. This kind of stagnation lasted for about half an hour before it began to slowly recover. People didn't notice it at first because there were many reasons for the network to be jammed, especially in the underground high-speed subway. The network itself wasn't very good, so it was common for the network to be jammed, so many people thought that it was their mobile phone's network card. However, the official Weibo released a message very quickly, as there were too many visitors at the same time, there was a certain lag. Our technical team has already adjusted the bandwidth at the first moment, and the current access has been restored. We are deeply sorry for the inconvenience and bad experience we have brought to you. There was nothing special about this message. After all, the other party did not say the reason. However, another Weibo post was quickly reposted by everyone. The user ID of this Weibo post was "The lion that can attack the city." The verification information showed that he was an engineer of the official technical team of Weibo. This ID was also quite famous and would answer technical questions from time to time on Weibo. So his identity was basically confirmed. It was said that the lion that can attack the city was also the head of a certain group in the technical team. The lion that can attack the city's Weibo post made everyone finally know the culprit who had been stuck for more than half an hour. He wrote on Weibo, "The server is stable, it's all CEO Xia's fault. President Xia, can you inform us in advance the next time you want to do something? The nurse is here to put me on a drip." The lion that can attack the city tagged Xia Ruofei in this Weibo post and attached two pictures. One was of him wearing a patient's garb, while sitting on a hospital bed and working overtime on his laptop. The other was Weibo's top search list. The top topic was about Xia Ruofei's hat trick, and it was circled in red. The truth was finally revealed to the world. It turned out that the Weibo server was stuck because of Xia Ruofei's hot topic. The netizens who knew the truth laughed and shouted at Xia Ruofei, "President Xia, quickly withdraw your divine power." 2562 Hot Search Killer 1. Netizens expressed sympathy for the programmer who was called up to work overtime at 5:00 in the morning while he was hospitalized. As more information was disclosed, everyone knew that this lion that can attack the city was hospitalized because of acute gastroenteritis. They didn't expect that such a problem would occur. After leaving work for only one day, so he could only helplessly work overtime on his laptop in the hospital. The CEO of Weibo also personally confirmed this matter. His Weibo ID, coming and going, was no longer a secret, and the netizens affectionately called him Boss Lai. CEO Lai replied to the many curious questions from the netizens and said that it was because Xia Ruofei's topic was so popular that there were too many people visiting and searching at the same time, causing the server to be stuck. Some netizens were very curious and asked the Weibo technician how he managed to expand the server with a laptop in the ward. President Lai also said without hiding anything, "We rented the cloud virtual machine urgently and logged out after a few hours of simultaneous visits." With the authoritative confirmation from the CEO of Weibo, the fact that Xia Ruofei's hat trick in La Liga caused Weibo to be stuck was confirmed. The netizens were also having a great time. They reposted the lion that can attack the city and CEO Lai's Weibo posts and tagged Xia Ruofei in groups. When Xia Ruofei returned to Barcelona, it was already close to midnight. He went back to the hotel to wash up and go to bed. He had no idea that the impact of the game was brewing on the internet in China. The next morning, after he woke up, he casually checked Weibo and found out about this. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still posted on Weibo and tagged the lion that can attack cities. Xia Ruofei wrote on Weibo, "Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to bring you so much trouble. In order to express my apology, I want to give you the jersey I wore in yesterday's game. I'll get all the players to sign it. Please send me your address." On Weibo, Xia Ruofei even attached a picture of the jersey of the number 25 player. Of course, this was a picture that he had downloaded from the club's online store. After the match last night, the club's management realized that Xia Ruofei would definitely become very popular. So, they arranged for the store to put the number 25 jersey with Xia Ruofei's name on the shelves for sale. Soon, physical stores would also start to sell this jersey. It could be imagined that the sales would be very popular. Xia Ruofei's own jersey was taken away by the staff after he changed out of it in the changing room. Under normal circumstances, it would be cleaned and hung in the corresponding position in the changing room before Xia Ruofei's next match. The management of the club had become more and more professional. The players did not need to worry about things like washing the jerseys and washing the shoes. They only needed to focus on playing well. Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet was no less than that of any hot young man. When his Weibo account released news, Weibo's official department was responsible for monitoring it. Moreover, the Weibo server almost went down because of him yesterday. Hence, Weibo naturally paid more attention to it. The lion that can attack cities was an internal staff member of Weibo. Even though he was in the hospital, he received the news very quickly after Xia Ruofei's Weibo post. The real name of lion that can attack the city was Ding Kai, and he was a programmer for Weibo. He was very excited when he saw Xia on Weibo. Ding Kai was not a hardcore fan, but if he had time, he would still watch football games, especially the national team's games. He would watch the national football team as much as he could. Although many people scolded the national football team, it represented China, after all. Many fans were sad about their misfortune and angry about their lack of competition, but at the same time, they could not help but want to watch the national football team's games. In fact, although Ding Kai was called up to work overtime before dawn, he saw that it was because of the hat trick of a Chinese player in La Liga that caused a large number of netizens to flood the Weibo platform and caused the jam. Moreover, the Chinese player was Xia Ruofei, who had been on the hot search several times on the Weibo platform. Therefore, although Ding Kai was tired from working while he was sick, he was in a very good mood. It could be said that he was tired and happy. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was going to give him the jersey that he had worn during the match last night, Ding Kai quickly sent Xia Ruofei an address and a private message. The jersey was too memorable. It was Xia Ruofei's first professional football game and the first hat trick of a Chinese player in La Liga. Furthermore, there would be signatures from the entire Spain first team above the ball, which would be even more memorable. After Xia Ruofei's Weibo post, the netizens liked it one after another. They thought that this was what a high-quality idol should do, even though Xia Ruofei had never admitted that he was an idol. After a while, the lion that can attack cities posted on Weibo. The content was, "I've already sent the address to President Xia, but I didn't expect President Xia to reply to me within seconds. I'm so touched. The Weibo post was attached with a screenshot of the lion that can attack the city's private message interface. Everyone could clearly see the conversation between Xia Ruofei and him. Of course, the detailed address was blurred out. The lion that can siege, Director Xia, my address is. In fact, I was just doing my job. It was a joke to complain on the internet. I didn't expect the netizens to stir up this matter. 2563 Hot Search Killer. 2. Xia Ruofei, smiley face no matter what, objectively speaking, it has indeed affected your work. I wanted to give you a ball for yesterday's game, but I only took one ball yesterday. It was a hat trick, so I'll keep the ball for myself. That's why I changed it to the jersey I wore yesterday. I hope you don't mind. City Siege Lion, President Xia, you're too kind. Why would I dislike it? I'm so happy that I'm going crazy. I can't express my excitement with words. Thank you, President Xia. Xia Ruofei replied, you're welcome, you're welcome. After the netizens saw the screenshot of the private message, they all praised Xia Ruofei for being approachable. Some of Xia Ruofei's fans liked to call him overbearing president. This somewhat vulgar nickname was also widely circulated. So, those who did not know Xia Ruofei well would subconsciously think that Xia Ruofei was a little cold and overbearing when they saw this nickname. This was a preconceived prejudice, and it was human nature. Xia Ruofei could not change it, and of course, he had no intention of changing it. He had never cared too much about what others thought of him. The private message that the lion that can siege had screenshotted changed many people's impression of Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei replied to the lion that can attack the city's private message, he stopped paying attention to Weibo. His Weibo would receive a large number of private messages, comments, likes, and mentions every day. If he looked at and dealt with every single one of them, he would not have anything else to do for the rest of the day. Xia Ruofei gave Jiang Shaochen a call and told him that he was going to give the jersey to the lion that can attack cities. He also sent the address to Jiang Shaochen and asked him to arrange for the staff to mail it back to China. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to head downstairs for breakfast, Feng Jing, who had stayed behind at the company headquarters, called. It should be around noon in China. To be precise, it should be around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Feng Jing had called at this time, so she must have calculated the time difference and knew that Xia Ruofei should have just woken up. Sister Che. Xia Ruofei answered the call with a smile. Are you Ruofei, you're good. Feng Rao chuckled. You became a big star overnight. Where? Where? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, he's just average. He's far from Messi's C-list. Feng Rao couldn't help but say, you're the most irresponsible boss I've ever seen. You don't usually appear in the company and run around all day. This time, you actually went to Spain to play a game? Don't tell me you're going to play professional football in the future. I won tea. Xia Ruofei quickly said, I'm thinking about our company. I'm just playing around, how can I stay here forever? You can play a hat trick by kicking. Feng Rao said, what? If you kick seriously? Naturally, I'll kill any god or Buddha that blocks my way. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, even if it's bar, I can break their goal. You've really gotten into character. Feng Jing pouted and said, don't forget that. You're still the head of Paradise Corporation and the backbone of everyone. Don't get so happy that you forget your home. How could that be? Xia Ruofei said, I'm going to return to China with Xue Jinshan and the others. I may help the Spanish play a few games in the future, but I definitely won't stay here for too long. That's good, Feng Jing heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei, her boss, really worried her to death. He usually did not do his job and did not care much about the company's business. What was more, he often disappeared. She was really worried that Xia Ruofei would be hot-headed and change his career to a professional player. Feng Rao continued, Ruofei, you don't say. After this match, you're almost the king of popularity. In the future, our company doesn't need to hire a spokesperson at all. You can just be the spokesperson for yourself, he. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and smiled. I'll feed myself a bag of salt? Aren't you afraid that I'll be struck to death? Feng Yu was stunned for a moment before he realized what Xia Ruofei meant. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm serious, Ruofei. Feng Rao continued. Your popularity right now is simply too explosive. If you don't make use of it, it would be a waste of God's gift. I have a preliminary idea. Can you organize a lucky draw event on your personal Weibo account and our company's official account? The prize would be your Espanyol jersey or the area around some other team. I think the Spanish clubs will design some of your exclusive peripheral products. The number 25 jersey is already on sale. The peripheral products should also be in the design phase. I think they will be released soon. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll leave it to you to make the arrangements. I have no objections. Anyway, Yanan and the others can also log into my Weibo account. As for the prizes, other than the jersey I wore last night, there are no problems with the rest. I'll just let the club know. I was just about to talk about that jersey. That jersey has a very high commemorative value. If it can be used as a grand prize, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Feng Ke said. I've already given this jersey away. Xia Ruofei said, it seems like Sister Ran doesn't care about me enough. I gave out this jersey on Weibo. After that, Xia Ruofei briefly told Feng Jing about the city attacking lion. Feng Rao's pretty face became slightly hot as she said, that's fine too. The publicity will be even better this way. I'm sure your Weibo account will gain a lot of fans this time. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Che, we don't have to worry about sales. Why are you so keen on online marketing? You don't know how expensive rice and firewood are. Feng Jing said coyly, right now, our products are in short supply, but the pharmaceutical factory's production scale will expand by several times soon. Don't we need to digest this production capacity? And what if we launch new products in the future? Having a big V account, the publicity effect is much better than spending money on advertisements. I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Yes. Sister Ran is far-sighted, I admire you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, anyway, we'll do as you planned. I have no objection. Also, I'll be back in 2 days, so let's talk face to face. Alright. Then we'll talk about it after you come back. Feng Rao said straightforwardly. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he changed into a set of casual sportswear and went downstairs for breakfast. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, many people had already remembered him after yesterday's match. There were even 2 fans asking for his autograph at the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Xia Ruofei didn't put on any airs. He immediately signed for them and agreed to take a picture with them. Feng Jing's style had always been swift and decisive. Under her arrangements, Xia Ruofei's personal account and the Peach Blossom Company's official account quickly displayed the lucky draw event. The condition to join the event was to follow the account and tag 2 friends. The prize was a set of number 25 Spanish home jersey. This series of actions had increased the number of fans on Peach Blossom Company's official Weibo. There was no need to mention Xia Ruofei's personal account. The number of fans had already exceeded 50 million. He was considered a very influential Big V on the Weibo platform. On Weibo's hot search list, Xia Ruofei's hat trick in La Liga was the most popular topic. Half a day had passed and it was still at the top of the hot search list. Xia Ruofei's heroic image seemed to be more popular with the netizens than those young and fresh meat. Under this topic was a certain popular young hunk who had almost no works, as well as a celebrity couple who had just announced their divorce. These people had more or less bought the hot search through different channels, but they did not expect the competition on the hot search list to be so fierce. They did not even see any hope of reaching the top, because the hot topic Xia Ruofei's hat trick in La Liga was still rising in a steep curve and did not seem to be declining at all. Hence, Xia Ruofei was given the nickname the Hot Search Killer. As long as she competed with him for the trending searches, even if he didn't spend a single cent and his competitors spent a lot of money to hire entertainment public relations companies to operate, the final result would still be Xia Ruofei's victory. 2564 High evaluation _1 The domestic sports media was also in high spirits. The headlines were exaggerated and full of praise for Xia Ruofei. Overnight, Xia Ruofei had become the savior of Chinese football. Some of the media had also edited out Xia Ruofei's every touch of the ball in the game, especially the 3 highly exciting goals. They did not miss any slow motion replay from any angle. This highlight reel was also very popular on the internet. Many fans watched it over and over again and felt that they could not get enough. The weakness of Chinese football made the Chinese fans' expectations for good players far exceed those of developed football countries. Previously, Wu Lei, who had come to play in La Liga with great difficulty, was jokingly called the hope of the whole village by the fans. Now, Xia Ruofei had appeared out of nowhere and his performance was even more eye-catching than Wu Lei. How could the fans suppress their excitement? There were even fans who formed groups and left messages under the official account of the Chinese Football Association, requesting for Xia Ruofei to join the Chinese national team and compete in the World Cup Asian qualifiers starting next year. In fact, the Chinese Football Association was also confused. Over the years, many of the actions of the Chinese Football Association had been criticized by people, such as the outsider leading the professionals, bureaucracy, administrative intervention, and so on. A large number of officials and referees had fallen in the anti-corruption campaign in the football world, which had directly brought Chinese football into the darkest decade. But this time, the Chinese Football Association's reaction was actually quite fast. However, they were completely unaware of the situation. Xia Ruofei was not a registered player of the Chinese Football Association. He was registered directly in Spain. Besides, Xia Ruofei was not even a person in the football circle. The Chinese Football Association did not even know how to contact Xia Ruofei. In the end, they found out that Xia Ruofei was actually a popular person on the Chinese internet. However, he had Nothing to do with football in the past. He even started a company, which could also be called an internet celebrity company. After seeking the opinion of the technical committee, the Chinese Football Association really had the idea of recruiting Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei had almost no interaction with the professional football circle. Secondly, he had no agent or anything. In addition, the Asian preliminaries would start in the second half of next year. Before that, the National Football Association did not have any major competition tasks, so they were not in a particularly urgent time. Hence, the Chinese Football Association tried to fax an official letter to Paradise Corporation, hoping to get in touch with Xia Ruofei's work. This was also a relatively cautious approach. After all, Xia Ruofei had only played one game, and there were no other game videos for reference. If he was directly recruited, it would be a bit of a show. However, the Peach Blossom Company didn't respond to this, and the Chinese Football Association couldn't do anything. In the face of the calls from the netizens and fans, they could only use their best tricks and pretend that they could not see it. No matter how many comments the netizens left, the Chinese Football Association did not reply. In fact, in addition to the Chinese sports media, the Spain media also made a large report on the originally ordinary La Liga. The match between Espanyol and Valencia was the first match in La Liga. The matches between Real Madrid, Barcelona, and other strong teams were held the next day, so everyone naturally focused on the exciting match. A goal-scoring battle. Winning against a stronger opponent, a super world wave, a genius who came out of the football desert. There were too many things to watch in this game. Sports Daily posted famous in one battle. As the title, the match was reported on the front page. The report was accompanied by a large picture of Xia Ruofei's back as he stood on the spot and shouted after he had blasted that wonderful half-turn high air shot. The number 25 on his jersey was very clear. Other than him, the rest of the background had been blurred out, making the back look even taller and more majestic. In the report, the Sports Daily wrote, "We've seen too many people in the world of football who became famous with one goal. We've seen too many geniuses, but I have to say that number 25 of Spain must be the most brilliant among the stars. This player from China conquered the fans with just one game. 3 goals, each one is worth savoring. Each one can still be talked about many years later. Each one is enough to be recorded in the history of football." The Maka News also used an entire page to report on the match. To be precise, it was a report on Xia Ruofei's amazing performance. The Maka newspaper even quoted the post-match interview. The Spanish manager, Rubi, said, "Xia Ruofei was the most talented player he had ever seen with the most accurate and stable footwork. His contribution to the team was unquestionable. He would be an important member of the team." Rubi was not stingy with his praise for the Chinese player, Wu Lei. He said, Wu Lei's speed of adapting to La Liga had exceeded his expectations. Compared to the previous game, Wu Lei's performance in this game was more calm and confident, which was what the entire team liked to see. Whether it was the process or the result, it was clear that the Spanish team's commander Rubi was quite satisfied. In contrast, the Valencia team's manager, Marcelino, seemed a little disappointed that the 3 points he had gotten had become 1 point, and then he could not even keep a draw. He had to accept the result of losing to the weak RCD Espanyol at home. Any manager would feel very disappointed. 2565 high evaluation _2. However, Mazzarino was still very gentlemanly. He did not hesitate to praise the two Chinese players of the Spanish team. There is no doubt that the two Chinese players on the other side dominated the game today. Number 24 is very intelligent. His running in the front field has caused us a lot of trouble. On the other hand, Sommer's performance on the 25th was even more phenomenal. It could be said that he had turned the team's defeat into victory with his own ability. If you want to ask me why we lost today, I only want to say one thing, that is, Spain has Xia, but we don't. Similarly, the Spanish players were full of praise for Xia Ruofei. For example, Xia Ruofei's fanboy, Mark Roca, said in an interview, "Mr. Xia is my idol. The effect of his arrival is immediate and can improve the strength of the Spanish team by a large margin." There were also the Spanish team's main center forward, Iglesia, Captain Lopez, main center back, Naldo, and others. They all gave high praise to Xia Ruofei's performance in front of the reporters. In addition to the fact that Xia Ruofei was a shareholder of the club, it was more because he had completely conquered the hearts of the fans and teammates with one game. The players also expressed enough goodwill to Wu Lei, who was also from China. They all said that because of the language barrier, they did not communicate much with Wu Lei, but they could feel that Wu Lei was a very good person. Everyone was getting more and more tacit during training. When everyone saw a Chinese billboard or poster, Wu Lei would teach everyone the Chinese pronunciation of the advertisement, and now many players on the team had learned a few simple Chinese words. In short, the atmosphere within the Spanish team could be said to be harmonious. Of course, there were also those who did not welcome Wu Lei's arrival, such as Melando and Puado, who were produced by the Spain youth training. Puado had been brought off the field early on because of his poor performance, but Wu Lei, who replaced him, had a wonderful performance. He was already biased against Chinese players, which made him even more upset. Even though Metatron did not say it, he did look down on Wu Lei. Melando was a little clingy on the field. Often, when the football was in his phase, the rhythm would slow down, and he rarely passed the ball to Wu Lei. However, his performance in the last game was terrible, especially in the second half, when he was almost invisible. Their terrible performance clearly served as a foil to Xia Ruofei and Wu Lei's outstanding performance. How could they feel comfortable? However, with this kind of dissatisfaction, they naturally would not accept the media's interview. Even if they were asked questions about Wu Lei and Xia Ruofei, they did not dare to publicly express their dissatisfaction. Otherwise, it would destroy the stability of the locker room. The two of them were just young players. Their weight was too light. Moreover, Xia Ruofei was a shareholder of the club. Even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to publicly express it. In addition to reporting on the post-match interviews, Marca also interviewed the managers of the other La Liga teams and famous football stars, asking them to make their comments on Xia Ruofei. Real Madrid's manager, Zidane, said, "After yesterday's game, a lot of people called me and asked me to see Xia's goal. There were also a lot of people like you who wanted me to evaluate the goal. What I want to say is that there are no two completely identical leaves in the world, and the same is true for the world of football. It is because of the infinite possibilities that football has such a great charm that attracts us. Indeed, Xiao's wonderful world wave was similar to my goal in the past, but it was also unique. If I had to make a comparison between the two goals, I even think Xiao's goal was more brilliant." After giving Xia Ruofei's half, turn and mid-air shot, which was a copy of the heavenly fairy, a very high evaluation. Zidane also gave Xia Ruofei a further evaluation. He said, short-lived? No, no, no. I don't think so. In fact, I spent more than an hour today watching the entire video of that game. From the moment Xia was brought on. From a head coach's point of view, Xia's wonderful play was not just in those 3 goals. His every touch of the ball was very reasonable, his vision was very wide, and his physical fitness was stronger than most players. I think he is an extremely good player and can play the role of B2B's midfield commander. He played a very important and decisive role in both the offense and defense of the team. In the next season, Spain's opponents will have a headache. Of course, this also includes our Real Madrid team. Zidane's evaluation of Xia Ruofei was quite high, even beyond many people's expectations. After all, Xia Ruofei had only played in 1 game and he was a substitute. Even though he had an extremely outstanding performance, many people still held a judgmental attitude. In history, there were many players who had performed very well in a few games or even a season, but quickly faded away. Xia Ruofei's performance in only 1 game, no matter how good he was not rare. After all, it was not that convincing. However, Zidane was a legendary star player who had been very successful as a player and had a very high starting point as a manager. His observation perspective was naturally different from that of ordinary people. As he had said himself, after he had carefully analyzed Xia Ruofei's game, he had seen many things that ordinary fans and even coaches could not see. That was why he had made such a judgment. 2566 high evaluation _3. In addition to Zidane, Marca also interviewed the managers of several other La Liga teams and some well-known star players. They were also full of praise for Xia Ruofei, especially those 3 goals, which were repeatedly mentioned. Barça's manager, Valdeverte, even publicly said, a good player like Xia should have a bigger stage, such as no Capu. Of course, the authenticity of the Barcelona manager's offer of an olive branch to Xia Ruofei was still open to discussion. As the Spanish's arch enemy in the same city, Barça naturally did not mind disgusting the Spanish team. If they could shake the morale of the other side, it would naturally be better. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that Barcelona was really interested in Xia Ruofei. After all, any professional manager would be amazed by Xia Ruofei's strength after a careful analysis of that game. In the face of Barcelona's head coach, Valverde's open poaching, Rubi was very calm. He said, I think Mr. Valverde must not have woken up. A Spaniard joining Barça, eh? He must be telling a cold jokes. Besides, Mr. Xia Ruofei is not for sale in the Spanish team. He is. Now, he will be, and he will always be. Rubi's response was quite firm. Of course, this was a normal attitude as a mortal enemy of the same city. However, regardless of Rubi, or the other players of Espanyol, they intentionally or unintentionally avoided a question in the interview. Xia Ruofei could not play for Espanyol for the entire season. At most, he could come over to support in some key games. From now to the end of the season, it was estimated that he would only play 3 or 4 games at most. It would not be appropriate to play more. After all, Xia Ruofei was mostly in China. Every time he played for the Spaniards, he had to fly a long distance across Eurasia. Moreover, he was a shareholder of the club. Who would dare to let the boss travel back and forth like this? It was just that Rubi and the others deliberately didn't mention this matter, which was a little interesting. In the next few rounds, Spain's opponents would spend a lot of effort studying Xia Ruofei and setting up targeted defensive tactics. Ruby had even planned to put Xia Ruofei on the list as a smokescreen. There were 23 people on the list, and only 14 people could actually fight. It did not matter if one person was missing. On the other hand, the Spanish team's opponents only found out that Xia Ruofei was not in the starting list when the game was about to start. He did not even come to the field. The expressions on their faces must have been very interesting. The key was that many of the tactics he had laid out before were useless. It was like a boxer who had accumulated enough strength to punch out, only to find that the opponent had suddenly disappeared. This punch hit the air, and it was easy to hurt himself. This was the case for these teams. When the time came to adjust the tactics at the last minute, to what extent could the players implement it? Would there be any loopholes in their coordination? These were all very possible. This was the part that Xia Ruofei could still play for the team even if he did not play in the game. Xia Ruofei didn't care about the troubles in La Liga. On the second day after the competition, he had already boarded Paradise's private plane and was ready to fly back to China. On the same plane as him were, of course, Xue Jinshan and the other employees of the Paradise Company. In addition, there was one more unlucky employee who needed to take a commercial flight back to China. Zhou Leiyun had also decided to return to China, and he hoped to hitch a ride. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not refuse, so he could only ask Xue Jinshan and the others to choose another unlucky person to change to a civil flight. On Sunday afternoon, local time, the Peach Origin took off from Barcelona Airport and flew east. 2567 Xia Ruofei's Small Fortune. 1. The return trip was almost the same as the return trip. Even though the Peach Source had no problem flying directly to Sanshan at full fuel, Captain Lewin still arranged Dubai Airport as a transit point for safety considerations. They would land in Dubai to refuel before continuing their flight to Sanshan. After about 11 hours of long-distance flight, Paradise smoothly landed on the runway of Sanshan Chongping International Airport. Initially, Xia Ruofei had wanted to arrange for the crew to rest at the Three Mountains for a short while. After refueling, they would continue to send Zhou Leiyun to Beijing. However, Zhou Leiyun declined politely. He had already asked Glory World Corporation's Southeast branch to arrange a business charter flight for him in advance. He could board the plane as soon as he got off Paradise and fly directly to Beijing. In fact, Zhou Leiyun had also traveled to Spain in a private jet. With his status and wealth, he would often travel in a team of more than 10 people, so it was more convenient to take a private jet. However, he wanted to maintain a close relationship with Xia Ruofei, so he came here to fly. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's flight crew had just made a long-distance flight of more than 10 hours. He would feel bad if he had to use this flight crew to escort him to the capital. Although he had come to the Three Mountains alone and his team had taken his private jet back to the capital, Glory World Group's Southeast branch had already made arrangements and rented a Pombadi public jet from the navigation company in the Three Mountains to protect him. The facts proved how important it was to cater to his interests. Zhou Leiyun did not have to pay much for Xia Ruofei to become a shareholder of RCD Español. In fact, he had made a profit. He had invested in football clubs for advertising benefits, not to make money. The number of shares did not matter as long as it did not affect his decision-making power in the club. Although he had thinned his shares by nearly half, his voting rights at the shareholders' meeting had not changed. He was also the club chairman. And what he got in return was an additional advantage. Xia Ruofei's joining of the RCD Español club was beyond his expectations, but the effect was surprisingly good. It was no exaggeration to say that the away game against Valencia on Saturday had raised the Spaniards' popularity in China to a peak. Xia Ruofei's hat trick and the 3 more brilliant goals that made up the hat trick had dominated the Weibo hot search list for 2 days. Now, the whole country, whether they knew how to play or not, was talking about Xia Ruofei. In the past, only a few fans knew about the Spanish clubs. Now, even some old men and women would talk about Glory World Corporation investing in a club in the Spanish league, one after their spare time. It was awesome. Although they did not know the status of La Liga in the world of football, it did not stop them from talking about it. When the popularity of an event reached a certain level, it was not limited to the vertical. The peach origin arrived at the 3 mountains at about 6 am on a Monday in China. There were only a few hours left before the opening of the Chinese stock market. Many experts had analyzed yesterday that the share price of the provincial group would take advantage of this extremely positive east wind and usher in a wave of sharp rises. Glory World Corporation was huge. Every little increase in the share price meant that Zhou Leiyun's net worth would increase by a large margin. This was much better than how many members, jerseys, and merchandise a football club could sell. In some sense, Xia Ruofei's joining of the Spanish club was like a stroke of genius. It had a much greater impact than the previous introduction of Wu Lei. All of this was because Zhou Leiyun had invited Xia Ruofei to invest in the football club. If Xia Ruofei did not happen to like football, if Zhou Leiyun did not try and grab this opportunity, how could there be such a good situation today? This was only in terms of economic benefits. What Zhou Leiyun valued more was that this investment had allowed him and Xia Ruofei to form an alliance in a sense. From the time when Zhou Yuan had offended Xia Ruofei, it had caused a rift between the two of them. Now, not only had the grudges disappeared, but their relationship had also become so close. Only Zhou Leiyun himself knew how hard it was to achieve this. To be able to form a close alliance with Xia Ruofei was Zhou Leiyun's greatest gain. Zhou Leiyun's smile was still on his face even after he boarded the Pombadi public jet flying to the capital. He was in a very good mood. Xia Ruofei, Shui Jinshan, and the other employees left the airport on the coaster arranged by the company. The car first arrived at the Jiangbin Villa district and sent Xia Ruofei home. As the company's chairman, it was only natural for him to enjoy this little privilege. In fact, if it were another boss, they would definitely arrange a special car instead of taking the shuttle bus with the employees. Xia Ruofei did not let the car enter the neighborhood. The morning air was fresh. He chose to get off at the entrance of the neighborhood and walked in. The environment in such a good villa district in the city was naturally very good. Xia Ruofei dragged his small suitcase and walked along the road of the community. He sniffed the fragrance of the grass and trees, feeling relaxed and happy. At the same time, he also felt a little sad about Xiuxiu. Not long ago, he had lived in a small rental house in the shanty town with a terminal illness, and his entire life was dark. But now, everything had changed. He had achieved financial freedom. Not only did he have a big house to live in, but he even had a private jet when he traveled. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. 2568 Xia Ruofei's small fortune, too, And all of this was brought to him by the magical spirit map space. When they passed by Feng Jing's little terrace, Xia Ruofei looked up and saw that there were already a few clothes hanging on the balcony. It seemed that Feng Jing had moved in. However, Feng Jing must have left for the office by now. Xia Ruofei did not stop and continued to walk in the direction of his villa. After a while, Xia Ruofei returned home. When he pushed open the door to the courtyard, he keenly discovered that there was someone in his house. However, his nerves only tensed up for a moment before they relaxed again. This was because he could already sense that the person in his house was Ling Qingxue. At this moment, Ling Qingxue was busy in the kitchen. A warm smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face and he couldn't help but walk faster. He quietly opened the door and walked into the villa. He gently leaned the suitcase against the front door cabinet and then tiptoed to the kitchen next door. Ling Qingxue was humming a song as she fried an egg in the kitchen. She was in a good mood. In reality, Ling Qingxue did not inherit Ling Xiaoyan's cooking skills at all. When she first met Xia Ruofei had never let her cook again after he had tried her cooking once because it was too unpalatable. Today, Ling Qingxue had come over early to prepare breakfast. Naturally, it was because she had found out last night that Xia Ruofei would be returning home today. She had even specially reported it to Ling Xiaotian and asked for half a day's leave. Usually, the company would have a regular meeting on Monday morning. It was simply unimaginable for her to take leave at this time. Ling Qingxue still looked a little unfamiliar when she was frying the eggs. However, she was wearing an apron and her face was filled with a sincere smile, which warmed Xia Ruofei's heart. With his cultivation level, it would be too easy for Ling Qingxue to not notice him. Xia Ruofei went behind Ling Qingxue, but she still didn't notice. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but gently put his arms around Ling Qingxue's waist. At that moment, Ling Qingxue realized that there was someone behind her. Her body stiffened, but she quickly relaxed when she smelled the familiar scent on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei gently leaned his head on Ling Qingxue's shoulder, greedily smelling the fragrance of her hair. He said softly, "Wife, I'm back." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "You're so annoying. You didn't even make a sound when you walked, you scared me to death." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're already at refined Qi level 4. Normal gangsters can't beat you. What's there to be afraid of?" Ling Qingxue gently leaned into Xia Ruofei's arms and chuckled. "But there's a big hooligan who's already at refined Qi level 9. I can't beat him. What do we do?" Xia Ruofei blew into Ling Qingxue's ear and said, "What else can we do? I can only give in to him." Ling Qingxue struggled out of Xia Ruofei's arms, embarrassed and annoyed. She blushed and said, "How annoying." At this moment, a burnt smell came from the pan, and Ling Qingxue finally came back to her senses. She turned off the fire in a hurry and said, "It's all your fault. The eggs are all fried." Xia Ruofei took a look and said with a smile, "It's fine, I don't want this egg. Also, wife, leave this kind of rough work to me. You go rest in the living room. I was going to make you breakfast." Ling Qingxue pouted. Xia Ruofei saw that there were already 2 fried eggs on his plate. The price was just a little off. He smiled and said, "How about this? I'll eat these 2 eggs, and I'll fry 2 more for you. Can I?" "All right then," Ling Qingxue nodded. With that, she took off the apron and solemnly put it on Xia Ruofei. She said sternly, Comrade Xia Ruofei, I'll leave this glorious post to you. Xia Ruofei also stood at attention and said, yes. Don't worry, I'll complete the mission. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. She blushed and kissed Xia Ruofei on the cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, she giggled and left the kitchen. Xia Ruofei touched his face and smiled. He quickly got to work in the kitchen. First, he threw away the half-burnt fried egg, then washed the pot several times, poured in the vegetable oil again, and picked up an egg. Xia Ruofei skillfully cracked the egg on the edge of the pot and then broke the shell. After a short while, 2 fried eggs were ready. Compared to the mixture of the egg white and egg yolk that Ling Qingxue had just fried, these 2 fried eggs were simply a piece of art. They were almost perfectly round, with a thin layer of egg white wrapped around the entire egg yolk. Some chopped green onions were sprinkled on top of it, and just looking at it was appetizing. Then, Xia Ruofei opened the refrigerator and saw that it was full of ingredients. It was obvious that Ling Qingxue had bought them yesterday. He could not help but feel warm inside. Xia Ruofei took out some bread and baked a few pieces. Then, he heated up 2 glasses of milk. Soon, 2 exquisite breakfasts were ready. Xia Ruofei brought the breakfast to the restaurant next door and smiled. My wife. Wash your hands and come over for breakfast. They're coming. Ling Qingxue soon arrived at the dining room. She looked at the breakfast on the table. The 2 eggs she had fried looked a little out of place, as if 2 piles of cow dung had suddenly appeared in an exquisite garden. Ling Qingxue imagined this scene. Then, she thought of how Xia Ruofei had to eat these 2 cow dung and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not know what Ling Qingxue was thinking. He looked at Ling Qingxue in confusion and smiled. What are you laughing at? Quickly sit down and eat. I just baked this bread, and this milk. I specially took skimmed pure milk. You can drink it without worry, you definitely won't get fat. Oh, I made these 2 fried eggs. Try them. Xia Ruofei said again. Then, he brought the 2 eggs that Ling Qingxue had fried in front of him and said, these 2 are mine. I'm so happy just thinking about it. Ling Qingxue looked at the fried egg in front of her and then at the cow dung in front of Xia Ruofei. She felt bad and said hesitantly, why don't we switch? Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Ruofei covered the plate in front of him and said, no. No. His wife made it herself, and he wouldn't exchange it for anything. Don't even think about it. Although Ling Qingxue knew that Xia Ruofei was exaggerating on purpose, she still felt warm in her heart. She chuckled and said, don't blame me if it's not good. How can it not taste good? Xia Ruofei said, there's a wife's love in this. It's too mushy. Even I can't take it anymore. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but blush. Eat. Eat it. I won't snatch it from you. Xia Ruofei chuckled, picked up a fried egg, and took a big bite. He had already mentally prepared himself for the worst, so when he ate it, he was a little surprised. Although the ying didn't look too good, at least it was edible. It was just that the heat was too old, and the egg yolk was all solid. Also, Ling Qingxue probably didn't know that salt was needed to fry eggs, so the taste was quite light. However, Xia Ruofei did not show it. Instead, he gobbled down the entire fried egg in big mouthfuls. Then, he gave Ling Qingxue a thumbs up and said, my wife. The taste was very good. Your cooking skills have improved a lot. Ling Qingxue asked in disbelief, really? You're not saying this to comfort me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Xia Ruofei said, it's really delicious. With that, Xia Ruofei immediately picked up another fried egg and finished it in no time. He did not even give Ling Qingxue a chance to try it. Seeing Xia Ruofei's face of enjoyment, Ling Qingxue mumbled doubtfully, really? I don't even have confidence in myself. Then, she picked up Xia Ruofei's fried egg and took a bite. The egg yolk slowly flowed out, and a fragrant smell filled the air. Xia Ruofei's fried eggs were really delicious. The two of them chatted casually as they ate breakfast, and the air was filled with happiness. Haruki Murakami's words were very appropriate for a small but accurate happiness and satisfaction. Two people in love, preparing breakfast together, leisurely enjoying the food prepared by each other, and chatting about topics that would never end. Sometimes, happiness was really that simple. 2569 Busy and Busy. 1. During breakfast, Xia Ruofei found out that Ling Qingxue had taken leave today and did not have to go to work the entire morning. So after the two finished eating, they didn't need to talk. Just a look. Xia Ruofei's phone, which he had casually thrown on the desk, rang. Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power and turned off the power on his phone. The disturbing ringing stopped abruptly. After the two of them took a hot bath, Xia Ruofei wrapped himself in a bathrobe and walked to the desk. He picked up his phone and turned it on. Soon, a string of text message notifications came from the phone. There were many people who called him. Yingying's match on Saturday had started at about 3 a.m. Chinese time on Sunday. By the time it ended, it was almost dawn. After a day of brewing, this matter had formed a huge impact on the internet. Xia Ruofei had turned off his phone during the 10-hour flight. It was almost Monday, so all the calls for him were concentrated at this time. Xia Ruofei glanced around and saw that it was a call from his company's director's assistant, Qin Yanan, Zhao Yongjun, Song Rui, his friends, Tang Etian in Australia, and Tang He in the United States. He even saw the eldest son of the Liu family, Liu Chuanfeng. Xia Ruofei naturally put Liu Chuanfeng's call as the last priority. He muttered to himself for a moment before calling Qin Yanan back. Qin Yanan must be looking for him for work. He had already been free for more than half a month, and now that he was back at the Three Mountains, he naturally had to put work first. Xia Ruofei heard a ring on the other end, and Qin Yanan quickly picked up. Chairman, I hope I didn't disturb you just now. Xia Ruofei immediately knew that the call was from Qin Yanan. If it was someone else, he would have turned off his phone and would not have asked if it was a bother. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed and said, I was just about to answer the phone. My phone ran out of battery, and I couldn't find the charger. Yanan? What's the matter? Xia Ruofei's explanation was very reasonable. When the phone was ringing, he would press the power button for a long time. The effect was the same as pulling out the battery of old phones, so Qin Yanan naturally didn't think too much about it. Chairman, I have a few things to report to you, she said. The first thing is that the company received a fax official letter from the Chinese Football Association yesterday. They want to meet you, mainly to discuss the possibility of you joining the Chinese men's football team in the future. When she said this, Qin Yanan still had a strange feeling. When she saw the overwhelming news on the internet yesterday, she was really shocked. She didn't expect her boss to have this skill. He was simply a superstar who was delayed by his business. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Did they fax it over? Also, didn't you make any phone calls?" "I haven't received any yet." Qin Yanan said, "They directly fax it to the fax machine that our company announces to the public. That fax machine receives it automatically. I've asked around, but I didn't receive any calls." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shake his head. The contact information that the Paradise Company had announced to the public included the company's fax number, phone number, and so on. These were all managed by professionals, and the Chinese Football Association only needed to go to the Paradise Company's official website to inquire about it. In fact, they must have used this method to inquire, but they just sent a cold official letter. Were they waiting for the Paradise Corporation to contact them? He really did act like an official. They were probably already used to this mode. As the boss of the industry, who would dare to not reply? However, the Paradise Corporation was not a football club in the domestic league, and the Chinese Football Association had no jurisdiction over the Paradise Corporation. Why should they spoil their bad habits? Xia Ruofei said directly, "Then let's just pretend that this never happened. If the other party calls, try to delay it. I won't agree, but I won't reject either." Xia Ruofei was more cautious about this matter. He knew that the domestic football circle was very deep. Besides, he could not reject it immediately. Otherwise, if he left evidence, he would be accused of refusing to play for the country. It would be a little disgusting. Therefore, since the Chinese Football Association did not pay much attention, he would just play dumb at this stage. Qin Yanan immediately understood and said, "I know what to do, Chairman." There was one more thing. Director Shui had received a request for instructions. Considering that they had just taken over the pharmaceutical group, the equipment installation, debugging, and personnel training were currently being carried out in full swing. They felt that it was best to follow the principle of purchasing nearby raw materials and sign a supply and marketing contract with the surrounding villagers in advance. President Feng agreed to their proposal in principle and asked me to ask you for instructions. Didn't Kanayama just fly back from Spain with us? Xia Ruofei laughed. How come you've already sent me a request for instructions? It's probably the other leaders of the pharmaceutical factory. This request was already sent to the company headquarters yesterday. You were still on the plane at the time. Qin Yanan said with a smile. Xia Ruofei did not find this strange. Communication was so advanced now. Even if Shui Jinshan was overseas, it was easy to control remotely. Moreover, with Shui Jinshan's personality, it was unrealistic to ask him to completely ignore his work while he was abroad for a week. 2570 busy, too, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Sure. However, I must remind them that the scale of this purchase doesn't need to be too large. I still have other supply channels, so there's no need to worry about the problem of raw materials in the future." Now, there were already hundreds of people working for Xia Ruofei in the spirit map space. The speed of opening up the herb garden was also very fast. Moreover, the large herb garden was used to grow the herbs needed for the heart-nourishing soup and jaded skin cream. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if they didn't rely on purchasing at all, the vast mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space would have enough medicinal herbs to supply the needs of the pharmaceutical factory. Because the environment in the space was really too unique, the medicinal herbs that were planted would grow rapidly. And they didn't need much maintenance. One person could manage a large medicinal garden. I understand. I'll report your opinion to Chief Feng and send the approval to the pharmaceutical factory as soon as possible. Qin Yanan said. Yanan, if there's nothing important, wait for me to come to the company. Xia Ruofei said, I'm taking a day off today. I'll probably go over tomorrow. All right, Chairman. I won't disturb you any longer. Qin Yanan said. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei called back his elders and friends one by one. Everyone was shocked by the news yesterday, so they couldn't help but call to ask about the situation. Xia Ruofei's explanation to everyone was similar. He had liked to play football since he was young. This time, he had bought a certain percentage of the Spanish club's shares and simply registered it with the Spanish Football Association. It was purely for fun, and it could be considered as fulfilling his football dream when he was a student. As for his performance in the game on Saturday, Xia Ruofei laughed and said that he was lucky. He also said that his focus was still in China and would not really play in the professional league. 1 hour passed by after the phone calls. Xia Ruofei smiled at Ling Qingxue, who was watching dramas on her iPad and said, Wife, look at how popular we are. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, Look at you. If you didn't play a game, who would call you for no reason? As if he was trying to anger Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei's phone rang again. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, glanced at Xia Ruofei unhappily. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and looked at the iPad again. Xia Ruofei glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Chuanfeng. He had returned a few calls, but he had forgotten to return Lu Chuanfeng's call. Since the other party had already called, Xia Ruofei did not pick up. He waited for a few seconds before he swiped the answer button and said calmly, I'm sorry. My phone was on silent just now, so I didn't pick up your call. On the other end of the phone, Lu Chuanfeng laughed and said, It doesn't matter. It didn't matter. I know that Mr. Xia is very busy, and I'm embarrassed to disturb you. Is there something you need me for? Xia Ruofei asked directly. Mr. Xia, I would like to ask, when will you return to the capital? I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude, Lu Chuanfeng said. In addition, my father's medicine is also fast. The last time Xia Ruofei left the capital, he had left enough pills for old Master Lu to eat for a month. Now, he had used up more than half of them. After seeing the news about Xia Ruofei yesterday, Lu Chuanfeng was a little scared. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei would really settle down in Spain. What would happen to old man Lu's illness? During this period of time, old man Lu had been taking the pills every day, and his body was getting better day by day. However, Xia Ruofei controlled the dosage very well. Although elder Lu's condition had improved, he still had a long way to go before he could fully recover. If it was in the past, they would have already prayed to the heavens if they could stop her condition from worsening. But now, he could see the hope of recovery, although the speed of recovery was a little slow. Lu Chuanfeng was starting to get a little greedy again. Besides, he was more worried that if Xia Ruofei really did not come back, his father's condition would worsen if he did not get a timely supplement after he finished the batch of pills. If Xia Ruofei were to stay in Spain, they would not be able to do anything to him. That was why Lu Chuanfeng couldn't wait to get in touch with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, I've counted the days. Elder Lu's medicine should be able to last for at least half a month. You didn't give him an overdose, did you? I've told you before that you can't take too much of this medicine. No, I didn't. I don't have any. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, we gave it to my father according to your medical advice. There are only 14 pills left. Mr. Xia, we're not sure if you'll be able to take care of things in Beijing, so we hope that you'll be able to stay here. Of course, this is only a request from the Lu family. We will not interfere with your personal freedom. If you have some unfinished business, you can take care of it first. We are not in a hurry. Xia Ruofei remained calm and said, I know. Please tell Elder Lu not to worry and that he can rest at home. Since I've already promised him, I definitely won't go back on my word. I understand, I understand, I understand. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, of course we trust you, Mr. Xia. It's just that the pills are getting less and less. And I'm worried that once we stop taking them, my father's condition will worsen. That's why I took the liberty to disturb you, Mr. Xia. I hope you don't mind. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei said, that's not necessary. If there's anything, let's communicate immediately. If there's anything wrong with Elder Lu's body, please contact me immediately. I'll rush over as fast as I can. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng said. After hanging up the call with Lu Chuanfeng, Xia Ruofei threw his phone on the bed and sprawled on it. The world is finally peaceful. The two of them stayed in bed until it was almost noon before they got up. As usual, Xia Ruofei cooked personally. The two of them had lunch together and after the meal, they worked together to wash the dishes. Nowadays, the company's lunch breaks from 9 to 5 in the morning weren't very long. It was basically just enough for the employees to order takeaway and have a meal. At most, they would just lie on the table and take a short nap before getting up to work. Hence, Ling Qingxue did not stay at Xia Ruofei's place after she finished eating. She politely declined Xia Ruofei's suggestion to let her rest for a while. She smiled and kissed Xia Ruofei on the cheek. Be good. Have a good rest at home in the afternoon. I'll come back to accompany you in the evening after work. You're treating me like a child, Xia Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yup. Ling Qingxue smiled. Why don't you call me Mom? Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said in a childish voice, Mother. I want to drink Granny. Ling Qingxue's face immediately turned red. She pouted and said, the milk is in the fridge, take it yourself. After she finished speaking, she ran away from Xia Ruofei's laughter. After Ling Qingxue left, Xia Ruofei went straight to the bedroom upstairs. After locking the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, he took out the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the medium with a thought. 2571, challenging the jade pillar array again. 1. Xia Ruofei had been staying in a hotel in Spain and it was not convenient for him to enter the spirit map space. That was why he had not taken out the spirit map scroll for more than half a month. This was probably the first time he had not entered the space after such a long time since he had obtained the magical scroll. Of course, even though Xia Ruofei did not enter the space in person, he had been using his mind to sense the situation in the space and communicate with Xia Qing. It might have been fine before, but now there were hundreds of people working for free in the space. If there were too many people, it would be easy for problems to arise. So even if Xia Ruofei had absolute control over the space, he would not let his guard down. He had directly appeared in the mountain and sea realm. The time in the spirit map space was roughly the same as that of the outside world in China. Hence, when Xia Ruofei arrived at the mountain sea realm, the free laborers had just finished Their short lunch break. Xia Ruofei was able to see the bustling scene of work. Xia Qing came to Xia Ruofei at once, bowed slightly, and called out respectfully, "Master, you're here." Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Have these guys stopped?" "All of them are very obedient," Xia Qing said, "especially after seeing Master's immortal means, they all became honest." During this period, the point system has been getting better and better. These people are now desperately performing, hoping to exchange for more points. Xia Ruofei looked at the back view of the high-spirited people heading to various workplace and smiled. "That's good. I just took a look, and with this batch of manpower, the development speed of the Mountain Sea realm has clearly increased by a lot." The most obvious change was in the medicine garden. At first, there was only about 15 mu of land in the medicine garden, and this was the result of Xia Qing's continuous development. In just over half a month, the area of the medicine garden in the spatial space had already expanded to nearly 100 mu, and it was still expanding at a very fast speed. After the various upgrades, the area of the mountain and sea realm was extremely vast. Even though the development speed had accelerated a lot, in reality, the land that had been developed only took up a small portion. Of course, the rapid expansion of the herb garden was also due to Xia Ruofei's special instructions. Hence, Xia Qing's focus was on the herb garden. Xia Ruofei also considered that the pharmaceutical factory was expanding too fast, and the demand for raw materials would increase in the future. So, it was considered a rainy day. Xia Ruofei patrolled around the mountain sea realm and saw the mercenaries working in full swing. He couldn't help but think of Lu Chunfeng, who had been locked up in the spatial space a while ago. This guy was the first cultivator he had captured, and he was now under his control with his soul seal. Ever since Xia Ruofei released Lu Chunfeng from the Three Mountains and asked him to return to the sect, there had been no news of him. However, Xia Ruofei could still sense Lu Chunfeng's approximate location through the soul seal. Lu Chunfeng had been controlled by the soul seal, so there was no doubt about his loyalty. Now that the soul seal was fine, it meant that he was very safe, so Xia Ruofei was not too worried. Using the soul seal to control Lu Chunfeng was also a precautionary move. If there was any conflict with the cultivation world on Earth in the future, Lu Chunfeng, as a spy, might be able to play an unexpected role. After Xia Ruofei made a round, his figure flashed and he went to the Archean realm. Today, he wanted to challenge the Jade Pillar Array on the first level of the Exquisite Pagoda. According to the rules of the Linglong Tower, he would have 3 chances to challenge the Jade Stake Array every 7 days. He had been in Spain for more than half a month, so he had already wasted 3 chances. After Xia Ruofei arrived at the Archean realm, he did not enter the Linglong Pagoda that was located in the middle of the pond. This was because he had already experienced the power of the Jade Pillar Array. He knew that even if he had improved by barging in like this, he would still be far from completely passing the level. Moreover, Xia Qing had told him that this jade pillar formation was mainly used to cultivate movement techniques. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to first practice the floating steps movement technique he had obtained from the heavenward jade talisman in the primal realm. The time flow here was 30 times slower than the outside world. Xia Ruofei could practice his martial arts movements very calmly. He stood quietly in the open space beside the pool, slowly adjusting his condition to the best state, and then began to practice according to the essentials of the floating steps. The name of this movement technique sounded a bit similar to the qigong in wuxiao legends, but in fact, there was a huge difference. This was a movement technique used by cultivators in the true sense. It was much more advanced than the so-called qigong. To use the floating steps, one had to combine both true qi and mental energy. When using the movement technique, one's true qi had to circulate according to the specific route of the movement technique. At the same time, it also required the cooperation of mental energy. It could be said to be quite complicated. This meant that once a cultivator's mental power reached a certain level, their brain development would be far greater than that of an ordinary person. If it was an ordinary person, just memorizing the essentials of these movement techniques would be extremely difficult. Moreover, the practice of body movement was always in a state of motion. While performing body movement, one must precisely control true qi and mental power, which was impossible for ordinary people. The current Xia Ruofei could only barely perform it. To really perform it at will, one must go through countless practices to form muscle memory. To be precise, it should form a subconscious reaction because this set of movement technique required more than just muscles. 2572 Challenging the Jade Pillar Formation again. 2. Xia Ruofei's mind moved, and his essential qi immediately circulated slowly according to the path of the floating steps. At the same time, he took a step forward to the right. Xia Ruofei's figure kept moving around on the empty space beside the pool. His speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It looked like his movements were a little clumsy, and there was no sense of beauty to speak of. Only Xia Ruofei himself knew that he could not even perform the entire set of body movement once. Every time, he would be stuck at a certain point. If it were in a real battle, just this one point would basically determine the fate of defeat. However, Xia Ruofei was not discouraged. He knew that this was a necessary process. Although the techniques he had obtained from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance were directly imprinted in his mind, and even some of his cultivation experience would be instilled into his brain, this only allowed Xia Ruofei to have a deeper understanding of this set of movement techniques than ordinary people who had just come into contact with it. To truly master the floating lotus steps, he still needed to practice it day after day. Xia Ruofei's starting point was already higher than most people because he could skip the learning process and directly start practicing based on the rich experience in his mind. Besides, Xia Ruofei could also feel his own improvement. He had used the floating duckweed steps a total of 3 times. Although he would get stuck each time due to various reasons and was unable to smoothly complete it, he would gain some comprehension after each time. In fact, his gains were not small. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei had been cultivating at the Archean realm for 3 days and 3 nights. His figure had started off clumsy, but now it was starting to become erratic, and his movements seemed to be much smoother. In these 3 days and 3 nights, Xia Ruofei had spent most of his time practicing this movement technique. The total amount of sleep he had was less than 6 hours. To be honest, this training process was quite boring. However, Xia Ruofei had always been a person who could endure loneliness. When he was in the army, he could lie in a smelly puddle for more than 10 hours during undercover training. Even if he was bitten by mosquitoes or smelled bad, he could not move. In comparison, how boring could this kind of training be? Moreover, he could feel his own improvement every time he practiced. Under the motivation of this sense of achievement, he actually didn't feel that bored. In these 3 days and 3 nights, Xia Ruofei had practiced his body movement technique more than 600 times. From the beginning, He had made a lot of mistakes. Now, he could perform his martial arts well by relying on his subconscious reactions. Only Xia Ruofei knew how difficult it was. Of course, Xia Ruofei also clearly realized that he was still a long way from mastering his body movement technique. It was just that he was unable to make any progress. In his last few practices, Xia Ruofei knew that he had reached a bottleneck. Xia Ruofei was experienced in facing a bottleneck. He knew that he couldn't be too stubborn in times like this. Under such circumstances, even if he practiced 100 times or 1,000 times, the bottleneck would still be there and there wouldn't be any changes. Some people would even be shaken by the intensity of the practice. It seems like it's time, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Since he had reached a bottleneck, Xia Ruofei did not force himself to continue cultivating. He was ready to go to the jade pillar array in the Linglong Pagoda to see if he could find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. At the same time, he could also test the results of his 3 days and 3 nights of cultivation. Hence, Xia Ruofei walked directly to the Linglong Pagoda through the Jade Bridge. Although it was not the first time they had crossed the Jade Bridge, Xia Ruofei could not help but be amazed when he saw the bridge widening every time he took a step. Of course, he now knew that it wasn't the Jade Bridge that had changed, but that he had shrunk accordingly. Or to be more precise, he himself didn't experience any changes. He achieved this magical effect mainly by relying on the extremely complicated space formation of the Linglong Pagoda. The door of the Linglong Tower opened and Xia Ruofei strode in. A ray of light shone down and landed on his body. This was Xia Ruofei's second time entering the Linglong Tower. He was already aware of this, so he was not flustered. He turned around and saw the golden word 3 on the wall, beside the tower's door. Now, Xia Ruofei knew that this number represented the number of times he could pass the levels. Xia Ruofei finally confirmed that even though he had not been here for more than half a month, the number of times he had passed the levels did not accumulate according to the actual number of days. It was still 3 times. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Xia Ruofei quickly gathered his emotions. After adjusting his state of mind, he stepped across the dividing line and entered the area where the white fog was rising. In front of him, a path made of jade pillars was faintly visible in the white fog, extending directly to the depths of the first level of the Linglong Pagoda. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and stepped on the jade pillar closest to him. As expected, an egg-sized glow shot towards Xia Ruofei from the depths of the fog at an extremely fast speed. This was Xia Ruofei's 4th attempt, so he was not nervous at all. He dodged the light with a slight turn of his body and took a step forward at the same time. Both of his legs landed firmly on different jade pillars. Another ball of light shot out from the depths of the fog. At the same time, the ball of light that had missed did not disappear. Instead, it made a beautiful arc and changed its direction to continue attacking Xia Ruofei. Together with the new ball of light, they formed a pincer attack on Xia Ruofei. Almost subconsciously, Xia Ruofei circulated his essential qi according to the heart technique of the drifting steps. At the same time, he leaped up lightly and landed on a jade pillar 2 meters away. In the process of flying, 2 halos brushed past Xia Ruofei's body and they missed again. However, the 2 halos did not disappear. They continued to chase after Xia Ruofei. At the same time, more halos emerged from the depths of the fog. These halos did not have a constant speed. Although their overall speed was very fast, there was a certain difference in the speed of each halo. Some halos were even moving at different speeds, making it difficult for Xia Ruofei to predict. Of course, Xia Ruofei had some experience now. The first part was not too difficult, so he could deal with it easily and did not panic. Besides, Xia Ruofei knew that the number of halos did not increase indefinitely. The halos that appeared before would disappear one by one after he had advanced a certain distance. Of course, the overall difficulty was getting higher and higher. The speed at which the halos disappeared was much slower than the speed at which new halos appeared. Hence, the deeper Xia Ruofei went, the more halos he had to face. Under this kind of pressure, Xia Ruofei's previous practice of body movements came into effect very quickly. He realized that using the floating duckweed steps to break through this jade pillar array was much easier than the last time when he had to force his way through. Without realizing it, he had already gone 20 meters deep. The last time he tried the jade pillar array, his third attempt had the best result, which was a little more than 20 meters. This was because the difficulty of the jade pillar array immediately increased once he entered the 20-meter mark. He could only manage to advance 2 to 3 meters before he could not avoid it. In the end, he was hit by the halo and was eliminated. Xia Ruofei felt that he still had some energy left in him even though he was 20 meters away. His mind jolted and he felt that he could use the floating duckweed steps more freely. His figure also became more erratic. In the light that shot over from all directions, he was like a floating duckweed, appearing extremely free and unrestrained. Xia Ruofei did not know how long it had been, but he had completely entered a state of oblivion until a ball of light hit him. He was immediately thrown out of the range of the jade pillar array by an irresistible force. At this time, the golden word on the wall had also changed to 2. 2573 Remarkable effect. 1. Xia Ruofei stood up from the ground, slightly panting. In fact, the physical consumption was secondary. In the process of breaking through the array, the greater consumption was on the mental aspect. Firstly, the body movement technique of the floating steps required the cooperation of mental power, and it also consumed a lot of mental power. Secondly, he had to maintain a high level of concentration. Even though he had not been in the formation for a long time, he still felt a wave of exhaustion, mainly from the mental level. However, Xia Ruofei was very excited. Although the process of breaking through the formation was like a moment of enlightenment, with only the scattered and irregularly distributed jade pillars and the halos flying over from all directions in his eyes, in fact, after the entire process was over, he remembered every detail of breaking through the formation very clearly. Of course, he also knew that his score this time was a staggering 35 meters. Last time, he was defeated very quickly after crossing the 20-meter checkpoint. At that time, Xia Ruofei had a deep sense of powerlessness. He felt that after 20 meters, even if he tried again, his improvement would be limited. However, after only 3 days of practicing the floating steps, his results had improved by a large margin. It could be said that the effect was very remarkable. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look forward to the remaining 2 chances. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the movement technique, the light steps. However, Xia Ruofei did not immediately use up his second chance. On one hand, his body and spirit were not in their best condition. If he were to attempt it now, his results would not be too good. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the floating duckweed footwork had deepened during his First attempt at the jade pillar formation. He needed some time to digest this. Xia Ruofei caught his breath and walked out of the Linglong Tower. He returned to the pond through the jade bridge. Then, he sat down and replayed the process of challenging the jade pillar array in his mind like a movie. He then combined it with his understanding of the floating steps and analyzed where he had done poorly in the process of challenging the array. Xia Ruofei was a very patient person. He also found his analysis very interesting and not boring. He sat by the pool for a few hours without moving, like an old monk in meditation. Suddenly, Xia Ruofei, who had been sitting there for a long time, stood up and started wandering around the pool. The transformation from extreme stillness to extreme movement happened in an instant. He was still using the floating steps, but it was more elegant and graceful than before he entered the Linglong Tower. There seemed to be a wonderful rhythm as he dodged and moved. Of course, this rhythm was still very unrefined, and it was intermittent. It was obvious that there was still a big gap to the great success of the movement technique. Xia Ruofei performed the floating lotus step several times in a row, and he gained new insights every time. The results of his analysis by the pool were starting to show. The former was a theoretical analysis, while the latter was a test of practice. Neither of the two was dispensable. Xia Ruofei continued to practice for almost an hour until his mental power was almost exhausted and his genuine qi was also greatly consumed. He then stopped reluctantly. While panting slightly, he waved his hand and took a stream of spiritual water from the spiritual pool. He gulped it down directly. Xia Ruofei took the jade futon from the stone room and sat down on it. He continued to analyze his movement technique while recovering his spiritual power. After about 2 to 3 hours, Xia Ruofei felt that he was full of energy again. The misty spiritual pool and the jade futon had the effect of helping him recover his spiritual energy. The spiritual qi in the space had turned into mist. In such an environment, he naturally recovered quite quickly. Xia Ruofei felt that he was in a good state. Therefore, he stood up and stepped across the jade bridge again, entering the Linglong Tower. This time, he didn't plan to keep the number of chances he had to pass the levels. He was going to use up all 3 chances. This time, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He stepped into the range of the jade pillar array, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the jade pillar. The light that was moving at an extremely fast speed once again arrived as promised. Half an hour later, Xia Ruofei was once again thrown out by the strange power of the jade pillar formation. He landed outside the range of the formation. Xia Ruofei got up and left the Linglong Tower without a word. He returned to the pool. He still sat on the ground and analyzed the situation. Then, he stood up and practiced his movement technique. After digesting all the knowledge he had gained from the challenge and turning it into an improvement in his body movement, Xia Ruofei waited for his condition to recover before entering the Linglong Tower to challenge the array again. This time, he persisted for almost 40 minutes. When Xia Ruofei was once again thrown out of the jade pillar array by the mysterious force, he could not help but laugh. The harvest this time was indeed not small. In his second attempt, his score was already close to the 50-meter mark. As Xia Ruofei had predicted, 50 meters was not a small gap. After absorbing the knowledge and experience he had gained from his second attempt, he successfully broke through the 50-meter barrier on his third attempt. Then, he felt the pressure increase sharply. However, with the help of his more and more skilled body movements, And the unstoppable momentum in front of him, he was still able to avoid the attacks of the halos time and time again. Finally, he reached the 60-meter barrier. Then, he really could not avoid it and finally ended the challenge. 2574 remarkable results, 2, from the last 3 chances to reaching the 20-meter mark, to the 60-meter mark this time, the difference was not just in numbers. In the beginning, the 20-meter mark was a hurdle. The difficulty would also increase at the 40-meter mark, but the real hurdle was at the 50-meter mark. When he broke through the 50-meter mark on his third attempt, he realized that the difficulty of the jade pillar array would increase with every 10 meters he passed. In the end, he also fell at the 60-meter mark. In terms of difficulty, Xia Ruofei's challenge this time was more than 10 times more difficult than the previous one. If he had not cultivated the floating duckweed steps, it would have taken him God knows how long to reach 60 meters just by relying on his body's flexibility and reaction speed. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that his body movement was still very young. In other words, he still had a lot of potential to develop in his body movement. In addition, the length of the jade pillar array was 200 meters, and he was still far from breaking it. It was conceivable that the difficulty of the formation would increase greatly at the junction of 100 meters. With Xia Ruofei's current level of movement, it was already difficult to rush to the 100-meter point, let alone the second half of the 100-meter point. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit. After a short rest, he quickly left the Linglong Tower and returned to the pool to sit down and examine the process of his third attempt. He had gained a deeper understanding of the floating duckweed steps, especially after crossing the 60-meter mark. Although he had only persisted for less than 10 seconds, he had gained a deeper understanding of the floating duckweed steps under the extreme pressure. He naturally had to take advantage of the moment when these insights were the most profound in his memory to properly digest and absorb them. After all, the opportunity to challenge the array was rare and could only be used once every 7 days. He sat on the jade futon in deep thought. Although he seemed to be motionless, the scene of him breaking through the array just now kept flashing through his mind at an extremely fast speed. After thinking for a while, he stood up and practiced the formation a few times. Then he sat back down and continued to ponder and comprehend. This cycle repeated. After Xia Ruofei used up his third chance to challenge the array, he stayed in the Archean realm for another day and night. Finally, he felt that he had absorbed the insights he gained from the 3 arrays and transformed them into actual improvements in his movement technique. In total, Xia Ruofei had stayed in the Archean realm for 7 to 8 days. Other than the necessary time to eat, sleep, and settle the 3 emergencies, he had spent all his time practicing the floating steps. Xia's challenge of the jade pillar array could also be considered as practicing the floating steps, and it was a very effective method of practice. It was a pity that there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not have been willing to leave. He guessed that it had something to do with energy. Maintaining the magical jade pillar array definitely required energy. This energy would not be produced out of thin air. It must consume the energy of the spirit map space itself, and this energy was very likely to be spiritual qi. It was also because of this that after the appearance of the Linglong Tower, the spirit map space could exchange energy with the chaotic space outside. If the Linglong Tower's jade pillar array could be used limitlessly, it Was likely that the spiritual qi absorption rate in the space would not be able to keep up with the consumption rate, which would hurt the foundation. Anyway, the rules were like that. With Xia Ruofei's current strength, he could not go against the rules of the spirit map space. Hence, he could only do things within the scope of the rules. He was still far from being able to set the rules himself. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not an insatiable person. He knew very well that with the help of the Linglong Tower's Jade Pillar Array, he had taken a shortcut in his body movement training. If it were a cultivator without a spirit map space, it would take 10 years, a few decades, or even 100 years to master the floating steps. This also depended on whether the person who cultivated had the talent. However, Xia Ruofei had only practiced for a few days, and his progress was godly. It was important to be content. After finishing his training, Xia Ruofei didn't even go to the mountain sea realm to take a look. He left the space with a thought and returned to his room in the outside world. He had not bathed for 7 to 8 days and had slept for less than 20 hours. Xia Ruofei looked unkempt and unshaven. When he was cultivating his movement technique, he was completely focused on it, so he didn't feel much. After he finished his cultivation, Xia Ruofei, who always loved to be clean, suddenly felt that something was wrong. In addition, although he had stayed in the Archean realm for 7 to 8 days, due to the difference in the flow of time, only 5 to 6 hours had passed in the outside world and in the mountain and sea realm. He reckoned that those free laborers had just finished their afternoon work and were currently packing up and going back to rest. Thus, there really wasn't much to see. Once he returned to the bedroom, the first thing he did was to rush into the bathroom and thoroughly clean himself up. After taking a shower and shaving his beard, Xia Ruofei put on his bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. He instantly felt refreshed. It was already dark outside. Xia Ruofei picked up his phone and saw a message from Ling Qingxue. She said that she had to work overtime today and would not be coming over. She asked Xia Ruofei to eat by himself. In fact, when Xia Ruofei was in the spirit map space, he had always left a trace of his spiritual will in the outside world. This was also a form of security measure. Even when he was fully immersed in the process of challenging the Jade Pillar Array, he would temporarily withdraw his spiritual will. Once he was done challenging the array, he would immediately check the situation outside. Therefore, when he received the WeChat message, he actually knew. However, he also knew that if there was really something that needed his help, it would definitely be a phone call. Since it was a WeChat message, it meant that the matter was not very urgent, so there was no need to waste the time of practicing his body technique to come out. Xia Ruofei replied to Ling Qingxue she had just woken up and was about to go downstairs to get something to eat. You have to take care of your body. Also, don't forget to eat. After replying to the WeChat message, Xia Ruofei put on his bathrobe and slippers and went downstairs to the kitchen. He heated up the dishes that he hadn't finished in the afternoon, then made an egg fried rice with the remaining rice. Dinner was ready in no time. After dinner, Xia Ruofei went upstairs to change into casual clothes and strolled out of the villa, ready to take a walk in the community to digest her food. Before he knew it, he had already reached Feng Rao's little terrace. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw that the lights in Feng Rao's house were already on. It seemed like she had finished work on time today. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and walked towards Feng Rao's little terrace house. As he walked, he put his hand into the inner pocket of his coat and took out a small gift box from his space under the cover of his coat. He had bought it while he was in Spain. He had bought a lot of small gifts like this and had stored them all in the spirit map space. After all, he was on vacation overseas. He had to bring back some gifts. Not only did he prepare it for Feng Jing, but his godmother, Lin Qiao, Peng Hao, Guan Ping, his seniors, classmates, and friends were also included. Of course, he did not buy gifts according to the number of people. He bought a few good things when he saw them while strolling around Barcelona and threw them into the spirit map space when he returned to the hotel. The gift box that Xia Ruofei took out now contained a unique crystal brooch. It was not too expensive, about 300 to 500 euros. Of course, this price was already quite high for ordinary people. Even in Spain it was considered a luxury item. In fact, these were all the gifts that he could give to his female friends. There was one major category that he couldn't choose from, and that was the Taoyuan brand Jade skin cream in the cosmetic category. Other cosmetics, whether they were ordinary products that cost hundreds of yuan or high-end products that cost tens of thousands of yuan, were all floating clouds in front of the Jade skin cream. People like Feng Jing and Dong Yun only had a set of jaded skin cream on them. They didn't need any other makeup products. Xia Ruofei soon arrived at Feng Jing's house with the small gift box in his hand. He rang the doorbell. 2575 visiting, 1, Feng Jing's voice came from the infrared camera at the door. Who is it? Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Feng Jing's exclamation came from the intercom. Xia Ruofei even heard the sound of her kicking something. Sister Ran, are you all right? Xia Ruofei asked hurriedly. I'm fine. I'm fine. Feng Jing said from inside the house, wait a minute. Oh. It's okay, there's no rush, Xia Ruofei said, somewhat baffled. Didn't she just come to visit? Why are you so surprised? Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of a possibility. Could there be someone else at Sister Rant's house? Boyfriend? If that was the case, then he had really sinned. He waited for 7 to 8 minutes before he heard the door open. Feng Rao pushed the door open and looked at him. Come in. After Xia Ruofei entered the house, he changed his shoes and looked around. What are you looking for? Feng Rao couldn't help asking. Xia Ruofei hesitated and asked, Sister Ran, are you home alone? Feng Rao couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense. My family didn't come to live with me. If I'm not alone, how many people can I have? Oh, Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Why are you acting so weird? Feng Rao chuckled. Oh. It's fine, it's fine. Xia Ruofei quickly said, oh. Right, this is for you. I bought it in Spain as a gift. Feng Rao received the gift box and smiled. At least you still have some conscience. Feng Jing opened the gift box and exclaimed in surprise, what a beautiful brooch. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Xia Ruofei smiled. This brooch isn't cheap, right? Feng Rao asked. Xia Ruofei laughed. You're an elite with financial freedom. Why do you care about the price? Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said. You're the one with financial freedom, okay? I'm just a higher class worker. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, all right. Let me put it another way. Since it's a gift from an elite with financial freedom, why do you still care about the price? It's just a small amount of money to me. Alright, alright. Feng Rao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're right, do you want to try? Xia Ruofei said, speaking of which. Your clothes go well with this brooch. The effect should be pretty good. But why are you wearing such formal clothes at home? Feng Rao's face turned red and she glared at Xia Ruofei. Wasn't it you? You didn't even say hello before coming to visit. Do you think he's going to welcome you in his home clothes? When Feng Jing saw that it was Xia Ruofei standing at the door through the video intercom screen, she was overjoyed. At the same time, her first thought was to quickly change out of her loose home clothes. Her closet was set next to her bedroom on the second floor, so she ran upstairs as fast as she could to change and tidy up her hair. Speaking of which, it only took 7 to 8 minutes to complete all of this. This speed was already a miracle. Feng Jing did not answer Xia Ruofei's question, nor did she try the brooch on the spot. She closed the gift box and said, "Come over and sit. By the way, what would you like to drink?" "I have black tea, green tea, and coffee, but they're instant. I'll just have a glass of water. I just finished dinner," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them walked into the living room. Feng Jing brought Xia Ruofei a glass of warm water and sat down on the sofa. Xia Ruofei looked around and said, with a smile, "I haven't been here since your house was renovated. Now you know how improper you are?" Feng Rao said, "I'm afraid you haven't spent more than 20 days in the Three Mountains in the past few months." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "It's a little. But it's mainly because my CEO sister is too capable. I don't need to worry about the company at all. It's my fault." Feng Rao rolled her eyes in annoyance. "I'm complimenting you," Xia Ruofei said. "Why would I blame you?" Feng Jing was actually enjoying her current job. However, after seeing Xia Ruofei, she couldn't help but complain. This was already a daily routine for them. Soon, the two of them started talking about the company. "Ruofei, you won't leave immediately after coming back, right?" Feng Jing asked. "If you're free, you should visit the company more often. Some new employees might not even know what the chairman looks like." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "If there's nothing urgent, I'll stay at the Three Mountains for a while. Don't worry, I'll start working at the company tomorrow. I promise I won't be late and leave early." Xia Ruofei realized that he did not have anything urgent to attend to recently. He did not need to worry about the Peach Blossom Society in the capital. Zhao Yongjun, Song Ruwei, and the others were all taking care of things well. Even if he went, he would be slacking off. It was also impossible for the spirit map space to upgrade in a short period of time. Mainly because there was no pattern to the world stone, and it was basically the kind of fate that could find it. As for the Spanish clubs, he did not intend to participate in any games unless they were particularly important. 2576 Visiting, too. After thinking about it, he felt that the most urgent thing was to improve his movement technique. After witnessing the wonders of the floating steps, he couldn't wait to cultivate it to the great success stage. Challenging. The jade pillar formation was one thing, but Xia Qing had said that once one passed the test of the jade pillar formation, there would be a reward. Xia Ruofei valued the help of the jade pillar formation in the cultivation of movement techniques more than the final reward. Combining it with the jade pillar formation to practice the floating steps was simply the best partner. Other than the floating steps, there was also a set of swordsmanship called the gentleman's sword. This required the use of a flying sword, and Xia Ruofei planned to try it out when he was free. However, regardless of whether it was the floating lotus steps or the noble sword technique, he could cultivate them anywhere. If he stayed in Sanshan, his villa would be very convenient. No one would disturb him. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're the boss in the company, who cares if you're late or leave early? As long as you can show up at the company more often, I'll be thanking you already. Alright, alright. Alright. I'll listen to you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter if I'm in the office or not. Haven't you guys been doing well recently? Although Xia Ruofei wasn't in the Three Mountains during this period of time, Qin Yanan would sort out the important work every day and email it to Xia Ruofei. If there were more important things that needed Xia Ruofei's approval, she would even call him directly to ask for instructions. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei was in Spain, he was still very familiar with the company's situation. Feng Rao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're everyone's pillar. It was the soul of the company. It's all because of you that the Paradise Corporation is so dazzling. Otherwise, this would just be a mediocre startup. Although I think you're right, I'm still embarrassed to praise me in front of you, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, your shamelessness is quite, you have the same style as you did back then? Xia Ruofei asked with a mischievous smile. No way. Feng Yi pouted. After a few jokes, Feng Jing gave Xia Ruofei a simple report on the company's work. Even though it was already time to get off work, to Feng Jing, there was no difference. In her eyes, there was only work that she had completed and unfinished. During this period, the company's operations had been relatively stable, and the sales of each product line were as good as ever. The progress of the manufacturing factory in Chongping and the expansion of Taoyuan Farm was also very smooth. The manufacturing factory in Qiantang City, Zhejiang Province, had also been fully taken over. Part of the production line equipment was already in place, and the preliminary debugging work had already begun. It could be said that everything was fine. After Shui Jinshan brought this group of employees back to China, they started working at Flying Money Pond this afternoon, Feng Jing said with a smile. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, this Shui Jinshan, why is he acting so obediently? Didn't I tell him to give his employees a day or two off? These employees had performed well in the process of taking over the pharmaceutical group, so Xia Ruofei had rewarded them with a vacation in Spain. Most of them had their first experience in flying a private plane. Although a vacation was a reward, to be honest, it was quite tiring to travel, and the return trip was a dozen hours of flight. Hence, Xia Ruofei gave everyone a 2-day break so that they could rest at home and have more energy to work when they came back. He didn't expect Shui Jinshan and the others to fly back to Qiantang in the afternoon. After getting off the plane in the morning, Ruofei, this is what the employees strongly requested. Feng Jing quickly said. Even if Shui Jinshan can't put down his work, he'll go alone. He can't force all the employees to give up on their leave. Xia Ruofei's expression softened and he said, but he can't just agree to his employees' request. Don't you know how to balance work and rest? Feng Jing said, these employees are all very eager. They all say that President Xia has given them such good treatment. In the past, they didn't even dare to dream of traveling abroad. This time, they even took a private jet. So, they all want to get back to work immediately to repay you. I'm just short of writing a letter of challenge. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Are you exaggerating? We must punish those who make mistakes and reward those who make contributions. This is our consistent principle." "You don't say. Other than burning a lot of money, your way of encouraging others is perfect." Feng Jing laughed. "With this experience, this batch of employees will definitely work for you with all their hearts." Then, Feng Jing started to talk to Xia Ruofei about the other business matters of the company. Although the sales of Yangxin soup and jaded skin cream accounted for more than 80% of the company's income, neither Xia Ruofei nor Feng Jing had ever thought of reducing other businesses. They had even expanded Taoyuan Farm several times. Speaking of which, the profits brought by the vegetables and fruits in Taoyuan were really not much from the company's perspective. However, both Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing knew that every product of Paradise Corporation was the best in the market. Whether it was Paradise Vegetables, Paradise Tea, or Paradise Brand Iron, skinned fingdo, one-headed abalone, truffle, and so on, every product was the trademark and face of Paradise Corporation. It was these products that formed the overall quality image of Paradise Corporation. Besides, low profits were only relative. If other farm operators heard this, they would be furious. Compared to ordinary farms, Paradise Farm's profits were definitely huge. Xia Ruofei considered the fact that it was his break time and that he and Feng Jing were the only ones in the house, so he did not stay for long. After chatting for a while, he got up and left. At night, Ling Qingxue did not come over to Xia Ruofei's place to tease him. After all, she lived with her father and was not married to Xia Ruofei. It would not be appropriate for her to spend the night over at Xia Ruofei's place. Even though Ling Xiaotian would definitely not mind, he might even encourage her. After Xia Ruofei returned to his house, he did not go to bed immediately. Instead, he took a shower and sat on his balcony, lighting a cigarette. As he smoked, he thought about a problem. He wanted to choose a cultivation technique that was suitable for Song Qiming. Ever since Song Qiming's head was severely injured in the accident, Xia Ruofei had used the precious heart, concentrating grass, to treat him. His body had undergone a sudden change. He had no talent for cultivation at first, but now he was suitable for cultivation. Even though Song Qiming was getting on in years, Xia Ruofei had promised Song Wei that he would choose a martial art for Song Qiming. In fact, cultivation was different from what many people thought of as martial arts. Practicing martial arts was really about the virgin boy technique, but cultivation was not the same. Of course, it would be even better if he could start cultivating from a young age. However, even if one missed the golden period, as long as there was a suitable cultivation technique, one could still cultivate it. However, Song Qiming was indeed too old, and his body's various functions had deteriorated. Therefore, he was destined to not achieve much in cultivation. Song Wei did not expect her father to achieve immortality through cultivation. In reality, cultivation was extremely difficult. No one could guarantee that they would reach the peak. Even Xia Ruofei, who was blessed by the heavens, could not guarantee it. As long as Song Qiming could become a cultivator, even if he was a low-level cultivator, it would be very beneficial to him. He could easily live to 100 years old and he would be free of any illness. He would be much better than ordinary people. Xia Ruofei's brain was filled with many cultivation techniques. They were all recorded in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. The techniques that could be stored in the Jade Talisman might be slightly inferior to the Great Tao techniques, but they were definitely not too inferior. Otherwise, they were very unique, like the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra. It was not good to have too many techniques. Xia Ruofei had difficulty choosing when he was sorting through the techniques in his mind. 2577 Ruoxo Heart Sutra. 1. Those martial arts were all stuffed into Xia Ruofei's mind from the jade talisman of inheritance. Although every martial art seemed to be engraved in his mind and he would never forget it, and even some of his cultivation insights and experiences were ready-made, Xia Ruofei would not study those martial arts that he had no use for. It was a little difficult for him to choose the most suitable one for song chiming. Xia Ruofei carefully looked through them. There were a few martial arts that were not bad, but he was not sure which one was the most suitable. After much thought, Xia Ruofei decided to consult Xia Qing. If it wasn't for those damn laws, Xia Qing's knowledge and cultivation would definitely be much more profound than Xia Ruofei's. However, due to the restrictions of the laws, Xia Qing couldn't reveal many things to Xia Ruofei. However, these cultivation techniques from the jade talismans of inheritance were all unlocked by Xia Ruofei himself. In theory, all the ownership belonged to Xia Ruofei, so they shouldn't conflict with Xia Qing's rules. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei immediately used his mind to contact Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space. Xia Qing. Master, your subordinate is here. Xia Qing immediately replied to Xia Ruofei's summoning. There's something I'm not sure about, and I'd like to ask for your opinion. Xia Ruofei said, I want to teach someone a cultivation technique, but I don't know which one is more suitable for him. This person's physique is suitable for cultivation, but he's a bit older, about 50 years old. Xia Ruofei told Xia Qing about Song Qiming's basic condition. When Xia Ruofei treated Song Qiming, especially after he used the medicine made from the heart, concentrating grass, he had done a comprehensive examination on Song Qiming many times. Therefore, he was very familiar with Song Qiming's physical condition. I've obtained a lot of martial arts from the jade talisman of inheritance. Can you help me analyze which one is the most suitable for this person? Xia Ruofei asked. Xia Qing clearly knew the contents of every jade talisman of inheritance. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he muttered to himself for a while and said, Master, if the person you're talking about is already over 50 years old, and he's only starting to cultivate now, I'm afraid it's already a bit too late. Even if he successfully steps onto the path of cultivation, his future achievements will probably be limited. I know that. Xia Ruofei said, you don't have to worry about this. I just need to know which martial arts technique is most suitable for him, and at the same time, it can offset the disadvantage of being older. If that's the case, I recommend the Modest Heart Sutra. Xia Qing said, the author of this cultivation technique is the famous, perfected Ruo Su. He was an expert who shattered the void back then, and the cultivation technique he created also pointed directly to the Great Tao. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as soon as Xia Qing mentioned if Modest Sutra. This cultivation method was also among the few cultivation methods he had just selected, but he was not particularly optimistic about it. Although it was difficult to choose, if he had to rank the cultivation methods he had just selected, he was afraid that the Modest Sutra would be the last priority. Of course, it wasn't that this cultivation technique was bad. Just as Xia Qing had said, the creator of this cultivation technique, Master Ruo Su, was an expert who could shatter the void. He created this cultivation technique, and it was even named after him. How could it be bad? The only reason why Xia Ruofei did not think highly of this technique was that it was incomplete. To be more precise, in the inheritance he had obtained, this cultivation method only had about 1/3 of the contents of the first part. The value of an incomplete cultivation technique was naturally greatly reduced. Even Xia Ruofei was a little confused. Every technique in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance had its own characteristics, but the rest of the techniques were complete. Only this technique was only 1/3 complete, but it was still recorded in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. Xia Ruofei frowned. I know the Modest Sutra. It's a good technique. But it's not complete. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, if the Modest Heart Sutra is complete, then its value is probably no less than that of the Great Tao formula. It is precisely because it is incomplete that it is recorded in the Human Jade Talisman. Speaking of this, Xia Qing paused for a moment and immediately continued, although the Modest Sutra is not complete, the Jade Talisman only taught you the first 1/3 of it. Even without the latter part, the first part can still be cultivated. And even if it's only 1/3 of the content, it's enough for a cultivator to reach the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, It sounds very powerful. But I think you didn't choose this incomplete cultivation method just because of this, right? Even though Song Qiming was still far from being able to learn any techniques after the nascent soul stage, Xia Ruofei had many techniques that could help him reach the nascent soul stage. Since that was the case, why would he choose an incomplete cultivation technique? Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, there's no comparison between a cultivation technique that can only reach the nascent soul stage after complete cultivation and a cultivation technique that can reach the nascent soul stage after cultivating 1/3 of its content. In terms of potential, the Modest Heart Sutra's advantage was obvious. In addition, 2578 Ruoxo Heart Sutra, 2. Speaking of this, Xia Qing kept him in suspense and asked with a smile, Master, do you know about the life of Reverend Ruo Su? Although the Jade Talisman of Inheritance contained a lot of general knowledge and anecdotes of the cultivation world, Xia Ruofei had never specifically tried to understand anything about Master Ruo Su. I'm not too sure about this, he said. Is his experience related to the cultivation method you chose? Xia Qing smiled and said, when Reverend Ruo Su stepped onto the path of cultivation, he was already 63 years old. In other words, he's an ordinary person without any cultivation before he's 63 years old. By right, at this age, even if he's lucky enough to step onto the path of cultivation, his achievements will be very limited. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. However, Master Ruo Su has cultivated to the terrifying extent of shattering the void. Yes. This has something to do with his cultivation technique. Xia Qing said, this Modest Heart Sutra was created by him before he ascended. He combined his own insights with the cultivation techniques he had cultivated. This cultivation technique has a very low age requirement. Basically, as long as one is not old, the possibility of success in cultivating this cultivation technique is higher than other cultivation techniques. It can be said that the If Void Heart Sutra is the most suitable cultivation technique for the person you just mentioned. This is without a doubt. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He had only stepped onto the path of cultivation at the age of 63, yet he could still level up and even break through the void. This was simply too incredible. Among all the cultivation techniques, only this modest heart sutra only had 1/3 of its contents that were incomplete. It did not have any cultivation, experience or insights. Xia Ruofei guessed that this was because Shanhai Zhenren himself had not tried to seriously practice if modest sutra, and the technique was incomplete. Therefore, he only knew the content of this cultivation method but did not know the story behind it. He did not know that cultivating if modest sutra had such a special effect on cultivators who were over the age limit. No matter what, Xia Qing's words had successfully convinced Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, "I believe in your judgment. Then this is the cultivation technique." Xia Qing, thank you. You're too polite, master. Xia Qing said respectfully, it's my honor to be of service to you. All right, you can go. I'll look for you if I need you, Xia Ruofei said. After cutting off the connection with Xia Qing, Xia Ruofei unconsciously took out a cigarette and lit it up. At the same time, he looked a little embarrassed. He had decided on a cultivation technique, but he had no idea how to let Song Qiming cultivate it. To Song Qiming, who had graduated from a proper university and was a high-ranking leader, cultivation was simply a fantasy. If he was told all this, he would definitely not believe it. Moreover, even Song Wei could not help in this matter. A leader of this level was very determined. It was impossible for him to change his decision just because of a few words from his daughter. As for showing Song Qiming his abilities as a cultivator, Xia Ruofei did not plan to do so. At least, he did not plan to do so unless he had no other choice. Some big shots, including Elder Song, had some guesses about Xia Ruofei's ability. He was just a young man in his 20s. But his incredible medical skills and so many magical deeds were not something that could be achieved with just ability. With Elder Song's rich experience and sharp eyes, how could he not see it? They just didn't say it out loud. If Xia Ruofei were to reveal his abilities as a cultivator in front of Song Qiming, it would be the same as putting the whole matter on the table. Of course, if there was no other way, Xia Ruofei would try this method. He was only afraid of trouble, not trouble. He believed that even if the matter of cultivators was spread to the higher ups, he would have the ability to deal with it. At least, he could do things he didn't want to do without being disturbed. To put it bluntly, it was all due to his ability. It was simply an original sin to have such a magical thing without ability. Xia Ruofei thought for a long time and finally came up with a compromise. He took out his phone from his pocket, found Song Qiming's private phone number, and dialed it. After the phone rang twice, Song Qiming picked it up. On the other end of the phone, Song Qiming said very enthusiastically, "Are you au fait? You finally remembered Uncle Song? Tell me, how long has it been since you last came to see me?" He didn't even make a phone call. It was no exaggeration to say that Xia Ruofei had snatched Song Qiming's life from the gates of hell. If it were someone else, even if they had a higher cultivation than Xia Ruofei, they might not be able to save Song Qiming. Song Qiming was already very close to Xia Ruofei because of Elder Song. After the emergency rescue, he was even closer to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's my fault. Uncle Song, how's your recovery going?" "It's all thanks to your amazing medical skills." Song Qiming sighed. "I basically recovered. Director Luo from the provincial hospital said that I've completely recovered. Except that I won't be able to do any strenuous exercise for a while." That's great, Xia Ruofei said happily. Where are you now? Is he in Spain or has he already returned? Song Qiming asked. Oh, I just returned. To the Three Mountains this morning. Xia Ruofei said, didn't I call you as soon as I came back? Uncle Song. Do you have time tomorrow? I wanted to visit you and give you a follow-up. Song Qiming agreed without hesitation. No problem. You're always welcome to come over. If I knew you were coming, your Aunt Fong would be so happy. Song Qiming continued, however, I have an important meeting tomorrow. I might only be free in the afternoon. Can you come over tomorrow afternoon? You can have dinner at my house. I'll ask your Aunt Fong to cook a few good dishes for you. All right. Xia Ruofei said, Auntie Fong's braised carp is the best. I haven't eaten in such a long time, I'm starting to miss it. Song Qiming could not help but laugh out loud. Then it's settled. I'll ask your Aunt Fong to cook you a big carp tomorrow. I guarantee you'll have a good time eating. All right. Uncle Song, I'll see you tomorrow. Xia Ruofei said. See you tomorrow. Song Qiming chuckled and said, I have to quickly tell your Aunt Fong and make her happy too. It could be seen that the couple really loved Xia Ruofei from the bottom of their hearts. He wondered what they would think when they found out that Xia Ruofei had already taken their precious daughter away. When Xia Ruofei thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The next day, Xia Ruofei arrived at the office on time in the morning. He met with the leaders of the department and listened to their recent work reports. Working in such a company with great potential and high benefits, everyone was full of energy, and the whole company was filled with a positive atmosphere. After Xia Ruofei heard everyone's report, he gave them a few words of encouragement. At the same time, he said that the year-end bonus would not disappoint everyone. It could be considered an early boost of morale. After the meeting ended, Xia Ruofei returned to his office to deal with some backlog of work. At noon, he had some food in the staff cafeteria that had been built and went back to the office lounge to take an afternoon nap. When he woke up, he continued to work until around 4 o'clock. Then, he stood up and walked out of the office. At the door, Xia Ruofei informed Qin Yanan, who was on duty personally, and then took the private elevator down. He drove the Night 15 SUV and went straight to the Provincial Party Committee's courtyard. 2579 Home Visit for Follow-Up Visit 1. Song Qiming's respect for Xia Ruofei was reflected in every detail. For example, because of Xia Ruofei's visit, he had to postpone 2 of his plans in the afternoon. After attending an important meeting, he left the office in advance and returned home to wait. Another example was that Song Qiming personally called the gate guard of the compound and reported Xia Ruofei's car plate number. Such a small matter could have been done by the secretary or even the driver, but he chose to do it himself. Because of this, when Xia Ruofei's car arrived at the family compound, the armed police on guard only had to glance at the license plate and immediately signaled for them to let him through. The bar was raised slowly. Xia Ruofei's car did not even stop. It only slowed down a little and entered the family compound. This was not the first time Xia Ruofei had come to Song Qiming's house, especially when Song Qiming was recuperating at home after his injury. Hence, he did not need anyone to guide him. He drove to the building where Song Qiming lived easily. He carried the 2 boxes of nutritional supplements he had bought in Spain from his interspace on the way there. He walked through the grape trellis in the courtyard and went straight to Song Qiming's door. He rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. Song Qiming stood there with a warm smile on his face and said, Xia Ruofei is here. Hurry and come in. Xia Ruofei was stunned and quickly said, Uncle Song, why did you personally open the door for me? For a leader like Song Qiming, the housekeeping service staff, security guards, driver, and chef were all standard. This was the treatment that high-ranking officials should enjoy. No matter what, Song Qiming did not have to open the door personally. He must have had an intention to do so. What's there to be afraid of? Song Qiming laughed. You're my savior. Your Aunt Fong always told me that my parents gave me life, and you, Ruofei, gave me a second life. You're too serious, Xia Ruofei said. Fong Liyun's voice came from behind Song Qiming. Old Song, what are you doing at the door? Hurry up and invite Xia Ruofei in. Song Qiming laughed and said, Leader, I've criticized you. Xia Ruofei, quickly come in. When Xia Ruofei entered the house, he saw Song Qiming personally bringing him a pair of slippers. He quickly stepped forward and bent down to take the slippers. Uncle Song, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself. Song Qiming's courteous treatment made him feel a little uncomfortable, especially when he thought about what had happened between him and Song Wei. He felt even more guilty. After changing his shoes, Xia Ruofei saw Fong Liyun standing at the side in an apron, smiling. He quickly greeted her, Hello, Aunt Fong. Ruofei, you haven't been home for a long time. Your Uncle Song and I always talk about you. Fong Liyun said with a smile. I've been flying around the world recently. I was in Beijing before and opened a club with a few friends. Xia Ruofei said, then I went to Spain. Now I just returned to the Three Mountains, so I thought of coming to visit you guys and check on Uncle Song's recovery. Ruofei, you're too kind. Song Qiming said with a smile. Wei Wei told me about the club you're working at in the capital. She attended the opening ceremony when she went back to school last time. I heard that business is going well. It's all right. It's mainly handled by a few of my friends in Beijing. Xia Ruofei said, I usually don't care about such specific things. Song Qiming laughed and said, Ruofei, speaking of which, this paradise gathering that you've set up is really not bad. It's not important whether you can make money or not, at least you'll give some of the boys something to do. Many people are giving you thumbs up. The many people that Song Qiming was referring to were the elders of Zhao Yongjun, Ho Liang, and the others. Of course, this included the elders of Song Ruofei. The meaning of the paradise gathering had never been just about economic benefits, or rather, economic benefits were only a small part of it. The big shots were only interested in resources. Of course, there were also the younger generation who had nothing to do and caused trouble all day long. Now that they were finally doing serious business, they were naturally very comforted. Xia Ruofei smiled humbly. It's not my credit. It's brother Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruofei's work. That's because you're a team. Song Qiming said with a smile. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed by Song Qiming's compliments. He quickly changed the topic. By the way, these are the 2 boxes of nutritional supplements I bought in Spain. Consider it a little token of my appreciation. Song Qiming pretended to be angry and said, Why did you bring something with you when it's my turn? Aren't you being too polite? I'm a little embarrassed to come here empty, handed to freeload. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said with a smile, Besides, it's not worth much. Actually, Song Qiming was just putting on an act. However, Fang Liyun could not stand it anymore. She took the 2 boxes of nutritional supplements from Xia Ruofei and rolled her eyes at Song Qiming. This is just a small gift from the child, you can just accept it. Why? Are you putting on airs at home? It's not like Ruofei is asking you for help. Madam, I didn't say. I wouldn't accept it, Song Qiming said with a bitter smile. Fang Liyun glared at Song Qiming, then put on a smile and said to Xia Ruofei, Ruofei, ignore that old man. I'm used to being serious at work. 2580 home visit for follow-up visit. 2. Xia Ruofei looked at Song Qiming in amusement. The black-haired Song Qiming looked young and strong. He did not look like an old man at all. However, from the look of helplessness on Song Qiming's face, it was obvious who was the master of the house. Song Qiming said, Ruofei, don't just stand there and talk. Let's sit over there. Liyun, didn't you say that you wanted to show off your cooking skills? You can go. I'll greet Ruofei. Fang Liyun slapped her head and said, yes, yes. Yes. I'm so happy to see Ruofei, there's still a lot of things to do in the kitchen. Ruofei, chat with your Uncle Song for a while. I'll go cook for you. It's been hard on you, Aunt Fang. Xia Ruofei said. Fang Liyun waved her hand and laughed, you silly child. What's so hard about cooking? Quickly go over and sit for a while. Don't just stand there. Then, Fang Liyun went into the kitchen while Song Qiming led Xia Ruofei to the living room and sat down. He personally arranged the tea set and made tea for Xia Ruofei. He smiled and said, Ruofei, you've caused quite a stir on your trip to Spain. Xia Ruofei knew that Song Qiming was referring to the time when he played for RCD Español, so he smiled and said, this matter is also a coincidence. The earliest we met was in Beijing, on the day of our Paradise Gatherings opening. I had a chat with President Zhou of Glory World Corporation, and then, Xia Ruofei briefly told Song Qiming about his purchase of shares in the Spanish club, his vacation in Spain to reward his employees, and his decision to register as a player on a whim, to join the team and play a game. Song Qiming laughed and said, I say. Why is a big boss like you working so hard and even playing football? You don't lack that little bit of money, do you? This is your family's business. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's mainly a hobby. When I was studying, I liked to play football. After I joined the army, I played football with my comrades every week. I didn't have much time after I retired. You're a person who's good at creating miracles. Song Qiming said if it were someone else who had never received any systematic professional training and was already 27 years old, it would be unimaginable for them to suddenly appear in the world's top professional league. However, all of this seems to be so logical when it happens to you. That's too high of an evaluation, Xia Ruofei said, a little embarrassed. I'm not trying to flatter you, Song Qiming waved his hand. Ruofei, I've known you for quite some time. And have seen you create many miracles. Whether it's the bureau chief's illness or my injury from a while ago. Other than you, no one else could have done it. Song Qiming continued, from a business point of view. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone by buying the shares of this Español club. Especially when you joined the team and played an amazing game, that was even more amazing. As long as this momentum is maintained, whether it's Glory World Corporation or your Paradise Corporation, it'll be extremely beneficial. This Zhou Liyun sure has sharp eyes. Xia Ruofei smiled. Director Zhou is a good person. You know how to please others. Ha ha ha. In the business world, this is considered a fair and just method. Song Qiming said, nowadays, some businessmen are keen to invest in the good of certain leaders. It's worth being wary of. Song Qiming's thoughts were a little scattered, but this involved a sensitive issue. Xia Ruofei did not answer and only smiled and nodded. Song Qiming obviously knew that it was not appropriate to talk about this with Xia Ruofei. Besides, Xia Ruofei obviously did not care about politics, so he quickly changed the topic. The two of them chatted for a while before Xia Ruofei took the initiative to say, Uncle Song, it looks like you're recovering well. However, I still want to give you a comprehensive examination to prevent any hidden dangers. You're so kind, Song Qiming said. Ruofei, you're a doctor. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Do you need to change locations? Oh, there's no need for that, Xia Ruofei said. Chinese medicine is all about looking, listening, asking, and feeling. It's fine here. I'll take your pulse first. All right. Song Qiming extended his hand in cooperation. Xia Ruofei felt Song Qiming's pulse and closed his eyes to feel his pulse. Although the main purpose of coming to Song Qiming for a check-up was not to do so, Xia Ruofei was not pretending. He still analyzed Song Qiming's pulse seriously and even used his spiritual power to do a comprehensive physical examination of his body. Even though he could tell with a glance that Song Qiming's body was recovering well, he still did not let his guard down. On one hand, he wanted to check if there were any hidden injuries. More importantly, he wanted to see if Song Qiming's physical condition was suitable for cultivation. The most important task of his visit today was to help Song Qiming start cultivating the Ruoxo Heart Sutra. Yesterday, Xia Ruofei had thought about it and felt that it was not a good plan to let Song Wei come back and show her affection or to show off some of his cultivation skills. So, he eventually chose a more secure way to use his identity as a doctor. There was no doubt that Song Qiming had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei's medical skills, especially after the emergency treatment and the near-death experience. He trusted Xia Ruofei even more. He would not doubt Xia Ruofei's words at all. What Xia Ruofei needed to do was to use his identity as a doctor to get this done without Song Qiming knowing. After a long time, Xia Ruofei took Song Qiming's pulse and checked his tongue. Finally, Xia Ruofei said, Uncle Song, it's just as I expected. You're recovering well. There were no hidden dangers in the injured area. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely pass this test. You're bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. I'll congratulate you in advance. Song Qiming laughed and said, after what happened last time, I've come to terms with it. The future isn't important. As long as the family is healthy, that's more important than anything else. That being said, wouldn't it be better if there were better opportunities and a higher platform for you to realize your political ambitions? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Generally speaking, this kind of topic was a little sensitive, especially when it came to Song Qiming's level. However, Song Qiming did not treat Xia Ruofei as an outsider. He did not hide anything and laughed. That's even better. It's just that after that incident, my mentality has become a lot more free and easy. I'll be lucky if I get it, but if I don't, it's my fate. This kind of mentality is very good. It's easier to lose your cool if you worry about gains and losses, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he changed the topic and said, Uncle Song, although you're recovering well, the serious injury last time has damaged your body's foundation, so I suggest you continue to receive treatment that was lying through his teeth. How could Song Qiming's body be damaged? After being repaired by the precious petals of the spirit heart flower? Not only was he not injured, but because of the magical effects of the heart concentrating grass, he even had a physique that could cultivate now. However, Song Qiming believed Xia Ruofei's words. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to lie to him. Therefore, Song Qiming's expression turned serious when he heard that. He asked, so there's still a hidden danger in my body? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, don't be nervous. Even if you don't receive treatment, at most, your body will be a little weaker. When you get old, and you'll get sick from time to time. For the quality of your life in your later years, I suggest you continue to receive treatment. 2581 An excellent start. 1. Although Xia Ruofei's tone was relaxed, Song Qiming could not help but feel a little nervous. The main reason was that he trusted Xia Ruofei too much. He would not doubt his words at all. Alright, I'll do as you say. Ruofei, how do you think we should treat him? Hence, Secretary Song fell into Xia Ruofei's trap without any warning. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, strictly speaking, it's not really a treatment. There's no need to continue using the medicine. Your body's foundation is currently damaged, and taking medicine can't solve the root of the problem. We still have to solve it from the root. Song Qiming nodded and said, yes. I'll fully cooperate with any treatment. Even if you need to leave work for a while, that's fine. To Song Qiming, if he could not work normally for a long time, his important position would definitely be replaced by someone new. Therefore, he said those words because he had already made up his mind. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's not true. Uncle Song, my suggestion is to use some spare time every day to do targeted foundation, strengthening exercises. I believe that this situation should be significantly improved. Song Qiming felt even more relaxed when he heard that it would not affect his work. He chuckled and said, no problem. You're a doctor, so I'll listen to you. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Uncle Song, Chinese medicine has a long history in maintaining one's health. I happen to know a way to nourish one's qi. If you exercise for a long time, it'll strengthen your body's foundation. It's very effective. I hope that you can continue to practice this set of qi nurturing techniques. I believe that it won't be long before you'll be able to feel the changes in your body. Song Qiming was slightly stunned and asked, qi nurturing technique? Is it qigong? For Song Qiming's generation, the word qigong definitely carried a deep scientific memory. However, most of this memory was related to scammers who pretended to be gods and ghosts. In that era where everyone practiced qigong, countless masters emerged, but in the end, it was proven that these were all fake. Countless masters fell one after another into the mortal world. Xia Ruofei smiled. You can think of it that way. However, strictly speaking, it's not qigong. It's purely a traditional Chinese medicine health maintenance method. Song Qiming nodded and said, let's try it. Then. However, I don't know if I can learn it. In this aspect, I'm afraid my comprehension is, don't worry about that. Since I brought it up, I'll definitely teach you. Xia Ruofei joked, as long as you follow the method I taught you and practice step by step, you'll definitely have no problem. Alright then. Song Qiming said, will do. As you say. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine sanatorium was everywhere. There were also many yoga classes that were very popular. The concept of health maintenance was deeply rooted in people's hearts, so Song Qiming did not think much about it. Just like that, a high-level leader was fooled by Xia Ruofei and began a new path of evolution. Ruofei, when do I start learning? Song Qiming asked. After dinner. Xia Ruofei said after a moment of silence. After settling this matter, Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them chatted for a while before Fang Liyun came out to inform them that the meal was ready. Xia Ruofei immediately stood up and ran to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. In a short while, the dishes were all served. When Fang Liyun knew that Xia Ruofei was coming, she went to buy the ingredients herself. The dinner today was very sumptuous, with 7 or 8 dishes. Among them, she even filled a large plate of her best dish, red braised carp. Xia Ruofei smiled. Aunt Fang, you've made too much. How can the three of us finish it? If you can't finish it, then eat as much as you can. Fang Liyun chuckled and said, young men your age have the biggest appetites. When your Uncle Song was your age, he could eat 3 big bowls of white rice for every meal, even if there were no dishes. Song Qiming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why do you say that? Go and take out the bottle of wine from my cabinet. I'll drink with Ruofei. In fact, Song Qiming had not touched any alcoholic drinks after he was injured. The doctor had also told him to avoid smoking, drinking, and spiciness. However, when Xia Ruofei came to visit today, even Fang Liyun did not say anything. She agreed with a smile and went to get the wine herself. Song Qiming personally poured Xia Ruofei a glass of wine and filled his own. Fang Liyun poured a glass of fruit juice. Song Qiming picked up his cup and said, come. Let's have a drink first. If Fei were to come over today, I would be happy from the bottom of my heart. Li Yun, you too. Fang Liyun nodded with a smile and picked up her cup. Xia Ruofei held the cup and smiled. Then, I wish Uncle and Auntie good health. All right, cheers. Cheers. Both of them finished their first glass of wine in one gulp. Fang Liyun took a sip of the fruit juice in her glass, then immediately greeted, Ruofei, eat. Let's eat. Yes. Your Aunt Fang has been busy since the afternoon. Song Qiming added, don't you like your Auntie Fang's braised carp the most? Come on. Have a taste. Then, Song Qiming personally picked up a piece of fish from the belly and gave it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Uncle Song, I can do it myself. Please continue eating. 2582 An excellent start, too. Xia Ruofei was not used to Song Qiming and his wife being so enthusiastic. The 3 of them chatted as they ate. Xia Ruofei and Song Qiming clinked their glasses and drank from time to time. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Considering that Song Qiming was still recovering, the two of them did not drink too much. From the second glass onwards, they only had a light sip. While they were eating, Song Qiming mentioned Xia Ruofei's medical advice to Fang Liyun. When Fang Liyun heard that Xia Ruofei wanted Song Qiming to practice the health maintenance technique every day, she was in full agreement. She smiled and said, I've already told your Uncle Song a few times to take care of his health, but he just won't listen. Now that Ruofei is telling you, you should believe him, right? I'm just busy with work, Song Qiming said with a bitter smile. Don't I want to accompany you to walk around the neighborhood after dinner every day? The conditions don't allow it. There are so many People in the troupe. I think you're the busiest. Fang Liyun could not help but criticize, other people are rushing to get results and avoid trouble as much as possible, but you don't even care if it's a job. In the province or the city, you just accept it if it's possible or not. You deserve to work so hard. How can you be so picky at work? Song Qiming asked. I've always been like this. Besides, if I wasn't such an upright person, how could you have fallen for me? Fang Liyun blushed and glared at Song Qiming. You damn old man. This junior is here. You're so rude, Song Qiming could not help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei looked at the two flirtatious people and felt a little embarrassed. He could only lower his head and eat the white rice in his bowl, pretending not to hear them. Seeing this, Fang Liyun smiled and gave Xia Ruofei a piece of red braised pork. Ruofei, don't just focus on eating. Have some food. Good, good, good. Thank you, Auntie. Xia Ruofei said. By the way, can I practice the maintaining technique you taught your uncle? Song? Fang Liyun replied, I just want to keep an eye on him. If no one is watching him, he'll be lazy. Song Qiming could not help but smile bitterly. I'm not a kid anymore. Besides, I've always valued Ruofei's opinion. How could I be lazy? Xia Ruofei quickly said, Auntie Fang, my maintenance technique is only suitable for men. It won't have any effect on you. It might even have the opposite effect. So, then forget it. Fang Liyun smiled and said, it's not bad for me to walk more often. Yes. You're in good health, and walking fast is a good exercise for you. Xia Ruofei said, Uncle Song's injuries from last time have affected his body's foundation. So he had to use some uncommon methods to make up for it. Of course, Fang Liyun could also try to cultivate if modest heart sutra, but her physique was not suitable for cultivation at all, so no matter how hard she tried, it would not have any effect. In order to prevent Fang Liyun's efforts from being in vain, Xia Ruofei quickly dispelled the idea. After dinner, Xia Ruofei wanted to help Fang Liyun clean up the dishes. However, Song Qiming's house already had a domestic service staff. If Xia Ruofei had not come to visit, Fang Liyun would not have to cook. Therefore, someone would naturally do the cleaning. Hence, Xia Ruofei, Song Qiming, and Fang Liyun made some tea in the living room and took a short break after dinner. After that, he asked Song Qiming to find a quiet room and prepared to teach him the health maintenance technique. Song Qiming brought Xia Ruofei to the study room on the second floor. Song Qiming had a lot of books in his collection. When he worked at home, he would usually do it in his study room. Therefore, his study room was actually a standard bedroom that had been modified. The actual area was much larger than an ordinary study room. The study room in the small building had been converted into a storage room. Xia Ruofei took the yoga mat that Fang Liyun had given him and laid it on the floor in the middle of the study room. Uncle Song, please sit cross-legged on the mat, he said. Song Qiming nodded. He took off his slippers, stepped on the yoga mat, and sat down cross-legged. Xia Ruofei reached into his shoulder bag and took out a spiritual crystal. He walked to the opposite of Song Qiming and sat down cross-legged. Xia Ruofei handed over the crystals and said, Uncle Song, hold this in your hand and then turn your 5 hearts to the sky. As he spoke, he showed Song Qiming the correct way to sit cross-legged. Of course, there was no strict requirement on the sitting posture. When practicing the Sutra of Humility, Xia Ruofei just hoped to increase the sense of ceremony through this method, so that Song Qiming would be more convinced that this health maintenance method was not ordinary. Song Qiming quickly adjusted his sitting position according to Xia Ruofei's demonstration. The spiritual crystal was held in his right hand. Then, Xia Ruofei's voice started to become ethereal, as if it had a trace of magic. Now, close your eyes. Imagine that you are in a very quiet environment. There are many free nutrients around you, like little spirits, lively and cute. Don't open your eyes, and focus on feeling these little spirits. They are around you, and the entire space is filled with their excited figures. 2583 An excellent start. 3. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to hypnotize Song Qiming. For an ordinary person like Song Qiming, he was hypnotized by Xia Ruofei almost immediately. Of course, Xia Ruofei only did this to help Song Qiming enter a state of total oblivion. After all, Song Qiming was an ordinary person with no cultivation experience. It was difficult for him to throw all the distracting thoughts out of his mind and fully immerse himself in cultivation. At the same time, Song Qiming would be more sensitive to the spiritual qi around him when he was hypnotized. As expected, with Xia Ruofei's guidance, Song Qiming soon mumbled, "I can feel them." Xia Ruofei was slightly happy. He thought to himself, it's indeed a body that has been transformed by the heart-concentrating grass. His affinity to spirit qi was really good. To be able to sense the presence of spirit qi in such a short time, this was definitely an excellent start. Xia Ruofei continued to use his mind power to bewitch her. Very good. Now try to use your heart to touch them. With your kindness, slowly. Slowly, under Xia Ruofei's constant guidance, Song Qiming seemed to have gradually found the feeling. Soon, Xia Ruofei felt the spiritual qi around him moving slowly. Obviously, Song Qiming was able to establish a preliminary connection with the spiritual qi. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He continued to guide Song Qiming to feel and touch the spiritual qi. He did not try to guide the spiritual qi into his body immediately. After about an hour, Xia Ruofei retracted his mental strength, without a trace. Song Qiming also gradually withdrew from the state of hypnosis, but he did not notice it at all. "Uncle Song, how do you feel?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "It's amazing," Song Qiming said excitedly, "I seem to feel that there are very active nutrients in the air, and I feel hungry. I really want to absorb those nutrients. This is amazing." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This means that my judgment was not wrong. You are indeed very suitable for this set of health maintenance techniques. In fact, these wandering nutrients are what your body needs very much. The reason why you feel hungry is that your body has sent out a signal that you need these nutrients to replenish yourself." Song Qiming was convinced. He nodded and said, "Are you Ruofei, this set of spirit nurturing techniques of yours is very impressive. But why didn't you let me try to absorb the nutrients? You can't rush things. You need to familiarize yourself with this feeling first, and then try to absorb it step by step." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Song, let's rest for 10 minutes, before we try to absorb the nutrients. When the time comes, I'll teach you how to guide these nutrients through a specific route to nourish your body." This step was the most important. The cultivation of any cultivation technique was to absorb spiritual energy. The difference lay in the choice of the Meridian routes, and the advantages and disadvantages of the cultivation technique were also produced by the different choices. Next, Xia Ruofei's most important task was to let Song Qiming remember the meridian circulation route of the first level of the If Modest Sutra and to absorb the spiritual energy into his body with great familiarity. Then, he would store the spiritual energy in his dantian according to the meridian circulation route. As long as he could do this, Xia Ruofei's plan would be half successful. 2584 Rapid Progress. 1. Rapid progress. After Song Qiming's body had been transformed by the heart-concentrating grass, his talent in cultivation was indeed very good. It was even beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. After a short break, Song Qiming could not wait to sit cross-legged on the yoga mat. This time, Xia Ruofei did not use hypnosis to guide Song Qiming. In the end, Song Qiming only took 5 minutes to enter a state of concentration and complete oblivion. He could also sense the spiritual qi around his body. Of course, after the first successful experience of sensing spiritual energy, the success rate of the second attempt would be much higher. However, Song Qiming's high efficiency still surprised Xia Ruofei. Without much hesitation, he started guiding Song Qiming to try and absorb the spiritual qi. In the beginning, the spiritual essence was like a naughty child, not listening to his command at all. However, after more than 10 minutes of trying, Song Qiming seemed to have gradually found the way. After the first wisp of spirit qi was successfully absorbed into his body, everything after that became very smooth. Xia Ruofei did not use his genuine qi to guide Song Qiming. Instead, he chose to give him verbal guidance and let Song Qiming try to control the spiritual qi to flow in the correct meridian route. Of course, Song Qiming had never come into contact with the knowledge of the human body's meridians before. Therefore, it was not easy for him to make the spiritual qi flow through the meridians accurately. However, Xia Ruofei was constantly using his spiritual power to sense the situation of the spiritual energy in Song Qiming's body. As long as there was a slight deviation, he would immediately give a warning. Even though this method was a little inefficient, it would leave a deeper impression on Song Qiming. After a while, Song Qiming finally controlled the wisp of spiritual qi and followed Xia Ruofei's instructions to complete a full circulation in his body. Because the amount of spiritual qi absorbed was very little, and the process of circulation was not very coherent, so more than half of it dissipated during the circulation, and only a very small part successfully returned to the dantian. The true qi produced in the end was almost unnoticeable. Even Song Qiming himself could not sense the extremely weak true qi. Of course, no matter how weak it was genuine qi, and it could not escape Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. He knew very well that this wisp of weak genuine qi was like a spark. Song Qiming was on the right path. He believed that it would not take long for this seed of fire to evolve into a raging flame. With Xia Ruofei's encouragement, Song Qiming started the second and third round of attempts. With each circulation, Song Qiming was getting more and more familiar with the meridian route. After 5 or 6 circulations, he could control his genuine qi to complete a full circulation without Xia Ruofei's reminder. Even though there was still room for improvement in his proficiency, Xia Ruofei was already overjoyed at the efficiency. He had been prepared to come a few more times over the next few days. Now, it seemed like he could finish it in one go. In the future, Song Qiming could slowly cultivate on his own. By 9:00 in the evening, Song Qiming had already mastered the first level of the Modest Sutra without his knowledge. As he familiarized himself with the route of the first level's meridians, he also became more and more skilled in controlling spiritual energy. He could basically sense spiritual energy at any time and absorb it very smoothly. Moreover, a wisp of genuine qi had appeared in Song Qiming's dantian. It was the reward for completing dozens of qi circulations that day. This wisp of true qi was formed by the weak true qi that was produced after each qi circulation. Even Song Qiming could feel its existence. At the same time, he felt a warm feeling of expansion in his dantian. Xia Ruofei had a lot of qi refining cultivation experience now. He immediately realized that Song Qiming's cultivation for the day should have ended. Haste makes waste. This was an irrefutable truth that was also applicable to cultivation. Uncle Song, Xia Ruofei said, when you finish absorbing these nutrients, today's practice will be over. Song Qiming still wanted more. Even though he did not know what cultivation was, the feeling of cultivation was addictive. This was also the reason why many beginners tended to overcultivate. However, Song Qiming believed Xia Ruofei's words. Even though he was a little reluctant, he stopped cultivating after he controlled the last wisp of spiritual energy to complete one circulation. Ruofei, your method is really effective. Song Qiming looked delighted. I feel very energetic now. I feel like I have endless energy. It's like I've returned to my younger days. Xia Ruofei knew what it felt like to cultivate for the first time. He smiled and said, Uncle Song, this is only the first time. If you keep practicing for 1 to 2 hours every day, the effect will be more obvious. Don't worry. Song Qiming nodded. Even if you didn't say it, I would have insisted. Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'm not worried that you'll give up halfway. I'm just afraid that going too far is as bad as not enough. Too much is as bad as not enough? Song Qiming asked. With a frown. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Everything should be done in moderation, and this kind of health maintenance method was the same. You should have felt the warmth in your lower abdomen and a feeling of fullness. Right? 2585 Rapid Progress, 2, You're right. Song Qiming said, to be honest, this feeling is quite comfortable. Xia Ruofei said, you just have to remember that every time you practice in the future, you must stop when you feel this feeling of satiety. If he persisted, he might not only improve his physique, but also damage his body. Also, you're only a beginner, so it's best if you don't practice for more than 2 hours a day. As a beginner, Song Qiming practiced for 2 hours a day. The intensity was just right. Especially when he cultivated with a spiritual crystal, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual qi was much higher than those poor cultivators on earth. 2 hours was equivalent to several hours for them. For Song Qiming, this time was enough. Song Qiming had even thought of practicing for a while after Xia Ruofei had returned. After all, the feeling just now was quite wonderful. It was almost addictive. After listening to Xia Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He thought that it was fortunate that Xia Ruofei had reminded him in time. Otherwise, it would have easily turned a good thing into a bad thing. I'll remember that. Song Qiming quickly replied. Don't worry, Ruofei, I have good self-control. As long as I feel full, I will stop in time. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Of course, I believe in Uncle Song's self-control. It's just that this is no small matter, so I still have to remind you. Moreover, you might not know this, but if you force yourself to cultivate and overload your body, the damage will be very serious. Not only will your body's foundation be completely destroyed, but you may never be able to practice this health maintenance method again in the future. In serious cases, it may even threaten your life, so you must remember this. Improper or excessive cultivation would result in very serious consequences. At the very least, the meridians would be damaged, and one would never be able to cultivate again in the future. If the situation was serious, it could lead to the loss of control of true energy, causing serious injuries or even life-threatening injuries. This was no joke. Understood? I'll be careful. Song Qiming replied seriously. Xia Ruofei smiled. Uncle Song, the stone I gave you just now is to help you practice the health maintenance method. Remember to hold it in your hand every time you practice. Also, this stone is very precious. If people who know the trade see it, they may covet it, so you have to put it away. When it's not in use, it's best to find a safe place to put it. You should have a safe at home, right? Spiritual crystals were not particularly precious to Xia Ruofei, but if the cultivators on Earth saw it, it could set off a bloodbath. It was possible that the cultivators on Earth would beat their brains out. Hence, Xia Ruofei reminded Song Qiming in time, in case he was unaware of the situation and accidentally let others see the spiritual crystal. I have a safe in my study, Song Qiming said. Then he hesitated and said, Ruofei, since this thing is so precious, you should keep it for yourself. I'll practice on my own at home. It's fine even if the effect is a little worse, Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. Although this thing is rare, it's not that exaggerated. I still have a lot of it. This piece is specially brought here for you. If it's at home, you can use it boldly, as long as you don't show it in front of outsiders. Without the help of spiritual crystals, Song Qiming could only cultivate at midnight and dawn, absorbing the pitifully small amount of spiritual qi in the air. If that was the case, he would at most be a low-level cultivator of the qi refining stage and would never be able to cross the qi refining stage. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Song Qiming hesitated for a while before he finally nodded and said, all right then. I'll take it. Then, Xia Ruofei reminded him of a few things to take note of. At the same time, he repeatedly told him that if he felt uncomfortable while practicing this set of health maintenance methods, he had to stop immediately and contact him to solve it. Xia Ruofei and Song Qiming finally walked out of the study room at around 9:30 p.m. Song Qiming's footsteps were light and he seemed to be in high spirits. This was only the first time. After a long time, Song Qiming realized that his strength would continue to increase. His coordination, agility, and other aspects would be strengthened. Even Xia Ruofei was amazed by Song Qiming's cultivation speed. Not only did he get started quickly, but he was also very efficient in absorbing spiritual energy. At this rate, Xia Ruofei would start teaching him the second level of the technique in less than a month. On one hand, the heart concentrating herb had changed Song Qiming's physique. On the other hand, it might be because the modest sutra was very suitable for Song Qiming's physique. It could indeed allow the cultivator to be unaffected by his age and improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. Fang Liyun had already prepared some sweet soup for the two of them. It was peanut and longan soup. After the sweet soup was ready, Fang Liyun had kept the pot on the gas stove to keep it warm. As soon as the two of them walked out of the study room, Fong Liyun immediately went to bring out 2 bowls of steaming sweet soup. She nodded in satisfaction when she saw that the two of them had finished every single drop. Ruofei, it's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight? Song Qiming said. Wei isn't home either. We're quite lonely at home, yup. Besides, you've had some drinks tonight, so you shouldn't drive. Just stay here. There are a lot of rooms in the house, and the bedsheets are brand new. Fong Liyun said enthusiastically. Xia Ruofei wanted to leave, but after hearing Song Qiming and his wife's words, he hesitated. Considering that Song Qiming was not completely familiar with the first stage of the Modest Sutra, he could stay and guide him in his cultivation. So, after some thought, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble you. What kind of silly words is this child saying? Fong Liyun rebuked. This is like your own home. You're not allowed to be so formal in the future, understand? Yes. Xia Ruofei quickly said, well, it's getting late. Uncle, Auntie, you should rest early, that's good too. You've worked hard for a day, Ruofei. You should sleep early too. Song Qiming said. For some reason, Song Qiming felt that his body seemed to have become younger after he practiced the health maintenance technique. When he saw Fong Liyun under the light, he felt a desire that he had not felt for a long time. Of course, Fong Liyun did not know what Song Qiming was thinking. She asked the housekeeping staff to prepare the guest room while she went to find a new set of pajamas that Song Qiming had never worn before for Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming and Xia Ruofei had a similar figure, so his clothes would fit Xia Ruofei well. Before they returned to their room, Xia Ruofei said to Song Qiming, Uncle Song, wake up earlier. Tomorrow I'll guide you to practice again at around 6 o'clock. No problem. Song Qiming immediately replied. I've always woken up early in the morning. But you? Don't you young people like to sleep in? If you can't get up, then forget it, I'm fine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, it's decided then. We'll go directly to the study room at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's a deal. Song Qiming said. After everyone said good night to each other, they went back to their rooms. Xia Ruofei took a quick shower and changed into his pajamas before lying down on the large, soft bed in the guest room. He pondered for a while, took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to Song Wei, hey. Guess where I am? After a while, Song Wei replied, snickering. There are no clues at all, how am I supposed to guess? Xia Ruofei did not reply immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the window of the guest room. He took a selfie with his phone. The courtyard outside the window could be seen in the background. Then, Xia Ruofei sent the photo to Song Wei, followed by another message, the clue is here. Free bonus questions. 2586 A call from the capital city, 1. After the message was sent, Song Wei replied almost instantly with a series of frightened emojis. There were as many as 7 or 8 of them. Immediately after, Song Wei sent a voice message, you're in my house? What's going on? Xia Ruofei laughed and pressed the voice button on WeChat. What other situation could there be? Of course, I'm the one who's here to propose marriage to Uncle and Auntie. We drank and chatted happily, and Uncle and Auntie even warmly invited me to stay the night. It's hard to refuse such kindness, so I can only respectfully accept it. This time, Song Wei didn't send Xia Ruofei any voice messages. Instead, she sent him a video call invitation. Xia Ruofei accepted the video call and looked at Song Wei on the screen. He smiled and said, "Wei Wei, why are you in such a hurry to see me?" "Don't mess around," Song Wei said. "Coyly, tell me the truth. Why are you in my house?" "You're not allowed to talk about marriage," Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "All right. Actually, I'm here to check on Uncle Song." "A follow-up?" Song Wei's expression changed. "Didn't my dad recover? Could it be that the injury is acting up again?" No. 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 Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Don't worry. Uncle Song is in good health." "Then what are you going to do?" Song Wei asked in confusion. "Isn't this just a way to please my future father-in-law and mother-in-law?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Speak properly," Song Wei said as she rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. All right. All right. Xia Ruofei said, "I did find a reason that Uncle Song couldn't refuse, but I didn't come to propose marriage or to get close to him." "Wei Wei, do you still remember what I promised you?" "I said that I would find a suitable cultivation technique for Uncle Song, and no matter what price I had to pay, I would help him step onto the path of cultivation." Song Wei's eyes widened when she heard that. Her voice started to tremble. "Ruofei, could it be that you came to my house today just to teach my father some cultivation techniques?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, he briefly told Song Wei what happened today. Finally, he smiled and said, "I had no choice. He wouldn't believe me if I told him directly, and you're far away in Beijing, so you can't help. In the end, after thinking about it, I decided that only being a doctor would be useful. That's why I thought of this." Song Wei's eyes were red. She stared at Xia Ruofei on the screen and said softly, "Ruofei, thank you for everything you've done for me." Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "There's no need to be so polite between us. This is what I promised you, and I'm just fulfilling my promise. And since Uncle Song already has the physique to cultivate, if you don't cultivate, wouldn't it be a waste of your talent?" Although Xia Ruofei made it sound easy, Song Wei was no longer a newbie. She knew very well that it was difficult to find a cultivation technique that was suitable for Song Qiming's age. Moreover, Xia Ruofei could not tell Song Qiming the truth. At the same time, he had to guide Song Qiming to cultivate correctly. It must have taken a lot of effort. Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei's smiling face on the screen. Her heart was filled with warmth and sweetness. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Wei was in a daze and didn't say anything, so he smiled and said, "Wei Wei, don't worry. Uncle Song's talent isn't bad. He only tried it for the first time today, but I've already guided him to take the first step. The beginning is always the hardest, so in the future, you just need to persist in your cultivation." Song Wei bit her lower lip. She tried to control her tears. She did not want to show weakness in front of Xia Ruofei. She only needed to keep those feelings in her heart. After a long time, Song Wei nodded and said, "Are you Ruofei? I'm very assured with you there, silly girl." Xia Ruofei said affectionately, "It's late. You should take the time to rest. Don't worry about Uncle Song. Good night." Song Wei said. After ending the video call with Song Wei, Xia Ruofei went to bed early. The next morning, Xia Ruofei woke up on time. After a simple wash, he went to the study. When Xia Ruofei arrived at The study room, it was 5 minutes to 6 o'clock. Song Qiming was already waiting there. "Good morning, Uncle Song." Xia Ruofei greeted him and asked, "Why didn't you sleep for a while longer?" Song Qiming's face was glowing and he looked good. He laughed and said, "You don't sleep as much as you get older. I usually wake up around this time, but you're not used to waking up so early, are you?" Actually, Song Qiming was so excited that he could not fall asleep last night. Moreover, he had spent half the night with Fang Liyun and regained his long-lost vigor. He was exhausted by the second half of the night and had to wake himself up with the alarm clock in the morning. However, it was not convenient to tell this junior Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "I don't know how to. When I was in the army, I've already developed a biological clock that goes to bed early and wakes up early. After I retired, although my life isn't so regular anymore, I don't usually sleep in unless there are special circumstances. It's better to sleep and wake up early." Song Qiming said, "Young people like to stay up late these days, including Wei Wei. We've told her so many times, but she doesn't listen. Help me talk to her when you're free. It's not good for a girl to stay up late too much." An unnatural expression flashed across Xia Ruofei's face. He concealed his guilt very well and said, "I'll talk to her when I have the chance." "Uncle Song, time is precious, let's start." "All right," Song Qiming said quickly. At first, he wanted to talk about his daughter, but it was obvious that the health maintenance method he had just learned the night before was more attractive to him. In the morning, Song Qiming had cultivated for about 1.5 hours. Xia Ruofei had been watching over him the entire time. However, he did not interfere and guide him. Today, he did not even give him any reminders. On one hand, he was consciously training Song Qiming's ability to cultivate independently. On the other hand, Song Qiming was indeed a fast learner. Towards the end, there was basically no need for Xia Ruofei to point out any mistakes. At around 7:30 a.m., Xia Ruofei asked Song Qiming to stop his cultivation. The hour of dawn was a time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was relatively peaceful. Without auxiliary cultivation treasures such as spirit crystals and origin crystals, the cultivators on earth generally chose to cultivate at midnight and the hour of dawn. Only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during these two times could be absorbed by cultivators. The spiritual energy at other times was very heterogeneous and even violent, and could not be absorbed by cultivators at all. During this period of time, the spiritual qi in the outside world was relatively mild. Moreover, Song Qiming had a spiritual crystal that stored a large amount of spiritual qi, so he basically did not have to worry about spiritual qi when he cultivated. Even the upper echelons of the cultivation sects on earth could hardly enjoy such cultivation conditions. After Song Qiming stopped cultivating, Xia Ruofei checked his body again. The main purpose was to check on Song Qiming's physical condition. After scanning with his mental power, Xia Ruofei realized that the genuine qi in Song Qiming's dantian had grown stronger. The meridians that were involved in the first level of the Modest Sutra had also been widened and strengthened to a certain extent. The results of Song Qiming's cultivation were obviously very good. Xia Ruofei nodded and opened his eyes. "Uncle Song, your body is much stronger than yesterday. It's obvious that we're on the right path. From today on, you just have to practice more every day." "Good. I'll definitely persevere," Song Qiming said. Then added, "Ruofei, it's all thanks to you." Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed it if my body continued to deteriorate day by day. Song Qiming believed Xia Ruofei's white lie without a doubt. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel embarrassed. Fortunately, in addition to the improvement of his cultivation, he seemed to have become more thick-skinned these years. Therefore, he did not reveal anything. He only smiled and said a few words, and then changed the topic. Xia Ruofei had breakfast at Song Qiming's house and then left. During breakfast, Xia Ruofei felt that Feng Liyun's complexion was much better than yesterday. Her face was ruddy and she was in high spirits. He was not sure if it was just his imagination. Song Qiming also had to go to work. The chauffeur had already parked the car at the entrance and was ready to leave at any time. Hence, Xia Ruofei's Night 15 SUV followed Song Qiming's Audi. The two cars left Song Qiming's house in a short time. Xia Ruofei didn't return to the Jianbin district. Instead, he drove directly to the Taoyuan building. It was rare for Xia Ruofei to be in Sanshan these few days, and Feng Jing had mentioned it many times, so Xia Ruofei followed her advice. As long as he was free, he would go to the company to make his presence known, in case some new employees had not even seen the chairman before. It would be embarrassing if he, the chairman of the board, was stopped by the front desk staff when he returned to the company one day. Back at the chairman's office on the top floor, Xia Ruofei asked Qin Yanan to make him a cup of tea before he continued to sign the documents. Administrative work really didn't suit him. After reading more than a dozen documents, he felt a little dizzy. Just as he was about to get up and look out the window and smoke a cigarette, the phone on his desk rang. Xia Ruofei glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly before picking up. Secretary Liu, what's the matter? Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. My father's condition has suddenly started to worsen. On the other end of the phone, Liu Xuanfeng said anxiously, Mr. Feng, no matter where you are now, I'm begging you to come back to Beijing as soon as possible. My father doesn't seem to be doing well. 2587 There's something fishy going on. 1. After Xia Ruofei heard Liu Xuanfeng's words, his first reaction was that he was lying. Because in his opinion, this kind of thing was simply impossible. Although old man Liu's recovery was slow, everything was under Xia Ruofei's control. Under his intentional control, old man Liu's condition was actually slowly getting better. Before Xia Ruofei left the capital, he had left behind enough pills. As long as the Liu family followed his instructions and gave elder Liu the medicine on time and in fixed quantities, there would be no accidents. Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, Liu Xuanfeng couldn't help but call out anxiously when he didn't hear Xia Ruofei speak. Xia Ruofei finally came back to his senses and said, Chief Liu, don't worry. It's impossible for such a thing to happen. Please describe elder Liu's situation to me in detail. Okay. Actually, about 6 or 7 days ago, my father felt a little uncomfortable, and his mental state was obviously much worse than before. Liu Xuanfeng said, at first, we thought that the old man was getting old and weak, but his condition was getting worse and worse. He couldn't get out of bed since the day before yesterday, and today he fell into a coma. The doctor said his condition might not be good. The tumor is also spreading. Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, did Mr. Liu take the pills I prepared on time? We give him the medicine on time every day. Liu Xuanfeng said, there's someone in charge of this. There's never been any delay. Did you overconsume it? Xia Ruofei asked again. In fact, there would not be any side effects even if they overtook it. The main ingredient to treat Elder Lu's illness was the petal of the spirit heart flower in the pill. Xia Ruofei had only instructed them to take a fixed amount to control the speed of Elder Lu's recovery. In fact, even if they took a few more pills, it would only speed up the recovery and would not cause such a situation. Absolutely not. Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng said. We've been following your instructions strictly and giving the old man his medicine. Why would he appear now, Chief Lu? I also find it very strange. Xia Ruofei said, how about this? I'll immediately return to the capital. There are many things that I can only understand after seeing it with my own eyes. Good, good, good. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, Mr. Xia, please come over as soon as possible. Sorry to trouble you. By the way, do you need me to arrange for a plane for you? Lu Chuanfeng treated Xia Ruofei as a life-saving straw. In fact, if Xia Ruofei had not treated old Master Lu's illness, he would have been dead by now. Therefore, even though there was a relapse in the treatment process, he still did not dare to blame Xia Ruofei. Of course, it would be a different story if Elder Lu couldn't make it this time. The treatment fee that Xia Ruofei had offered was not cheap. Not only did he ask for the Lu family's pharmaceutical group, but he had also reached a certain level of reconciliation with the Song family. It could be said that he had made a huge concession. If the treatment failed, the Lu family would definitely have to talk to Xia Ruofei. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not afraid of the Lu family. It was just that he did not want to go against the Lu family if it was not necessary. Moreover, this matter was strange from the beginning to the end. Xia Ruofei had to investigate it no matter what. This incident was most likely caused by other factors, and Xia Ruofei did not want to be the scapegoat. There's no need for that. Xia Ruofei said, I have a public jet here, and I also have an emergency channel to apply for a flight route. I can reach the capital city in 3 hours at most. That's good. That's good. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport. Lu Chuanfeng said. Xia Ruofei did not reject this arrangement. He nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to trouble you. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei immediately called Captain Luan and asked him to apply for a flight route from the Three Mountains to the capital city. He asked for the plane to take off as soon as possible. It was much easier to apply for a domestic flight route. Hence, Luan told Xia Ruofei confidently to head to the airport now. When he arrived at the airport, the flight route should have been approved. After the call, Xia Ruofei called the logistics department and asked for a car. After all, he did not know how long he would be in the capital. If he drove to the airport by himself, he would have to leave his car in the airport's parking lot. Then, Xia Ruofei called Feng Rao and Ling Qingxue. He did not tell them what it was about, but he told them that he had something urgent to deal with in the capital and had to go there immediately. Feng Jing was already used to Xia Ruofei's sudden disappearance, so she didn't complain much. Instead, she generously expressed that she would look after the company and let Xia Ruofei go to the capital without worry. On the other hand, Ling Qingxue was a little reluctant to part with Xia Ruofei after a short meeting. However, she did not ask much and even joked that Xia Ruofei should spend more time with Song Wei in the capital. After making the call, Xia Ruofei got up and took out a small suitcase from the lounge. He took a few clothes from the space and stuffed them in. Then, he dragged the suitcase downstairs. The company had sent a black Mercedes-Benz car to wait at the entrance of the building. The veteran who was in charge of driving took Xia Ruofei's luggage and quickly loaded it into the trunk. He then jogged to the driver's side, opened the door, and sat in. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz slid out steadily and sped in the direction of the airport. 2.5 hours later, Xia Ruofei's private jet landed steadily on the runway of the Beijing International Airport. As Xia Ruofei dragged his small suitcase out of the airport building, an old man in a black Chinese tunic suit came up to him and bowed slightly. "Good day, Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei immediately recognized the old man in front of him. His name was Lu Quan, the head butler of the Lu family. He had been by Old Master Lu's side for decades and was the Old Master's most trusted person. Although they were not blood-related, they were like family. "Hello, Uncle Lu," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Mr. Xia, you've had a long journey." Lu Quan said respectfully, "The car is ready. This way please." Lu Quan's chauffeur had already taken Xia Ruofei's luggage, and soon Xia Ruofei got into a Mercedes-Benz business car sent by the Lu family. "Where's Elder Lu now?" Xia Ruofei asked, casually from the middle seat. "The old master is still in the original house." Lu Quan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, turned around and said, "The medical facilities there are quite complete, and 301 Hospital has sent several experts there." Lu Chuanfeng had also considered the inconvenience of having Xia Ruofei treat Old Master Lu in the hospital. So, even though Old Master Lu had fallen into a coma, he had decided to let him stay in the house after consulting the experts. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Uncle Lu, has there been anything unusual about Elder Lu's health these days?" Lu Quan had been taking care of Old Man Lu every day, so he should know the situation best. Although Xia Ruofei had not seen the patient yet, she decided to ask about the situation first. Lu Quan thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Xia, I didn't notice anything unusual. Master's life is very regular. Every day. He doesn't go out these days. He takes his medicine on time every day." "Then where did he put his medicine? Is there anyone else who can come into contact with it?" Xia Ruofei asked immediately. "The pills you've provided are all stored outside Master's room. Because the pills need to be stored in cold storage, we specially set up a refrigerator in the outer room. Of course, we were afraid of disturbing the Master's rest, so we put the refrigerator in the outer room, but there are people guarding it 24 hours a day, so no one should have the chance to come into contact with these pills." "Mr. Xia, do you suspect that someone has tampered with the pills?" Lu Quan asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I haven't seen Elder Lu yet. I don't know what's going on with his body. It's too early to make a conclusion. However, in theory, this possibility could not be ruled out. And the measures you mentioned seem to be strict, but there are actually loopholes. For example, someone bribed the person responsible for guarding the refrigerator and asked him to add something to the pills. As long as the price is high enough, it's hard to guarantee that no one will be tempted." Then, Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said with a smile, "Of course, this is just my guess. It can't be accurate." Then, Xia Ruofei asked, "Do many people usually come into contact with Elder Lu?" Lu Quan understood Xia Ruofei's meaning. He said as he tried to recall, the doctors, nurses, some family members, bodyguards, and housekeepers. There are quite a lot of people who can come into contact with the Old Master every day, but these people are absolutely reliable. Any one of them will be under strict surveillance when they appear in front of the old master, so it's unlikely that anything will happen to them. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not argue with Lu Quan about whether these people were absolutely reliable. After asking Lu Quan a few questions, Xia Ruofei leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes to rest. Lu Quan turned around and looked ahead. He seemed to be deep in thought. An hour later, Xia Ruofei's Mercedes-Benz arrived at Old Master Lu's house. The moment Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he saw a worried-looking Lu Chuanfeng walking up to him. Without waiting for Lu Kun to speak, Xia Ruofei said, "Chief Lu, let's skip the small talk. Take me to see what's going on with Elder Lu right now." Lu Chuanfeng's eyes showed a trace of gratitude. Although they were on different sides, Xia Ruofei still did his best to treat Old Man Lu after receiving the high treatment fee. Xia Ruofei had immediately arranged for a public jet to rush to the capital city as fast as possible when he heard the news. The Lu family had to appreciate this. "All right. The old man is on the second floor." "Mr. Xia, this way please," Lu Chuanfeng said. 2588. The answer is obvious. 1. Xia Ruofei followed Lu Chuanfeng to the second floor. Old Man Lu was still living in the same room, but compared to the time when Xia Ruofei had come for a follow-up, the air was filled with tension. With a casual sweep of his spiritual power, he could find a few guards. Obviously, the Lu family also suspected that there was a human factor in the deterioration of Old Master Lu's condition. In addition to the security personnel, there were also many medical staff here. In the past, when Xia Ruofei had treated Elder Lu, the effect was very obvious, so the Lu family had only left 2 health doctors and a few nurses in this house. Now, they had a medical team stationed in the house, and they were all experts. From room 301. After entering the room, 2 doctors were checking the data of the life support equipment. Old Man Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and his face ashen. He had already been put on a ventilator. The room was very quiet. Other than the rhythmic beeping of the instrument, no one spoke. The air was heavy. The 2 doctors greeted Lu Chuanfeng with a nod. Lu Chuanfeng knew Xia Ruofei's rules, so he whispered to them, "Dr. Hu, Dr. Zhang, please go to the next room to rest for a while." The 2 doctors nodded and left the room with the nurse. At Lu Chuanfeng's signal, the 2 men in charge of security also left silently. Then, Lu Chuanfeng said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I'll leave this place to you." Then, Lu Chuanfeng bowed deeply to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Chuanfeng. Compared to the first time he saw him, he looked much older. As he bowed, Xia Ruofei could see his white hair even more clearly. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that Lu Chuanfeng looked so haggard because, on the one hand, he was mentally and physically exhausted from Old Master Lu's repeated illness. On the other hand, it was because of the pain of losing his son. It was a huge blow to him. Xia Ruofei replied calmly, "You're too kind. It's my duty to treat Elder Lu. Don't worry. I'll find out the reason for his relapse as soon as possible and do my best to treat him. If it's really beyond my power, I'll definitely give the Lu family an explanation." Lu Chuanfeng looked embarrassed and said, "Mr. Xia, you're too kind. You've treated my father very successfully, and everyone has seen it. Even if it was, we would never blame you." At a time like this, Lu Chuanfeng naturally had to do his best to flatter Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, if this man really quit, then Elder Lu would definitely be dead. In the past 2 days, the expert team from room 301 had tried everything they could, but they still couldn't stop the deterioration of Elder Lu's condition. They watched as the old man's vital signs weakened bit by bit, and the tumor cells in his body began to wreak havoc again. Pancreatic cancer was a very dangerous disease, and it developed very quickly. In a sense, if Xia Ruofei had not intervened, the current development curve would have been normal. Xia Ruofei nodded. Let's not think about that for now. The most important thing now is to try our best to save Elder Lu's life. Yes. Yes, yes. Mr. Xia, I won't disturb you any longer, Lu Chuanfeng said. After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and quickly left the room. He even personally closed the door from the outside. After they left, Lu Chuanfeng regained some of his dignity. He said to the 2 men who were guarding the door, "Move your posts to the stairs. Without my permission, no one is allowed to approach the old man's room, including you. In addition, no matter what happens in the room, unless Mr. Xia personally calls for you, you are not allowed to enter the room without permission." Yes. The 2 of them replied respectfully. The 2 big men followed Lu Chuanfeng's instructions and moved to the stairs. Their bright eyes were always on this situation in Elder Lu's room. Lu Chuanfeng looked back at the closed door and sighed. He then walked toward the stairs with a worried expression. In the room, Xia Ruofei scanned the entire room with his spiritual power. This time, the Lu family had learned their lesson and did not set up any monitoring equipment. Xia Ruofei walked to the window and looked in a certain direction. Then, he pulled the curtains. Xia Ruofei was not surprised that the Lu family had set up security guards outside. After checking his safety, Xia Ruofei walked to the front of Elder Lu's bed. He reached out and grabbed his pulse. Then, he released his mental strength and started to scan his body along his meridians. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. After the treatment, the tumor cells in Elder Lu's body had lost their vitality and could only struggle on at death's door. Now, the tumor cells seemed to have revived. They were obviously full of vitality, and the signs of spreading were quite obvious. Why did this happen? Obviously, the force that suppressed the cancer cells had disappeared, so they could rapidly grow by absorbing the energy of their host's body and constantly divide into new cancer cells. After the examination, Xia Ruofei did not find any signs of poisoning. Then, the answer was obvious. The problem was likely to lie in those pills. 2589, the answer is obvious, too. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and took out a set of silver needles from his bag. He used the 9 needles of cloud contact to lock Elder Lu's life and temporarily suppress the cancer cells. Of course, when the condition was so serious, it was impossible to completely eliminate the cancer cells with simple acupuncture. To put it bluntly, it was only a temporary solution and not a permanent one. It could only delay the treatment. If one really wanted to cure the disease, they still had to rely on the ingredients of the spirit heart flower petals. At least until now, in the face of these injuries in the secular world, the composition of the spirit heart flower petals could be said to be successful in every endeavor, and there had never been a case of failure. However, Xia Ruofei would definitely not take out the petals of the spirit heart flower so easily. He had to find out what was going on first. At least, he could not take the blame. Moreover, when he thought about the spirit heart flower petals that had been consumed in the early stages of the treatment, which was equivalent to a waste, he felt a burst of displeasure. He had no relationship with the Lu family, and now he had to pay so much more. At least he had to let the Lu family know what was going on. On this basis, his losses would naturally be borne by the Lu family. With this in mind, Xia Ruofei walked out of old Master Lu's room. The two big men who had been on duty at the stairway immediately came over when they saw this. One of them asked respectfully, "Mr. Xia, what can I do for you?" "Go on, Lu Chuanfeng, please come over," Xia Ruofei said indifferently, then turned around and went back to his room. Yes. After a while, Lu Chuanfeng arrived at Elder Lu's room. Lu Chuanfeng saw that his father was still unconscious, but there were a few more silver needles on his body. For some reason, even though Elder Lu still looked the same, Lu Chuanfeng felt a little more at ease. "Mr. Xia, have you found the reason for my father's deterioration?" Lu Chuanfeng asked with a hint of anticipation. Xia Ruofei nodded. "I've made a preliminary judgment after the inspection. However, I still need to verify it." At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and asked, "The batch of pills I left behind should still be there, right?" "There are still a lot of pills," Lu Chuanfeng said. "They're all in the fridge next door. Is it convenient for you to take me there?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Of course. Mr. Xia, this way. Please," Lu Chuanfeng said. Then, Lu Chuanfeng personally led Xia Ruofei to the room next door. This room was connected to Elder Lu's room. There were usually medical staff stationed here, and there was also someone guarding the refrigerator where the pills were stored 24 hours a day. As Xia Ruofei did not like to be disturbed while he was in the middle of treatment, Lu Chuanfeng had sent all the staff away, leaving only a man in black to guard the refrigerator. The burly man saw Lu Chuanfeng and Xia Ruofei walking over and quickly bowed to greet them. "Is everything normal here?" Lu Chuanfeng asked. "Yes, since I took over the shift, no one has entered this room," the black-robed man replied respectfully. "You may leave now." Lu Chuanfeng nodded. "No need," Xia Ruofei suddenly said, "just let him stay here." The reason he had called Lu Chuanfeng over was so that he could be a witness. He didn't want the Lu family to think that he was the one who had tampered with the pills. Besides, Xia Ruofei also had some questions to ask the man in black who was in charge of guarding the pills. So he asked him to stay and be a witness. The man in black looked at Lu Chuanfeng. Whether he stayed or left was up to Lu Chuanfeng. Lu Chuanfeng nodded slightly, and the man in black immediately said, "Yes." Then he walked to the side and stood straight. Xia Ruofei said, "Brother, there's no need to stand so far away. Please open the refrigerator and take out the rest of the pills." "Yes," the man in black said. After getting Lu Chuanfeng's permission, the man in black walked over and opened the refrigerator door. He carefully took out a Tupperware. There were pills in the Tupperware. Each pill was wrapped in a film and stacked in the Tupperware. There were at least 20 or 30 pills left, which meant that under normal circumstances, these pills could still be used for about a month. Xia Ruofei ordered, "Open the lid. I want to see these pills." "Open the lid," Lu Chuanfeng immediately ordered. "Yes," the man in black replied, and then carefully opened the lid of the container. In fact, Xia Ruofei's mental power had already scanned every pill. The reason he had asked the man in black to open the box was to let Lu Chuanfeng see it more clearly. After using his spiritual power to investigate, Xia Ruofei had already concluded that the problem was with the pill. Although the pills did not seem to have changed much, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could detect them. The spirit heart flower petal composition in each pill had disappeared. Without the petals of the spirit heart flower, these pills were just the most ordinary tonics. It was no wonder that the pill had no effect on Old Man Lu. Moreover, without the suppression of the petals of the spirit heart flower, the cancer cells in Old Man Lu's body naturally started to become active again, and then slowly ate away at his body. Pancreatic cancer developed very quickly. A week's time was enough to make all the previous treatments go to waste. The situation was even worse than before Xia Ruofei's intervention. 2590 The answer is obvious. 3 Lu Chuanfeng looked at the pills in the container and asked, Mr. Xia, is there something wrong with these pills? Xia Ruofei did not answer Lu Chuanfeng's question directly. Instead, he asked, who can come into contact with these pills? Mainly the nurse in charge of taking care of the old man, Lu Chuanfeng said without even thinking. Then, Lu Chuanfeng pointed at the man in black and said, the nurses also took the pills under their eyes. From here to the old man's room, the whole process was under surveillance. There shouldn't have been any chance to do anything. There was something else that Lu Chuanfeng didn't say. If even the remaining pills in the container had been tampered with, it would be even more impossible. Because the time the nurse took to get the medicine was very short each time, there was no time to tamper with every pill. Xia Ruofei looked at the man in black and asked, what about them? They are responsible for guarding these pills, so they should have enough time to do something to these pills, right? The burly man in black looked angry, but he quickly lowered his head and did not dare to show it in front of Xia Ruofei. Lu Chuanfeng explained, Mr. Xia, before the old man's condition worsened, there were at least 2 people on duty here. In addition to the doctors and nurses on duty, there were 5 or 6 people in this room at all times. There were 8 cameras in this room, and they were aimed at the refrigerator from multiple angles. There were no blind spots, so they couldn't have come into contact with the pills without anyone knowing. Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement with Lu Chuanfeng. If everyone in the room was in the same condition as Lu Chuanfeng had described before Elder Lu's condition had worsened, then they could basically rule out the suspicion of these staff members. And after the condition worsened, even if the people here had the opportunity to secretly come into contact with the pills, it did not mean anything. This was because it was very obvious that the deterioration of Old Man Lu's condition had started a week ago, which meant that there must have been something wrong with all of these pills a week ago. If only a portion of the pills had been tampered with, then from a probability point of view, it was unlikely that Old Man Lu had been so unlucky to have taken all of the pills that had been tampered with. As long as there was a pill that was normal during this process, then at least the illness would be contained to a certain extent. What's more, the pills in the preservation box had lost their medicinal properties. The person who had tampered with the pills would not risk exposure and tamper with the pills again after he had already gotten his hands on them. This was not logical at all. So, the first truth was that the medicine had been tampered with, and the reason for Elder Lu's deterioration was because it had been tampered with. The second fact that could be confirmed was, this incident had happened a week ago, and it could even be precise to a few days. Who was it? Xia Ruofei asked. Who was in contact with the pill 7 or 8 days ago? We should have registered the nurses on duty for the past few days. We'll know once we check, Lu Chuanfeng said. Although you can check it out, don't get your hopes up. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, this person is unlikely to be a doctor or a nurse. Then, Lu Chuanfeng tried to recall. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but frown, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Xia Ruofei, who was standing at the side, saw everything clearly. He smiled and said, it seems that you already have an answer in your heart? If you don't mind, I'd like to hear your judgment. 2591, The Ridiculous Truth. 1. I really hope Mr. Xia's judgment is wrong. Lu Chuanfeng smiled bitterly and said, but my rationality tells me that this might be the only answer. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and continued to look at Lu Chuanfeng, waiting for him to continue. Lu Chuanfeng sighed and said, Mr. Xia, please give me some time. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. Of course, no problem. However, Elder Lu's current condition isn't too good. Although I've temporarily suppressed his condition with acupuncture, it's not a long-term solution. Also, I have to make it clear to Chief Lu that, because there was a problem with the storage of this batch of pills, the previous stage of treatment has been lost. Elder Lu's physical condition is even worse than before I intervened. I understand. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, Mr. Xia, we will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Please try your best to save my father's life. Xia Ruofei smiled noncommittally and said, then, Chief Lu, check yourself first. I won't be accompanying you. All right. All right. Lu Chuanfeng said quickly and walked Xia Ruofei to the door before returning to the room where the pills were stored. His expression became very stern, and his eyes revealed a trace of coldness, making the burly man in black from earlier subconsciously move away from him. Lu Chuanfeng took out his phone and dialed a number, informed the core members of the family in the capital to come over immediately. I have something very important to discuss with everyone, he said. After making the call, Lu Chuanfeng left the room. Before he left, he patted the man in black on the shoulder and told him to guard the room with all his might. More than an hour later, in a small meeting room on the first floor of the house, the last core member of the family in Jing, Lu Chuanfeng's youngest sister, Lu Lifeng, rushed into the meeting room and said, there's a traffic jam on the road. Brother, why did you call everyone over in such a hurry? I'm busy at the company. Lu Chuanfeng looked at Lu Lifeng with a complicated expression. He didn't answer her question directly, but stood up and said, everyone who can be here is already here. Then, please follow me upstairs. Although Elder Lu's cousin, Lu Chongli, was older than Lu Chuanfeng, his status in the family was far lower than Lu Chuanfeng's. Therefore, even in front of his own cousin, he didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority. However, Lu Chongli still couldn't help but ask with a smile, Chuanfeng, what's the matter? Don't tell me, big brother, my father's condition is stable for the time being, said Lu Chuanfeng. It's my idea to gather everyone here this time. It has nothing to do with my father. As for why I called everyone here, you'll find out soon enough. Now, follow me upstairs. Seeing Lu Chuanfeng's dark face, no one dared to ask any more questions. They all followed him upstairs with questions in their heads. Lu Chuanfeng led the group to the room next to Elder Lu's. He went straight to the refrigerator where the pills were stored and said with a dark face, we found the reason for the deterioration of the old man's condition. About 7 or 8 days ago, someone tampered with the old man's life, saving medicine, causing the medicine to lose its effect. In other words, the old man has actually stopped taking the medicine for 7 or 8 days, which is why his condition is getting worse by the day. Lu Chuanfeng's words caused the core members of the Lu family to turn pale. If what Lu Chuanfeng said was true, then the nature of the matter was serious. This was no longer a simple problem of treatment. Someone had tampered with the pill, which was murder. Old man Lu was like a pillar of support in the Lu family. Any slight change in his physical condition would have a huge impact. Chuanfeng, this is no small matter. Can you confirm it? Lu Chongli asked with a serious expression. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, I'm at least 80% confident. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gathered everyone here. Then we must investigate thoroughly. Lu Chongli said in a deep voice, I'd like to see who has the guts to do this. Who is behind this? Lu Chuanfei, Lu Liru, and the others also expressed their desire to find the murderer. On the other hand, Lu Lifang's eyes flickered and her face turned pale after hearing Lu Chuanfeng's words. Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Lu Lifang and said, we'll definitely investigate. It's just that we're heavily guarded here, and there are even fewer people who can enter and leave this room. These pills are under 24-hour surveillance. So who can come into contact with them without anyone knowing? Big brother, aren't there surveillance cameras here? Lu Liru asked calmly. Why don't we just check the surveillance cameras? Don't tell me. The surveillance footage from 7 or 8 days ago has been covered up? The server here can store at least a month's worth of surveillance data, so the surveillance video from 7 or 8 days ago must be there. Lu Chuanfeng said, I just hope that this person can step forward on his own, so that everyone won't be embarrassed. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lu Chongli squinted his eyes and asked, Chuanfeng, you mean there's a mole in our Lu family? And the mole is among us? 2592, the ridiculous truth. 2, big brother, you can't say such things. Lu Liru looked worried as she said, this accusation is too serious. We're all the old master's closest people. What reason do we have to harm the old master? What good would it do to him? This didn't make any sense. If this incident causes suspicion between us, then wouldn't it be even more? I wouldn't have said that if I wasn't confident. Lu Chuanfeng said, waving his hand. And I didn't say that this person must be a mole. To be honest, I'm also quite curious about her motive. What exactly was the reason for her to kill her biological father? As soon as Lu Chuanfeng said this, Lu Chongli and his 2 sons secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They had been cleared of suspicion. The faces of Lu Chuanfeng's siblings changed. Lu Chuanfeng didn't pay attention to his panicking siblings. Instead, he stared at Lu Lifang and asked, little sister, what do you think? Why did this person do this? Or what benefits does she have for doing this? At this moment, everyone noticed that Lu Lifang's face was as pale as a sheet. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably, and her forehead was sweating profusely. Lu Liru's eyes widened as she stared at Lu Lifang and asked, little sister, you did this? Why? Why are you doing this? I didn't. Lu Lifang instinctively shouted. No? If not, why are you so nervous? Lu Liru stared at Lu Lifang and asked, are you feeling guilty? I just thought that big brother was suspecting his own people, but I didn't expect that it was really Lu Chongli and his 2 sons exchanged a look, and they both chose to remain silent. Obviously, this was a matter between Lu Chuanfeng and his siblings. Since this matter had nothing to do with Lu Chongli's group, the best choice was to remain silent. After all, it was not appropriate to say anything. Sis, Lu Chuanfeng said coldly. I remember that when you came to visit Dad 8 days ago, you personally went to get the pills for him to eat to show your filial piety. Then you came back the next day and opened the refrigerator to get the pills with the same reason. Little sister, do you need us to check the surveillance footage together to see what you've been up to in the past 2 days? When Lu Lifeng heard that Lu Chuanfeng was going to check the surveillance cameras, she immediately shouted, No. Big brother. Stop looking at the surveillance, I'll tell you. We're all listening. I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation. Lu Chuanfeng said calmly. Lu Lifeng's lips trembled as she said, I didn't switch Dad's medicine, still not admitting it. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes widened. Do you really think I won't punish you? He said sternly. I really didn't. Lu Lifeng cried out with tears in her eyes, Big brother, I just touched these pills and then wrapped them up again. I really didn't think that this would have such a serious impact on Dad. Lu Chuanfeng frowned and said, Just touched? Little sister, you're still quibbling at this point? And with such a ridiculous excuse. Don't you think you're insulting our intelligence? I advise you to be honest. I also believe that you wouldn't be so vicious as to harm your own father, so you were most likely bewitched by someone. If you tell me honestly, I can consider giving you a lighter punishment. Lu Lifeng was at a loss for words. She said with a hint of despair, Everything I said was the truth. And no one instructed me to do so. Even if you kill me, I'll still say the same thing. There's no such thing, how do you want me to explain it? Humph. You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Lu Chuanfeng snorted and said, Then tell me, why did you touch every pill for no reason? Don't tell me you have some special fetishes? I'd like to see how you're going to cover up this lie. Lu Lifeng hesitated for a moment. She bit her lower lip lightly and said, I know that you might not believe me, but this is the truth. I came to visit Dad that day. Which day? Explain. Clearly. Lu Chuanfeng interrupted Lu Lifeng impatiently. 8 days ago, Lu Lifeng stammered. When I came over that day, I saw the nurse taking the medicine. I was going to Dad's room, so I asked the nurse to pass the medicine to me. On the way to Dad's room, my hand accidentally touched the pill. Then, Lu Lifeng looked at Lu Chuanfeng and the other family members timidly, then said, At first, I didn't pay much attention to it, but soon I remembered that Xia said that the pill shouldn't come into direct contact with my skin. I wanted to go back and change the pill, but when I looked at it, although my hand touched the pill, it didn't change at all. I was also afraid of being scolded by Big Brother, so I kept this matter a secret and directly gave the pill to Father to take. I was a little worried at first, but I saw that Dad didn't have any side effects after taking the medicine, so I was relieved. Get to the main point. Our patience is limited, Lu Chuanfeng said coldly. 2593, The Ridiculous Truth. 3. Lu Lifeng quickly nodded her head. Then, a strange expression appeared on her face. Her eyes were a little confused as she said, After I went back that day, I suddenly realized that the allergic rhinitis that often flared up during that period of time seemed to have suddenly improved a lot. In the past, no matter how much I took medicine during this season, this allergic rhinitis had never been cured. This time, I didn't sneeze the entire night. I thought about it, and I couldn't find any other reason except for touching the pill during the day. So you came here again the next day and found an opportunity to touch every pill? Lu Chuanfeng asked coldly. This was the first time Lu Lifeng had seen her big brother speak to her in such a tone. She felt a sense of unfamiliarity and fear at the same time. She dodged his gaze and nodded, saying, I just wanted to verify my guess. At the same time, it was also because the pill I touched the day before didn't cause any harm to Dad, so I found an excuse to send the guards away. Then, I touched every pill, wrapped it up again, and put it back. At this point, Lu Lifeng said, in a hurry, Big Brother, I really didn't collude with any outsiders. If I lied just now, I'll die a horrible death. I just touched the pill. I really didn't think there would be such serious consequences. Lu Chuanfeng was a little uncertain. They had been brother and sister for so many years, so he knew Lu Lifeng quite well. He knew that his sister was a little bit like a rich man, a little mean, and a little short-sighted, but he didn't believe that she would be so vicious as to kill his own father. However, if what Lu Lifeng said was true, then this matter was too strange. Just as Lu Chuanfeng was hesitating, Lu Liru said coldly, Little sister, you'd better not make such a serious oath. What if it's effective? What do you mean by that? You're still suspecting me of lying? Lu Lifeng questioned with reddened eyes. Lu Liru laughed in disdain and said, you should have made up a more reasonable story. You can make the effect of the medicine disappear just by touching it. Do you think this is a fairy tale? But that's the truth. Lu Lifeng said hurriedly, I didn't do anything else other than touching these pills. I even suspect that I'm just unlucky to have encountered this. In fact, the medicine should have lost its effectiveness. Who knew what that Xia guy was up to? He has had many conflicts with us, the Lu family. At this moment, a teasing voice came from the door, so you're saying that you're going to throw this big black pot on me? Everyone turned around and realized that Xia Ruofei had come out from the room next door. He was standing at the door and looking at Lu Lifeng with interest. Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng quickly stepped forward and said with a bitter smile, I'm sorry. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. He looked around and finally stopped at Lu Lifeng. He said, Secretary Lu, it's not that bad, but your sister's way of thinking is a little different from ordinary people. 2594 Dumbfounded. 1. Lu Lifeng was immediately indignant when she heard that. She shouted in exasperation, what do you mean by that? He's relying on me. Lu Lifeng didn't dare to act rashly in front of Lu Chuanfeng because of the prestige he had built up in the family over the years. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even though Lu Lifeng was elder Lu's daughter, Lu Chuanfeng could easily take away everything she had now, including power, status, wealth, and even freedom. In front of Xia Ruofei, Lu Lifeng's unruly behavior as a princess from a wealthy family could not help but reveal itself. Shut up. You're the one who caused all this trouble, Lu Chuanfeng yelled. Do you still think you're in the right? Lu Lifeng's body trembled slightly, and her overbearing shrew-like arrogance was immediately restrained. She lowered her head in fear and did not dare to speak any more. Xia Ruofei laughed and waved at Lu Chuanfeng. Then, he said to Lu Lifeng, you're probably still very unconvinced, right? Lu Lifeng raised her head, but when she felt Lu Chuanfeng's unkind gaze, she immediately retracted her gaze. However, the anger in her eyes did not diminish. "I don't dare," she finally said. She was cursing madly in her heart. If it wasn't for Big Brother backing you up, you little sure would be nothing. Xia Ruofei looked around with a faint smile on his face and said, "I think, just by touching the surface of the pill with her hand, the medicinal effect of the pill was completely lost. This kind of thing is not only unconvinced by her, I think everyone here also thinks that the credibility is very low, right?" "No, no, no," Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. "Mr. Xia, it's very clear that Lu Lifeng was the one who caused this. It has nothing to do with the quality of the medicine you provide." Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "It's better to make things clear so that everyone won't have a knot in their hearts. The more you argue, the more clear it becomes." This, Lu Chuanfeng looked at Xia Ruofei hesitantly. He did not know how Xia Ruofei was going to explain this. To be honest, Lu Chuanfeng did have some doubts. After all, it was a little unreasonable for the drug to be lost just by touching it. However, Old Master Lu's life was hanging by a thread. The only person who had the ability to pull Old Master Lu back from the gates of hell was Xia Ruofei. If he had a choice, Lu Chuanfeng would not want to offend Xia Ruofei no matter what. Even if this matter became a mess or Lu Lifeng was at fault, it would be better than letting Xia Ruofei have a grudge or even quit. If Xia Ruofei really left now, they would not be able to say anything. As long as Xia Ruofei said he's too sick and helpless, they wouldn't be able to force him to help. Furthermore, with Lu Lifeng's brainless behavior, even if Xia Ruofei backed out now, the Lu family could not blame Xia Ruofei for the failure of the treatment. With the Song family backing Xia Ruofei, the Lu family could not openly denounce Xia Ruofei in this situation. Xia Ruofei was well aware of Lu Chuanfeng's intentions. But he had no intention of letting this matter become a mess. If he didn't clear things up, how could he ask for benefits from the Lu family? The early healing effects had all been reduced to zero, and so many pills had lost their effectiveness. The petals of the spirit heart flower were very precious, so who was going to make up for these losses? "I have a few questions to ask Ms. Lu," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Chuanfeng sighed and said, "No problem, Mr. Xia, if you have any questions, please ask." Then, Lu Chuanfeng turned to Lu Lifeng and said, "Just answer whatever Mr. Xia asks you. You're not allowed to hide anything, understand?" Lu Lifeng unwillingly nodded and said in a muffled voice, "I know." Xia Ruofei glanced at Lu Lifeng and asked, 8 days ago, you touched my pill for the first time. I think the effect should be very obvious, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so eager to come back the next day." Lu Lifeng's eyes flickered as she said, "My rhinitis symptoms did improve. At that time, I thought it had something to do with the pill, so I came over the next day to verify it. But now, I think that it's just my imagination. The improvement of my rhinitis is the result of my long-term medication." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Don't you know whether it's the effect of the pill or not? 7 days ago, you touched every pill once. How could you not feel the obvious effect? If I'm not wrong, you used to have serious gastritis and gout, but these symptoms have disappeared now. Right?" Lu Lifeng could not help but widen her eyes. The young man in front of her was like a demon to her. His eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to see through her heart. In front of him, she felt as if she had been stripped naked and had no secrets at all. Lu Chuanfeng's eyes were sharp as he stared at Lu Lifeng. "Answer Mr. Xiao's question," Don't even think about hiding it. We all know that you have gastritis and gout. As long as you go to the hospital for a checkup, everything will be clear. Lu Lifeng's face was a little pale. In the end, she made up her mind and raised her head to meet Xia Ruofei's playful gaze. She straightened her neck and said, "Yes. My gastritis and gout symptoms have disappeared, but what evidence do you have to prove that it was because I touched the effects of the pill?" 2595 dumbfounded. 2. Are you trying to say that you've been taking medicine for a long time? Xia Ruofei laughed. That's strange. You've been recuperating for such a long time, but there's no effect at all. Why did all the symptoms disappear after touching the pill? How could there be such a coincidence? Lu Lifeng was speechless. After a while, she said, "I just touched the surface of the pill with my hand. If this can cure diseases, wouldn't your medicine be divine? I've never heard of any medicine that can take effect just by touching it, and it's so effective. I don't think you've ever heard of such an outrageous thing. You haven't heard of it because you're ignorant," Xia Ruofei said without any hesitation. Lu Lifeng glared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei interrupted her and stared into her eyes. Before I left, did I repeatedly remind you not to let the pill come into contact with your skin? If it wasn't for the fact that the medicine would quickly lose its effect after coming into contact with the human skin, why would I have to explain it so seriously? Even if the medicinal properties were lost after I touched it, what does it have to do with the disappearance of my chronic symptoms? Lu Lifeng explained helplessly. Isn't that easy to understand? That's because a small portion of the lost medicinal properties has been absorbed by your body. Xia Ruofei sneered. You're really something. That's Elder Lu's life, saving medicine. As the old man's daughter, you actually destroyed such precious pills to treat some chronic diseases. You can absorb the medicinal properties by touching it? Lu Lifeng sneered and said, since that's the case, why do you have to give the pill to the old man? Why don't you just let the old man touch you? Nonsense. Do you know how much medicinal properties you can only absorb through this touching method? I'm telling you, more than 90% of the medicinal properties have been directly lost. Xia Ruofei said, a precious medicine that could have saved a late-stage cancer patient was used by you to treat some chronic diseases. This is simply a waste of God's gift. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at the pale-faced Lu Lifeng and said, but you should be glad that you only touched the pills. If you were stupid enough to swallow all these pills, I'm afraid you would have already been in the box. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Chuanfeng and said, why did I repeatedly tell you not to touch the pill with your skin? And they even asked you to strictly control the dosage? There was a reason for this. Chief Lu, do you guys understand now? Lu Chuanfeng nodded awkwardly and said, I understand. Understood. Mr. Xia, I've always attached great importance to your instructions and followed them strictly. This is all Lu Lifeng's stupid mistake. Lu Chongli, Lu Chuanfei, Lu Liru, and the other core members of the Lu family also nodded. From the verbal exchange between Xia Ruofei and Lu Lifeng, everyone could see clearly that this matter was caused by this stupid woman, Lu Lifeng. Xia Ruofei had nothing to do with the deterioration of old Master Lu's condition. There was only one word to describe Lu Lifeng's actions, and that was Shushu crying stupidly, like a defeated rooster. Lu Lifeng stood at the side dejectedly, unable to say a word. A few days ago, she was still a Little complacent and secretly cheered for her own cleverness, even thinking that she had discovered some great secret. And when the old man's condition began to deteriorate, she was indeed a little worried, but she deceived herself and forced herself not to think that way. Today, Xia Ruofei had easily shattered her fantasy and mercilessly exposed her foolish behavior. At this moment, her heart was in a mess. Lu Chuanfeng glared at Lu Lifeng and said, "I'll settle this with you later. Now, immediately return to the old estate and kneel in front of the ancestral hall. You're not allowed to get up without my permission." This was just one of the Lu family's residences. They had moved here for the convenience of treating old Master Lu. The Lu family's residence was much larger than this one. One of them was a room specially used to place the ancestral tablets. It was called the ancestral hall in the Lu family. As a traditional wealthy family, the Lu family naturally had many rules. As a woman, Lu Lifeng was not allowed to enter the ancestral hall. She had made a grave mistake this time. If anything were to happen to old man Lu, it would be a magnitude 10 earthquake for the Lu family. This earthquake was caused by Lu Lifeng. Lu Chuanfeng was furious. However, it was not the time to look into Lu Lifeng. The most important thing now was to ask Xia Ruofei to quickly treat old Master Lu. No matter what, he had to keep old Master Lu alive. Therefore, Lu Chuanfeng asked Lu Lifeng to go to the old house first and kneel down in front of the ancestral hall. "Oh, I know," Lu Lifeng did not dare to talk back at all. She lowered her head and said in a low voice. Lu Chuanfeng snorted coldly, "When you get back, you'd better stay on your knees." If he still dared to play tricks at this time, I'll let you know the power of the family rules. "I don't dare," Lu Lifeng lowered her head and said. The entrance of the small ancestral hall was full of surveillance cameras. She had made such a big mistake. If she still dared to play tricks with such a punishment as kneeling in the ancestral hall, she would really be courting death. Lu Chuanfeng turned his eyes to Lu Quan, and his expression softened a little. He said, "Uncle Quan, please send Lu Lifeng back to the old mansion. Tell the family that no one is allowed to help Lu Lifeng. Just let her kneel." Also, this was a critical period. Lu Lifeng was a good example for anyone who dared to cause trouble during this period of time. Let them consider whether they can bear the punishment of the family rules. "All right," he said. Lu Quan said as he bowed slightly. With Lu Quan's escort, Lu Lifeng went downstairs and took a car back to the Lu family's old house. The other core members of the Lu family looked at each other. They did not expect such an explosive thing to happen before they came. Some of them were still in a daze even after Lu Lifeng was taken away. Of course, there were also people who were secretly on alert and told themselves to be careful with their words and actions during this period of time, so as not to bump into the muzzle of a gun and become an unlucky person like Lu Lifeng. After Lu Lifeng left, Lu Chuanfeng immediately put on a smile and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, you know my father's condition the best. The previous stage of the treatment was also effective. This time, I'll have to trouble you again, Chief Lu," said Xia Ruofei, looking troubled. "Elder Lu's current condition is much more serious than when I first took over the treatment. To be honest, I'm not very confident. As long as you do your best, no matter what the result is, we, the Lu family, will be very grateful." Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. "That's true," but I'm also in a very difficult position right now. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and said, to be honest, this should not have happened. Now, not only did the previous stage of treatment go down the drain, but the condition had also become more troublesome. Most importantly, those pills should have been able to cure Elder Lu's illness, and the medicinal herbs used to make these pills are very precious. Several of them can't be bought even with money. I've gathered them with great difficulty to make this batch of pills, but they were used by a stupid woman to treat chronic rhinitis. Even if I wanted to continue treating Elder Lu, it wouldn't be easy to gather all these herbs. And you all know Elder Lu's physical condition. He can't wait. Lu Chuanfeng's heart sank. He was not worried that Xia Ruofei would not be willing to receive treatment. He knew Xia Ruofei well. Since he had accepted the treatment, he would not let old man Lu die. What he was worried about was what Xia Ruofei had said. Even if he wanted to treat her, he did not have the conditions to do so. Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng blurted out. What herbs do you need? Why don't you make a list? House Lu is quite powerful. If we work together, we might be able to get all the herbs we need. After that, Lu Chuanfeng quickly explained, Mr. Xia, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to pry into your prescription. It's just now. Isn't this an urgent matter? If we, the Lu family, were to join in the search for the herbs, we would be of some help. What do you think? 2596 Everything is under control _1 Xia Ruofei had expected Lu Chuanfeng's reaction. To be more precise, when Xia Ruofei confirmed that Lu Lifeng was the one who had caused the whole incident, he had already thought of how to deal with her. In this matter, he had the absolute initiative. The key to the problem was how to grasp this scale. But before that, he had to lay the foundation. After hearing Lu Chuanfeng's words, Xia Ruofei did not reject his proposal as Lu Chuanfeng had worried. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, if the Lu family can help us find the herbs, that would be the best. Lu Chuanfeng was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He had thought that Xia Ruofei would reject his suggestion and did not have much hope. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to agree so easily. This was really beyond his expectations. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, thank you, Mr. Xia. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't thank me so quickly. The herbs needed to make these pills are extremely rare. You can't find them just because you have money or power. Chief Lu, please prepare a pen and paper for me. All right. All right. Lu Chuanfeng quickly turned to Lu Liru and said, Liru, quickly get a pen and paper. Oh. Lu Liru came back to her senses and quickly walked out of the room. After a while, she came in with a stack of A4 paper and a pen. She handed the paper and pen to Xia Ruofei respectfully. Xia Ruofei didn't beat around the bush. He sat down and wrote down a dozen medicinal herbs. Then, he handed them to Lu Chuanfeng and said, Chief Lu, these herbs are necessary for making pills. If the Lu family can find them, the more the better. Lu Chuanfeng didn't agree with Xia Ruofei's words. He thought that Xia Ruofei would definitely add some irrelevant and precious herbs to the list to protect the prescription. At least, it would be able to confuse people. What he did not expect was that none of the medicinal herbs had anything to do with making pills. In fact, every medicinal herb was used to confuse people. Of course, Lu Chuanfeng didn't show it. Instead, he acted like he was convinced. He took the list from Xia Ruofei with both hands and said sincerely, "We'll do our best to find it and try to get." Lu Chuanfeng stopped in the middle of his sentence. He stared at the list that Xia Ruofei had written. He was dumbfounded. He knew every word on the list, but when put together, they were names of herbs that he had never even heard of. Although Lu Chuanfeng wasn't a professional Chinese medicine practitioner, as the eldest son of a rich family, he had received a traditional education since he was a child. He knew the names of many Chinese medicinal herbs. However, after looking at Xia Ruofei's list, he couldn't even recognize a single herb. Furthermore, the names of these herbs were obviously very precious and rare. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the names of the herbs on the list, such as heart-condensing grass, purple crystal blood vine, and green spirit fruit, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Xia Ruofei had not scribbled every medicinal herb he had written, including the heart-condensing grass, were actually spiritual herbs that could only be used in the cultivation world. A portion of them were spiritual herbs that could be grown in the Heart Island medicinal garden in the Mountain Sea realm, but they had not ripened yet. There were some that even Xia Ruofei did not have. He had only read about them in some ancient books. Even in the world of cultivation, these herbs were extremely precious. If the Lu family could really find 3 or 5 of the spirit herbs on the list, then what harm was there in treating old man Lu again for free? It was just a few petals of the spirit heart flower. Xia Ruofei's current stock of spirit heart flower petals was quite sufficient. Of course, under such a tight time, it was almost impossible to find any of the medicinal herbs on the list. Then, Xia Ruofei could naturally state his conditions. The huge Lu family had tried so hard but could not find even a single medicinal herb. The value of this pill was evident. If they wanted Xia Ruofei to save old Master Lu's life, the Lu family would have to pay the corresponding price. Although Xia Ruofei could demand an exorbitant price now, he did not choose such a violent method. Not only did he want the Lu family to give him enough benefits, but he also wanted them to be convinced and even grateful. This was the goal that Xia Ruofei wanted to achieve. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the list again and confirmed that he didn't recognize a single herb. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Now, this list had become a hot potato. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that he did not have enough knowledge of Chinese medicine. After all, he did not graduate from a professional Chinese medicine course. In the traditional education he received back then, most of the topics related to Chinese medicine were memory songs and riddles about Chinese medicinal herbs. It was very likely that there were knowledge gaps. Lu Chuanfeng could only hope that he was lucky. He handed the list to Lu Chongli and said solemnly, "Uncle Chongli, I'll leave this matter to you. You must mobilize the entire clan's power to find the medicinal herbs on this list." Lu Chongli was mainly in charge of the Lu family's family business. The branch company could be said to be spread all over the country, even abroad. So, if you wanted to get these medicinal herbs, you must find them all over the country and even the world through the family business. 2597 Everything is under control. 2. Lu Chongli took the list from Lu Chuanfeng and looked through it carefully. His eyes revealed a trace of difficulty, but he concealed it very well. Good. I'll go back today and assign the tasks, Lu Chongli said. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Chongli, Lu Chuanfeng said politely. Then, Lu Chuanfeng turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, we'll do our best to find the herbs, but my father's current condition I will use traditional acupuncture to stimulate Mr. Lu's acupuncture points. I hope it can stabilize his body for the time being and stop it from getting worse. Xia Ruofei said, but don't get your hopes up. No matter what, the longer Elder Lu is in bed, the more danger he will be in. So, the speed at which you find the herbs will determine Elder Lu's chances of survival. I hope everyone will do their best. All right. All right. Then, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng said. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, due to the lack of medicinal herbs. The medicine I'm using now can only temporarily stabilize the condition. This is a temporary solution. As time goes on, the condition will continue to deteriorate. By then, even I will be powerless to save her. I'll also try to contact some of my friends here. Some of the medicinal herbs I bought last time were bought from my friends at a high price. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Chuanfeng said sincerely, Mr. Xia, thank you so much for this. Moreover, this matter was completely caused by our own reasons. We've caused you a lot of trouble. We're really sorry. No matter what the result is, we are grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts. We, the Lu family, will never be ungrateful. There may have been some disputes in the past, but that's all in the past. I hope that you won't hold any grudges against us, Mr. Xia. In the future, just look at our performance. This time, Lu Chuanfeng was truly grateful to Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. The other core members of the Lu family were also touched. The treatment last time was considered a deal. Although Xia Ruofei's miraculous hand of rejuvenation had saved the Lu family from turmoil, the Lu family had paid the corresponding price. Hence, they were not very grateful to Xia Ruofei. Some people, such as Lu Lifeng, were even a little unhappy. They felt that Xia Ruofei was asking for too much by taking away the entire pharmaceutical group. This time it had nothing to do with Xia Ruofei. He could just say, I can't do anything, and leave. The Lu family could not say anything. However, Xia Ruofei did not care about the past and spared no effort to think of a way for the Lu family. He even revealed some of the precious prescription in order to gather the medicinal materials as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei's performance elevated the Lu family's impression of him. Some of them even felt a little ashamed of their prejudice against Xia Ruofei. Of course, this was just a temporary emotion. If Elder Lu really didn't want to be treated, or if his condition stabilized or even recovered, then the Lu family might have a different attitude. After all, emotions prevailed now, but when that time came, rationality would definitely prevail. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I'll go see Elder Lu first. You guys can go back to your work. We must hurry up in finding the medicinal herbs. All right. We'll definitely mobilize the entire family's power, Lu Chuanfeng said solemnly. We'll find these herbs at all costs. Xia Ruofei returned to the ward next door where Elder Lu was. She did a thorough check and had a more detailed understanding of Elder Lu's health. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out a small bottle of diluted solution from the spirit heart flower petals. Then, he used his mental power to extract a small ball of liquid and slowly transferred it into Old Man Lu's stomach through the nasal feeding tube. Xia Ruofei's calculations were very accurate. After the spirit heart flower petal solution was consumed, it could basically stop the cancer cells from spreading further. At the same time, it would repair Old Man Lu's organs that had started to show signs of failure. Simply put, he was going to use this liquid to keep old man Lu alive. Then, Xia Ruofei waited for a while before he took back the silver needles on Elder Lu's acupuncture points. After carefully disinfecting them, he put them into the needle bag and kept them in the medium. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check on Elder Lu's condition. After confirming that there was no problem, he stood up and walked out of the room. Lu Chuanfeng had already sent the core members of the Lu family away. Everyone's priority now was to find the herbs on the list. Lu Chuanfeng chose to stay behind so that he could have someone to call the shots when Xia Ruofei needed him. He didn't dare to go far, so he just paced back and forth in the corridor outside the house. As soon as Xia Ruofei left, Lu Chuanfeng immediately came up to him and asked carefully, "Mr. Xia, how's the situation?" Xia Ruofei showed a trace of fatigue and said, "It's stable for now. There shouldn't be any major problems in the next 2 to 3 days. However, if we want to get through this difficult time, we still need to find the medicinal herbs as soon as possible." "I understand." Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "We've already mobilized the entire family to search for it. I believe we'll have news soon." Lu Chuanfeng was very confident in the Lu family's abilities. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not think much of it. He just smiled noncommittally. "Mr. Xia, I'll get someone to prepare a room for you," Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. "You've flown all the way here from the 3 mountains as soon as you received the news. It's been too hard on you." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "There's no need to prepare a room. There's nothing else to do here. I won't be staying here." "Ah?" Lu Chuanfeng was stunned, then immediately said, "Mr. Xia, my father's current situation. Without you here, we really can't explain." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Elder Lu's condition is indeed not very good. However, I've just said that he's temporarily stable. His condition shouldn't continue to worsen in the short term. If you can't find all the herbs, there's no point in me staying here." And, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and looked at Lu Chuanfeng. Then, he said, "To be honest, I don't have much hope that you can find the herbs on the list, so I need to contact some of my old friends. If necessary, I have to personally check the herbs. If I stay here, I won't be able to do anything." Lu Chuanfeng was very hesitant. With old man Lu's situation and Xia Ruofei not being here, he was not confident. However, Xia Ruofei's words made sense. Besides, the treatment was all up to Xia Ruofei now. How could he dare to force Xia Ruofei at this time? So, after a fierce struggle, Lu Chuanfeng finally nodded and said, "Mr. Xia, I respect your personal wishes. But if anything happens to my father, I hope you can come over as soon as possible to help us. Don't worry, I won't leave the capital." Xia Ruofei said calmly, "If there's anything, you can call me anytime. Of course, I don't think anything will happen. At least within 3 days, Elder Lu's condition will be more stable, unless you don't trust my medical skills." "I don't dare. I don't dare." Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "I have absolute trust in your professional judgment, Mr. Xia. Then I'll arrange for a car to send you right away." "No need, I've already called my driver. He should be here soon." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Chief Lu, you should take good care of Elder Lu." In addition, it was still the same sentence, the matter of finding medicinal herbs must be seized. Time waits for no one. With that, Xia Ruofei strode towards the stairs. After he went downstairs, he sat in the courtyard for a while and waited for Wu Chang to pick him up. Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to disturb Xia Ruofei. He only told the staff to wait at a distance so that they could immediately provide any service if Xia Ruofei needed anything. When Lu Chuanfeng was having a meeting with the core members of the family, Xia Ruofei had already called Wu Chang. Hence, he did not wait long after he went downstairs. Wu Chang had arrived at the house in the Toyota Alpha business car. 2598 meeting again. 1. Lu Chuanfeng quickly ran down to bid Xia Ruofei farewell and watched as he got into the car and left. Last time, Lu Chuanfeng was more or less reserved in front of Xia Ruofei. At least, he was reserved in his heart. This time, he was not reserved at all. He was very humble. "Where are we going, boss?" Wu Chang asked while driving. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the peach blossom gathering first." Since they were already in the capital, Xia Ruofei felt that Song Ruofei and the others would definitely reprimand him if he hid in the courtyard house. Rather than that, it would be better to take the initiative to go over. Besides, the Paradise Club had just opened recently. As one of the major shareholders, Xia Ruofei should go and understand the situation. All right. Wu Chang nodded. The car drove all the way to Xiaotang town. The traffic in the capital city was as congested as ever, but Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He leaned against the soft leather first-class seat and chatted with Wu Chang. Occasionally, he would tease Wu Chang about his relationship with Xia Xiaolan. After leaving the city, the car gradually picked up speed. It took Xia Ruofei about an hour to get from the Lu family's residence to the Paradise gathering. All the security guards of the Paradise Club recognized Xia Ruofei's Toyota Alpha car, so they let the car through when it arrived at the entrance. The security guard even saluted the car and quickly used the walkie-talkie to inform the people inside the club. When Alfred arrived at the main building of the club, Song Ruofei and Ho Liang were already waiting with the club manager. Xia Ruofei sat in the car and saw Song Ruofei and Ho Liang looking forward to it from a distance. She couldn't help but feel warm inside. Although this group of brothers were a little foppish, they really treated him well. The car had just stopped when Song Ruofei and Ho Liang came up to them. The electric car door slowly slid open with a beeping sound, revealing a smiling Xia Ruofei inside the car. Since the brothers were so enthusiastic, he had to be more enthusiastic too. Before the car door was fully opened, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Xia Ruofei, Liangzi." Song Ruofei and Ho Liang finally saw that the person in the car was indeed Xia Ruofei. Song Ruofei's face lit up and he looked extremely happy. On the other hand, Ho Liang was slightly dejected. Xia Ruofei was confused. Just then, Song Ruofei extended his hand toward Ho Liang and said, "Pay up. Don't try to renege on your debt." Annoyed, Ho Liang took out his wallet, counted 3 100-yuan bills, and slapped them on Song Ruofei's hand. He then said, "I'll bet with you again that I'm the grandson." Song Ruofei flicked the notes in his hand and said, "This flag is raised too early. Don't slap your own face when the time comes." At this moment, Xia Ruofei finally found a chance to speak. He asked, "Can you two tell me what's going on?" "It's nothing," Song Ruofei said loudly. "I made a bet with Liangzi 2 days ago. I said that you would definitely come to Beijing in 3 days, but he said that it was impossible. So, we made a small bet. Hee. Liangzi. This bro's divine foresight, do you accept it?" Brother Ruofei, don't take advantage of me, Ho Liang said gloomily. Song. Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xia Ruofei was speechless. I was so naive to think that the two of them were here to welcome me. I was even a little touched when I saw how they were looking forward to it. What the fuck? Xia Ruofei walked to Song Ruofei and took the money from him. In front of Xia Ruofei's speed, Song Ruofei could not resist at all. When he came back to his senses, the money in his hand was already in Xia Ruofei's hands. Hey! Ruofei, give me back my money. That's my trophy. Song Ruofei shouted. Xia Ruofei symbolically counted, then took out a card and handed it to Song Ruofei. We're all good. Brothers, what's there to split? Old rules. We'll split it in half when we meet. Why are we following the old rules? Why do you want half? Song Ruofei shouted, there's no such thing. Hurry up and return the money to me. Xia Ruofei folded the notes and put them in his pocket. Then, he said, you guys actually dared to use me as a bet, you're getting more and more gutsy. What's the big deal with me giving you 200 yuan? This is my appearance fee. Do you know how popular I am on the internet now? An appearance fee of 200 yuan is simply a low price. Song Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim, even if we split it in half, it's not as much as 200 yuan. It's only 300 yuan in total. Do you want me to tear half of it off and give it to you? Xia Ruofei said unhappily. Then, he laughed and said, how can we split the 3 notes evenly? It would definitely be one more person and one less person. What's wrong with me taking a little more? If we round it up, wouldn't it be the same for the two of them? There's such a way to round things up? Song Ruofei widened his eyes and said, you are the most shameless person I have ever met. Xia Ruofei laughed nonchalantly and said, you flatter me. You're too kind. I'm complimenting you. Song Ruofei couldn't help but say, besides, why don't I take more and you take less? Because I'm more handsome than you. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, besides, are you as popular as me? Blarg, Song Ruofei made an exaggerated vomiting gesture, then waved his hand and said, fine, fine, fine. I'll let you take advantage of me. As long as you don't disgust me, it's fine. 2599 Meeting again, 2, the two of them quickly reached an agreement. Ho Liang, who was at the side, wanted to cry but had no tears. The 300 yuan was his, okay? Xia Ruofei and the other two chatted as they walked into the main building of the club. They went straight to a luxury private room reserved for the shareholders. Song Ruofei ordered the manager of the club to prepare some fruit platters, snacks, and various alcoholic drinks. After the 3 of them finished a can of beer, Xia Ruofei told Ho Liang, Liangzi, are you an idiot to make such a bet with Song Ruofei? He must have heard the news before he made the bet with you. The Lu family would definitely try their best to hide the news of old Master Lu's serious illness so as to not cause any turmoil. Therefore, it was normal for Ho Liang to not know about the situation. However, no matter how the Lu family hid it, the Song family would definitely have their own channels to get the news. Song Ruofei was no longer the good for nothing son he used to be. He had more or less participated in the family's affairs, so it was not surprising that he heard about the Lu family's situation. Song Ruofei knew very well that Xia Ruofei had treated elder Lu. Hence, he knew that Xia Ruofei would definitely come to the capital soon. After listening to Xia Ruofei's analysis, Ho Liang felt like crying even more. Didn't you just happily split the money? And you're the one taking the biggest share. Song Ruofei asked with a smile. Ruofei, how's the Lu family's young master? Can you make it? It's all right. However, it's hard to say if he can survive this. Xia Ruofei said. There are times when you can't be sure. Song Ruofei grinned and said, why do I not believe you? Then, Song Ruofei asked again, by the way, why did the old man's condition suddenly worsen? You're his attending doctor. The Lu family didn't cause you any trouble, right? This has nothing to do with me, and it's not a mistake in my treatment. Xia Ruofei said casually, then immediately asked, let's not talk about these boring things. Let's talk about our paradise chapter. I heard that business has been good since the opening? What do you mean it's all right? That's simply too good, all right? Song Ruofei exclaimed exaggeratedly. Brother Xia, if our business is called not bad, then all the other clubs in Beijing are on the verge of closing down. Ho Liang laughed. Woof. It's inflated. Xia Ruofei smiled and pointed at the two of them. Then tell me, how many new members have we gained in the past month? That I wasn't around? The number of members didn't increase by much. Song Ruofei said, but that's under our control. We raised the entry conditions so that the members' spending experience won't be reduced. After all, with the scale of our club, if there are too many members, it will become a farmer's market every day. It won't look like a high-end club anymore. That's right. Ho Liang also said. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the people who apply for membership cards alone will be able to step over our threshold. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but tease them. The two of you are singing the same tune. You two can go and do a crosstalk. It's the truth. Brother Xia. Of course. Ho Liang said, our Paradise Club's KPI definitely can't be calculated by the increase in the number of members. Then tell me, how do you want to calculate it? Xia Ruofei asked on purpose. Of course it's the members' activity. Yes. Ho Liang said, some clubs might seem to have a lot of members, but not many members spend their money there every day. I have quite a number of such membership cards, but I didn't have a deep impression of them after going there. Basically, I've never gone there again after going there once. Our Paradise gathering is different. From the first day of its opening, the number of members who had come to spend money had always maintained a high proportion. Basically, all the members had been here several times. That's right, sister-in-law's family's private restaurant has a lot of business every day. Especially, the Buddha jumps over the wall dish, which has become very famous in the capital. Nowadays, they have to prepare the ingredients for the Buddha jumps over the wall dish in large quantities every day. Song Ruofei also said, that's right. From the opening to now, there was not a single day where the turnover was less than 2 million. A few of our buddies have used this place as their gathering point, and they've almost used up all the money they've spent on their membership cards. Yesterday, one of us topped up another 300,000. We should upgrade such a high-quality member. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. We've been studying this recently. Song Ruofei said, you and Brother Yongjun have the same idea. Xia Ruofei could tell that the Peach Blossom Society's overall business situation was quite good. Of course, he didn't care about the daily profits that the Paradise Club generated, although this level of profit was already quite good in the eyes of many people. it paled in comparison to the speed at which the Paradise Corporation was making money. Xia Ruofei was even more pleased with the changes that the club had brought to Song Ruofei and the others. This place had already created an excellent high-end social environment. The frequent visits of high-quality members had formed a virtuous cycle. Being in such an environment every day was a good exercise and improvement for Song Ruofei and the others. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that Qianqian, Song Ruofei, and Ho Liang had given him a different feeling this time. Moreover, this kind of subtle influence would become deeper and deeper with the passage of time. The three of them sat in the private room, drinking and chatting. Soon, Zhao Yongjun, Wei Jun, and the others who knew that Xia Ruofei had come to the capital arrived at the club. Hence, they simply ordered a table of food at Lingji private kitchen and sent it directly to the private room. After knowing that it was their son-in-law who wanted to order a meal, the chefs of the Lingji private restaurant of the Peach Blossom Association naturally did not dare to be negligent. They went all out and brought out their best skills. Soon, a table full of wine and food was prepared and delivered to the private room. Xia Ruofei and his brothers drank and chatted until the sky turned dark. Then, he politely declined everyone's invitation to go to the sauna. He took the car back to the courtyard in Luhai Lane, a little tipsy. As soon as Xia Ruofei got off the car in the backyard, Xia Xiaolan came up to him and said with a smile, "Boss, Miss Song came over this afternoon and just had dinner. I saw that she didn't plan to leave tonight, so I arranged a guest room for her in your courtyard." Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. He had sent Song Wei a WeChat message when he got off the plane to let her know that he was in the capital. However, considering that it was the weekend tomorrow, Xia Ruofei had planned to bring Song Wei over. He did not expect her to come to the courtyard house this afternoon without telling Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel guilty when he thought about how he had spent the entire afternoon drinking and chatting with his friends at the Paradise Society while Song Wei was waiting for him at home. However, Xia Ruofei did not show it in front of Xia Xiaolan and Wu Chang. He just nodded and said, "I know, thank you for your hard work." With that, Xia Ruofei strode towards the courtyard in the middle of his residence. The workers in the courtyard house were familiar with Xia Ruofei's friends in Beijing. It was not Song Wei's first time staying over at the courtyard house. However, they did not gossip and were very careful not to enter the owner's courtyard when Xia Ruofei had guests. The design of the courtyard house had taken into account the privacy of the owner, so the front yard and the backyard could be connected by a corridor on the side. This way, the middle yard would be relatively independent. Wu Chang, Xia Xiaolan, and the other experienced security guards all cherished the job that offered them great benefits. At the same time, they were also very grateful to Xia Ruofei. Naturally, they would pay attention to their behavior and not go against the rules. Xia Xiaolan's way of handling things today was very clever. How could she not have guessed the relationship between Xia Ruofei and Song Wei? It was impossible. They were all smart people and could more or less tell what was going on, but she could pretend that she didn't know anything. She even arranged a guest room for Song Wei in Xia Ruofei's courtyard. This way of handling things was very comfortable. Xia Ruofei went through the moon gate and returned to the courtyard where he lived. He scanned the room with his psychic power and found Song Wei sitting on the sofa in Xia Ruofei's room. She did not look impatient at all. She was reading a magazine lazily. She looked quiet and elegant, like an orchid that was blooming quietly. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but pick up his pace. The door was pushed open, and Song Wei raised her head. When she saw Xia Ruofei standing at the door with a smile on his face, her eyes slowly brightened. A bright smile appeared on her face, like the sun, and it infected Xia Ruofei. 2,600 heavy mountains and heavy waters recover. 1. Song Wei gently put down the magazine in her hand and brushed her hair behind her ear. She smiled and said, "You're back?" She didn't look particularly surprised. From the beginning to the end, she was calm with a touch of joy, like a wife welcoming her husband back from a long journey. This calmed Xia Ruofei's heart. Xia Ruofei, who was still a little tipsy, nodded and said, "I'm back." "Why didn't you tell me that you were coming? I could have rushed back," he asked. Song Wei raised her head slightly and said with a smile, "I didn't have any plans this afternoon, so I came over." "You're definitely going home anyway, so why did I tell you in advance?" "I didn't want to disturb you. But I've been drinking with Brother Zhao and Song Rui the whole afternoon," Xia Ruofei said with a trace of guilt. "I smell it." Song Wei smiled and said, "You brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. It's nice to have a drink together." Then, Song Wei sniffed playfully and said, "But the smell of alcohol on you is a little strong. Hurry up and take a shower." With that, she pushed Xia Ruofei in the direction of the bathroom. Xia Ruofei was still puzzled in the bathroom. Song Wei had always been a quiet person. To people who were not familiar with her, she might even look a little cold. However, in front of him, Song Wei was still a delicate young girl. Today, she was a little too virtuous. After a quick shower, Xia Ruofei put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair. After a long time, when the storm finally calmed down, it was already late at night. "Thank you, Ruofei," Song Wei said softly. "Why are you thanking me again for no reason?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Thank you." Song Wei's eyes were misty as she said, "Even though I know this is very formal, I still can't help but thank you after seeing you. Ruofei, you must have put in a lot of effort to teach my father how to cultivate." Xia Ruofei finally understood why Song Wei was so virtuous today. He could not help but laugh. "Silly girl. Helping Uncle Song embark on the path of cultivation, didn't we agree on this long ago? He's your father, and now he has the physique to cultivate. Isn't it right for me to help him take this step? I'm just so touched," Song Wei said coyly. Okay, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "But Uncle Song is still in the dark. I still don't know how to explain it to him. In the future, my dad's very opinionated, but that doesn't mean he's stubborn," replied Song Wei with a smile. "Before he really takes that step, no matter how much we talk about it, we might not be able to move him and make him break the worldview that he has formed over the years. However, when he has a certain level of cultivation and can truly feel the changes brought about by cultivation, it won't be so difficult to persuade him." Song Wei paused for a moment before she continued, "Ruofei, don't worry. I'll talk to him when the time comes." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's late. Wei, go to sleep. I'll train with you tomorrow." Song Wei nodded. With a wave of his hand, Xia Ruofei pressed a switch not far away with his spiritual power. The room fell into darkness. In a short while, the room was filled with the sound of their heavy breathing. For the following weekend, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were like hermits. During the day, the two of them would cultivate in Xia Ruofei's house. Other than going to the backyard to eat, they would occasionally go out to the courtyard to get some fresh air, make tea, and chat. Most of the time, they would be immersed in cultivation and their own world. After 2 days of cultivation, Song Wei's cultivation had improved again. However, Xia Ruofei's benefits were not as obvious. There was a gap of several levels between his cultivation and Song Wei's. If the two of them cultivated together, Song Wei would definitely benefit more, while Xia Ruofei's cultivation was not as effective as his own cultivation of the Great Tao technique. However, Xia Ruofei was not too bothered by it. After all, he did not spend much time with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. When they were together, he would seize the opportunity to help them improve their cultivation. He also had plenty of time to cultivate. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the qi refining realm, it was not easy to break through to the next realm. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. On Monday morning, after having breakfast at the courtyard in Luhai Lane, Song Wei was ready to return to school. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to send Song Wei back in the Toyota Alpha. He went back to his house to make some preparations. 2 to 3 days had passed. It was time for him to visit the Lu family. Based on old Master Lu's condition at that time, the medicine he used would only stabilize his condition for 3 to 4 days at most. Besides, after 2 to 3 days off searching, the Lu family was probably feeling helpless. According to Xia Ruofei's estimation, they might not even be able to find a single medicinal herb on the list. In fact, Xia Ruofei had not thought of asking the Lu family for any benefits. Of course, he didn't need to think too much. As long as Elder Lu woke up and understood the whole story, he would naturally give him a satisfactory offer. 2601 Heavy mountains and heavy waters recover. 2. If he didn't have this level of skill, Old Man Lu wouldn't have been able to develop to that level. Xia Ruofei went into the medium to make some medicine. This time, he did not make pills. Instead, he made a semi-liquid medicinal soup and packed it in a vacuum Chinese medicine bag. Of course, this medicinal soup was essentially no different from the previous pills. The main ingredient was the petals of the spirit heart flower, but the proportion of the petals was lower this time. Then, he took out a thermal container and asked Xia Xiaolan to get some ice from the kitchen. He put the bags of Chinese medicine and ice into the thermal container. After settling all these matters, Xia Ruofei returned to his own house to rest for a while. After Wu Chang had sent Song Wei back from Capital University, he asked Wu Chang to drive him to the Lu family's house. In the courtyard where Old Man Lu was recuperating, Lu Chuanfeng was extremely anxious. These days, he basically didn't go to the office. Some urgent business affairs were sent here by his secretary to deal with. Lu Chuanfeng had been suffering from severe insomnia for the past few days. He didn't even sleep more than 3 hours a day, but he didn't receive any good news. The Lu family had sent out all their forces and used all the channels they could find according to the list given by Xia Ruofei. However, the news came back one by one, and the result disappointed and even made him desperate. Today, Lu Chongli came to this house, but he still brought bad news. Uncle Chongli, any progress? Lu Chuanfeng asked as soon as he saw Lu Chongli. Lu Chongli shook his head helplessly and said, "There's not even a single piece of useful information. Chuanfeng, I've consulted the experts and professors at the Chinese Medicine Research Institute, but they've never heard of the names of those herbs. How are we supposed to find him? I don't have a single clue either." Lu Chuanfeng said, with a bitter smile. Then, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but say angrily, Lu Lifeng is stupider than a pig. Ever since he was young, he had always been a failure. This time, he had even caused such a great disaster. I really want to, Chuanfeng, it's too late to say all this now, Lu Chongli said. After all, Lifeng is your sister. I heard that you've been keeping her under house arrest in the main residence for the past 2 days, not even letting her out of her room. Could this be, Uncle Chongli? It's because she's my sister that I'm being merciful. Lu Chuanfeng gritted his teeth and said, if it were anyone else, I would have turned her into ashes. You don't have to plead for her. What's wrong with locking her up for a few days? Would he lose a piece of skin or a piece of flesh? His father was still on the verge of death. It's all her fault. Lu Chongli only spoke up for Lu Lifeng because he and Lu Lifeng both worked in the family's company. After all, even though Lu Lifeng's ability was very poor, as the biological daughter of Old Man Lu, this identity was still very useful. Lu Chongli also took advantage of this to continuously strengthen his voice in the company. After all, Lu Chongli was only elder Lu's cousin, so their relationship was still a level apart. This time, Lu Lifeng would probably be stripped of all her positions. Thinking of this, Lu Chongli still felt that it was a pity. If old Master Lu's team was replaced with someone more capable, his influence in the company would inevitably be weakened. Of course, Lu Chongli wouldn't stupidly plead on Lu Lifeng's behalf at this time. He could just play a side trick at the right time, just like what he did just now. Lu Chongli took the initiative to change the topic and asked, Huan Feng, how's Big Brother's current situation? Lu Chuanfeng said with a hint of fatigue, her condition has been stable for the past 2 days, but the experts in room 301 said that this situation will not continue for long and told us to be mentally prepared. This is in line with Mr. Xia's conclusion. When Lu Chongli heard this, he couldn't help but frown and say, Chuanfeng, do you think that Xia Ruofei gave us a fake list? If we can't find all the herbs on it, he can just give up and not care about us. The possibility is very low. From what I know of Mr. Xia, he's not that kind of person, Lu Chuanfeng said. But, Lu Chongli said anxiously, even the authoritative experts of the Chinese Medicine Research Institute don't know about the herbs on the list. They've never even heard of them. Don't you think that's too suspicious? Mr. Xia is an expert, Lu Chuanfeng said. Just because those experts and professors have never heard of them doesn't mean they don't exist. Because he didn't need to do that. If he really wanted to leave, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. This incident was caused by Lu Lifeng. If he didn't want to treat her, he could have just rejected her directly. Why did he have to go in such a big circle? That's true, but who knows what he's thinking, Lu Chongli said without much confidence. In fact, he had already accepted Lu Chuanfeng's analysis. However, he had been trying his best for the past 2 days, but there had been no progress. He couldn't help but doubt it, and his heart was quite conflicted. Suddenly, Lu Chuanfeng's phone vibrated. Uncle Chongli, I have to answer a call first, he stood up and said. Lu Chuanfeng picked up his phone as he walked out. Hey, it's me, I know. The content of the phone call seemed simple. Lu Chuanfeng hung up after a few words. He turned around and walked into the room. He looked at Lu Chongli with a strange expression and said, Uncle Chongli, I've just received some information regarding the medicinal herbs on the list. Lu Chongli immediately stood up and asked, "Someone found it?" "It doesn't count as us finding it. But this information is indeed more important." Lu Chuanfeng said, "Our people just found out that 3 years ago, at an underground auction in Malaysia, a medicinal herb called sky heart vine appeared. It is at least 90% similar to the amethyst blood radish that Mr. Xia described in the list. It should be the same medicinal herb." When Xia Ruofei was making the list, he did not just write down the names of the herbs. Otherwise, the Lu family would not be able to find them. Hence, he also used words to describe each herb and even drew simple illustrations. Because of this, the Lu family realized that the sky's parasite that was auctioned in Malaysia 3 years ago was most likely the amethyst blood radish that Xia Ruofei had listed. Is that so? Lu Chongli's spirits were lifted. "Then let's hurry up and think of a way to buy it. No matter how hard they tried and how many resources they used, the results they got were all disappointing." It could be said that the news that Lu Chuanfeng had just brought was the only good news in the past 2 days. Although there were more than a dozen herbs on the list, and it was useless to just find the amethyst blood radish, he was still one step closer to success. "Uncle Chongli, do you know how much this sky's gu was sold for back then?" Lu Chuanfeng asked with a bitter smile. "How much?" Lu Chongli asked subconsciously. 2602. A new plan. 1. When Xia Ruofei was making the list, he did not just write down the names of the herbs. Otherwise, the Lu family would not be able to find them. Hence, he also used words to describe each herb and even drew simple illustrations. Because of this, the Lu family realized that the sky's parasite that was auctioned in Malaysia 3 years ago was most likely the amethyst blood radish that Xia Ruofei had listed. Is that so? Lu Chongli's spirits were lifted. "Then let's hurry up and think of a way to buy it. No matter how hard they tried and how many resources they used, the results they got were all disappointing." It could be said that the news that Lu Chuanfeng had just brought was the only good news in the past 2 days. Although there were more than a dozen herbs on the list, and it was useless to just find the amethyst blood radish, he was still one step closer to success. "Uncle Chongli, do you know how much this sky's gu was sold for back then?" Lu Chuanfeng asked with a bitter smile. "How much?" Lu Chongli asked subconsciously. 200 million. "And it's in US dollars." Lu Chuanfeng said, "Of course, the problem isn't the price. If we really want to buy it, it's not like our Lu family can't afford it. However, the person who bought the heavens Kuan was Hardy Ma from Kuala Lumpur. This person's family was very powerful in Malaysia, and they didn't lack money at all. Once the item fell into their hands, the possibility of buying it back was extremely low. Moreover, that auction has already been over for 3 years. If they didn't buy a medicinal herb just to keep it at home, this heaven's gu might have already been used up." Lu Chongli couldn't help but feel disheartened. He said, "Then after all this, we're still overjoyed for nothing." "You can't say that. At least this information answers your question," Lu Chuanfeng said. "Mr. Xia didn't make up the list. It's just that these herbs are too precious to be collected in a short time. In addition, it also shows how precious the pills Mr. Xia provided before were. Speaking of this, I'm reminded of that unfilial daughter, Lu Lifeng." Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but reveal his anger again. What she did was simply disastrous. This time even Lu Chongli couldn't refute it. He could only silently nod his head in agreement. In the past, some people in the family were quite critical about the treatment fee that Mr. Xia charged, thinking that the price was too high. Now it seems that Mr. Xia has already offered a good price. Lu Chongli couldn't help but blush. He was one of the family members who had a lot of opinions about Xia Ruofei taking away the pharmaceutical group. Because the annual profits generated by the pharmaceutical group were quite considerable, as the head of the family group, Lu Chongli was naturally reluctant to cut off this fat piece of meat. However, at that time it was the decision made by old man Lu himself. In this family, it could be said that old man Lu's words carried enormous weight. What he said was the golden rule, and no one dared to refute him. Lu Chuanfeng didn't notice Lu Chongli's awkward expression. He only sighed and said, although we've already made sufficient preparations for the difficulties, it seems that the task of finding all the medicinal ingredients on the list is much more difficult than we thought. I'm afraid we won't be able to complete it. Maybe Mr. Xia has other ways, Lu Chongli said with a trace of luck. I hope so. After Lu Chuanfeng finished, he couldn't help but sigh. At this time, a voice came from the headphones of a big man in black standing at the door of the room. After hearing it, he was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked into the room, bowed slightly to Lu Chuanfeng and Lu Chongli, and said, Chief Lu, the sentries at the gate have news. Mr. Xia is here. Lu Chuanfeng's spirits lifted, and he ran outside without hesitation. As he ran, he said, Uncle Chongli, quickly. Let's go and welcome them. At that moment, Xia Ruofei's Toyota Alpha had already stopped in the courtyard. When the electric door opened slowly, Xia Ruofei saw Lu Chuanfeng running out to greet him. Not far behind him was a panting Lu Chongli. After all, Lu Chongli was an old man, and his hands and feet were not as agile as Lu Chuanfeng's, so he looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Xia. You're here. Lu Chuanfeng ran down the stairs in one breath. He was still a little breathless, but he quickly shook hands with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked directly, Chief Lu, I wonder how many herbs you've found? Lu Chuanfeng looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Xia, we've already used all our resources to search for it, but so far, we haven't found a single one of them. Xia Ruofei wasn't surprised by the result and just nodded. Lu Chuanfeng continued, however, we've managed to find out a little bit about the purple crystal blood radish. Then, Lu Chuanfeng told Xia Ruofei about the underground auction in Malaysia that he had heard a few minutes ago. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel surprised. The herbs he had listed were considered rare in the world of cultivation. He didn't expect that the amethyst blood radish would really appear in an underground auction in the secular world. 2603 A new plan. 2. Of course, on Xia Ruofei's list, the amethyst blood radish was not particularly valuable. Compared to the heart, concentrating grass, the amethyst blood radish was much less valuable. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had planted quite a few amethyst blood radishes in that herb garden on the Realm Heart Island. It was just that they had yet to mature. Hence, after hearing the news, Xia Ruofei was only slightly stunned. He asked, is there any way to get this amethyst blood radish? Lu Chuanfeng felt even more embarrassed. He said, it's very difficult. The buyer isn't Chinese. And they're from a rich family in Malaysia. It's hard to move them with money, and it's hard for our influence to reach Malaysia, so, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay. I know. How's Elder Lu's current situation? He asked. It's all thanks to your miraculous hands of rejuvenation. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, my father's condition has been stable for the past 2 days. But if I can't find all the medicinal herbs on your list, I'll go and take a look first. Xia Ruofei said noncommittally. All right. All right. This way, please. Lu Chuanfeng said. The deputy minister personally led the way for Xia Ruofei, and Lu Chongli, who was in charge of a family financial group, could not even get a word in. Xia Ruofei and the other two arrived at Mr. Lu's ward. He didn't even need to say anything. Lu Chuanfeng asked the medical staff to leave as quickly as possible, and then he and Lu Chongli left the room. Xia Ruofei carefully checked on Elder Lu's condition and nodded to himself. The situation was as he had expected. Although the old man was still in a coma, his condition did not continue to deteriorate in the past 2 or 3 days. The cancer cell activity in his body had obviously decreased a lot. Of course, if he didn't continue with the treatment, the pitifully small amount of spirit heart flower petals that old man Lu had taken a few days ago would be completely consumed and would no longer have any effect. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and took out the acupuncture kit from his bag. He first used the 9 needles of the rubbing cloud technique to treat him. After the acupuncture was done, the silver needles still needed to stay in the body for a while. Xia Ruofei stood up and walked out of the room. Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng quickly came forward. Xia Ruofei said, Elder Lu's condition is basically the same as what I expected. If he is not treated as soon as possible, his body will continue to deteriorate. In the end, even God can't save him. What if we continue to use the drug treatment from last time? Lu Chuanfeng asked with a hint of anticipation. Xia Ruofei shook his head. It can't cure the root of the problem. The treatment will only get worse. It's not very meaningful. Then what do we do? Even though Lu Chuanfeng had been through a lot, he was still helpless in the face of today's situation. I'll tell you a plan for your reference. Xia Ruofei said after some thought. Please speak. Please speak. Lu Chuanfeng said, as if he had found a life-saving straw. I'm afraid it's not realistic to find all the medicinal herbs on the list in a short time. Xia Ruofei said calmly, I've been thinking about an alternative prescription for the past 2 days. I finally have some ideas today. That's great. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but cry out in joy. It was as if he had seen a ray of hope. However, he immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He revealed an awkward smile and said, I'm sorry. Mr. Xia, please continue. Please continue. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I have to make 2 things clear to you. First, this alternative prescription is not a fixed prescription. I modified it from the original prescription based on my own understanding of Chinese medicine. Therefore, the safety and treatment effects may be unknown, and there may be certain risks. Second, even if this prescription is right, the effect will definitely be worse than the previous pills. You have to be mentally prepared for a long battle. Yes. 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 Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation, as long as it can save my father's life, we are willing to try. This was the reality of the situation. If he chose this plan, Elder Lu would face a certain risk and a certain probability of failure. But if they didn't choose this plan, the result would be doomed. The Lu family would lose old man Lu, the white jade pillar that held up the sky and the purple gold pillar that supported the sea. Facing this reality, Lu Chuanfeng knew what choice he should make. Xia Ruofei nodded and took out his phone to call Wu Chang. Wu Chang, bring me the thermal box that I left in the car. I'm on the second floor. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Okay, boss. Mr. Xia, I'll get someone to get it. Lu Chuanfeng said. No need, let my driver send it over directly. Don't let anyone else do it in the middle, in case you can't explain it clearly later, Xia Ruofei said. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but look a little embarrassed as he said, Mr. Xia, we will definitely increase the management of our drugs in the future. What happened last time will never happen again. Xia Ruofei smiled non-committally and did not say anything. They waited for 2 minutes before Wu Chang came to the second floor with the thermal box. After he handed it to Xia Ruofei, he went back to the car downstairs to wait for orders. Xia Ruofei walked towards old Master Lu's room with the thermal lunchbox and said, Chief Lu, you guys can come in too. Also, get a nurse to help. All right. All right. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. And at the same time, he gave Lu Chonli a look. Lu Chonli quickly ran to arrange for a nurse to help. After entering the house, Xia Ruofei asked the nurse to get a basin of hot water. Then, he put the frozen Chinese medicine bag into the hot water and heated the medicine soup through the vacuum-packed Chinese medicine bag. After heating it up for a while, Xia Ruofei asked the nurse to take out the Chinese medicine bag and then asked her to find a brand new set of disposable infusion set. The nurse quickly hung the Chinese medicine bag on the bed and connected it to an infusion set. Of course, he didn't need to inject the medicine into Elder Lu's blood vessels. However, Old Man Lu was already connected to a ventilator. Hence, Xia Ruofei used this method to let the Chinese medicine enter Old Man Lu's stomach through an infusion set and a nasophobic tube. The main reason why Xia Ruofei chose to use an infusion set instead of taking it directly was to reduce the flow. At the same time, it could also allow the precious components of the spirit heart flower petals and Chinese medicine to come into contact with Old Man Lu as much as possible so that they would be completely absorbed. Lu Chuanfeng watched as the browned medicine in the medicine bag dripped into his father's body through the nasal feeding tube. His heart couldn't help but hang in his throat. Xia Ruofei was very confident. He moved a chair and sat in front of the window. If it were not for the fact that there was a critical patient here, he would have taken out a cigarette. Although he used the highest volume of the medicine, it still took him 40 minutes to get all the medicine into his stomach. During this process, Lu Chuanfeng and Lu Chonli were staring at Old Man Lu on the bed. Xia Ruofei also scanned him with his spiritual power from time to time. Although he had not come into direct contact with Old Master Lu, Xia Ruofei had a general understanding of the situation. This was enough for Xia Ruofei. Lu Chuanfeng and the others could not see any changes. But after Xia Ruofei used her spiritual power to check, she clearly found that as more and more Chinese medicine was injected into Old Man Lu's body, the cancer cell activity in his body had suddenly decreased by an order of magnitude. Actually, if Xia Ruofei wanted to, he could even turn these cancer cells into ashes. It was just a matter of using a few more spirit heart flower petals. On the contrary, in his current situation, controlling the speed of recovery felt much more technical. The difficulty was also not the same as using the heart condensing flower petals to heal directly in the past. After drinking the bag of Chinese medicine, Elder Lu's face was much rosier. Xia Ruofei kept the silver needles, disinfected them, and put them away carefully. He said to Lu Chuanfeng, Minister Lu, please prepare a room for me. I'll probably have to stay here for the next 2 days. No problem. No problem, Lu Chuanfeng said, overjoyed. It was great news for Lu Chuanfeng that Xia Ruofei could stay. At the very least, if there was an emergency, he would be able to find this divine doctor at the first moment, and his sense of security would increase a lot. 2604 Light at the end of the tunnel. 1. Xia Ruofei's room was on the 2nd floor, 2 rooms away from Old Master Lu's. This way, he could look for Xia Ruofei immediately if he needed help. Xia Ruofei asked Wu Chang to return to the courtyard house while he rested in the guest room for a while. It was almost time for dinner. Lu Chuanfeng personally came to invite Xia Ruofei to the dining room, and Lu Chongli accompanied him. The 3 of them prepared a large table of food and wine, making it very grand. During the meal, Lu Chuanfeng kept expressing his gratitude to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said calmly, Chief Lu, it's too early for you to thank me. Elder Lu's condition is very complicated now. Furthermore, we don't have all the medicinal herbs. So, I'm not very confident. As for the effect of this treatment, it will still depend on luck. I know. No, Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. No matter what the result is, our gratitude will not change. I admire your character, Mr. Xia. We can also see that you've truly spared no effort in this matter. Lu Chongli also raised his glass and said, Mr. Xia, I'd like to propose a toast to you too. I'm ashamed to say this. When you took away the pharmaceutical group, I was quite dissatisfied in my heart. The facts have proven that we have judged the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Mr. Xia is a true gentleman. The reason why Lu Chongli's attitude had changed so much was because of the sky's will parasite, which was the amethyst blood radish on Xia Ruofei's list. Just one herb was worth $200 million. How much would the list of herbs that even the Chinese Medicine Research Institute's experts had never heard of be worth? Furthermore, even if he had the medicinal herbs, he still had to master the right prescription. The value of this knowledge was hard to estimate. After all, it was a life-saving medicine. With all these, it was not expensive for Xia Ruofei to take away a pharmaceutical group. Even the Lu family had taken advantage of it. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed by Lu Chongli's praise. After all, the actual cost he paid was not that exaggerated. The medicinal herbs on the list were all randomly listed by him. They were all medicinal herbs that could only be found in the cultivation world. Some of them were so precious that even some high-level cultivators might not have them. Even ordinary medicinal herbs, such as the amethyst blood radish, would be considered an extraordinary treasure in the secular world. If this was the case, the cost of those pills was really high. However, Xia Ruofei did not use the herbs on the list. He had not expected that the Lu family would really find information on the medicinal ingredients on the list after digging 3 feet deep. A stalk of purple crystal blood radish was actually auctioned for $200 million. This immediately caused the Lu family to misunderstand the value of the previous batch of pills. However, even the purple crystal blood radish could be auctioned for $200 million. Xia Ruofei thought of the dazzling array of spiritual herbs in his realm, Hard Island's herb garden. There were countless herbs that were more expensive than the purple crystal blood radish. How much was that herb garden worth? Of course, the precious herbs in the world of cultivation could not be measured by money. During the most prosperous time of the cultivation world on earth, the truly precious natural treasures were also bartered. Only a fool would exchange spirit herbs for money. Which cultivator would be a fool? Xia Ruofei coughed and said, President Liu, you flatter me. I'm just doing my duty as a doctor. Since I've accepted this task, I'll do my best. To be able to do this is already admirable. Lu Chuanfeng raised his glass and said, Mr. Xia is very generous. Come, I'll toast you again. Xia Ruofei stayed in the Lu family's residence. He had prepared 6 bags of medicinal soup. If he took the medicine twice a day, the medicinal soup would last him for 3 days. The rest of the Chinese medicine was still stored in the refrigerator, in the room next to Elder Lu's. With the previous experience, Lu Chuanfeng placed great importance on the safety of the medicine. Not only did he arrange for 2 people to stand guard 24 hours a day, but he also installed several cameras and had someone to watch the surveillance footage all day long. Lu Chuanfeng had also strictly ordered that only Xia Ruofei was allowed to touch the bags of Chinese medicine. No one else was even allowed to go near the fridge. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. That evening, Xia Ruofei asked the nurse to put a bag of Chinese medicine into Elder Lu's stomach through a nasal feeding tube with an infusion set. Starting from the second day, he would take the medicine every morning and night. Every time he took the medicine, old man Lu's condition would improve. It could be clearly seen through the vital signs monitoring equipment that his various indicators were developing in a good direction. Although he was still unconscious, Lu Chuanfeng and the others felt a glimmer of hope and were very excited. After all, Xia Ruofei had said from the start that this was an alternative prescription that he had developed himself. It was hard to say whether it would be effective or if there would be any side effects. So, at first, Lu Chuanfeng was very nervous. He was afraid that Elder Lu's condition would suddenly worsen, and he would die. Now, it seemed that Xia Ruofei's medical skills were still absolutely trustworthy. In the absence of medicinal herbs, the substitute formula that he had developed in 2 days still played a good role in the treatment. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xia Ruofei personally watched the nurse inject the 5th bag of Chinese medicine into Elder Lu's stomach before returning to his room to rest. He sat in front of the computer and was going to watch a movie to kill time. For the past few days, he had nothing to do except to personally supervise the nurse feeding the medicine into old man Lu's stomach and to do a routine check on the old man's physical condition. It was quite boring to stay here. 26:05 light at the end of the tunnel. However, not long after Xia Ruofei sat down, a nurse ran over and said breathlessly, Dr. Xia. The chief is awake. He wants to see you. Xia Ruofei was not surprised at all, because he had calculated the dosage. Considering Elder Lu's physical condition, he should wake up by today. If he did not wake up in the morning, he would definitely wake up in the afternoon, after the last bag of Chinese medicine was used. However, Xia Ruofei still pretended to be surprised. He stood up and said, I'll be there immediately. When Xia Ruofei walked out of the room, Lu Chuanfeng, who was the first to receive the news, had already run over. When he saw Xia Ruofei, Lu Chuanfeng held his hand tightly and said excitedly, Mr. Xia. Miracle Dr. Xia. I'm really grateful. Chief Lu, calm down. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you faint again, I'll have to help you. Lu Chuanfeng did not mind Xia Ruofei's joke at all. He had been suppressing himself too much during this period of time. Now that old man Lu had woken up, it was as if he had found an outlet to release all his stress. In fact, when old man Lu had been seriously ill, all the members of the Lu family, including Lu Chuanfeng, had already been mentally prepared the moment they had been diagnosed. So, although they had been very heavy-hearted at that time and felt very uncertain about the future of the Lu family, they had not been as worried as they were these days. It was mainly because of Xia Ruofei's last interventional treatment, which gave Lu Chuanfeng and the others infinite hope. At that time, Elder Lu's illness had already recovered to a rather good extent. Even the 301 specialist who came to do the routine examination for the old man was calling it a miracle. However, because of Lu Lifeng's foolish actions, all of her efforts had gone to waste. This feeling of going from peak to bottom was much more exciting than riding a roller coaster. From great hope to despair, it was a steep curve. This was Lu Chuanfeng's mental journey these days. Now that Elder Lu had woken up again, it was as if a dazzling light had suddenly shone into the dark heart. Even Lu Chuanfeng, who was usually very good at maintaining his composure, could not control his emotions this time. "Mr. Xia, please go in," Lu Chuanfeng said. "The old master wants to see you." "Oh right. I'll have to trouble you, don't worry, I'll check on his physical condition at the first moment." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Don't forget, I'm a doctor." Yes. "Please," Lu Chuanfeng said quickly. Xia Ruofei strode into old master Lu's ward. When the doctors and nurses saw him, they immediately left the room. They had been used to Xia Ruofei's special privileges these days. Of course, none of these experts and professors were unconvinced. After all, in such a desperate situation, he could still repeatedly create miracles. These experts and professors knew that they didn't have the ability to do so. If it weren't for their military status and the order from their superiors to keep it a secret, they would definitely have taken the treatment to their colleagues for all kinds of discussions. Xia Ruofei walked into the quiet ward. Old Master Lu was lying on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. He still looked very weak. But when he heard Xia Ruofei's footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes. When their eyes met, Old Master Lu's eyes were filled with gratitude. He nodded at Xia Ruofei with difficulty. Xia Ruofei walked over and said, "Elder Lu, please don't move. I'll examine you." With that, Xia Ruofei walked forward and skillfully grabbed old man Lu's hand. He placed his fingers on his pulse and a stream of spiritual energy entered his body. After a while, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "Elder Lu, the situation is not bad. The ventilator can be removed. Please wait a moment, I'll go call him over." Although Xia Ruofei had no problem removing the catheter, he felt that it was better to let professional Western doctors do it. In this situation, old Master Lu could not even speak. It was very difficult for the two of them to communicate. Xia Ruofei entered the room and saw his name written on a piece of paper beside the bed. He must have used this method to express his desire to see Xia Ruofei when he had just woken up. Through the examination just now, he found that after Elder Lu regained consciousness, his body was still a little weak, but there was no problem with spontaneous breathing. There was no need to put on a ventilator at all, which was very painful for the patient. Old man Lu revealed a grateful expression and nodded slightly. Xia Ruofei walked to the door and greeted them. Lu Chuanfeng and the head of the specialist medical team, Professor Luo, came to greet them. Without waiting for them to ask, Xia Ruofei said, "I've checked. Mr. Lu's consciousness has returned. And his physical condition is not bad. Remove the ventilator and nasofeed tube first." "All right," Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation. "Professor Luo, I'll have to trouble you." Initially, Professor Luo thought that it was too careless and sloppy to remove the tube right after the patient regained consciousness. Although Xia Ruofei's status was extraordinary, and even the Lu family thought that his words were golden rules in terms of treatment, Professor Luo still tried to persuade him. After all, in the view of Western medicine, it was necessary to go through a detailed examination, combined with various indicators, and confirm that the requirements were met before the ventilator could be removed. However, before he could say anything, Lu Chuanfeng had already agreed to Xia Ruofei's decision. Professor Luo smiled bitterly. He sighed and swallowed the words he was about to say. "All right. I'll make the arrangements," Professor Luo said with a hint of helplessness. "Please wait a moment," Xia Ruofei called out. Professor Luo stopped and asked, "Is there anything else, Dr. Xia?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "After removing the ventilator, give the remaining bag of Chinese medicine to Elder Lu. Take it orally." Although Elder Lu had just taken the medicine, under normal circumstances, he should have taken it in the afternoon. Otherwise, the interval between taking the medicine would have been too short. However, he had already agreed to remove the tube, so why would Professor Luo waste his breath on such a small issue? Anyway, Xia Ruofei was the one who provided the Chinese medicine, and the patient's family had absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. If something really happened, the specialist group would not be the scapegoat. Therefore, Professor Luo nodded and said, "All right. You have to tell the nurse not to let her skin come into direct contact with the medicine," Lu Chuanfeng quickly added. This was the experience that he had gained in exchange for a huge lesson. Professor Luo's expression was a little strange. He felt that the request was too strange, but he still nodded and said, "Okay, Chief Lu, I'll remind you." After that, Professor Luo took the doctors from room 301 to the ward to remove the ventilator. Lu Chuanfeng and Xia Ruofei were waiting at the door. Lu Chuanfeng hesitated, then asked, "Mr. Xia, my father has just taken a bag of medicine. Will it be a problem for him to drink another bag now?" "Don't get me wrong, I'm not doubting your medical skills, but as the patient's family," Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Understood." He understood. "Don't worry, Chief Lu. I know what to do with the medicine. When Elder Lu is awake, his body's energy consumption will be much greater than when he is unconscious, but at the same time, his absorption ability will also increase accordingly. This is like the war entering a stalemate stage, and the troops need to replenish their supplies, so I added a dose of medicine." "Oh, I see," Lu Chuanfeng said. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but secretly laugh. He had made up this story casually. It would be a wonder if Lu Chuanfeng could understand it. 2606 Old people become smart. 1. In fact, even if he drank all 6 bags of medicine at once, there would not be any problem. It would only make the illness recover faster. Xia Ruofei had divided the 6 bags of medicine into 3 days for Elder Lu to take in order to control the rhythm and make the treatment more difficult. Now that old man Lu had woken up, his body was still rather weak. Moreover, his throat and windpipe would definitely be damaged to a certain extent after the tubes were inserted. Drinking the last bag of medicine at this time could not only replenish his energy, but also heal the damage to his throat and windpipe in time. It was easy to recover from small injuries like this, and it consumed very little of the spirit heart. Flower petals. The operation of Planet 301's decaning was very simple, especially for this expert team, which was mostly composed of PhDs. There was no difficulty at all. In a short while, Professor Luo personally removed the ventilator for old man Lu and treated the wound. At the same time, the nurse followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and fed old man Lu the last bag of Chinese medicine in small mouthfuls. When Xia Ruofei entered the ward again, old man Lu was already in a much better state of mind. However, there was still an oxygen tube inserted into his nostrils. For oxygen. Little Xia, did I pass another level? It's all thanks to you again, isn't it, old man Lu? Said with difficulty. Xia Ruofei smiled. It was quite dangerous this time. However, the fact that you're awake means that the most dangerous period has passed. You can rest in peace now. Old man Lu nodded and said, thank you. You're welcome. Xia Ruofei smiled. I'm your doctor. It's my duty to treat you. Old man Lu sighed with emotion and said, how can there be so many things within our duty? Besides, even if it's something within their duty, how many people can do it well, or even do it to the extreme like you? Just as Xia Ruofei was about to persuade old Master Lu to speak less, the old man suddenly asked, Xiao Xia, tell me the truth. Can I still make it this time? Chief, why are you suddenly asking this? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, what you need to do now is to recuperate. Don't let your thoughts run wild. However, old man Lu shook his head stubbornly and said, I don't feel good this time. I even feel like I've received an invitation. From old Master Ma, old Master Ma? Xia Ruofei was stunned. Old man Marcus. Elder Lu laughed. Oh. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized and then said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, you're such a big bureau chief, you can't be idealistic. This is not called solemnity, but a human sixth sense. Old man Lu said, many people had a premonition before the final moment came. Little Xia, I believe in your judgment. Just tell me how much time I have left. This is very important to me. The Lu family was like an aircraft carrier. If old man Lu, the carrier captain, was gone, the aircraft carrier would sail into the treacherous undercurrent zone, and it would sink if it was not careful. If there was really something he couldn't do, Elder Lu would definitely have to make some arrangements in advance. Xia Ruofei was silent for a moment before he said, Chief, I really can't give you a clear answer now. Because the treatment plan has been constantly being adjusted and some medicinal herbs are still being found, I can't say how far this treatment will go. Old man Lu thought for a moment and asked, then what if we stop all treatment from now on? How much time do I have left? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but scratch his head. This old man was really persistent. However, since he had asked, Xia Ruofei had nothing to hide. With old man Lu's current condition, if all treatment methods were stopped, the cancer cells would soon wreak havoc in his body. In today's world, there was no effective treatment for him. 1 week at the fastest, Xia Ruofei said. It won't take more than half a month. Old man Lu closed his eyes slightly and said, I understand. Thank you, Xia. You must be tired, go rest first. Right, please call the peaks in. All right. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, but as your doctor, I have to remind you that you are very weak now. It is best to talk less and rest more. Okay, Elder Lu said with a smile. I'll rest after talking to Chuanfeng. Xia Ruofei didn't say anything more. He nodded and walked out of the door. As soon as they left the room, Xia Ruofei said to Lu Chuanfeng, who had a look of anticipation on his face, Elder Lu's condition is not too bad. He probably has something to tell you since he asked you to go in now. All right. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng said. You're too polite. Xia Ruofei said lightly, be careful not to talk for too long. He needs to rest. I understand. Then, Mr. Xia, you can go and rest first. I'll go in. Lu Chuanfeng said. Lu Chuanfeng walked into the ward and saw his father lying on the bed. He couldn't help but sob, Dad. You're finally awake. Old Lu looked weak, but his eyes were still powerful. He glared at Lu Chuanfeng and said, how old are you? You're already a top leader in your unit, so why are you still acting like a sissy? 2607 Old people become smart, too. Lu Chuanfeng knew that old Lu, who used to be in the military, looked down on men wiping their tears the most, but he was too emotional today, and he couldn't control himself. In fact, among the siblings, Lu Chuanfeng was the most similar to Old Master Lu. Not only in appearance, but also in style. They were almost exactly the same as Old Master Lu when he was young. Old Master Lu also valued this eldest son the most and raised him as the successor of the family. Lu Chuanfeng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I'm sorry, Dad, I lost my composure. Of course, Elder Lu knew that Lu Chuanfeng was being sincere, so he had a flash of affection in his eyes. However, he quickly changed his expression and asked, how long have I been unconscious? About 5 days, Lu Chuanfeng said. Thanks to Mr. Xia, the expert medical team sent by 301 is at their wits' end. Old man Lu showed a trace of interest and said, oh? From your tone, it seems that the change in my condition this time is not Xiao Xiao's fault. Lu Chuanfeng had a troubled look on his face. He wanted to tell Elder Lu the truth, but he was worried that the old man had just woken up and was still weak. He couldn't take the shock. However, if he had to feign ignorance and even let Old Master Lu misunderstand that it was caused by Xia Ruofei's poor treatment, he would not be able to live with it. Moreover, the truth would be revealed to Elder Lu sooner or later. Old man Lu frowned slightly and said, could it be that there's something you're not willing to tell me? To be able to put you in such a difficult position. Let me guess. There's a mole in our Lu family? Was I poisoned this time? No. Lu Chuanfeng quickly replied. No. Dad, you're too scary. Although he said that, he still couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Although the old man had been in a coma for the past few days, after he woke up, he had already made a guess that was very close to the truth based on some very small changes in the details. Is that so? Old Lu stared into Lu Chuanfeng's eyes and said, I just asked Xia. He's not very confident in the treatment. And this is not his fault. So it's very likely that the deterioration this time is man-made. Am I right? Dad, I can tell you, Lu Chuanfeng said with a wry smile. But you have to promise me that you won't get angry or agitated. You're still very weak, Old man Lu said impatiently. All right. What kind of storms have I not experienced? Hurry up and tell me. Yes. Lu Chuanfeng didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He organized his words and told Elder Lu everything that had happened. As he spoke, he was carefully observing Elder Lu's condition. He had already made up his mind. If Elder Lu could not take the shock and was in danger, he would rush out and ask Xia Ruofei for help. The expression on old Master Lu's face kept changing. Especially when he heard that Lu Lifeng was the one who had caused the entire incident. The muscles on his face could not help but twitch. However, Lu Chuanfeng had clearly underestimated his father's psychological endurance. Even after he finished explaining the whole thing, Elder Lu didn't seem to be too excited, only his expression became more serious. Dad, it's all my fault, Lu Chuanfeng said, blaming himself. It's because I didn't discipline my younger brother and sister well enough that this happened. I've already punished my younger sister severely. She's still grounded in the main residence. Although Lu Chuanfeng had severely reprimanded Lu Lifeng in front of his family and was still restricting her personal freedom, Lu Lifeng was still his sister. In front of his father, who was a man of his word, he still hoped to speak up for Lu Lifeng. Otherwise, he didn't know what would happen if his father got angry. Don't embarrass yourself in front of me, Chuanfeng. Old man Lu waved his hand. Don't worry, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Even if I want to punish Lu Lifeng, I will not harm her life. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but curse in his heart, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. He could not understand old man Lu's decision to punish Lu Haojuan. Lu Haojuan was old man Lu's biological grandson, and the eldest son at that. However, in the face of the family's interests, what was the harm in sacrificing a member of the family who had made a mistake? Even though no one had pointed it out, Lu Chuanfeng knew very well what Lu Haojuan had been assassinated by. Old man Lu also knew that Lu Chuanfeng was aware of this, but everyone was just pretending to be confused. Lu Chuanfeng would probably never be able to get over this in his life. Seeing that Lu Chuanfeng was silent, Elder Lu frowned and asked, Chuanfeng, this means even little Xia can't do anything about it? No. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. After Mr. Xia adjusted the prescription, the treatment was quite effective. Aren't you already awake? Also, we've been actively searching for the medicinal herbs listed on the list provided by Mr. Xia. As long as we have the medicinal herbs, Mr. Xia will definitely have a way to cure you. Old man Lu revealed an intriguing smile and asked, I guess it's very difficult to find all those medicinal herbs, right? Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but ask. In surprise, Dad. How did you know? Do I even need to guess? Elder Lu said indifferently, if those medicinal herbs weren't difficult to find, why would Xiao Xia let you find them? These words might be a little profound, you should think about it carefully. Oh. Let me think about it, Lu Chuanfeng said. Go back and think about it slowly. Old Master Lu said, don't be an eyesore here. I'm going to rest. Lu Chuanfeng quickly stood up and said, Dad, I'll go out first. You have a good rest, N. Old Master Lu nodded and said, tell Xiao Xia that the Lu family has no tradition of being ungrateful. He saved my life, so he'll definitely be rewarded accordingly. I won't let my benefactor be disappointed. All right. Yes, Lu Chuanfeng replied. He bowed slightly to Elder Lu and left the room. After Lu Chuanfeng left, Elder Lu smiled. In the beginning, he did have a premonition that he would not be able to get over this, especially when he heard that all the life-saving medicine had been destroyed by Lu Lifeng. This feeling was even stronger. This was accompanied by a sense of powerlessness. He knew that the end of the world was approaching, but he had no way to escape. Even with his strong mental fortitude, Old Man Lu still felt a deep sense of helplessness. However, after hearing Lu Chuanfeng's explanation, Elder Lu calmed down. He had a strong feeling that as long as Xia Ruofei was willing to give it his all, he could save his life. Under such circumstances, problems like insufficient medicinal ingredients were not worth mentioning at all. The reason why the treatment had stagnated was because there were not enough benefits. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In the first round of healing, Xia Ruofei had already done his best. However, Lu Lifeng, this pig-like teammate, had ruined everything. This was equivalent to the second treatment. Xia Ruofei would definitely not work for free. Before he saw the actual benefits, he would not show his true ability. Old Man Lu even felt that he had only been able to wake up because he was the only one who could make the final decision and offer him some benefits. This kid, Old Man Lu shook his head with a smile. He did not get angry at the possibility. Instead, he admired Xia Ruofei even more. Most of the time, the words "do whatever it takes to achieve your goal" were not necessarily derogatory. At least, Old Man Lu believed in this creed. Old Man Lu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and then he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Lu Chuanfeng found Xia Ruofei immediately. 2608 Chapter 14:29, Top of the Line, 1. After Xia Ruofei heard Lu Chuanfeng's story, he smiled and said, "I know. Chief Lu, I have indeed thought of many plans for your father's condition, but this matter cannot be rushed. I hope you and Elder Lu can understand this." Of course. Of course. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, "Mr. Xia. My father only wanted to express his gratitude. He didn't mean to rush you." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Secretary Lu. How about this? I'll go back today. Coincidentally, I finished the Chinese medicine I prepared this time. There are a few rare medicinal herbs that I still need to buy from my friend. This prescription seems to be effective. I'll prepare a few more days' worth of medicine and continue to take it to sea." "All right," Lu Chuanfeng said gratefully. "Then I'll leave it to you, Mr. Xia." Old Man Lu's condition had improved, and he had regained consciousness. Hence, Lu Chuanfeng was not as anxious as before. At least Xia Ruofei had left for half a day, so he did not feel as nervous as he had a few days ago. "Mr. Xia, these herbs must be expensive," Lu Chuanfeng said. "We can't ask for your help and ask you to pay for it. How about this?" Xia Ruofei did not wait for Lu Chuanfeng to finish and waved his hand. He smiled faintly and said, "We'll talk about the money later." "This isn't very good, is it?" Lu Chuanfeng said, stunned. "Do you think? I'm afraid you'll go back on your word?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Chief Lu, the most important thing now is to find the medicinal herbs on my list. Let's put the other things aside first." "All right, we'll do as you say," Lu Chuanfeng said. Xia Ruofei left the Lu family's residence on the same day. He did not ask Lu Chuanfeng to send him off. Instead, he called Wu Chang and asked him to pick him up. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not go to his friend's place to purchase medicinal ingredients. He went straight back to the courtyard house. in Luhai Lane. The reason why he had to go home was that he had used up all his Chinese medicine and it was inconvenient to brew it in the Lu family's house. On the other hand, it was also because he needed to enter the spirit map space. In the Lu family, he would not take out the spirit map scroll no matter what, even if the risk was extremely low when his mental power was on alert. The spirit map space was of the highest level among all of Xia Ruofei's secrets. Even if there was a slight risk of being exposed, he would avoid it decisively. If Xia Ruofei wanted to enter the spirit map space, brewing the medicine was just a side trip. His main purpose was to challenge the Jade Pillar Array. It had been 7 days since he last challenged the array. By now, 3 chances to challenge the array should have been refreshed. After returning to the courtyard house, Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang, "I won't be having lunch later. Don't come to my hospital if there's nothing important. If there's an emergency, you can call me." "Yes, boss." Wu Chang nodded and said. Xia Ruofei returned to the master's courtyard, locked all the doors and windows, and drew the curtains, covering the room tightly. In addition, he also habitually took out a few pieces of carved jade from the space, and with a wave of his hand, these jade stones with simple array patterns immediately flew in all directions, accurately falling in the position they should land, without the slightest deviation. An alarm array was instantly formed. Such a simple formation was not difficult for Xia Ruofei at all. As long as he needed it, he could just take a few pieces of jade and carve it out. However, the effect was very good. As long as someone came within 3 meters of the room, the alarm array would be triggered. The trace of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power in the outside world would be able to sense it at once. This way, no matter what Xia Ruofei was doing in the space, he would be notified quickly. After setting up the protective measures, Xia Ruofei returned to his bedroom and summoned the spirit painting from his palm. With a thought, he disappeared from the room. After a short and familiar feeling of dizziness, Xia Ruofei saw the scene in the space. "Master." After the loyal Xia Qing sensed Xia Ruofei's fluctuations, she did not hesitate to put down the work in her hands. She crossed from the Mountain Sea realm to the Archean realm and respectfully greeted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Has the space been fine these days? Are there any complaints from those free laborers?" "Master, everything is normal," Xia Qing said. "Those free laborers are also very well behaved. I followed your instructions and divided them into small teams, divided them into 3 or 4 levels, and let them manage themselves. The effect was very good." Free labor was a term that Xia Qing had learned from Xia Ruofei. He still felt awkward when he said it, even though the term was so appropriate. That's good," Xia Ruofei said. Then, he asked, "By the way, how's the recovery of the guy with the broken leg?" "You mean that guy with the strange name?" Xia Qing said. "His name is Manzila, right? This person's recovery ability was quite good. Moreover, the environment in the spirit map world was so good that even the air had mystified spirit Qi, so his recovery speed was still very fast. He's always wanted to apply for better medicine, saying that he wants to recover as soon as possible and then work for Master." Manzila was the leader of the Mod organization, Satan, and also had the identity of a high priest. 2609, Chapter 1429, Top of the Line, 2. The biggest difference between him and Bao Guijun and the other free laborers was that he could barely be considered a cultivator. Even though his cultivation was very low, he had indeed seriously cultivated an incomplete cultivation method. This was also the reason why Xia Ruofei had a relatively deep impression of him. However, Xia Ruofei obviously didn't care for such a low-level cultivator. He was just asking casually. After hearing Xia Qing's words, Xia Ruofei said, with such a low cultivation, what can he do? Let him take care of it. It's a waste to give him good medicine. Yes, master. Xia Qing nodded. I'll give you a task. Xia Ruofei said. Brew a pot of Chinese medicine according to this prescription. Xia Ruofei first handed a prescription to Xia Qing Yuan. It was a nourishing prescription that he had randomly chosen when he was brewing the Chinese medicine a few days ago. In order to ensure that the taste was the same, he still needed the same Chinese medicine this time. Xia Ruofei was completely at ease when he handed this matter over to Xia Qing. In terms of brewing Chinese medicine, Xia Qing was even better than him. After Xia Qing took the prescription, Xia Ruofei stretched out his hand and beckoned for a small half-bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution. He also handed it to Xia Qing and said, after the Chinese medicine is boiled, add this. Just add it to this position. Xia Ruofei roughly calculated the ratio and touched the bottle with his hand. A clear scratch appeared on the bottle. Understood. Xia Qing took the bottle and said, Master, this is very simple. You can rest assured and leave it to me. Xia Ruofei nodded. Remember to mix it well after you're done. Leave the rest to me. In the spirit map space, there was a small vacuum-filling bottle that Xia Ruofei had bought previously. It was mainly used to seal and store the medicinal soup. Xia Qing definitely didn't know how to use this kind of modern machinery, and it wasn't easy to learn. So Xia Ruofei decided that the final step was better to do it himself. After handing over the task of brewing the medicine to Xia Qing, Xia Ruofei walked across the Jade Bridge and came to the Linglong Pagoda in the center of the pool. He looked up at the Tower of Delicacy and then strode into it. Once Xia Ruofei entered the Linglong Tower, he looked at the wall. Sure enough, the number on the screen changed to 3 again. Xia Ruofei nodded and turned to leave the Linglong Tower. He started to practice the floating lotus steps in the open space in front of the tower without any distractions. Although he had not practiced for a few days, Xia Ruofei had already built a solid foundation for the floating steps. He did not feel awkward when he practiced it. In fact, mastering the basic movement technique was only the most basic level. The drifting steps technique combined movement technique, body shape, true qi, and mental energy. Under the influence of many factors, there were countless possibilities. And the most exquisite part was fumbled out from these countless possibilities. This part was entirely up to one's own comprehension. Even if there were cultivation experiences left behind by predecessors in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, it could only be used as a reference. It was like a simple principle that might not be useful even if someone said it 100 times. Only when one had a personal understanding of it would one truly understand this principle. Challenging the Jade Pillar Array was to bring out one's potential under extreme conditions. Often, the flash of inspiration in that situation would be better than the effect of practicing it 100 or 1,000 times. This was the most precious part of the Jade Pillar Array. Xia Ruofei even felt that the reward for challenging the array was not as precious as the Jade Pillar Array itself. Now, Xia Ruofei was fully focused on practicing the Jade Pillar formation over and over again. His goal was to sort out his understanding and comprehension from the previous stage and adjust his state of mind. It was only under such circumstances that the effect of challenging the jade pillar array would be the best. After all, there were only 3 chances every 7 days, so he naturally couldn't waste it. Xia Ruofei practiced for more than 100 times and felt that he was almost ready. He stopped and drank a few sips of the spiritual pool water to speed up the recovery of his spiritual power. After a short rest, Xia Ruofei walked into the Linglong Tower and started his first challenge without hesitation. The familiar jade pillars, the familiar light spots. Xia Ruofei advanced at an extremely fast speed in the first 30 meters. The lights that were moving at random speeds and strange angles did not hinder him at all. His body seemed to have turned into an afterimage, floating left and right, looking very confident. After 40 meters, Xia Ruofei felt the pressure gradually increasing. He perked up and circulated his mental energy and true qi to the extreme. He didn't even have time to think about how to deal with it. Most of the time, he had to rely on his subconscious reactions. 50 meters. 60 meters. Finally, Xia Ruofei's score was close to the best he had achieved in the previous challenge, and he felt that he still had energy to spare. It seemed like his condition had improved after a few days of rest and not practicing the floating steps. Hence, it was necessary to strike a balance between work and rest. At times, after 60 meters, Xia Ruofei was no longer as confident as he was when he crossed the first 30 to 40 meters. He looked a little disheveled. There were a few times when the halo almost brushed against his clothes. According to the rules of the Linglong Tower, as long as the halo touched him, even if it was just a little skin or a scratch on his clothes, it would immediately be judged as a failure. Then, Xia Ruofei would be expelled by the power of the array without any ability to resist. 2610, Chapter 1429, Top of the Line, 3. After using all his strength, Xia Ruofei finally fell at a position of 68 meters. When a wobbly halo approached Xia Ruofei, its speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. It did not attack Xia Ruofei directly, but turned around. When Xia Ruofei was dodging another halo, it twisted its body and bumped into the halo. Game over. Xia Ruofei was sent to the departure line. Although he had failed to break through the array and his score was not much better than the last time, Xia Ruofei was still full of joy. In the last 8 meters, Xia Ruofei had gained a new understanding of the floating steps under the pressure. He got up from the ground and rushed out of the Linglong Tower without hesitation. He quickly practiced in the open space in front of the tower. This practice lasted for more than 10 hours. In these 10 hours, Xia Ruofei almost did not stop. He practiced the floating steps over and over again, but he still could not reach his ideal state. It was only when he practiced to a certain position on the last practice that Xia Ruofei suddenly had a trace of enlightenment. His eyes brightened, and his body seemed to speed up a bit. When he practiced the drifting steps again, his whole person seemed to have a more refined temperament. His footwork was clearly the same as before, but it gave people a feeling of drifting. Xia Ruofei did not even wait for his spiritual energy and genuine qi to recover. He drank a pot of spiritual pond water in big gulps. At the same time, he held a crystal in his hand and rushed into the Linglong Tower while absorbing the spiritual qi in the crystal. In the spirit map world, which was filled with dense spiritual qi, using origin crystals to replenish true qi was a very extravagant act. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to waste this flash of inspiration. He had to enter the jade pillar array immediately to maximize the effect of this enlightenment. After entering the Linglong Tower, Xia Ruofei did not stop at all. He rushed straight into the jade pillar array. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. The halos did not seem to exist. They did not stop Xia Ruofei's high-speed advance at all. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the position of nearly 60 meters with irresistible force. Xia Ruofei had completely forgotten himself. The lights in his eyes seemed to have slowed down. This was, of course, an illusion. In reality, his movement technique speed had increased by a large margin. Clusters of light gathered from all directions like moths attracted by the bright lights in the dark night. Xia Ruofei's figure shuttled through the tiny gaps between the light. Right now, he had completely forgotten that he was challenging the array. Instead, he was immersed in that magical feeling of comprehension. The distance of every step, the height of every jump, the angle of his turn, and even the changes in his muscles. This comprehension was so clear that it made him feel extremely satisfied. It was not until he was hit by the halo and flew out of the formation's range that Xia Ruofei shouted in a carefree manner, "Cool." Although he had been in a state of trance, every detail of the challenge seemed to have been imprinted in his mind. Xia Ruofei tried to recall and calculated the distance he had covered. This time even he was shocked. He couldn't believe it, so he did the calculations again. And the result was still the same. What the? Isn't this a little too much? Xia Ruofei exclaimed. 26-11 Elder Lu's decision, 188 meters. This was Xia Ruofei's final result. To increase from 68 meters to 88 meters, at a normal speed, it would be difficult to succeed even after 100 tries. However, because of the enlightenment he had gained from the last challenge, Xia Ruofei's results had improved by leaps and bounds after repeated practice. This was the preciousness of the jade pillar array. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's attainment in the floating lotus steps had improved by a huge margin compared to the time before he had attempted the array. This time, Xia Ruofei had taken advantage of the moment when he had the clearest understanding of the array. He had done it in one go and did not have enough rest. Although his true qi and mental energy had not been exhausted in the process of breaking through the formation, he had consumed a lot of energy. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. It had been a long time since he had felt so tired. However, he was in a very good mood, and the smile on his face could not be suppressed. As his proficiency increased, Xia Ruofei's understanding of the wandering steps became deeper and deeper. At the same time, he also felt that this movement technique was more brilliant. Those that could be included in the jade talismans of inheritance were indeed the best of the best. Xia Ruofei now had a certain understanding of Earth's cultivation world. This was mainly from Lu Qingfeng's retelling. However, Lu Qingfeng's cultivation was not very high and he could not get in touch with some information from the upper echelons. Hence, Xia Ruofei's understanding was limited to a broader scope. However, there was one thing that Xia Ruofei was sure of. The world of cultivation was not a paradise. On the contrary, those cultivators who looked like immortals were often more evil than one another. The law of the jungle was even more obvious in the world of cultivation. After all, the secular world was still bound by laws and controlled by state machinery. There was only one general rule in the world of cultivation, and that was strength. The importance of the floating steps to Xia Ruofei was obvious. It was inevitable that he would have more and more contact with the cultivation world in the future. The Great Tao technique could allow him to cultivate faster and have a higher cultivation. However, cultivation alone was not enough. Hence, Xia Ruofei was also perfecting his arsenal. The body technique of the drifting steps, the sword technique of the noble sword, and the array Tao that he had persevered in learning would become the chips he would use against his enemies in the future. After understanding the basic situation of the cultivation world on Earth, Xia Ruofei was even more eager to improve his strength. He sat on the ground and rested for a while, then got up and went to the open space in front of the tower. Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and silently recalled the process of how he broke through the array a few times. Then, he began to practice the floating lotus steps. Although he didn't have a flash of enlightenment like the last time, he still gained a lot of insight in the process of breaking through the array. Such insights would only be produced in an extremely high-pressure environment, so they were also very precious. Xia Ruofei continued to integrate this little bit of insight into his martial art motion. After practicing for 5 to 6 hours, he finally stopped to rest. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat. Then took a bottle of spirit pool water and drank it in big gulps. Then, he sat down on the jade futon and circulated the Great Tao chant to absorb the spirit qi and recover the mental power that he had just lost. After about an hour, Xia Ruofei felt that he was in good shape. He stood up and walked into the pagoda. He had one last chance to challenge the array today, and he would not waste it. After all, he would only respawn after 7 days after using up all 3 chances. He had adjusted his condition to the best state and had absorbed all the insights he had gained from the second challenge. Hence, Xia Ruofei entered the jade pillar array without hesitation. For the first 60 to 70 meters, it was still like a hot knife through butter. Now, when he was about 80 meters back, Xia Ruofei felt the pressure increase sharply. However, he continued to move forward steadily. In the end, Xia Ruofei fell at the 93-meter mark. This time, his score had only increased by 5 meters, but Xia Ruofei was not depressed. After all, the enlightenment he had gained after his first attempt had already given him a big surprise. Besides, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the 200-meter jade pillar array was located exactly 100 meters in the middle of the array. It should be a big obstacle. The closer one got to 100 meters, the more difficult it would be. He felt that it wouldn't be easy for him to break through the 100-meter barrier. Unless he had another epiphany like that. But how could such a rare opportunity be so easily obtained? Xia Ruofei turned back to look at the jade pillar array that was shrouded in fog and left the Linglong Tower. He cultivated in the medium for a while, and when his mental power and true qi recovered, he stopped. Xia Ruofei didn't head over to the mountain sea realm's side. Instead, he directly sent a thought transmission to Xia Qing and called her over. When Xia Ruofei was breaking through the array, Xia Qing had already finished brewing the Chinese medicine and mixed it with the diluted spirit heart flower petal solution. Xia Ruofei personally filled the bottles into vacuum-sealed medicine bags and sealed them with a machine. He then left the spirit map space in a flash. He left the canned Chinese medicine in the spirit map space. He planned to rest in the courtyard for the night, so he wasn't in a hurry to take the Chinese medicine out. In terms of preservation, the best and most expensive refrigerator in the world couldn't compare to the spirit map space. 2612 Elder Lu's decision. 2. After Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world, she took out a packet of huafu biscuits from the medium and ate it with milk to fill her stomach. Then, she went to the bathroom to take a hot bath and returned to her bedroom to rest. He slept until the evening and went to the backyard to have dinner. Xia Ruofei was going to the recording room to look for a blockbuster movie. There was a great recording room in the basement of Xuanji Courtyard House. The effect was not worse than the movie theater. Suddenly, Lu Chuanfeng called. Xia Ruofei picked up the phone as he walked towards the basement. Chief Lu. Mr. Xia, I'd like to ask. How's your work going? Lu Chuanfeng asked. I've found all the required herbs, Xia Ruofei said. Don't misunderstand. These are the herbs needed for the substitute prescription I developed later. I still need a few more herbs to make the previous pill. You guys have to hurry up too. All right. All right. Mr. Xia, are you done with your work? Lu Chuanfeng asked in a low voice. Xia Ruofei replied, No, I didn't. Don't I still have to boil the medicine overnight? The medicine that Elder Lu was going to take tomorrow was not ready yet. Your father's health. He can't stop taking the medicine now. Otherwise, he might not even be able to last a week. Lu Chuanfeng was scared witless. He had wanted Xia Ruofei to go over tonight, but Xia Ruofei had already made it clear. How could he dare to mention it? So, Lu Chuanfeng just said, Oh. Thank you for your hard work. It's all right. It's all right. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, Chief Lu, what's the matter? I'm fine. I'm fine. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, I just want to know more about the situation. Please. Please. After that, Lu Chuanfeng hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei shrugged and put his phone in his pocket. He hummed a song as he walked down the stairs and soon arrived at the recording room. The computers here were connected to the internet, so he found a blockbuster with good ratings on a video website. It had just been taken out of the cinema chain and had started to broadcast online. Xia Ruofei paid for this movie directly. The computer was connected to a laser projector, and the contents of the screen were directly projected onto the big screen. The clarity of the laser projection was very good. Coupled with the surround sound system, there was basically no difference in the experience of watching the movie here and in the cinema. On the other hand, the seating conditions and viewing environment here were much better than in the cinema. While Xia Ruofei was watching a movie in the recording room, Lu Chuanfeng came to Old Master Lu's ward on the second floor. He came to the bed and said to Old Man Lu, respectfully, Dad, I've already called Mr. Xia. What did he say? Old Man Lu asked weakly. He's still busy brewing the Chinese medicine for you to drink tomorrow, said Wang Yao. Lu Chuanfeng said, I saw that he was so busy, so. Didn't you ask him to come over tonight? Old Man Lu asked. Lu Chuanfeng nodded and said, he's been brewing the medicine all night, so he should be here tomorrow morning. I think one night won't make a difference. Then you didn't say that I was looking for him? Asked Old Man Lu. No. Lu Chuanfeng shook his head nervously. Of course we don't need one more night, Old Man Lu said with a smile, but do you believe that if you said that I was looking for him, he would definitely come over overnight? I believe you. Lu Chuanfeng said. Chuanfeng, do you know why? Old Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and asked. I can't guess. Lu Chuanfeng said honestly, as far as I know, Mr. Xia is a very opinionated person. It's hard for others to change his mind and decision. That also depends on who and when. Old Man Lu said, this little devil, as long as he heard that I'm looking for him, he will definitely run over. Dad, you mean, Lu Chuanfeng also seemed to have realized something. That's right. Old Man Lu laughed. He definitely knows that I'm looking for him. Which means I'm offering him a condition. Is he really selfless by sparing no effort and running around? If it's for that stubborn old man, I'll believe it. For me? Hee hee. We don't have any friendship with him. I know that. Lu Chuanfeng said, Mr. Xia has never hidden this. And I guess his fees this time won't be too low. That's for sure. Old Master Lu said, he asked for money twice for the same illness. It's all that unfilial daughter's fault. Dad, don't get so worked up, you can't, Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. I'm not excited, I'm just sighing. Old Man Lu said, Chuanfeng, did you know? I had always felt that I was used to seeing life and death. I was already able to calmly accept the natural laws of life, aging, illness, and death. However, this time, a trace of fear flashed through Old Man Lu's eyes, and he continued, this time I truly felt the approach of death. When I woke up from my unconscious state, I heard the chirping of birds outside the window and the sunlight shining in. I suddenly felt that it was great to be alive. When the doctors and nurses are busy removing the catheter for me, I think, as long as I can continue living, I'm willing to pay any price. Money, reputation, status, power. They are all mere worldly possessions. Yes. Lu Chuanfeng nodded. You're the pillar of our family. For your health, our family will do anything. So, Old Master Lu said, I've decided to give Xia Ruofei a condition that he can't refuse. I want him to not hold back and treat me. In fact, Old Master Lu knew better than anyone that Xia Ruofei had held back when she treated him. He was still not sure about the treatment this time, but he was sure that Xia Ruofei did not plan to cure him in a short time last time. Although this accident was a disaster, it was also an opportunity. Even in his dreams, Old Man Lu wanted to get rid of the illness. Especially after the near-death experience, he had become even more protective of his life. When an ambitious person started to value his life, the bottom line that he had stuck to for the sake of his family in the past would no longer be the bottom line. Elder Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and asked, Chuanfeng, do you want to hear what I'm going to offer Xia Ruofei? Dad. Lu Chuanfeng said respectfully. No matter what decision you make, I'll agree with it and obey it. Unconditionally. The entire clan belonged to Old Man Lu. The others could only follow his decision. Not to mention, Lu Chuanfeng was the one who was most determined to carry out Elder Lu's orders. Old Man Lu's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. He said indifferently, but I still want to hear your opinion. Please speak. Lu Chuanfeng said. Respectfully. Old Man Lu's eyes lit up. He looked at the ceiling and said slowly, I'll give him a few conditions to choose from. First, pay him $3 billion for his treatment. The first condition made Lu Chuanfeng take a deep breath. It was not a small amount. Even though the Lu family's family business was large, wealth was not what they were most desperate for. They had not developed it into a super consortium, so it was impossible for the Lu family to take out $3 billion in one go. To raise so much money, the Lu family would have to sell some of their assets and pay in installments. What was certain was that if they really had to spend such a large sum of money, it would definitely be a major blow to the Lu family's company group. It would take several years for them to recover. Elder Lu looked at Lu Chuanfeng and continued, second, give him 40% of the family group's shares. This time, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but scream, 40%. Dad, you're not wrong, right? 2613 The Green Cloud Island. 1. The $3 billion that old man Lu had offered had already given Lu Chuanfeng a huge shock. However, according to Xia Ruofei's list of medicinal herbs, just the amethyst blood radish alone had been auctioned off for a sky-high price of $200 million 3 years ago. The pill that was made using more than a dozen medicinal herbs that were at least as precious as the amethyst blood radish and could even cure old man Lu's illness was indeed priceless. In that case, even $3 billion was not too much. Even though this amount of money was definitely an astronomical figure for the Lu family, and they might even have to sell a considerable portion of their businesses to be able to gather it, this was at least an acceptable condition. After all, $3 billion was nothing compared to the life of Elder Lu. However, the second condition that Elder Lu mentioned made even Lu Chuanfeng feel that it was ridiculous. 40% of the family group's shares, what kind of concept was that? The Lu family was a big family. Some of the core members of the family, including Lu Chuanfeng himself, more or less held a part of the family group's shares. The shares distributed among the family members were about 30%. The remaining 70% was actually held by old man Lu himself. If he gave Xia Ruofei 40% of the shares, Xia Ruofei would become the biggest shareholder of the Lu family's business. Moreover, the human heart was the hardest to guess. The family members held 30% of the shares. These shares were scattered among so many people, so it was hard to guarantee that no one would be willing to sell their shares. Xia Ruofei only needed to buy 11% more of the company's shares to complete his control of the company. Then wouldn't the Lu family's family business be changed to Xia? If it wasn't for Elder Lu Chuanfeng would have berated him without hesitation, thinking that he was crazy. However, he did not dare to go against old man Lu's words. Elder Lu glanced at Lu Chuanfeng and asked, "You can't keep your cool anymore?" Lu Chuanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Dad, your conditions are a little too scary." I was really startled. I think other family members, such as Uncle Chunli, would have a bigger reaction after hearing it. Whoever has an opinion has to hold it in. Old man Lu pursed his lips and said, "It's the same even if you have an opinion." "No." Lu Chuanfeng quickly replied. "No. If you've decided, I'll definitely support you. No second opinion." So what if they didn't support him? With his small number of shares, he had no right to speak at all. Furthermore, even if old man Lu didn't have any shares, no one in the Lu family would dare to disobey his orders. "I'm not done yet," old man Lu said indifferently. "My third option is Green Cloud Island and $500 million. Lu Chuanfeng was already drenched in cold sweat when he heard Elder Lu's second condition, so he didn't react as strongly to the third condition, even though it was also painful for the Lu family. This was the result of comparison. If Elder Lu had said the third condition first, Lu Chuanfeng would have cried out in shock. But now, in his opinion, no matter what, it was not as scary as losing 40% of the family group's shares, even though the third condition was also a great sacrifice for the Lu family. $500 million in cash was not a problem. At least it was more acceptable than $3 billion or 40% of the family group's shares. The key was still the Blue Cloud Island that Old Man Liu had mentioned. This island was not in the territory of Xia, but in the vast South Pacific Ocean. It belonged to the agate island of the South Pacific Ocean. This agate was made up of a series of islands, of which the Blue Cloud Island was far away from the other islands in the archipelago and was the second largest island in the whole archipelago. The largest island was naturally the island where the capital of the agate was located. Of course, at that time, the Blue Cloud Island was not called the Blue Cloud Island. This was the name that the Liu clan changed after buying it. The Vanuatu used to be a colony of France and only became independent in the 1990s. Due to the intentional manipulation of the relevant countries, the domestic situation had always been chaotic, with riots or coups happening from time to time. The Liu family had also seized an opportunity to buy the permanent ownership of the Blue Cloud Island during a change of regime in the agate map. At that time, Vanuatu was in power of a military government, controlled by a colonel. Poverty and chaos were the norm in this country. The Liu family offered a sky-high price of $1 billion, and the colonel president agreed with little hesitation. He passed the Congress vote as quickly as possible. Those who opposed him in the Congress had been thrown into the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. His will was the highest order in the Congress, and it was impossible to pass. Just like that, the Liu family obtained the permanent ownership of the Green Cloud Island. Although it was not an independent country, the Cornelius acknowledged the high degree of autonomy of the island. Moreover, according to the original purchase agreement, Blue Cloud Island could have its own defensive power, and the Vanuatu could not interfere with the daily affairs of Blue Cloud Island. In fact, it was already independent. In the years that followed, the Liu family had been vigorously building the Green Cloud Island. The purpose was to leave the last place for the family to rest overseas. In case the family suffered a great disaster, at least the clansmen would have a place to go. 2614 The Green Cloud Island, too. After Blue Cloud Island became a private island, miscellaneous people naturally could not come to the island. The Vanuatu government had undergone several changes of regime after that, but the Liu family's control over Blue Cloud Island had always been recognized. In fact, even if they did not admit it, they could not do anything. After many years of construction, the defense capability of Blue Cloud Island was no longer something that the Vanuatu army could break through. The Liu family was not only building the infrastructure on the ground, but also the construction of various defense facilities of the highest standards. They even purchased air defense systems from the black market. The other tidal fortifications, detection radars, monitoring systems, and so on were all built according to the highest standards. In addition, the Liu family had also raised a mercenary army to be responsible for the defense of the island. It could be said that after so many years of construction, Blue Cloud Island had become a private island that was armed to the teeth. To build a large island like this, the cost was naturally not small. Over the years, the Liu family had been investing a lot of money every year. All of their money added up to at least $2 or $3 billion. Therefore, the three conditions proposed by Old Man Liu were basically the same in terms of money. Old Man Liu looked at Liu Chuanfeng with a smile and asked, "Chuanfeng, which one do you think little Xia will choose? Or will he still be unmoved and not choose any of the three conditions?" "That's impossible," Liu Chuanfeng said. "How can I not be tempted by such a good offer?" Liu Chuanfeng started to hesitate. As for which one you want me to guess, I'm not too sure. Logically speaking, he would definitely choose the shares, but Mr. Xia isn't an ordinary person, so it's hard to guess what he's thinking. Old man Lu nodded and said, then let's wait and see. Lu Chuanfeng hesitated for a moment, but he still said, Dad, I know that no matter how much it costs, it's worth it if it can bring back your health. It's just that. Aren't the conditions you've offered a little too good? No matter which one Mr. Xia chooses, it'll be like cutting a piece of flesh from our hearts. Let's not talk about other things, just the Blue Cloud Island is the painstaking effort you've planned for several years. And after we successfully bought it, we spent so many years building it up bit by bit, and now we're giving it to Mr. Xia just like that, don't you feel bad? I've always believed in the principle of equivalent exchange, said Old Man Lu indifferently. Xiao Xia treated me, so we'll pay the same price. This is the fairest thing to do. Huiyuan Feng, don't tell anyone about this, in case they change their minds. Alright, I understand. Lu Chuanfeng nodded. Seeing his father's white hair and tired face, Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but feel sad. In the past, elder Lu would not have been so careful. The Lu family would not have dared to object to his decision. However, this time, Old Man Lu chose to tell him alone and hid it from the other clansmen. He obviously felt that he couldn't follow his heart and couldn't even suppress the people below him. This was also very normal. In ancient times, if the emperor's body couldn't take it, the ministers under him would still have different thoughts. The princes would also become restless. Moreover, Old Man Lu was only the head of a family. Old Man Lu had spoken a lot today, and the fatigue on his face was becoming more and more obvious. Lu Chuanfeng quickly told him to lie down and rest, and then he quietly left the ward. Lu Chuanfeng hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he didn't make the call. He sighed, put his phone in his pocket, and walked back to his room. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei had his breakfast at the courtyard in Luhai Lane, he asked Wu Chang to drive him to the Lu family's residence. Lu Chuanfeng had expected Xia Ruofei to come this morning, so he had been waiting downstairs in advance. Seeing Xia Ruofei get out of the car, Lu Chuanfeng quickly went up to him. Xia Ruofei took the thermal box containing the Chinese medicine from Wu Chang's hands and said, You can go back first. I'll give you a call when I'm using the car. Okay, boss. Wu Chang said respectfully. Mr. Xia, you've worked hard. You've worked hard. Lu Chuanfeng greeted him with a smile. Good morning, Chief Lu. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Chuanfeng looked at the thermal box in Xia Ruofei's hand. He knew that it was filled with his father's life-saving medicine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chief Lu, the medicine is ready. As there is a limited amount of medicinal materials, I have only prepared 3 days' worth of medicine. Let's go and give one pack to the chief first. Sure, Mr. Xia, please. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. He had been waiting for Xia Ruofei to say this. The two of them made it upstairs. Xia Ruofei went to the room next to Elder Lu first and placed all the Chinese medicine bags in the thermal box into the refrigerator, leaving only one bag outside. Lu Chuanfeng then strictly ordered the guards to do their best and not allow anyone to get close to the fridge. Then he pulled Xia Ruofei to the side and said, Mr. Xia, I need to talk to you about something. Xia Ruofei was confused. He followed Lu Chuanfeng to the corridor and asked, Chief Lu, let's give Elder Lu the medicine first. Wait a moment. I won't be able to hold you up for long. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said. All right. Then. Chief Lu, if there's anything, just get straight to the point, don't beat around the bush. Xia Ruofei said. With a smile. All right. All right. Lu Chuanfeng said. Then, he looked at the door of Elder Lu's room and said. In a low voice, today, my father will probably propose a few plans to you. The plans to pay you. For your treatment. Lu Chuanfeng observed Xia Ruofei's expression as he spoke. He could not help but sigh when he saw that Xia Ruofei was still calm. It seemed that Xia Ruofei had already expected this. My father has 3 options for you to choose from, Lu Chuanfeng continued. I have a request. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chief Lu, since it's a presumptuous request, why don't you just keep it to yourself so that we don't hurt each other's feelings? Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? I was just being polite. Lu Chuanfeng smiled awkwardly and said, that being said, I still have to say. It's like this. One of the plans my father proposed is to give you a certain amount of shares, the shares of our family group. If possible. I hope you don't choose this plan. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to speak, Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, of course, I can guarantee that the 3 plans my father put forward are all of the same value. If you choose either of the other 2 plans, you definitely won't lose anything. The main thing is the shares of the family group. The implications are relatively large. You know my father's temper. No one can change his mind once he's decided on something. So, I can only be thick-skinned and beg you, after Xia Ruofei heard this, he said, I know, I'll consider it. But I don't have much confidence in the treatment right now, so isn't it a little too early to talk about the treatment fee? Lu Chuanfeng thought to himself, I'll never believe you. If you weren't confident, would you have the patience to listen to me? Although Xia Ruofei's lofty image from a few days ago had an impact on him, he was also secretly glad that Ying Luo had done so. At least, his father's difficulties could be overcome, and there was a high chance that he could get rid of the disease. I understand. I understand. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, I'm just telling you this in advance. If my father brings this up, please consider my request. All right, he said. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, then. Can we go in now? Of course. Of course. Please, Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng said. 26:15 Elder Song 1. Xia Ruofei walked into Elder Lu's ward and handed the bag of Chinese medicine to the nurse. He asked her to heat the Chinese medicine and put it into a bowl. The nurse did all the work in this room under Xia Ruofei's eyes, so naturally, there was no need to worry about the safety of the medicine. After passing the Chinese medicine bag to the nurse, Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted her. Old man, how do you feel today? With a faint smile on his face, Old Man Lu said, it's all thanks to you. I've been feeling pretty good these past 2 days. That's good. Xia Ruofei sat down by Elder Lu's bed and took his pulse. What you need to do now is to cooperate with the treatment and not let your thoughts run wild. I'll do my best to come up with a treatment plan for you. I'm much more at ease with you here. Old Man Lu nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and focused on examining Elder Lu. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, at the moment, it seems that this prescription will still have a certain effect. In the case of not being able to gather all the medicinal herbs, I'll use this prescription for the time being. At this moment, the nurse had already heated up the Chinese medicine and brought it over. Xia Ruofei took the bowl of medicine and gestured for the medical staff to leave. He held the bowl and smiled. "Old man, drink your medicine first." "Xia, your medicine is quite effective, but I still want to recover faster." Old Master Lu looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "I know you have a way, right?" Xia Ruofei's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "An illness is gone like silk," Wang Yao said. "You should understand this principle. Your illness is very dangerous. We must be very careful in treatment. This can't be rushed." Without waiting for Old Man Lu to speak, Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Here, drink the medicine first. We'll talk about the other things later." Old Master Lu looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and said, "All right then." He did not ask for Xia Ruofei's help. He took the bowl of medicine and gulped it down in big mouthfuls. Although there was still some residue at the bottom of the bowl, when Elder Lu's lips came into contact with the medicinal soup, the spirit heart flower petals contained in the Chinese medicine had already begun to seep into Elder Lu's body. Therefore, the little bit of Chinese medicine left behind was not very effective. Xia Ruofei put the bowl of medicine aside. "Xiao Xia, this is all family Lu's fault," Old Man Lu said. "But we've caused you so much trouble. You've flown all the way here from Sanshan. And we've used up a lot of precious herbs for this new prescription. I've always felt bad about it." At this point, Old Man Lu paused for a moment. It seemed that his body was still weak, and he would feel tired if he spoke too much in one breath. After catching his breath, Old Man Lu continued, "Especially since you didn't mention anything about the remuneration these past few days, I felt even more apologetic." He originally wanted to call you over yesterday to talk about this problem, but you were busy brewing medicine yesterday, so he didn't mention it. To Quyuan Feng. Today, I still want to talk to you about the medical fees. Xia Ruofei had already known about this through Lu Chuanfeng, and this was within his expectations, so he was not surprised. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Go on, I'm all ears." Old Man Lu nodded and said, "In order to treat my illness, the medicinal herbs you consumed were too precious, so the consultation fee last time was already low. This time, my condition is even more troublesome, so I don't know how much I should pay. I thought about it for a long time yesterday and came up with 3 plans. You can choose one of them." After that, Old Man Lu told him all 3 of his plans. Xia Ruofei sat by the bed and listened attentively. He didn't interrupt the whole time. When Elder Lu finished, he smiled and said, "I have to say, the plans you proposed are too tempting. No matter which one it is, I'm still tempted." With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Old Man Lu asked, "So, you're willing to choose one of the plans as your medical fee?" Xia Ruofei did not answer directly. Instead, he said indifferently, "Old man, you should know my situation better. It should be said that at this stage, my pursuit of money is no longer so strong. I have never been a slave to money. I have more than enough money to spend now, so, free and easy." Old Man Lu gave him a thumbs up and said, "In the face of the temptation of billions of dollars, I admire you for being able to say this." Xia Ruofei said, "Old man, I still have the same words. It's still too early to talk about the treatment fee before I'm 100% sure that I can cure you. Also, I really don't know how to choose between your 3 treatment plans. So, I hope you can give me some time to think about it. At the same time, I'll use this time to further improve the treatment plan and see if it can relieve your pain as soon as possible. When Elder Lu heard this, he was secretly delighted. Old Master Lu knew that since Xia Ruofei said so, it meant that he had a better plan for the treatment. Besides, it also meant that Xia Ruofei was likely to accept such a treatment plan, but he still needed to weigh the pros and cons before making a decision. 2616 Asking Elder Song for advice, too, of course. Old Master Lu said, this is not a small matter after all. You can take your time to consider it. However, I still hope that the progress of my treatment can be faster. I hope that it won't be delayed because of the consultation fee. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, how is that possible? I've been thinking of a way to cure your disease every night. Old Master Lu knew that Xia Ruofei's words were half true and half false. He had to believe it, but he couldn't completely believe it either. However, no one was stupid enough to make it clear now, so he smiled and nodded. I know all of this. It's been hard on you, little Xia. You're welcome. This is part of my job, isn't it? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, take your medicine and rest. I'll come back in the afternoon to check on you. All right. Old Man Lu said. As soon as Xia Ruofei left Elder Lu's room, he saw Lu Chuanfeng waiting in the corridor. Not far away. Mr. Xia. When Lu Chuanfeng saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately walked up to him and asked with a nervous look, how did the discussion between you and the old man go? Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Lu has indeed suggested 3 payment plans for the treatment. I can choose from them. Lu Chuanfeng looked at Xia Ruofei nervously and asked, then. Don't worry. I didn't choose to take your group's shares. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, to be exact, I didn't choose any of them. I think it's better to focus on the treatment now. It's too early to talk about the treatment fee before we're completely confident. Lu Chuanfeng heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was good news that Xia Ruofei did not choose the 40% shares. Based on Lu Chuanfeng's understanding of his father, if Xia Ruofei chose to take the 40% shares, the old man would not delay it for even a day. He would complete all the paperwork for the change of shares today. The other members of the Lu family would not even have the chance to object. Xia Ruofei would then become the largest shareholder of the Lu family corporation. At that time, would this large corporation with a scale of nearly $10 billion be surnamed Lu or Xia? As the leader of the Lu family's next generation, how could Lu Chuanfeng face the doubts of so many people? After all, not many people were successful in their official careers, and there were obviously more mediocre people. Many of the Lu family's people had no hope in politics and were incompetent in business. They lived a decent life by relying on the dividends of their family group's company. Losing 40% of the shares all of a sudden, and possibly controlling the entire Lu family in the future, was definitely a disaster for these family members. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng said sincerely. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chief Lu, it's too early to thank me. I just haven't made a choice yet. Maybe when I have to make a choice, I'll be interested in the 40% shares again? As far as I know, the scale of the Lu family's family business is not small. 40%. It's much more valuable than my own small company. Lu Chuanfeng's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a smile and said, you must be joking. The Paradise Corporation is the one with endless potential and a bright future. Although it's small now, it has much more room for development than our family group. Xia Ruofei laughed. Chief Lu, don't be so nervous. I haven't made my choice yet. When you make your choice, it'll be too late to say anything. Lu Chuanfeng couldn't help but curse in his heart. Xia Ruofei did not wait for Lu Chuanfeng to speak and said, Chief Lu, I worked overtime to boil the medicine until very late last night, so I'm still sleepy. I'm going to catch up on sleep, please excuse me. Good. 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 Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xia. Lu Chuanfeng said. Xia Ruofei nodded and turned to the guest room that the Lu family had arranged for him. After returning to his room, Xia Ruofei set up a soundproof formation. Then, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was picked up quickly. Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, Manager Lu? My little Xia. Are you Ruofei? On the other end of the line, Manager Lu was also very enthusiastic. What brings you here today? Is there something wrong? Did you guys receive the jaded skin cream set that I brought for Auntie last time? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. The last time Manager Lu mentioned it, Xia Ruofei had instructed Qin Yanan to arrange for the Commerce Department to send some jade skin cream to Manager Lu's lover. Got it. Manager Lu said. I received it. I received it a long time ago. But if you send so much at once, my wife won't be able to use it all. Xia Ruofei did not know how much the Commerce Department had sent to them, so he smiled and said, use it slowly. The shelf life of our mass-produced version is quite long. If you still can't use it up, you can give it to your relatives and friends. At present, the production of jaded skin cream hasn't come up yet, so many people can't buy it even if they want to. You're just too polite. Manager Lu smiled and said, oh right, you're looking for me for something, right? Xia Ruofei smiled. Yes. I have something to ask Grandpa Song. I wonder when he'll be free. You're coming over? Manager Lu said, anytime. Even if the chief is busy, can't you just wait here for a while? Didn't the chief say it last time? This place is like your own home, who needs to report when going back to their own home? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that's what you said. Next time, I won't say a word and directly kill my way over. Sure. Manager Lu said. Xia Ruofei said, Manager Lu, let's stop joking. I can't leave today, so I wanted to ask Grandpa Song a few questions. What is he doing right now? Is it convenient for you to answer the phone? I think he's playing chess with his old comrade. Manager Lu said, how about this? I'll help you keep an eye on it. When the chief is free, I'll call back for you so that you can talk to him directly. How about it? All right. Xia Ruofei said, then I'll leave it to you. Xia Ruofei didn't have to wait for long. About half an hour later, his phone rang. It was Manager Lu. As soon as Xia Ruofei picked up the call, he heard Old Song's angry voice. Are you Ruofei? I heard from Xiao Lu that you were looking for me? Why didn't you just come over? Xia Ruofei quickly said, Grandpa Song, I'm busy with something. I can't leave at the moment. So I called you directly to ask for your advice. You're at old Lu's house, right? Elder Song asked after a moment of silence. Xia Ruofei replied, I've been staying here for the past few days. Isn't this old man recovering? Well, Elder Song asked, why did his condition worsen all of a sudden? The reason is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you when we meet again. Anyway, I'm not responsible for this at all, and the Lu family will. Admit it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Grandpa Song, it's like this. Elder Lu came to talk to me today. It was mainly about the cost of the treatment. He gave me 3 plans, and the conditions were quite attractive. Oh? Elder Song laughed and said, it seems that this old man has really begun to cherish his life. Tell me. What are his conditions? Xia Ruofei naturally would not hide anything from Elder Song. He told Elder Song about the conditions that Elder Lu had given him. In the end, Xia Ruofei said, Grandpa Song, to be honest, all 3 conditions are very good. I don't know which one to choose. So, I want to hear your opinion. After a moment of silence, eccentric Song said, since you don't know what to choose, let's use the process of elimination. If you ask for my opinion, then the first thing I'll eliminate will definitely be the 40% shares. Oh? Why? Xia Ruofei asked curiously, I thought you would suggest that I choose these shares. After all, this seems to be the most valuable item. 2617 Beyond Expectations. 1. These shares look like they're worth about $3 billion, Elder Song said with a smile. Some intangible assets might even be worth more, and there's still room for growth in the future. However, choosing the shares also means choosing a lot of trouble. Elder Song paused for a moment, took a sip of water, and continued, for a big family like the Lu family, their internal relationships are very complicated. Their company's equity structure is also very complicated. If you take 40% of it, it will affect the interests of too many people. Also, you only have the shares. Do you have the energy to get involved in the actual management? I'm afraid that's not realistic. Xia Ruofei said. That's for sure. Even if you send a professional team to settle in, it will be difficult to form an effective management. Elder Song said, although the company is large, it is still a family business in essence. The management is made up of the backbone of the Lu family. I can tell you with certainty that if you accept these shares, it may not take more than a year for your shares to become worthless. They will only leave behind a shell company. If they are a little black-hearted, they will even leave you with a huge debt. It's so dark. Xia Ruofei was speechless. You should never underestimate the distortion of human nature in the face of benefits. Elder Song said, as I said just now, the Lu family's company has a very complicated equity structure. They also have a large number of companies under their actual control. On the surface, they have nothing to do with the Lu family's family group, but they can transfer high-quality assets at any time. By then, you will only be left with a mess. I roughly understand. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, actually, I don't want any shares. I'm not interested in the Lu family's business. Even if Lu Chuanfeng did not say it. Xia Ruofei was not prepared to use these shares as the medical fee. He was a person who was afraid of trouble. As Elder Song said, choosing the shares meant choosing a lot of trouble. Perhaps the trouble that Xia Ruofei could think of was not as thorough as Elder Song's analysis. However, just the things that he could think of were already giving him a headache. As for the $3 billion in cash, I'm sure you won't be too interested in it, said Elder Song with a smile. Oh? Why did you make such a judgment? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, that's $3 billion. If I take it, it'll be enough for me to squander for a few lifetimes. Elder Song laughed and said, "You're testing me, kid. Ruofei, based on my understanding of you, you don't have a strong desire for money. If it's just financial freedom, your assets now are more than enough. I believe that you won't be blinded by money." Then, he changed the topic and said, "Of course, no one would think that the money is too little. It's a waste not to take the money that's given to us. At least, it's much more reliable than choosing the 40% shares." You're right. To be honest, when I heard Elder Lu's proposal, I was a little tempted, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. But even with House Lu's wealth, it's almost impossible to come up with $3 billion US. Elder Song said, "In fact, other than those super large companies, there are almost no other companies with such a large cash flow. Therefore, even if you chose this plan, it was basically impossible to get the money in one go. It's very likely that they'll propose a plan to pay in installments or cash in through some assets. In short, it'll be a lot of trouble." So, Xia Ruofei said, "You're suggesting that I take a portion of the cash and the Green Cloud Island? Of the three proposals we have, this is undoubtedly the most suitable one for you." Elder Song said, "And based on my understanding of old Lu, if there is a measure for these three plans in his mind, I think he would want you to choose the first plan the most, and the second would be the 40% shares, and the last would be the Green Cloud Island plus cash plan." Oh? Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "I thought you would give the shares the highest priority. I also think that Elder Lu doesn't want me to choose the equity the most. And Lu Chuanfeng even came to me in private, hoping that I wouldn't choose the shares." Humph. Elder Song laughed coldly and said, "Lu Chuanfeng is still a little lacking compared to his father. At least on this matter. He is a little short-sighted. So, this Blue Cloud Island is not simple." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I really don't know anything about this. Can you introduce us to each other? Although the Lu family's development of Blue Cloud Island is a secret, it's not a secret at all to us, Song Jia." Elder Song said, "Green Cloud Island is actually not in China, but an island in the South Pacific Ocean. Legally, it belongs to the state of Cornelius. However, through some political operations, the Lu family has actually taken control of this island and has been recognized by the state of Cornelius. So they've spent a lot of effort on this island," Xia Ruofei said. 2618 Beyond expectations, too. In fact, the development of Green Cloud Island has been going on for more than 10 years. This is also the overseas project that Old Lu values the most. Elder Song said, "He built the Blue Cloud Island as the last resting place for the Lu family in order to prevent the Lu family from having no place to live when the situation in the country is irreversible. Therefore, after more than 10 years of development and construction, this island has already become a strong fortress. It's simply a military fortress." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. He said, "You're saying the Lu family has also set up military facilities on this island?" "Yes, and it's definitely a big deal." Elder Song said, "According to the information we have, there is a small mountain on Green Cloud Island that has been hollowed out. The refuge embedded in the mountain can withstand the blow of a nuclear explosion. On the surface, they also spent a lot of money to set up a large number of defense systems and hired mercenaries to guard it all year round. It can be said to be impregnable. Now that you've Mentioned it, I'm very interested. Xia Ruofei said, this is a ready-made paradise. According to the official data, the size of the Sian Cloud Island is almost 5 square kilometers, which is about the size of 2 Yongqing Islands. Elder Song continued, however, after the Liu family obtained the permanent ownership of Qingyun Island, they have been encircling the sea. Now, it has expanded by about 1 to 2 square kilometers, so the area is still very large. Moreover, Green Cloud Island has a natural deep water port, and the Liu family has also built a dock there. In addition, they have also built a 3,000-meter-long runway, which can totally provide the take-off and landing of Boeing 737 class aircraft. The conditions are quite good. Xia Ruofei was surprised, it's much bigger than I thought. I thought it was just a small island. If it's just a private island in the ordinary sense, why would old Liu sell it for $2.5 billion? Elder Song laughed. According to my calculations, the Liu family's investment in the past few years should not be less than this amount. So, if I had to choose between $3 billion and Blue Cloud Island plus $500 million, I would definitely choose the latter. Understood. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Grandpa Song, thank you for your suggestion. This information will be very helpful to me. So, you already have a choice? Elder Song asked, with interest. If I have to choose one out of the 3. Since you have already analyzed it so thoroughly, of course I will choose the Blue Cloud Island plan. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but I have the initiative now. Why do I have to charge the treatment fee according to the plan proposed by Elder Liu? The Blue Cloud Island could be considered an option. However, I still want to have a chance to do some field research. After all, the cost of maintaining such an island is not low. If I don't use it well, there's no need to do so. That's true. Elder Song said, this kind of island is specially prepared for big families. You're single, so there's no use for such a big place. I have a girlfriend, okay? Xia Ruofei was unconvinced. The term single dog doesn't suit me anymore. He added another sentence in his heart, not only do I have a girlfriend, but I have more than one. If you're not married, doesn't that mean you're single? Elder Song laughed. Then, Elder Song continued, but if you choose the Green Cloud Island, you can sell it to the Song family even if you don't need it. I can give you an additional 5% based on the actual valuation. However, we also need to pay in installments. After all, the Song family can't afford such a large sum of money. If you want it, I can get it from the Liu family and give it to you, Xia Ruofei said. That won't do. Elder Song said without hesitation, if it's just a small gift, even if it's a slightly more precious gift, I'll take it as your filial piety and accept it. But the entire Blue Cloud Island, I can't accept it. Then I'll have to consider whether to choose this Blue Cloud Island or not. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, according to my wishes, I hope that the Liu family will make some concessions in other matters. I don't want too much in terms of economic benefits. Elder Song naturally understood what Xia Ruofei meant. He said seriously, Ruofei, if you don't have to get involved in the family business, try not to. The relationship between the Liu and Song families is very complicated. Last time, we already broke the rules a little. This time, you must not get involved. Grandpa Song, I can feel that Grandpa Liu's attitude has changed after his relapse. I believe that if I'm willing to work for him, the Liu family and the Song family, Xia Ruofei was stunned. For a moment, Ruofei, listen to me. Elder Song said, the situation is very complicated. It's not just about the Lu and Song families. Our two families are already top families in Huaxia. Some people are happy to see our two families fight over some things. In the past few months, the Lu and Song families have stopped fighting, which has already made some people very uneasy. If our two families show signs of cooperation, I'm afraid there will be many undercurrents. In short, don't bother about this matter. You can charge however much the treatment fee is. You don't have to be polite with the Lu family, and you don't have to help them save money. However, you shouldn't get involved in some family matters. Xia Ruofei could guess what was going on. Where there were people, there would be fights. The big families in Huaxia were not just the Lu family and the Song family. Although there were not many families that were on par with these two families, there were still some. Moreover, if some of the weaker families were to join forces, they could not be underestimated. All sorts of forces were complicated, and the disputes of interests were even more complicated. For big families like the Lu family and the Song family, any slight adjustment in their strategy could cause a chain reaction. Since Elder Song had said so, Xia Ruofei would not do anything bad. I understand, Grandpa Song. He nodded. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. You just need to listen to me. Elder Song said, by the way, the Lu family is very sincere this time. If you are satisfied with the treatment fee, try your best to treat old Lu. You don't have to worry that he'll harm you after he's recovered, or that he'll go against the Song family again. I'll protect you from all these things, and the Lu family knows my determination, so they won't dare to go against you easily. Xia Ruofei's heart warmed. And he said, I understand, Grandpa Song. In fact, Elder Lu's condition is really complicated this time. I don't have any intention of delaying it. Eccentric Song smiled and said, let's not talk about this. Ruofei, if you're not too busy, can you find some time to have a meal with me and have a chat? Old people tend to reminisce. But my children and grandchildren are busier than one another, and it's rare to see them, all right. Xia Ruofei said, I'll go over to see you after I'm done with my work these few days. Grandpa Song, take care of yourself. I'll hang up first. Good. Elder Song laughed and said, I'll be waiting for you at home. Don't forget to bring 2 bottles of good wine. All right. Xia Ruofei said, don't worry. I promise I won't forget. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei rested for a while in his room. When it was close to noon, he went to Elder Lu's ward to give him a checkup. After they came out, Xia Ruofei found Lu Chuanfeng and asked, Chief Lu, Elder Lu mentioned the Green Cloud Island today. I wonder if it's convenient for us to go and inspect it? It's really too difficult for me to choose. After all, this Blue Cloud Island is just a name. It's not as intuitive as $3 billion or 40% of the shares. 2619 Heading to the Green Cloud Island. 1. Lu Chuanfeng's first reaction was to refuse, but when he heard the word shares, he couldn't help but tremble. As the future leader of the Lu family, the last thing he wanted to see was nearly half of the shares of the family group being taken away. This would bring about too many unstable factors. Of course, regardless of whether Xia Ruofei wanted the money or the Green Cloud Island, he was still very distressed. Of the two evils, the lesser one was the shares. Lu Chuanfeng hesitated, then said, Mr. Xia, you may not know the situation. The Blue Cloud Island is actually not within the borders of Huaxia. No, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I've already asked around. Green Cloud Island is located in the South Pacific Ocean. It's an island that belongs to the Agate Kingdom. However, the permanent ownership has been bought by the Liu family, right? The Liu family had managed an island overseas with a strong defense. This was a secret to ordinary people, but it was impossible to hide it from the big families. Lu Chuanfeng knew that Xia Ruofei had already gotten the news from the Song family. Yes. That's why. The Azure Cloud Island is a little far away, and my father's current situation, he nodded. As far as I know, there's a 3,000-meter-long runway on the island, which is more than enough for private planes to take off and land. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, We can take my paradise and go there directly. One day will be enough. Elder Lu's condition is still stable, and I have a few bags of medicine with me, so there's no need to worry about his safety. The airport on Qingyun Island was not open to the public, but it was the Liu family's own island. Xia Ruofei could land on the paradise. This way, he did not need to transfer flights or change passenger ships from the Carnelian Island. He could take off from the capital and land on Qingyun Island. Although it seemed like a long distance, it would not take much time. Since Xia Ruofei had already said so, Lu Chuanfeng naturally could not refuse. Mr. Xia, I'll have to ask my father about this, he said after some thought. Of course. Xia Ruofei smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you to ask for instructions as soon as possible, Chief Lu. Since Elder Lu has already brought up this matter, I don't want to drag it on any longer. It's better to make a decision as soon as possible. If the inspection of Green Cloud Island can't be carried out, then I may have to choose between $3 billion and 40% of the shares, and what my company doesn't lack the most is cash flow. I'll go ask for instructions now. Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, Mr. Xia, please wait a moment. Don't worry, since my father proposed this plan, he definitely won't refuse your inspection. The only thing he's worried about is his own safety. I'll tell him your judgment. I'll have to trouble you then, Chief Lu. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. It's no trouble at all. Lu Chuanfeng quickly replied, Of course. I should. Then, Lu Chuanfeng walked quickly into Old Man Lu's ward. Xia Ruofei did not return to his room. Instead, he stood in the corridor and waited. After a while, Lu Chuanfeng pushed the door open and walked out. He did not wait for Xia Ruofei to speak and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, the old man has agreed. Then, Lu Chuanfeng immediately explained, because I'm a public official, the procedures are a bit troublesome, and I have to report it to the higher-ups, so the old man decided to let Uncle Quan go with you. Don't worry, Uncle Quan will be able to represent my father when he's there. Lu Quan was Old Man Lu's chief butler. He had been with Old Man Lu for decades and could be said to be loyal. On the Green Cloud Island, Lu Quan could indeed represent Old Man Lu. Since it was not convenient for Lu Chuanfeng to leave the country, it was most appropriate for Lu Quan to accompany Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Sure, Chief Lu. Sorry for the trouble. Where? Lu Chuanfeng quickly said, This is a very normal request. Even if you go to the market to buy vegetables, you still have to look at the quality of the vegetables. Not to mention such a big deal? Mr. Xia, when do you want to leave? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, of course I hope it'll be as soon as possible. Paradise. We'll take off from Beijing tomorrow morning. I just don't know if other things can be arranged. No problem. Lu Chuanfeng said without hesitation. We'll coordinate the flight route. In addition, you can fly directly to Qingyun Island from China. You don't need to apply for a visa for the Carnelian Island, and you don't need to go through any entry procedures after landing. The Lu family had absolute ownership of Green Cloud Island, which was equivalent to taking it away from the map of the state of Vanuatu. At least it was a country within a country, and the customs of the state of Vanuatu had no jurisdiction over Green Cloud Island. As long as the Lu family agreed, anyone could enter the Blue Cloud Island directly without going through any procedures. What about when we leave from China? Xia Ruofei asked. Just follow the normal domestic departure procedures. Lu Chuanfeng said, in short, everything will be calculated according to domestic travel. There is no need to go through the border inspection process or go through the exit procedures. All right. That's much more convenient. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. 2620 heading to the Green Cloud Island, too, then we'll leave tomorrow morning. You just need to be responsible for sending the plane to Beijing. Lu Chuanfeng said. Okay. It's decided. Xia Ruofei said. Mr. Xia, Lu Chuanfeng continued, before we leave, please do a full body examination for my father. Also, I hope you can teach the medical staff how to deal with emergency situations if there are any changes to his condition. No problem. Xia Ruofei replied readily, let's arrange it after dinner today. All right. Thank you, Lu Chuanfeng said. You're welcome. There was nothing much to do during the day. Xia Ruofei called Captain Luan and asked him to land the plane at the Capital International Airport and wait for orders. He also informed him that he had to fly to Qingyun Island the next morning. There would be someone to liaise with him on the specific route application and route plan. After Luan received the mission, he immediately brought the flight crew to apply for a temporary flight route to Beijing. On the same day, the plane landed at Beijing International Airport and the flight crew found a hotel near the airport to settle down. In the evening, after Xia Ruofei had dinner, he took out a bag of Chinese medicine from the refrigerator next door. He heated it up and let Elder Lu drink it. Then, he used his mental power to perform a comprehensive examination on Old Man Lu and confirmed that his condition would not worsen in the short term. In the end, Xia Ruofei gathered the medical staff in charge of Elder Lu and told them how to deal with sudden emergencies. Of course, Xia Ruofei's method was very simple. Once Elder Lu's condition suddenly worsened, he could give him a bag of Chinese medicine immediately without considering the time and interval of the medicine. If the situation still couldn't be improved, they would have to decisively adopt Plan B. They urged Xia Ruofei to use the afternoon to let Xia Qing make 2 pills in the medium. The ingredients in the spiritual heart flower petals were more than the Chinese medicine in the vacuum bag. Of course, in order not to let the Lu family think about the batch of pills that had been destroyed by Lu Lifeng, Xia Ruofei specifically asked Xia Qing to choose a new prescription. Whether it was the smell or the smell, these 2 emergency pills were different from the previous pills. Xia Ruofei had also repeatedly advised that only when Elder Lu's condition worsened and the Chinese medicine that was prepared in advance did not have any obvious effect, could he use the emergency pill. Furthermore, when taking out the pills, the requirement was the same as before. They must not come into contact with the skin. After Xia Ruofei emphasized a few things, To take note of, he immediately warned again in a warning tone. Unless the condition worsened and the medicine was ineffective, the pill was not allowed to be used. If the old man's condition was normal, taking the pill would not be beneficial. It might even cause danger, because the medicine was too strong. After these few days of interaction, the medical staff had long regarded Xia Ruofei as a god. Naturally, no one dared to question his medical advice. They all nodded in agreement. Lu Chuanfeng, on the other hand, was on high alert. He carefully put the box containing the 2 pills into the refrigerator. He also sent 2 more guards to guard the refrigerator, not allowing anyone to get close. Lu Chuanfeng also made it clear that when Xia Ruofei was not around, he was the only one who had the right to open the fridge. No one else was allowed to come near, including the core members of the Lu family. At night, Xia Ruofei held the origin crystal in his hand and sat on his bed to cultivate for a while. Then, he went to bed early. The next morning, Xia Ruofei had breakfast at the Lu family's house and then took a bus to Jing International Airport with Lu Quan. Xia Ruofei didn't ask Wu Chang to drive the car over for assurance. Instead, he directly used a commercial vehicle of the Lu family. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan successfully passed the security check in the private plane next to Beijing International Airport's T2 terminal. Soon, Xia Ruofei saw the pilot, Luan, who came to welcome him. "Captain Lu, I transferred you here last minute yesterday. Thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "You're too polite. This is our job," Luan quickly said. "Is today's flight plan ready?" Xia Ruofei asked. "This is the first time you're all flying to this airport. However, the route is relatively simple and the airport is surrounded by the sea. There are no tall mountains or buildings, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you." Regarding the issue of the route, the Lu family had specially assigned people to communicate with Luan, which included the route from the capital to Qingyun Island. The Lu family had applied for it yesterday. In addition, since the airport of Xi'an Cloud Island was not open to the public, even the basic information such as the airport navigation platform, the switching of the flight information region, the airport tower frequency, the instrument entrance procedure, and so on were not made public. Therefore, the Lu family had sent someone to contact Captain Luan and directly sent this information to him. After receiving the data, the flight crew immediately drew up the flight plan and ran a simulation of the entire process. Luan nodded. "It's just as you said. As long as the weather gives us face, there won't be any difficulty in this flight. And according to the current forecast, the weather conditions are very good." "That's good." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Lu Quan was still the same as before, keeping a low profile and not having much presence. Xia Ruofei and Lu chatted as they walked, and Luan quietly followed behind them. After a while, the 3 of them passed through the passageway of the private aircraft building and arrived at the tarmac. This time, Paradise was parked in a long-distance plane, so the 3 of them took the commuting vehicle inside the airport and finally saw Paradise. After they got on the plane, Captain Luan began to introduce the flight plan to Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan. "Mr. Xia, as this voyage is close to the Gulf Stream G650's limit, for safety reasons, we will land in Australia's Cape to refuel. After a short stop, we will continue to fly to Qingyun Island. The entire journey is about 16 hours, and the flight time is relatively long. The 2 of you can choose to take a nap on the plane." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's been a long journey. I'll have to trouble the two of you. You're too polite, Lewin said with a smile. For a two-person flight crew, a continuous flight of 16 hours was indeed very tiring. In fact, according to the regulations of China civil aviation, such a long distance flight had exceeded the stipulated continuous flight time. However, the Peach Source's flight crew was not the airline staff. With the Liu family's coordination, it was considered a matter of pushing the boundaries. Xia Ruofei said, in the future, if there are more long-distance flights like this, I will recruit 2 more pilots. For non-long-distance flights, we will use a 4-man crew. This way, you can take turns to rest. Thank you, Mr. Xia, Lewin said politely. In fact, compared to civil aviation pilots, our overall working hours are still very short. It's just that this kind of continuous flight is relatively longer, so it's relatively harder. But we can persist, and please rest assured that it will not affect the flight safety. Xia Ruofei nodded. Anyway, it's impossible to recruit pilots on the spot. I'll have to trouble you this time. Lewin couldn't help but laugh and said, no problem. Xia Ruofei continued, how about this? We'll stop by Sydney on the way back and stay in Australia for a day. You can also rest. Xia Ruofei thought that since they were going to stop by Australia, why not take this opportunity to visit Paradise Farm and West Winery? The Hunter Valley was not far from Sydney anyway, so a day's rest was more than enough for the flight crew to rest for a day before they continued their flight. Lu Quan's mouth was wide open, but he didn't say anything in the end. He subconsciously wanted to end things here as soon as possible and rush back to Beijing. After all, Xia Ruofei wasn't in Beijing. Whether it was him or Liu Chuanfeng, they were both very worried about old Master Lu's health. However, Lu Quan remembered that before they left, old Master Lu had told him to put Xia Ruofei in charge, so he chose to remain silent. All right. Let's change our return flight plan. Lewin said, Mr. Xia, I'll go to the cockpit to make preparations. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. 2621 A huge surprise. 1. With the Liu family's coordination, the Peach Source didn't have much to wait at the Beijing International Airport. The car was pushed out as soon as it was ready. Then, it taxied to the end of the runway and was granted permission to take off immediately. The streamlined body of the plane glistened under the sun, and after a high-speed slide, it lightly leaped into the sky. After a short climb, Paradise soon entered a stable cruising altitude. This cruising altitude was much higher than an ordinary passenger airliner. At the same time, the airflow at this altitude was the most stable, and there would basically be no major bumps. The continuous flight of more than 10 hours was very boring, so Xia Ruofei took Lu An's suggestion. After entering the cruising altitude, they returned to the compartment at the end of the cabin to rest. Other than Xia Ruofei's personal room, which had a real soft bed, all the seats in the cabin could be laid flat and become a single bed. Because the take-off was in the morning, Lu Quan did not want to lie down and rest. Xia Ruofei asked the random flight attendant to serve him and then went to the compartment at the end of the cabin. When Xia Ruofei was in the army, he had learned a very good skill. Whenever he needed it, he could fall asleep very quickly, even if he had just woken up in the morning. This was also a skill that special combat soldiers had to master. After all, the battlefield environment was very harsh, and the time to rest was generally not very long. If one could not sleep as soon as their head touched the ground, they basically would not get effective rest. Even now, he could still fall asleep within 3 minutes of lying down. Xia Ruofei sat on the bed and browsed the news on his phone for a while. The Wi-Fi speed on the plane was quite good, and it was easy to open the picture and text web page. After watching the news for a while, Xia Ruofei threw his phone in the drawer by the bed and fell asleep. It was not until noon that the gentle wake-up bell at the head of the bed woke him up. It was the flight attendant who had asked him to get up for lunch. Xia Ruofei got up from his bed and went to his personal bathroom at the end of the cabin to wash his face. Then, he pushed the door open and walked out. Mr. Xia. Lu Quan stood up and greeted him. Uncle Lu, you didn't rest? Xia Ruofei asked, chuckling. At first, Xia Ruofei wanted to call Lu Quan Uncle Quan like Lu Chuanfeng did. Later, considering that Lu Quan was old enough to be his grandfather, he changed it to Uncle Lu. I'm old, Lu Quan said. I don't sleep much, and I really can't fall asleep in the morning. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, Uncle Lu, are you tired? Why don't you take a break after dinner? I'll just take a nap. Your paradise is very comfortable, Lu Quan said with a smile. You won't feel tired even if you fly for a long time. At this moment, the flight attendant came over with a tray and served a sumptuous lunch for the two of them. In fact, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, people's taste bud cells would become a little slow, and their appetite would also decrease. However, facing the lunch carefully prepared by the flight attendant, the two still ate a lot. As the flight attendant was clearing the plates, Xia Ruofei casually asked, How long have we been flying? The flight attendant bowed slightly. Mr. Xia, we've been flying for about 5 hours. According to the plan, the plane will land in Bryan, Australia, for refueling in about 4 hours. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Okay, pack up and eat quickly. It's been hard on everyone this time. Thank you, Mr. Xia, the flight attendant said. After the meal, Xia Ruofei did not return to her room immediately. Instead, she sat in the middle of the cabin and chatted with Lu Quan. At this altitude, the scenery outside the porthole remained unchanged. Additionally, the airplane was very stable. Sometimes, Zhang Tai even felt that the airplane was still. Although the comfort level of a private jet was extremely high, it was very boring to sit in it for a long time. So, after sitting for a while, Xia Ruofei returned to his room at the end of the cabin to rest. As for Lu Quan, he didn't seem to be sleepy at all. After Xia Ruofei went back to her room, he found a movie and watched it with great interest. When Xia Ruofei woke up again, it was already dark outside the porthole and he could not see anything. It would take about 10 hours to fly from Beijing to Bryan at the speed of the Peach Source. It took off from Beijing at about 8:30 in the morning. Taking into account the time difference, it should be around 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening. The plane had already begun to slowly descend and was about to land in Bryan. This was the reason why the flight attendant had woken Xia Ruofei up. Xia Ruofei walked out of the room, sat down, and fastened his seat belt. About half an hour later, the plane landed smoothly at the airport and was led to a private plane by a guide car. The ground crew was already ready. After the plane stopped and the car closed, someone immediately came to refuel the plane. The plane wouldn't stay in Bolton for long. It would take off after a short rest after refueling. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei's Australian visa had not expired, he did not enter the country in rainbows. He only followed Captain Lewin down to the plane for a round of inspection and to get some fresh air. Soon, the plane took off again after refueling and lightly jumped into the night sky of Bolton. There were about 5 hours left on the flight. Xia Ruofei did not return to the room at the tail of the cabin. Instead, she sat down and chatted with Lu Quan. The plane flew steadily in the night sky. Below them was the vast and boundless South Pacific Ocean. Looking out through the porthole, it was pitch black everywhere. Nothing could be seen. Xia Ruofei was very confident in the Gulfstream G650's performance and the professional abilities of the two pilots. Of course, even if there was a small probability of an accident, Xia Ruofei had enough reaction speed to hide in the Spirit map space. As time passed, the cabin, which had been professionally soundproofed, was very quiet. The sound of the engine could not even be heard clearly. Finally, when the sky outside the porthole began to brighten, Captain Lu's slightly tired voice came from the cabin broadcast. "Mr. Xia, we're about to arrive at Green Cloud Island. Today's weather is good. From this altitude, we can already see the airport runway of Green Cloud Island, which is on the right front of the plane. Please fasten your seat belts and try not to walk around in the cabin during the landing." When Xia Ruofei heard that they had finally arrived at Cyan Cloud Island, he couldn't help but feel excited. It was indeed uncomfortable to be on a plane for such a long time. Even if Xia Ruofei's physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary people, mental fatigue was inevitable. He looked ahead through the right porthole of the plane. The plane had descended by a lot. Xia Ruofei's eyesight was much better than the average person's, so he saw the island that was embedded in the blue sea like an emerald at first glance. In fact, there were many other islands of different sizes scattered around the island, some close and some far away. However, there was a 3,000-meter-long runway on Green Cloud Island. In order to build this runway, the Lu family had specially filled the sea and dug out such a runway. Therefore, about 1/5 of the runway extended into the sea, which was very conspicuous from the sky. After flying for more than 10 hours, it was morning when they arrived. The sun shone on the sea, and the scenery was magnificent. In addition, the plane was turning right and entering the 5 sides. Green Cloud Island was just on the side of the plane, so Xia Ruofei was very interested in admiring it through the porthole. As the plane continued to turn, Xia Ruofei's view of Qingyun Island and the surrounding islands also slowly changed. At a certain angle, Xia Ruofei's eyes could not help but narrow. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. From that angle, Xia Ruofei realized that the position of Cyan Cloud Island and the surrounding islands were actually in harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth. If the Cyan Cloud Island and the islands around it were seen as a whole, they would have an amazing sense of beauty. Almost in an instant, Xia Ruofei could confirm that this Green Cloud Island was actually a natural formation. No wonder he felt that the Green Cloud Island was full of vitality at first sight. It seemed to be a paradise. Xia Ruofei's training these years was not in vain. His ability to maintain his composure had improved a lot since he had just left the army. Therefore, he didn't show any surprise. After all, Lu Quan was sitting next to him. If he showed his surprise or ecstasy, Lu Quan would definitely notice. At that time, the Lu family would probably change their mind. The uniqueness of Cyan Cloud Island was most obvious at that angle. After the plane continued to turn, Xia Ruofei looked over again and found that the breathtaking feeling had disappeared. He could not help but be amazed. Soon, the plane turned 5 times, facing the direction of the runway. At this time, Green Cloud Island was directly in front of the plane, and it could no longer be seen through the side porthole. Xia Ruofei resisted the urge to go to the cockpit to observe the island from the sky. He sat in his seat patiently and waited for Ying to remind him that he must not show any signs of abnormality, or else he might fail at the last step. After realizing that the Cyan Cloud Island was a natural formation, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate for even a second. He secretly made up his mind to get the Cyan Cloud Island into the Swan Ni, a spiritual island with the potential to become a paradise. It would be a waste if it fell into the hands of the Liu family. Of course, Xia Ruofei also knew that at times like this, he had to be calm. Any abnormal behavior would be noticed by the smart Lu Quan and secretly recorded. Therefore, he didn't go to the cockpit. Instead, he sat quietly in his seat and waited for the plane to land. 2622 Visiting the Green Cloud Island. 1. The airport on Blue Cloud Island was not open to the public. Usually, there would only be 1 or 2 planes that took off and landed here to transport personnel or supplies. However, the facilities at the island's airport were very advanced. It even supported 3 types of blind landing, which meant that, in theory, the plane could land directly in the automatic pilot mode without any need for manual operation. The airports that supported Type 3 blind landing were generally more advanced. Only a few key airports in China had such conditions. Of course, due to the complexity of the take-off and landing phase, most pilots would choose to land manually. Even if the airport supported 3 types of blind landing, few people would use this function. In fact, the China Civil Aviation Administration had a relevant regulation that the pilot had to operate the landing manually. This was to avoid any problems or other accidents during the landing phase of the autopilot and blind landing guidance, which the pilot could not deal with in time. After all, the height and speed of the plane were relatively low during the landing stage. If there was an accident, there would be very little space for emergency treatment. Captain Lewin also chose to leave the autopilot and land manually. Today's weather was very good. The ground was calm and the visibility was very high. Such a landing was a piece of cake for the experienced Captain Lewin. The plane landed smoothly on the runway of Qingyun Island's airport. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan, who were sitting in the passenger cabin, only felt a slight shake of the plane. There was almost no bump during the landing process. The plane was already taxiing at high speed on the runway. With the help of the anti-thrust and automatic brakes, the plane's speed rapidly decreased and it quickly left the runway from the nearest exit. Paradise was the only plane in the entire airport, and the airport even sent a guide car to lead the way and park Paradise at the plane. In fact, Xia Ruofei felt that there was no need to do so. The airport was very small and did not have any complicated gliders. In addition, there were no other planes. The process of gliding after landing could not be any simpler. After the plane stopped and the car closed, the flight attendant quickly opened the cabin door and put down the accommodation ladder. Captain Lewin also came out of the cockpit and went down to the side of the plane to wait. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan got up and walked to the cabin door. Under Lu Quan's insistence, Xia Ruofei stepped out of the cabin first. He was surprised to see that the tarmac was covered with a red carpet that extended all the way from the ramp. At the end of the red carpet, There were 3 cars parked. 2 of them were black Mercedes-Benz cars, and one was a familiar Toyota Alpha commercial car. A few burly men in black suits and sunglasses were waiting by the car. Beside the accommodation ladder, in addition to Captain Lewin and the flight attendants who had gotten off the plane in advance, there were 5 or 6 men in suits and leather shoes. Except for a middle-aged man with brown skin, who looked like a local, the others all looked Chinese. The leader was about 45 or 46 years old and was slightly chubby. Perhaps because he had been working here for a long time, his skin was a little dark. In addition, a strand of hair from the local support center was dancing in the sea breeze, which looked a little funny. The bald middle-aged man saw Xia Ruofei getting off the plane first and was slightly stunned. Then, he quickly came to his senses and took 2 steps forward. He extended his hands and said enthusiastically, "Hello. Welcome to the Blue Cloud Island. I'm Lu Qingfeng, the chief supervisor of the Green Cloud Island project." "Hello, President Lu." Xia Ruofei and Lu Qingfeng lightly shook hands and said indifferently, "Lu Quan, who got off the plane after." Xia Ruofei said, "Qingfeng, this is Chairman Xia Ruofei of the Paradise Corporation. You can call him Mr. Xia." "Yes, Uncle Quan," Lu Qingfeng said respectfully, and then greeted Xia Ruofei again, "Mr. Xia, welcome." "Welcome." Although he had only received a simple notice from his family in advance, Lu Qingfeng had already seen that the protagonist this time was obviously not the highly respected Lu Quan, but the young man in his 20s in front of him. Although in Lu Qingfeng's opinion, the status of the chairman of the Peach Blossom Company was completely different from that of the Lu family. How could he, a small project leader, dare to neglect someone who was treated so politely by Lu Quan? A few people behind Lu Qingfeng also came forward to greet him. Xia Ruofei shook hands with them one by one, while Lu Qingfeng was responsible for introducing them. These people were all responsible for a certain aspect of the huge project on Green Cloud Island. As expected, they were all Huaxia people, and should be the elites of the Lu family. There was also a middle-aged brown man named Benalati. He was a local of Panatu and had joined the construction project of Green Cloud Island 8 years ago. His main responsibility was to coordinate various relationships. Of course, as the defense of Blue Cloud Island became stronger and stronger, some of the local forces in Carnelian no longer dared to covet Blue Cloud Island. There were fewer and fewer things that needed to be coordinated and settled, so in the past 2 years, the focus of Binarati's work was mainly on material procurement, worker recruitment, and other aspects. After all, this place was isolated overseas. If all the required materials were transported from China, the cost would be much higher. Therefore, if the conditions allowed, they would purchase what could be purchased nearby, including some building materials. As long as the technical standards met the requirements, they would also be purchased locally. In addition to some core projects that needed to be kept secret, the construction of such a large island also required a lot of workers. The salary of the local indigenous people was much lower than that of the domestic workers, so this project also recruited a large number of local workers. Of course, these workers were restricted in their area of activity. They were forbidden from approaching some of the core areas that involved the island's defense. Bainalati was currently putting a lot of energy into managing these workers. Speaking of which, he was also one of the few people with real power in the construction project of Green Cloud Island. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Lu Qingfeng enthusiastically led the way and invited Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan to get in the car at a parking lot not far away. A group of people walked on the red carpet to the car. Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan naturally sat in the Toyota Alpha. Lu Qingfeng also sat in the front passenger seat of this car, while the other senior executives sat in the remaining two Mercedes-Benz. Uncle Lu, please arrange for my flight crew to take a rest after a long flight. Xia Ruofei said. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. I've already given my orders. They will make the necessary arrangements. Lu Quan said. In addition, the plane needs to refuel. There should be a certain reserve at the airport of Qingyun Island. Right? Xia Ruofei said, how much should it be? I'll settle the bill later. You're our distinguished guest, Lu Quan quickly said. It's normal for the plane to refuel here, so how can we ask you to pay? Besides, didn't I take the plane too? Do I still have to pay for the plane ticket? Even if paradise was fully filled, it wouldn't cost much. Hearing Lu Quan's words, Xia Ruofei didn't refuse. He smiled and said, thank you, then. You're too kind. At this time, Lu Qingfeng turned his head and respectfully asked, Mr. Xia, Uncle Quan, please give us your instructions on what to do next. Mr. Xia is here for an inspection, Lu Quan said lightly. I'll show you around the island first. You have to go to all the places. Then, what about Mount Qingyun? Lu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment and asked. Did I not make myself clear enough? We have to go to all the places. Lu Quan said coldly, remember, for Mr. Xia, there are no secrets on the island. Lu Qingfeng's heart trembled slightly, and he quickly said, understood. Mr. Xia, do you think this arrangement is okay? Lu Quan turned his head and asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's good. Let's do this. In addition, I want to do a more comprehensive survey. It would be best if we can fly around the island. I wonder if there are helicopters on the island? There are. There are. Lu Qingfeng quickly said, the helipad is at the project department building, and the pilot is also on standby. You can take off at any time if you need to. Xia Ruofei said, then let's do it after the tour. If it's convenient to arrange. Convenient. It's convenient. Lu Qingfeng quickly said. The airport of Qingyun Island was very small, and the car soon slowly left the tarmac and continued to drive forward along the only asphalt road. Lu Qingfeng was responsible for explaining. Green Cloud Island was about 3 kilometers long from east to west, and 2 kilometers wide from north to south. There was a small mountain in the middle of the island, which had been named Green Cloud Mountain. In addition, the island had a rare source of fresh water. Xia Ruofei realized that after years of construction, the Green Cloud Island had begun to take shape. There was a natural deep water poured in the north, and a small dock had been built. The airport on the east side had also been put into use. A large part of the 3,000-meter-long runway was filled with land and extended into the sea. There was also a large building and several villas of different sizes on the island, forming a manor. The building was currently being used by the project department. After the entire project was completed, this place would become an apartment-style residential building. In addition, the interior of the small mountain in the middle of the island had almost been hollowed out, and an impregnable refuge had been built. When the car drove into the fortification, Xia Ruofei saw that the thick alloy gate was 1 or 2 meters thick. The inside of the mountain was a fortress made of reinforced concrete. At the same time, it stored a large amount of supplies. If there was any danger, the Lu family could quickly hide in the fallout shelter. After the alloy gate was locked, they could be completely isolated from the outside world. The supplies stored were enough to support hundreds of people for 2 years. After looking around, Xia Ruofei finally knew where the Lu family's money had been spent. The fallout shelter alone probably took up 70% to 80% of the entire project. This was only what could be seen. A lot of money had been spent, and it could not be seen from the outside. Of course, these things were not Xia Ruofei's concern. After the tour, he immediately mentioned that he wanted to take a helicopter and have a good look at the island. This request was very reasonable in Lu Quan's eyes. He immediately told Lu Qingfeng to prepare a helicopter and offered to go with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, you're not young anymore. The helicopter is so noisy and there's a strong wind. It's not stable. Don't go up there. I'll just fly 2 rounds around the island and come down." Lu Quan thought about it and felt that Xia Ruofei's words made sense, so he nodded and said, "Mr. Xia, then I'll be lazy. I'll wait for you downstairs. Qingfeng has prepared a welcome banquet. You can come back as soon as possible after you're done." "All right," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Soon, Lu Qingfeng had already asked people to prepare the helicopter, and the pilot was also Chinese. This wasn't a small sightseeing helicopter, but a Super Jaguar. This plane, which cost hundreds of millions of Chinese dollars, must have been responsible for transporting people and resources. Xia Ruofei boarded the helicopter. For the convenience of observation, he sat next to the helicopter pilot, in the co-pilot's seat. He quickly put on his headphones and waved to Lu Quan, Lu Qingfeng, and the others in the distance. The Super Jaguar rose slowly, then the nose of the plane lowered slightly and flew toward the east. 2623, the Taishu Xianqing Formation. 1. The helicopter pilot, who had long been instructed by Lu Qingfeng to pay great attention to this flight, respectfully asked after the plane took off, "Mr. Xia, where do you want to start?" Xia Ruofei said, "There's no specific purpose. Just fly 2 circles above the island. Then, we'll fly around the island a few times." "I'm just looking around." "Understood." After the pilot finished speaking, he lifted the helicopter's main matrix lever and pushed the control lever forward at the same time. The helicopter began to accelerate and fly forward. Even if they went straight to the target, the pilot would not be able to notice anything. However, Xia Ruofei did not do so out of caution. He wouldn't show any special interest until he got hold of the island. Otherwise, with Lu Quan and Old Master Lu's experience, the Lu family might change their mind. The helicopter first flew over the sky of green Cloud Island. Because the island was not very large, such a flight route could basically have a panoramic view of the entire island. Xia Ruofei also pretended to be interested and pointed at the buildings on the ground from time to time to ask the pilot some questions. Following that, the helicopter pilot followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and flew the Super Jaguar out of the vicinity of Qingyun Island. Then, it started to fly around the periphery of Qingyun Island. Xia Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation, but he did not show any abnormality. Even his sitting posture did not change. He was still leaning on the seat with his right hand on his side of the porthole, his fingers tapping rhythmically. The helicopter flew slowly around Qingyun Island and gradually approached the angle that Xia Ruofei had observed. On the peach source in the morning. It was almost at an angle of about 60 degrees from the extension of the airport runway. As the runway was 3,000 meters long as a reference, it was easy to judge. As the helicopter got closer to the best observation point, Xia Ruofei started to focus. He scanned the surroundings and quickly formed a three-dimensional image of Qingyun Island and the nearby islands. He then combined the information with the location and did a comprehensive analysis. Xia Ruofei's attainments in the Tao of formations were no longer ignorant. He had already digested and absorbed the many ancient books on formations in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. Although he had not put it into practice and could barely be called a formation master, he had a rich reserve of formation theories. The shape and position of the island, as well as the surrounding islands and reefs, were undoubtedly in line with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Xia Ruofei's intuition was very accurate on this point. He had already determined it at first glance on the peach origin. Now that they were flying in a helicopter again at a lower altitude, the details were more complete. Xia Ruofei was more confident in his judgment. Finally, the helicopter slowly flew over the best observation point. At that moment, the three-dimensional image in Xia Ruofei's mind was completely formed and it matched one of the formations that he had mastered. Even though Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared and had a good control of his energy, he still could not help but open his mouth slightly at this moment. His pupils shrank and he revealed a shocked expression. However, the pilot was focused on operating the helicopter. In addition, Xia Ruofei was wearing a big headset and her face was turned to the right, so the helicopter pilot did not notice at all. Xia Ruofei quickly adjusted his emotions. Even when the helicopter flew over the best observation point, his expression did not change much. But in fact, at this moment, his heart was already in turmoil. Although Xia Ruofei was still looking out of the cabin, if one observed carefully, one would notice that his eyes were rather empty. This was because he was completely immersed in the three-dimensional image in his mind and was constantly comparing it with a large array recorded in the ancient array book. The Taishu Xianqing formation. It was a comprehensive array that was listed as an important position in the array Tao records. With Xia Ruofei's current array Tao cultivation, he was still far from being able to set up such a large array. According to the description in an array Tao ancient book, this array was usually set up in important places, by sects, with very strong overall strength. In history, it had even become a sect, protecting array. It would take a lot of effort to set up such a complicated array, but now there was a natural one. Was this just the work of nature? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel suspicious. However, no matter how he looked at it, the Blue Cloud Island and the surrounding islands were all naturally formed. There were no traces of man made at all. Moreover, in history, all the people who lived here were local aboriginals, mainly brown people. Could it be that there were some cultivation experts among these people? Based on Xia Ruofei's understanding of the cultivation world on Earth, the inheritance of array Tao was mainly from the Eastern cultivation world. There were relatively few cultivators outside of China, and there seemed to be no records of them cultivating array Tao. Unless a cultivator from the East found this place and set up the Taishu Xianqing formation. However, based on Xia Ruofei's current observation, he could not find any traces left behind by the cultivators. During the tour, Xia Ruofei had released his spiritual power from time to time to investigate. There was nothing unusual on the island. Of course, there were many traces of man-made work, but they were all left behind by the Lu family after they had developed the island. There were no traces of cultivators. 2624 The Taishu Xianqing Formation. 2. Moreover, although the Clear Sky Island and the surrounding islands basically fit the layout of the Taishu Xianqing Formation, some changes still needed to be made in order to let the formation play its role. The most important thing was that the Liu family was building an airport on Blue Cloud Island, and the runway also formed an important part of the formation. It could be said that if the runway had not been built, even if Xia Ruofei were to observe everything from the same observation point, he might not have been able to sense the layout of the natural formation immediately. Of course, if Xia Ruofei had stayed on the island for a longer time, he would have noticed something. After all, the main body of the natural formation had already taken shape. Any subsequent changes would only be modifications to the foundation of the natural formation so that the formation could fully display its function. From this angle, this great array was very likely to be the work of nature. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be amazed. The Taishu Xianqing Formation was a very powerful comprehensive formation. Not only was its defensive ability extremely strong, but it also had a certain offensive attribute. In addition, the formation also had the effect of gathering spiritual energy. After operating for a long time as the core island of the formation, the concentration of spiritual energy on the Green Cloud Island would gradually increase, and even become a blessed land. The most important point was that once the Taishu Xianqing Formation was formed, there was even a position where a teleportation formation could be set up. This was the legendary space array. There were many requirements to set up a teleportation formation, including some special materials. With Xia Ruofei's current condition, it was a little difficult to set up a teleportation formation. However, the fact that there was a space for the teleportation formation in the formation itself was already quite unbelievable. This was also an important reason why in the ancient cultivation world, some sects used this array as a sect, protecting Great Array. The Kasaya had extremely strong defensive capabilities, had offensive and spirit, gathering attributes, and could also be used to arrange a teleportation array. This almost satisfied all the needs of a sect's great array. When Xia Ruofei thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. At this moment, the helicopter pilot asked, "Mr. Xia, we've already made a round. How do we fly next?" "Adjust the course," Xia Ruofei said calmly. "We'll go one more round in the opposite direction and then go back." "All right." The pilot responded, then controlled the helicopter to nimbly change direction in the air and began to fly counterclockwise around the Blue Cloud Island. When he returned to the best observation point, Xia Ruofei's expression was still very calm. He did not show any signs of surprise. However, he still checked the positions of all the islands again to confirm the existence of this natural formation. The helicopter slowly landed in the project building. Lu Quan, Lu Qingfeng, and the others braved the strong wind caused by the propeller and waited on the tarmac on the roof. Although they kept a safe distance, the wind brought by the helicopter's propeller still blew Lu Qingfeng's pitiful hair into a mess, making him look quite funny. When Xia Ruofei got off the helicopter, Lu Quan and the others quickly came up to him. "Mr. Xia, how do you feel after looking around?" Lu Quan asked with a smile. "Not bad. It's like a paradise, and the island's defensive measures are already very complete," Xia Ruofei said. His tone was very objective and did not reveal any bias. Before they left, Grandpa Lu had told Lu Quan to sound out Xia Ruofei. From the Lu family's point of view, naturally, they did not want Xia Ruofei to choose the option of adding cash to Clear Sky Island. In fact, from old Master Lu's personal point of view, he would rather Xia Ruofei choose the 40% shares. Of course, in his mind, the first option was still the $3 billion option. However, if Xia Ruofei chose Qingyun Island, Old Man Lu would also accept it. After all, it was his own proposal. Obviously, after weighing the three proposals, he felt that they were within his acceptable range and could show the greatest sincerity. Old Master Lu knew very well that as long as Xia Ruofei chose one of the treatments, it meant that his life was saved. Even if Xia Ruofei was tight-lipped and insisted that he was not 100% confident in the treatment, Old Master Lu's intuition told him that as long as he paid the price, Xia Ruofei would definitely have a way to make him completely recover. As for Lu Chuanfeng and the others, as long as Xia Ruofei didn't choose the 40% share, they could accept the other two options. Lu Quan had been on the plane with Xia Ruofei for more than 10 hours, and they had been visiting the island for 2 or 3 hours. However, Xia Ruofei did not show any signs of accepting or rejecting the plan, which made Lu Quan feel a little troubled. The group left the roof and took the elevator down. In the elevator, Lu Quan thought for a moment, then asked, "Mr. Xia, what's the next arrangement?" "We'll listen to your orders." Xia Ruofei said casually, "Just stay one night on the Green Cloud Island. We'll leave tomorrow morning, but I hope to stay in Australia for a day." "Uncle Lu, are you okay with this?" "No problem. No problem." Lu Quan quickly said, "Before we left, Master told us to follow your instructions." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Then let's do this. By the way, Chief Lu, is there any problem with our accommodation on the island?" "Of course. No problem." Lu Qingfeng quickly replied. "Mr. Xia, we've already made the necessary arrangements. Your flight crew has also been properly settled. In addition, we've prepared some wine and food for lunch. Please do come along, Mr. Xia. Then I'll accept your invitation," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Qingfeng personally sent Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan to the room that had been arranged in advance for a rest, and then he ran to the dining room to follow up on the luncheon. Xia Ruofei and the rest were also resting in this building. In fact, the project department only used 3 floors. From the 4th floor onwards, they were all apartment-style houses. Some of them were luxuriously decorated for the purpose of entertaining important guests. Today, they were all used. Xia Ruofei took a simple shower and sat in his room to rest for a while. Lu Qingfeng personally came over to invite him to lunch. During the banquet, Lu Qingfeng and the others naturally tried their best to curry favor with him. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was calm and collected. He did not appear arrogant, but at the same time, he was not overly enthusiastic. He maintained a perfect distance. Lu Quan, who had been secretly observing the situation, naturally couldn't see anything wrong. After lunch, Xia Ruofei declined Lu Qingfeng's suggestion to arrange for someone to accompany him. He went back to his room and changed into casual clothes. Then, he left the building alone with a sun hat on and strolled around the island. After Lu Quan heard Lu Qingfeng's report, he did not disturb Xia Ruofei. He also knew that Xia Ruofei would not want anyone to follow him at this time. If it were him, he would definitely check it over and over again for such a big deal and then weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, in Lu Quan's opinion, it was normal for Xia Ruofei to visit the island after lunch. An area of 5 or 6 square kilometers didn't sound small, but in fact, the widest part of Green Cloud Island was only about 3 kilometers. And the north and south were about 2 kilometers. The entire area was really not too large. He strolled leisurely along the island's roads while releasing his spiritual power at the same time, silently memorizing the situation on the island. One by one. After walking for a while, Xia Ruofei found a rock by the sea and sat down. Facing the vast sea, his thoughts gradually spread out. Of course, he wanted the island. Therefore, he had already begun to think about how to develop and utilize the island after he obtained it, and how to ensure the island's safety. 2625 The Star Caesar Sect 1. How to take over, how to transform, how to manage. These were all matters that would be taken care of after obtaining the island. Xia Ruofei only thought about it briefly and formed a few options in his mind. Then, he stood up and strolled towards the project department building. In the evening, Lu Qingfeng prepared a sumptuous dinner for Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan, and the middle management of the Qingyun Island project also arrived. After a night's rest on Green Cloud Island, Xia Ruofei and Lu Quan left Green Cloud Island in paradise and flew to Australia early in the morning. Although Xia Ruofei and the rest had left, the people in charge of the Green Cloud Island project had their own plans. Lu Quan did not deliberately hide the news. On the contrary, under the instructions of Old Master Lu, he had already revealed the news that the owner of Cyan Cloud Island might change to Lu Qingfeng and the others. He also clearly told everyone that the next owner of Cyan Cloud Island was very likely to be Xia Ruofei. After all, most of the people who participated in the construction of Qingyun Island were the capable men of the Lu family. Over the years, they had invested a lot of time and energy in the construction of Qingyun Island. Old Master Lu had asked Lu Quan to let them know in advance so that they could be mentally prepared in case Xia Ruofei really chose this plan to collect the medical fees, and the people on Qingyun Island were caught off guard. Of course, Old Man Lu still had a scrutinizing mentality. He also wanted to see how the people in charge of the Blue Cloud Island project would react after they learned that the island was about to change hands. Usually, only at this time could a person's true side be revealed. Some of these project managers were very depressed, some had an indifferent attitude, and even more people were busy making calls back home, asking for help from acquaintances in their families to operate a new position. Obviously, most people thought that once Xia Ruofei took over the Green Cloud Island, they would be kicked out of the house. So many people had begun to find a way out, including Lu Qingfeng. However, Lu Qingfeng was not as anxious as the others. After all, his position in the family was still very high. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the important task of building the Blue Cloud Island. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng was only concerned about where his next position would be. For a backbone of the Lu family like him, once Xia Ruofei took over the Green Cloud Island, he would definitely not stay. At the same time, Lu Qingfeng also had a deep regret in his heart. It could be said that under his witness, the Blue Cloud Island was built little by little. Now, more than 10 years of hard work had ended up in someone else's hands. 4. Lu Qingfeng, who had been in charge of this project for many years, there was a strong sense of frustration in his heart. Ivatez Island was the island where the capital of Panatu was located. It was also the largest island in Panatu's territory, covering an area about 10 times the size of Qingyun Island. It was the only 5-star hotel on the island, the Kenna Holiday Hotel. In one of the luxury suites in the hotel, two people were sitting on the sofa in the living room and having an intense discussion. Both of them had Chinese faces. The older one was about 60 years old and was wearing a light green robe. It was rare, even in China, not to mention in an island country far away in the South Pacific. The other man was slightly younger, about 40 years old. He was dressed quite normally, wearing a beige casual suit, and his hair was combed back neatly. Martial Uncle Zheng, I still feel that we can't rush this matter. The middle-aged man with slicked back hair played with his jade ring and said, now that the island has been in their hands for more than 10 years, and they are not short of money, what do you think we can do in a short time? Martial Uncle Zheng, who was wearing a light blue long robe, frowned and said, Boss Han, can you put down that thing in your hand first? The sect made you in charge of worldly affairs, not for you to learn to be like those nouveau riches. The middle-aged man with slick back hair awkwardly took off the jade ring and put it in his pocket. He laughed and said, Martial Uncle Zheng, I'm just trying to better integrate into the secular world, right? Tell me, if I dress like you all day and look like an immortal, how can I make friends with people in the secular world? How is he going to do business? How do I complete the mission given by the sect? You have so many reasons. Martial Uncle Zheng glared at him and said, there's only the two of us here. Who are you acting for? I think you're addicted to this colorful world and have forgotten your home. The middle-aged man with slick back hair quickly cried out, Martial Uncle Zheng, you've wronged me. No matter how good the secular world was, could it be better than the sect? Not to mention anything else. This impure spiritual energy was enough to choke him. There was no way for him to cultivate properly. If it wasn't for my poor results in the competition, I wouldn't have been sent here. If they could return to the sect to cultivate, who would be willing to stay here? The middle-aged man with slicked back hair was called Wang Boshan, and the old man in the long robe was called Jing Yongshou. The two of them came from the Star Caesar sect. Jing Yongshou was a disciple of the Yong generation of the Star Caesar sect, while Wang Boshan was one generation lower than Jing Yongshou. He was considered a third-generation disciple of the Star Caesar sect. 2626, the Star Caesar sect. 2. The Star Caesar sect was located in the South China Sea and had been in seclusion for many years. The most senior disciples were Jing Yongshou's master, Luo Qingfeng, and his uncle, master Qi Qingqing. Luo Qingfeng had just broken through to the golden core stage in recent years, while Qi Qingqing was still stuck at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage and had not been able to break through. 4. The past few decades, due to the continuous deterioration of Earth's cultivation environment, the cultivation of cultivators had generally stagnated. The older generation of cultivators had also withered under the erosion of time. A sect like the Star Caesar sect, that had a golden core cultivator in charge, was already quite a good sect. Due to the lack of cultivation resources, Luo Qingfeng was the only one who had broken through to the golden core stage in recent years. Many cultivation sects realized that if they were isolated from the world, they might wither even faster. After all, cultivation also required the accumulation of resources. Therefore, more and more sects sent their disciples into the secular world to gather money and resources for their sections. Wang Boshan was a disciple of the Star Caesar sect that had come to the secular world. In the eyes of many cultivators, this was a drudgery. After all, the cultivation environment in the sect was definitely much better than the outside world, and there were masters and elders to guide them at any time. Once they left the sect and went to the secular world, the impact on their cultivation was really too great. However, there were also some people who were willing to go to the secular world. The reason was very simple. These people felt that they had no future in cultivation, especially today when the cultivation environment continued to deteriorate. There were many such pessimists. After arriving in the secular world, with the support of the sect, at least he would have no problem eating and drinking well. Since he couldn't pursue longevity, why did he have to live a life of simple cultivation? It's better to be carefree and at ease, so that it's not a waste to come to this world. Wang Boshan had the same mentality. He came last in the sect competition, so he simply applied to come to the secular world. Generally speaking, the sect disciples sent to the secular world had a certain level of cultivation and the sect's resources support, so it was easy for them to develop. They also usually relied on the advantages of their sects to run some medicine or even feng shui businesses in the secular world. After they developed well, they would even set up a group company and search for senior management talents. They would even get involved in finance, real estate, and other industries. In any case, their only goal was to earn as much money as possible for the sect. In addition, when they discovered cultivation resources, they would take them at all costs. The amethyst blood radish that the Liu family had discovered had been auctioned off for a sky-high price of $200 million a few years ago. In reality, it had been bought by a secular person, in charge without any hesitation after discovering it. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, this spiritual herb was not very precious. However, it was a rare resource in the cultivation world. The person in charge had also been rewarded with a lot of resources by the sect for finding the amethyst blood radish. The reason why Xinyongshu left the sect and came to the South Pacific island 10,000 miles away was also because of the information sent back by Wang Boshan. A year ago, Wang Boshan discovered that the Green Cloud Island seemed to be somewhat different because of a chance. Of course, with his cultivation, he could not accurately judge that the Green Cloud Island was a natural array. Like Xia Ruofei, he could even match the name of the array immediately. However, as a cultivator, Wang Boshan could still sense it. Therefore, he specially checked it a few more times. With his limited knowledge of arrays, he faintly felt that the Green Cloud Island was not simple, so he reported it without hesitation. The Star Caesar sect immediately sent out Xinyongshu, who was the most talented in array formations. Xinyongshu's cultivation was only at refined qi level 7, but he was astonishingly talented in array formations. Furthermore, the Star Caesar sect was also known for its array formations. The sect had many array formations manuals, and Xinyongshu's attainments in array formations were no less than that of the sect leader, Luo Qingfeng. After Xinyongshu went to the scene to check it out, he immediately recognized the Taishu Xianqing formation formed by the Blue Cloud Island and the surrounding islands. This discovery made him pleasantly surprised. Regardless of whether the Star Caesar sect had enough resources to activate the natural formation on Green Cloud Island, Yongshu's first thought was naturally to take it down. If he could successfully modify the Azure Cloud Island and let the Taishu Xianqing formation operate, the environment on the Azure Cloud Island would be even better than the Star Picking Island where the Star Picking sect's headquarters was located. This would be a great contribution. Therefore, Xinyongshu immediately instructed Wang Boshan to buy the Green Cloud Island at all costs. In the beginning, Wang Boshan was also full of enthusiasm. He also realized that his contribution this time was great. He was the first one who discovered the difference of the Green Cloud Island. If he was the one who eventually took over the ownership of the Green Cloud Island, then most of the credit for this matter would fall on him. Although he no longer had any extravagant hopes for the path of cultivation, if the sect could reward him with some resources, then his cultivation would also have the opportunity to improve further. No matter what, who would refuse to become stronger? Furthermore, with a higher cultivation, one's lifespan would also be extended. Therefore, Wang Boshan actively began to inquire in many ways. He had thought that a small island country like Agate could be done with money. How could these Japanese aboriginals have seen so much money? Wang Boshan had been running the sex company in the secular world well these years. His cash flow was quite sufficient and he could transfer hundreds of millions of US dollars at any time. However, after asking around, he found out that things were not that simple. It turned out that as early as more than a decade ago, the state of Kannada had already sold the island. In the beginning, Wang Boshan was still very nervous, worried that some sect would beat him to it. After asking around, he was relieved. It turned out that it was just a big family in China who bought it. Moreover, Xingyongshu had also seen that the natural formation of the Blue Cloud Island had not been activated at all. The construction of the Liu family over the years had not used any means of cultivators. It was obvious that they had only built this as their last refuge. Therefore, Wang Boshan immediately tried to get in touch with the Liu family, hoping to buy the Blue Cloud Island with money. Naturally, the Liu family refused flatly. They were not short of money, and old man Liu attached great importance to the construction of Qingyun Island at that time. He even bought the island from the agate map after setting up a trap. How could he resell it for money? Therefore, this matter was in a stalemate. Wang Boshan tried hard in many ways, but it was difficult to find a breakthrough. Xingyongshu couldn't stay in the secular world for long. He returned not long after he confirmed the nature of the great array on Green Cloud Island. However, he was very obsessed with array Dao. In addition, after the head of the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng, heard his report, he also attached great importance to this matter. There had been no progress on Wang Boshan's side, so during this period, Luo Qingfeng had sent Xingyongshu over many times to supervise the operation. This was already the third time Xingyongshu had left the mountain to supervise this matter, and his patience was almost worn out. Therefore, this time, Xingyongshu directly asked Wang Boshan to come to Evac, the capital of the agate, to see him. It was obvious that he wanted to start from the agate. After listening to Wang Boshan's complaints, Xingyongshu frowned and said, all right, don't go too far. Boshan, if this matter is completed, it will be a great merit. Originally, Shurzuan was full of praise for you, but your work efficiency is too low. He has been quite critical of you recently. Wang Boshan quickly replied, Junior Uncle Zheng, I swear to God. You know that I've been running around for this matter and I've spent a lot of energy, but the other party is not convinced. I don't have any good ideas at the moment. Wang Boshan carefully observed Xingyongshu's expression, and then continued, the Liu family is quite influential in Huaxia, and didn't the sect leader say so? In the secular world, it's best to follow the rules of the secular world. Problems that can be solved with money are best solved with money. The problem is that Money can't solve them now, I don't think so. Xing said. If money can't solve the Lu family's problem, can't we solve the problem with the agate? 26-27 An interesting encounter. 1. What? Wang Boshan was stunned for a moment and asked, Martial Uncle Xing, you mean we should start from the higher-ups of the agate? I don't know much about the mutual deception in the secular world, but since the Lu family won't listen to anything, and that Blue Cloud Island is nominally the territory of Panatu, why don't we make some trouble here? Xing nodded and said. Wouldn't it be easier to handle? As long as they could take back the Green Cloud Island? It's nothing more than some compensation from the state of Bonantu to the Lu family, we'll pay for it. In addition, they had to feed their higher-ups. I don't believe that they won't be tempted if they can make 2 rounds of money on a small island. Wang Boshan criticized in his heart, you still say that you don't know how to deceive and scheme against each other? This was already black-bellied enough. Although he thought so in his heart, he did not dare to say it out loud. He smiled apologetically and said, Martial Uncle Xing is indeed wise and resourceful. No wonder you asked me to meet you here. Stop flattering me, Xing said in a reserved manner. Let's see if this method works. First, if there's no problem, get it done as soon as possible. Wang Boshan said, Martial Uncle Xing, you don't know this. The Lu family has built the Blue Cloud Island into an impregnable fortress over the years. Their defensive ability is strong enough to resist the army of the Panatu country. You may not know this, but the army of a small country like Panatu is extremely weak. So, the Blue Cloud Island is only considered as the territory of Panatu in name. What's more, they signed a permanent use transfer agreement, which can't be taken back easily. Therefore, whether it's from the perspective of Dharma and logos or ability, there's no way to take the agate map back to the Blue Cloud Island. Xing coldly snorted and said, as long as the Ponyagu sect announces that they're taking back the right to use the island, is there really no way for us to drive out that Lu family? Junior Uncle Xing, Wang Boshan hesitated for a moment before saying, if we use the sect's power, it would be beyond the means of the secular world. This would not be in line with the original intention of the sect leader. After staying in the secular world for a long time, Wang Boshan was used to using secular means to solve problems. He didn't agree with Xing plan in his heart. Xing couldn't help but angrily say, this also won't do. That won't do either. Was he going to keep dragging it out like this? If things go wrong, neither you nor I will be able to bear this responsibility. Wang Boshan said, Martial Uncle Xing, I'm still inclined to plan it slowly. After all, if we use the sect's power, it will inevitably attract the attention of other forces. By then, it won't be just our Star Caesar sect who knows the secret of the Blue Cloud Island. At least for now, no other cultivation forces have discovered the secret of the Blue Cloud Island. We still have time. How could Xing not know this? In fact, Qingfeng Luo attached great importance to the matters of the Green Cloud Island. In order to prevent the leak, only 4 people knew about this matter. In addition to Wang Boshan, Xing and Qingfeng Luo himself, there was another disciple of the Yong generation who was responsible for dealing with affairs of the secular world with Wang Boshan. Moreover, this disciple of the Yong generation only knew a little bit of it. After Luo Qingfeng sent Xing to confirm the situation on the Green Cloud Island, that disciple no longer knew anything. Even so, Luo Qingfeng had already issued a gag order to this Yong generation. disciple, strictly ordering him not to reveal a word. Even Qi Qingqing, another disciple of the Qing generation of the Star Caesar sect, did not know. The reason why Luo Qingfeng was so careful was naturally to prevent the other sects from getting the news. The Star Caesar sect's strength in the cultivation world could only be considered average. Although the sect's strength had made a qualitative leap because of Luo Qingfeng's breakthrough to the golden core stage in the past few years, their foundation was still lacking. Not only was he the only golden core cultivator, but the number of disciples in the upper levels of the Qi refining stage was also much lower than those of the older sections. If the other sects were to hear about this, the Star Caesar sect would not have any advantage in seizing the Green Cloud Island. After listening to Wang Bashan's words, Jing Yongshou also fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, "Boss Han, we can't just keep waiting like this. There must be a procedure, right?" Wang Bashan was already prepared for this. He said, "Marshal Uncle Zheng, I haven't been idle these days. I've also spent a lot of time and effort in gathering information on the Lu family. As far as I know, the head of the Lu family is seriously ill, and it was this head of the Lu family who firmly refused our acquisition at the time. If he passes away, his children won't be so interested in Blue Cloud Island, and we'll have the opportunity to buy this island for a certain price." "Oh?" Xing Yongshou's eyes lit up and he said, "There's such a thing? Then why don't we add fuel to the fire and send this family head Lu on his way?" "Uncle Master Zheng, I don't recommend doing this if it's not necessary," said Wang Bashan quickly. "Firstly, I heard that the Lu family's master is very sick, and he won't be able to hold on for long even without our help. Secondly, the Lu family has a great influence in Huaxia. You don't know much about the situation in the secular world. In short, there will be a certain risk in dealing with them. Even if we succeed, once we leave any traces, it will be impossible for us to acquire Green Cloud Island. So, my suggestion is to wait patiently." Xing Yongshou revealed a trace of hesitation. 2628 An interesting encounter, too. At this moment, the phone in Wang Bashan's pocket rang. "Marshal Uncle Zheng, I'll take this call first," he apologized. These years, Wang Bashan had developed very well in the secular world, and some technological products of the secular world had gradually appeared in the Star Caesar sect. Naturally, Jing Yongshou would not be unable to recognize a mobile phone, but he was not used to using these things. Jing Yongshou nodded lightly and continued to lean on the sofa, thinking about how to take over the Blue Cloud Island. Wang Bashan stood up and answered the phone. Wang Bashan chatted with the other party in English. Jing Yongshou naturally didn't understand at all. But when he saw the irrepressible joy on Wang Bashan's brows, he couldn't help but look forward to it. After Wang Bashan hung up the phone, he said with joy, "Marshal Uncle Zheng, what did I say? As long as we wait patiently, there will always be good news." Jing Yongshou couldn't help but sit up straight and asked, "Boss Han, what good news is it? Don't keep me in suspense, tell me." "Yes, Junior Uncle Zheng," Wang Bashan said, "just now, one of my insiders on Green Cloud Island called me and told me that the ownership of Green Cloud Island is likely to change." "What?" Xing Yongshou couldn't help but cry out. "Marshal Uncle Zheng, don't worry. It should be a good thing." Wang Bashan smiled and said, "According to my insider, the Lu family intends to transfer the Blue Cloud Island to a young man. My insider has also found out the identity of this person. His name is Xia Ruofei, the boss of an agricultural product company in China. According to his past experience, I think this person should have nothing to do with the cultivation world. Speaking of this, Wang Boshan revealed a trace of excitement and said, "Martial Uncle Sheng. Our chance has finally come. As long as the Liu family transfers the island to Xia Ruofei, it will be much easier to buy the island from him than from the Liu family." Xing Yongshou also revealed a look of great joy and quickly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find this young man. Don't worry about the money, just give him a price he can't refuse." In the eyes of cultivators, the importance of money was extremely low. Although many sects had businesses in the secular world, these businesses were ultimately for the sake of better collection of cultivation resources and for the sake of cultivation services. If they could take over the Green Cloud Island, the Star Caesar sect would not hesitate even if they had to give up all of their businesses. "Martial Uncle. Please be patient, I'll get it done as soon as possible," Wang Boshan said. However, the Liu family hasn't officially transferred the ownership of Xi'an Cloud Island to Xia Ruofei yet, and Xia Ruofei hasn't returned to China yet, so we're not in a hurry. But we can return to our country first. I'll meet this lucky young man in person. All right, Xing Yongshou said. Good. Boshan, I won't be returning to the sect this time. I'll go with you to Huaxia. After I'm done with this, I'll personally go back to the sect to ask for your reward. Xing Yongshou wanted to report the good news to Luo Qingfeng as soon as possible, so he stayed in the secular world to wait. Once this matter was completed, not only would Wang Boshan receive a lot of rewards, he, Xing Yongshou, would also have a great contribution. At that time, he would not be able to avoid his rewards. "Uncle, Master, I'll arrange a plane for us to return to China," Wang Boshan said excitedly. Of course. Xia Ruofei did not know that a cultivation sect had set their eyes on Qingyun Island. He and Lu Quan took the Peach Source. After 5 to 6 hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly at Sydney's Kingsford Smith International Airport. The plane quickly left the runway and moved steadily on the runway, heading toward the parking lot. At this time, Xia Ruofei inadvertently looked out of the porthole and was surprised to find that on another taxiway parallel to the taxiway Paradise was traveling on, an Airbus A350 with a very distinctive paint was also slowly gliding. On the wingtips of the plane was the striking logo of Paradise Corporation, and on the body were the names of Fresh Vegetables and Fruits and Paradise Farm. Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows. This was too much of a coincidence. The aircraft that was gliding side by side with Paradise was obviously the only Airbus A350, Ruofei, which had a special coating. When Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were on the flight to Australia, they encountered the depressed co-pilot Wilkins, who had poisoned the flight captain, Johann Sun. He locked the cockpit door and was prepared to bury the entire crew in the sea. It was Xia Ruofei who helped the crew break down the door. When the only pilot, Brooke, was unable to fly the plane due to his arms being seriously injured, Xia Ruofei turned the tide. Under Brooke's technical guidance, he landed the plane in Saipan. This epic level forced Xia Ruofei to enter the public eye for the first time. He had embarked on the road of no return of the boss of an internet celebrity. To thank Xia Ruofei, Chouhang not only gave him a cash reward and the title of lifetime honored passenger, but also named the repaired plane Ruofei. They also changed the paint of the plane to a pattern that was very similar to the Peach Blossom Company and Paradise Farm. No matter which airport it appeared in, the Delicate and alluring vegetables and fruits on the body of the plane would always be very eye-catching. Additionally, at the sight of such paint, those who understood the situation would naturally recall the soul-shaking forced landing. Therefore, it was very eye-catching wherever it was. Xia Ruofei had also seen the Chinese netizens on the internet who happened to board this plane. They had excitedly posted selfies on the internet, saying that this plane had too many connections with China, so the Chinese netizens felt quite close to it when they saw it. It was Xia Ruofei's first time seeing the plane in person. What was more interesting was that the paradise that Xia Ruofei was on was also painted with vegetables and fruits. The style of the two parallel planes was very similar, and they both had the logo of Paradise Corporation on them. One was on the tip of the wings, while the other was on the tail. The passengers on the Airbus A350 also noticed this. Many of them screamed in excitement and took out their mobile phones to take pictures of paradise. Xia Ruofei also felt that it was too much of a coincidence. In a good mood, he also waved to the passengers on the vacant plane through the porthole. Lu Quan and the flight attendants of the Peach Source were also amazed. As an aviation practitioner, be it a flight attendant or a pilot, they knew Xia Ruofei's experience like the back of their hands. Lu Quan, as old Master Lu's butler, naturally knew the details of Xia Ruofei's disclosure. Therefore, they all knew the special meaning of the Ruofei paint. Everyone felt that it was fate, especially the flight attendants, who couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Two planes with similar paint were gliding slowly across a runway next to the plane A350. For intercontinental flights, Xia Ruofei's Gulfstream G650 was like a Chihuahua next to a Tibetan Mastiff. The huge difference formed an interesting contrast. Even the administrators on the tower noticed this interesting scene. It just so happened that the plane next to the vacant seat of the vacant seat of the vacant seat, so. The next moment, Luan, the captain of Paradise, received instructions from the control tower's control tower to change their parking spot temporarily. Naturally, the taxiing route also changed accordingly. Luan was stunned for a moment. Because private planes were generally parked at the long distance seats, they were generally closer to the access passage for public planes. It was rare to change the parking spot at the last minute. However, Luan was still very professional. He quickly recorded the parking spots and the nodes of the gliding route, and then accurately repeated them. The plane was still moving slowly on the runway. Xia Ruofei and the others did not know that the parking lot had changed. After turning a corner, Paradise followed Xia Ruofei. The two planes, one big and one small, glided forward like a hen leading a chick. What surprised Lu and was that the two planes were traveling in the same direction. In the end, after the Airbus A350 from Quinba entered the parking lot, Luan realized that their parking lot was actually adjacent to Paradise. Luan then realized that this should be the intentional arrangement of the tower. He calmed his mind and controlled the plane to slide into the parking spot and land accurately. He then skillfully turned off the engine and the electric doors. At this moment, the pilots and passengers on the Peach Source had already noticed that the ground crew had already driven over the air stair car that had been prepared earlier the moment the Airbus A350 landed. Some people had even started to lay a red carpet under the air stair 26-29 It's really God's arrangement _1 In addition to the quick, moving staff, there were also some reporters with long guns and short cannons standing in an area surrounded by the security zone. There was even a girl with flowers. Xia Ruofei, who was about to get off the plane, was stunned by the crowd. There was a red carpet, fresh flowers, and even the media was present. Could it be that there were important guests on the Australian Airlines plane today? But if it was a VIP, it shouldn't have stopped at this ordinary plane. By then, the time travel machine had already opened the cabin door and lowered the accommodation ladder. Xia Ruofei walked towards the cabin door with a trace of doubt. As soon as he stepped down from the ramp of the peach garden, he heard someone calling his name excitedly. As it was too noisy, Xia Ruofei could not hear it clearly. Just as he turned his head to look for the source of the sound, the window on the captain's side of the Xia Airlines A350's cockpit opened. A person stretched out his upper body with great effort, then waved at Xia Ruofei excitedly, shouting his name loudly. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and could not help but reveal a surprised look. The pilot of this flight was actually Captain Brooke, who had gone through thick and thin with him. The flight that Xia Ruofei had taken had two captains. The two captains and the co-pilot were on the same flight. During the incident, the co-pilot, Wilkinson, had killed the captain of the flight, Johansson. After Xia Ruofei broke the cabin door, Captain Brooke was the first to rush into the cockpit, and Xia Ruofei followed closely. At that time, Wilkins had used the most extreme method to continuously shoot the windshield with the steel ball gun, causing the windshield on the passenger side to completely shatter. Wilkins had also been sucked out of the cockpit by the powerful air pressure and died without a burial. Captain Brooke rushed into the cockpit first and was also the first to bear the brunt. Not only was one of his arms injured by the rebounded steel ball, but he was also sucked into the seat when the cockpit lost pressure. His other arm was also fractured. At that time, Brooke was the only pilot on the plane, but both his hands were injured. Because of this, Xia Ruofei had no choice but to take the pilot's seat. Thanks to Xia Ruofei's strong psychological quality and learning ability, under the technical guidance of Captain Brooke, the plane finally landed safely in Saipan. Xia Ruofei did not expect such a coincidence today. Paradise, which he was on, and Ruofei, which was piloted by Captain Brooke, landed one after the other. They were even assigned to the adjacent parking spaces. It could be said that Xia Ruofei and Captain Brooke had experienced life and death together. If it were not for their seamless cooperation, the passengers on that plane would have been buried in the sea. Therefore, this kind of life and death experience could easily close the distance between people. Seeing Captain Brooke again, Xia Ruofei was naturally very happy. He stood beside Paradise and waved at Captain Brooke. "Xia, don't go yet. Wait for me downstairs," Brooke shouted. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry for this trip to Australia. Since he had met Captain Brooke, the two of them definitely wanted to catch up. Hence, he nodded and gave Captain Brooke an okay sign. The rest of the people on the Peach Source had also alighted from the plane. Captain Lewin came over and said, "Mr. Xia, the tower has changed its parking spot at the last minute. It's probably because it saw two planes with similar and unique paint, so it made a last-minute decision. We're quite far away from the public transport passage now. I've already called a shuttle bus from the cockpit, so you may have to wait for a while." Xia Ruofei laughed and waved his hand. "There's no hurry. I met an acquaintance. I might have to stay here for a while. Acquaintances? Lewin was stunned. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He pointed at the cockpit of the A350 and said, "Up there. I'll introduce you to each other later." Seeing that Xia Ruofei was keeping him in suspense, Lewin did not continue to ask. He could only nod with a trace of doubt. All right, the cabin door of the Qingba plane opened and the passengers began to disembark. When they saw the red carpet laid at the end of the accommodation ladder, they could not help but be surprised and happy. They just did not know which great god had helped them. The ground crew quickly guided the passengers to the entrance and exit passage. Xia Ruofei and the others stood beside Paradise and waited patiently for the captain of the Qingqing flight to be the last to leave the plane. The flight crew would only leave when all the passengers had alighted. There were not many passengers on this flight, only about 100 in total. Although everyone was curious about the red carpet and the media, they were very orderly and did not stay too long at the scene. They walked into the passage in an orderly manner. Finally, all the passengers got off the plane, and the flight attendants also lined up to get off the plane, followed by the air traffic police and 2 other pilots. They stood on both sides of the accommodation ladder. The media reporters at the scene also raised their cameras. Xia Ruofei lifted his head and looked at the door of the Airbus A350 curiously. It seemed that the main character today was Captain Brooke. He was the only one who had not gotten off the plane. As expected, a moment later, when Brooke appeared at the cabin door, the crowd burst into a warm applause. 2630, it's really God's arrangement _2. Brooke waved at the crowd with a smile on his face, then stepped down the ramp. The girl holding the flowers also stepped out of the crowd and waited at the bottom of the ramp. There was a middle-aged woman with an outstanding temperament standing beside her. When Brooke stepped down the last step, the girl took a step forward and handed over the flowers with tears in her eyes. She said with a choked voice, "Dad. Congratulations." It turned out that this girl was the daughter of the captain, Brooke. She had come here today to give her father flowers, and the woman beside her was Brooke's wife. After Brooke took the flowers, he hugged his wife and daughter with a smile on his face. The sound of shutters and everyone's applause suddenly sounded. After a short hug, Brooke patted his wife and daughter's back and said, "Wait for me." Then, he passed the flowers back to his daughter. He ignored the reporters who kept reaching out for their microphones and strode towards Xia Ruofei. From a distance, Captain Brooke laughed and opened his arms. Xia Ruofei also smiled and went up to him. The two of them hugged each other. "Xia, did you come here to celebrate my first return flight?" asked Captain Brooke. "You're such a good friend." "Captain Brooke, is this the first flight after the restoration of flight?" Xia Ruofei was stunned. "Yup." Brooke grinned. "After the injury on my arm recovered, I went through a long stage of psychological intervention treatment. Finally, after a psychological test and a simulator test, the aviation director confirmed that I have the qualifications to fly again. Today is my first flight, and the company has specially assigned Ruofei to let me fly. We think this is more memorable." After experiencing the horror in the air, Captain Brooke not only had broken arms and suffered external injuries, but also witnessed his colleague Johansson being poisoned to death in his seat and the co-pilot, Wilkinson, being sucked out of the cockpit by a huge airflow and dying without a burial place. This had caused a great psychological trauma to him. In fact, during this long period of time, Captain Brooke had mainly been recuperating psychologically. He continued to receive psychological intervention treatment. From the moment he closed his eyes, he would see the terrifying scene in the cockpit, and when he slept, he would dream of Wilkinson and Johansson. Later, his symptoms gradually alleviated, and he finally met the seafaring standards. It could be said that this was an extremely difficult process. In the end, Captain Brooke was able to return to his flight position completely due to his strong perseverance and his love for flying. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I really have to congratulate you, Captain Brooke, but I'm not here to attend the ceremony. I wasn't informed beforehand. In fact, I'm here to inspect my farm and winery in Hunter Valley. I didn't expect that our 2 planes would land one after the other. We were even noticed by the tower administrator, which led to such an interesting arrangement." Brooke's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "God! This is unbelievable." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I also think it's unbelievable. No matter what, I've made it in time for this important ceremony. Brooke, congratulations again. I also wish you a safe and sound flight in the future. Have fun flying." "Thank you. Thank you," Brooke said. "In the words of you Chinese people, this is called meeting by fate." When Captain Brooke said the words "we are fated to meet," he actually used Chinese. Although it was a little awkward, his pronunciation was relatively clear. "I didn't expect you to have learned Chinese," Xia Ruofei said in surprise. Brooke grinned and asked, "In the process of psychological treatment, I learned some Chinese by myself and also developed a great interest in your magical Chinese medicine. Of course, my Chinese standard is still very average. It's only limited to a small number of daily phrases." At this point, Captain Brooke revealed a distressed expression and said, "Your language is too complicated." "Xia, did you know? I saw a topic on a Chinese learning forum and I'm still confused." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Oh? Tell me about it, I can answer your questions." Brooke nodded and said, "Xiafeng said, your sister, my period hasn't come this month. I'm worried to death. This is simply a scam." The question was, who was in a hurry? A. Xiafeng's sister. B. Xiafeng's mother. C. Xiafeng's sister. D. Xiafeng's father. E. Xiafeng's period. F. Xiafeng's G. Xiafeng's boyfriend, Xiaoming. Xia Ruofei almost burst out laughing when he saw Captain Brooke's confused look. He patted Captain Brooke's shoulder sympathetically and said, "Brooke, it's just a funny question. You don't have to take it seriously." Brooke's eyes widened and he asked, "Is there no answer to this question?" The answer is, of course, yes," Xia Ruofei said. "If it were me, I would choose G, Xiafeng's boyfriend, Xiaoming." After hearing this, Captain Brooke was even more confused, because he was the first one to rule out this option. Why? Brooke could not help but ask. This little Ming didn't even appear in the main text. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but rub his forehead and said, "It's a little complicated. I'll explain it to you when I have time. You should go to the celebration ceremony now." Brooke came back to his senses and said, "All right then. Xia, you have to explain this question to me, it's too profound." "Oh, right." After saying that, Captain Brooke smiled at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Xia, do you still remember what I said when the plane landed?" "I remember you said a lot." Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Which sentence are you referring to?" "I said that everything is God's arrangement," said Captain Brooke seriously. "Look. You're on the first flight. After I resumed my flight, and you're here. Our planes landed one after another, which further confirms my theory, right? Xia Ruofei was speechless. He smiled and said, Captain Brooke, of course I respect your faith, but in my opinion, this is just a coincidence. This is not just a coincidence, Captain Brooke insisted. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, my dear, everyone is waiting for you. It was Captain Brooke's wife, Molly. She had seen her husband leaving the airline leaders and media reporters to chat with a young man in a private plane nearby for so long, so she couldn't help but come over to take a look. Hey, my dear, Brooke said excitedly, look who's this. Emily was stunned for a moment and looked at Xia Ruofei seriously. In the eyes of many Westerners, the faces of Chinese people were similar, just like how Chinese people looked at foreigners in the same way. Many Chinese people could not distinguish the features of foreigners. Emily's eyes gradually widened. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, oh, God. You're Mr. Xia. Captain Brooke put his arm around Molly's waist and said with a smile, Xia, this is my wife, Emily. Xia Ruofei then smiled at Emily and said, Lady Emily, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Xia, you've saved my husband's flying career. No. You've saved his life. Emily exclaimed agitatedly, I'm so happy to be able to see you at such a special time. Brooke hugged Molly tightly and said, my dear, we should go. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei and said, Xia, you should come with us. I believe that the higher ups of the Aviation Administration and the media reporters present will be very happy to see you here.